Klaus Berger, The Truth. Preface: I maintain that 90% of Jesus' teachings have been kept secret. Most of his teachings are to be found in this book, which goes on to tell of wisdom, truth, beauty and ancient mysteries in the context of world religions and folk tales about extraterrestrial visits to Earth. The one and only truth, which is the doctrine of love, will be conveyed in a down-to-earth, non-religious style. You will be able to read many hidden writings containing Jesus' teachings, including the ancient gospel. The ancient gospel is the principal gospel, the complete and original gospel, containing far more than the four gospels of the Bible. The whole of the so-called Christian world is founded on a bigoted and distorted version of all that was originally wondrous and genuine. It is shocking that this could have happened. What do people today know of the laws of love, the teachings of reincarnation, genuine and profound wisdom? This is no small and trivial matter that the churches are withholding, but the most essential and major part of the original teachings. The churches have suppressed the ancient gospel, as well as a wealth of other writings. The discovery of this original ancient gospel, 107 years ago, should have caused a sensation, the like of which the world has never seen before. But the churches have done nothing whatsoever. In fact, they have concealed the very Spirit itself. It is these things, first and foremost, the Spirit and the light of love, with which my book deals. Many people will be both delighted and dismayed when they discover the scope and nature of the treasures of divine wisdom which have been kept from them. What was once the unimpeachable doctrine of love, has been transformed, the world over, into religious ceremony and superstition. If you consider yourself a religious person, then do not take offense. Wait until you have read to the end of the book. Only then will you understand the sense in which I have used the word religious, and that I just want to excise hypocrisy and falseness to separate the true from the false. Originally there was none of the religion and mumbo-jumbo which people associate with the church today, but something utterly wonderful and genuine. The people whom I call religious are the real hypocrites. You who seek the truth. It is you I wish to help. If you love the true teachings and if you seek the light in love, then, according to my definition of the word, you are not religious. This book should be regarded as a tale about the truth related in such a way that, throughout the book, the reader is guided gradually to eat and drink of it. I reject the religious only in order to bring to light the vast values to be found in Christianity. So many falsehoods have been associated with what most people regard as religion or the religious, that I have chosen to discard the whole concept in my book. Here is my definition of religiousness: hypocrisy, stuff and nonsense, false and superstitious notions, peculiar customs and hysteria. For as soon as the word religion or the name Jesus is mentioned, people back away. They immediately think, he must be a bitward, and are ashamed, yet ignorant of the values which they simultaneously rejected. This is the kind of thing I hope to avoid with my personal definition of the religious. To start with, you will not get any of Jesus' words, then there will be a few, and later more and more. It is my hope that the light will be kindled in many hearts. Introduction: there is a magical potion. Drink it and you shall thirst no more. But you must do this yourself. It will not work if I do it for you. I can lead you to it, but I cannot force you to drink. And this magical potion cannot be seen with your eyes. You can drink it if your heart is filled with love. It has been said, he who sees with his eyes alone is blind to the essentials. Only he who sees with his heart can really see. If you get to see what I am writing about, it will be a great revelation to you. You will be like the chicken who has just pierced its eggshell and seen the world outside. From that day on you will think to yourself, what fools we have been. What incredible fools! I want to tell you about the only truth. But the quest for truth is like mountain climbing. Just as you think you have reached the highest peak, you may discover a mountain that is even higher. One day you will reach the peak that is the highest of all. Be a climber of mountains and collector of pearls. Chapter 1: Real Life Adventures. Our imagination is far surpassed by reality. Real life can be 1,000,000 times better than anything our wildest dreams can conjure up. A wise man said, the meaning of life is not given as a gift, but acquired only by conquest. How many wise men have not pondered over this? Is this not what philosophers, scientists and great thinkers have always speculated on and mulled over? And they have either concluded that the question itself is without meaning, or have taken the easy way out and concluded that life has no meaning. Dear reader, if you were to one day meet someone who knew the answer to man's greatest riddle and revealed it to you, would you believe him? Hardly. Now, if you yourself had found the answer in all its scope, what would you do? Would you not pass it on anyway, even though you knew that many people would despise you and suspect that you had flipped your lid? I am going to try now. The whole book will be one long answer. Now let us get down to it. But take note, if you consume too much in one go, it will do you no good. A quick perusal is the worst approach to my narrative. Eat only what you can manage. More haste, less speed. 2. The Sword in the Stone. Here is a story about King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table. The king was dead and there was no one left to rule the land. The people were threatened by discord and conflict. All hope, however, was not lost, since a wise man with the power to predict the future had promised them that a miracle would reveal who was to be their future king. This king would be born to light the light between darkness and darkness, and thereby end their eternal conflicts. One day a miracle occurred. Without anyone having witnessed its coming, a large stone had suddenly appeared by the lake near the king's castle, and there, with its blade stuck deep into the stone, was a shining sword. Circumscribing the stone in gold lettering were the following words: "The sword can cut through everything, even stone, but it cannot slay the good and innocent. He who draws this sword from the stone, is born to be the rightful king of the whole land." Naturally, all kinds of mighty men and grim warriors made pilgrimages to the stone where they tried to draw this wondrous sword, but could not even begin to shift it. A long time passed in this way, and the people began to ask each other if it would ever be possible to find someone who could draw this unyielding blade. "He that must draw this blade is not here," said the wise man to the people, "but he will be sent to us in due course." The miracle was still not fully accomplished and the land still had no king. As time passed, the wondrous sword was forgotten. These were dark times, devoid of law, devoid of order. People lived in fear of each other and the strong oppressed the weak. One day a little slip of a lad came by. Deep in thought, he was walking along the edge of the lake, when he suddenly caught sight of a girl who had fallen into the water from a bridge that extended out over the lake. Her arms and legs were flailing wildly and it was all too obvious that she could not swim. Now the lad was in a real fix, for he could not swim either. He was searching for a branch or something with which to reach the drowning girl, when he caught sight of the sword in the stone. He rushed over and drew it out, ran onto the bridge and reached the hilt out to the girl, who was thereby saved. This lad became a mighty monarch. He was able to draw the sword with ease because, according to the legend, he put his heart and soul into it. Yes, he put heart and soul into all that he did, and he did so to save man, and not because he wanted to be king. And so might you discover the meaning of life. If you were to really draw the sword, you would discover something worth more than anything you might otherwise have found between cradle and grave. Yes, indeed, the smallest thing is worth more than everything a king may rule over. And you will not wish to exchange the tiniest portion of your understanding for all the riches in the world. 3. How we fool ourselves. In the pursuit of happiness, people find only the scantest, most short-lived rewards, while real happiness eludes them. We live a life we believe that we can find happiness and keep it by chasing it. But he who makes others happy, will himself find happiness. The more things we acquire, the less value each object retains, so that our pleasure in all that we possess remains constant. We become slaves of those objects beyond our basic needs. We get nowhere like this. A person may be wealthy, but his life does not depend on what he owns. Ironically, we end up doing things we do not really like, merely to gain respect from each other, and so do not even get any enjoyment out of the brief pleasures we do find. Look, for example, at people in the crowd. There is often someone who does something quite harmful in order to show the others that he really is a hell of a guy, despite the fact that he does not like these actions himself. We do things we hate. Another small example: many young people, in particular, drink excessively and do things that are harmful, all for the sake of phony entertainment, and all the while hating what they do. They do not even like drinking all those beers, they do not like getting up to no good, they do not like phony entertainment. But they have to prove themselves to the others in order to be in the gang. Their bodies rebel against intoxication, they vomit and get hung over the next day. But still they carry on drinking, and the alarm bells in their bodies stop ringing. They go with the flow and lose their freedom. The darkness saps their power. They do what they hate, yet say they like it. Drinking because you are thirsty is healthy and satisfying and does you no harm. But many people drink even though they are not thirsty and even though their bodies cannot cope. In this way we blunt our senses and lose sight of what is false and what is genuine. This kind of mistake occurs in many of the things we do. We impair our ability to distinguish between true and false. Indeed, many people do not even know that they are in the dark. What diet shall we observe? Do not tell lies, and do not do what you hate. 1. And do not be desirous of perishable food. 4. Know what is right before your very eyes. Why do these things when we can find something of boundless value? When I go on to use the word great, you must understand that righteousness is great, that love and goodness are possibly even greater. I am trying to tell you about something infinitely great and utterly wonderful. Something that is alive in its own right. No one could ever imagine how wonderful it is, or that anything of its like actually exists. No one had ever told me anything about it, and just think, it is undeniably real, and yet people are completely unaware of it. Think about the most beautiful and wonderful thing you know and multiply that 1,000,000 times, then you will begin to get the picture. So it is true to say he who sees with his eyes alone is blind to the essentials. Only he who sees with his heart can really see. Evil knows no bounds. And yet I now know that its antithesis, this unmentionable, is also boundless. Now, picture the fool who stands in a great wood and cannot see the wood because there are so many trees in the way. We look and yet see nothing. No one has discovered that it is a wood. How on earth shall I describe this source of wonder? If at this point I were to use specific words for it, it would be like giving a thirsty man something to drink from a glass that has contained poison. First of all we need to rinse the glass, and then you may take it. But still, try to find this wonder yourself, which will make even the best things in life seem as nothing. And give it a name, for then the name cannot poison you. Now the inadequate proverb hoping is better than finding may be replaced by finding is 1,000,000 times better than hoping. 5. Religion hypocrisy. Sentimental people are self-deluding. As they wallow in their own feelings, the very cause of their emotions soon becomes secondary. Here is an example of a sentimental person. He gets up to make a speech for someone else and moves himself to tears. He says things to make himself feel good. But he does not really care about the person he is making a speech for. He deceives himself and others just like religious people do into believing that he is saying something worthwhile. Sentimentality is worthless, empty, full of falseness and hypocrisy. It rears its head every time people get emotional. We hear this kind of thing every day. These people think that all this is perfectly acceptable and do not realize that they are trapped in a web of lies. Indulging their emotions and themselves, they are actually indifferent to the other people or creatures concerned. To many, their words are beautiful, and yet they are false. As soon as you realize this, you will feel quite ill just listening to them. People say that they love their pets. This, however, is rarely true, since this is sentimentality at work again. These people are, for example, delighted to be greeted by a happy dog wagging its tail when they come home. Again, it is their own emotion they love and not the dog. They think only of themselves. These dog owners are not around to hear how the dog howls and whines in their absence. Of course it will be happy when someone finally comes home. Animal lovers. Many animals in captivity day in day out are unspeakably bored, their sole purpose in life being to gratify their oh-so-superior owners. Notice how people often talk about feelings, but feelings in themselves are not in fact worth talking about. What people are really thinking of is merely the chemical reaction of what is in fact spirit, and it is the spirit which has value and really matters to you. If you associate spirit with the word feelings or emotion, then there is no problem in using that word. But do not fall into the trap of thinking that this is just a kind of body chemistry. It is a great mistake to focus attention upon feelings, to use the most common sense of the word, since they are bodily. This way of thinking leaves people in a hopeless darkness. If they could only see that it is the spirit behind all this, then they have taken a massive step in the right direction. When some people use the concept of feelings, they really mean spirit. And a few people are good at describing feelings because they are well aware the feelings are used indirectly to describe spirit. Many people, however, misunderstand the concept of feelings and thus reduce spirit to mere chemistry. All this talk of the psyche is also confusing. Originally psyche was a Greek word meaning soul, but because of the darkness and because of the false doctrines in philosophy and psychology, the word has, in the course of time, suffered an imperceptible semantic change, so that it denotes something like electrical phenomena of the body, changes in blood constituents, and has something to do with the cerebral and nervous system. Thus, with the passage of time, we have changed the meaning of the word from soul to a part of the body. However, let us pursue this new meaning of the word psyche even if it is wrong. But then we have got to stick with it, otherwise we will end up in a confusing darkness. Let us establish the new meaning. Psyche is something which we can influence with medicine. The nervous system belongs to the concept of psyche, and is a connector grid linking the body and the soul. However, All that really matters can neither be measured, weighed, seen, heard, smelt, tasted, estimated or touched, and that is spirit. This is also the case with friendship, happiness, righteousness, love, understanding, truth, goodness and beauty. All this is spirit. Your very essence consists of spirit. Life is spirit. You cannot, like religious people, keep a stranglehold on the real values. Could you hold a sunbeam in your hand? People become religious from self-obsession, fear, or because they are seeking comfort. They may derive comfort in this way, but that is all that they will find. They find what they seek. But he who seeks in the spirit of love will find the sun of the soul. Once it has taken hold, religion is something that will spread through every single individual, just like hypocrisy. Indeed, religiousness is actually a foil for hypocrisy. Two Latin sayings tell us that vice creeps into the heart in the name of virtue. Vice knows that she is ugly, that is why she wears a mask. People worship religion for their own sake. Righteousness is practiced for the sake of others. Which is greater? Truly, people worship what they do not know. The Christian religion is a grotesque caricature of man's misunderstanding. It would appear that religion, in all its falseness, has absolutely nothing to do with the truth. And yet Jesus himself, like no other, has testified to the truth. He really is genuine. Know-alls have done their utmost to destroy his words and have reduced them to religion and superstition. Just try reading what he has said in the Gospels. You will love it. And by all means skip all the religious dogma which the clergy tend to make so much of. Be ye as approved money changers, rejecting counterfeit coins and retaining only the genuine. 2. No doubt world religions have served a purpose in handing down tradition, but stay away from religion. The only path to the utterly wonderful is true love, righteousness and truth. Let yourself be powered by love rather than mere speculation. If you have no love, then make sure you find it by upholding the laws of the soul. That is the only way. That is the very reason why we have these laws. A religious person might be compared with someone who is given a nicely wrapped gift. He unwraps the gift and uses the wrapping paper, forgetting all about its actual contents. 6. Philosophers know nothing about the nature of truth. Wise people. Certain philosophers have actually said, there is no absolute truth. The truth depends on the individual. This really must be the worst lie anyone could tell, and is the most despicable and misleading rubbish. They have no idea of what truth is, and you should not believe them. It is like the story about the fox and the grapes. They are sour, said the fox, because he could not reach them. Some philosophers also say that the truth died 120 years ago. 3 inches fact. It is really they that died 120 years ago. But their words against the truth will not be forgotten. Just think. It is as if they believe that when something is right, then it is also true. This is a fundamental mistake. Something that is true is a living verity. It is the spirit of what is said that is true. When I use the words the truth, then I mean its very spirit, and I am writing about its spirit. It is said that love is blind, but that is quite wrong. For he that does not love is really blind. Furthermore, it is said that love is reciprocal egotism. Wrong again. Nobody loves for the sake of purely selfish gain. Love is not about the wish to possess, and should not be dependent on appearances. Many mistakes arise from people's mistaken belief that infatuation is love. But no, this is craving and desire. An infatuation is the wish to possess another person, in particular for their physical attributes. Such desire is intoxicating and makes people utterly blind. People kill each other in the name of this desire. Many also mistakenly believe that sex is love. When they speak of love, then what they really mean is sex. Many sayings sound right or are apparently true, yet some are entirely false, such as love is blind, love is reciprocal egotism. That which is apparently true is misleading. That which is really true is life-giving. The rich care for themselves, and despise them that have not. 4. He that hath 2 coats, let him impart to him that hath none. And he that hath meat, let him do likewise. 5. These are the words of truth and the doctrine of love. For someone who does not possess love, this doctrine cannot appear to hold any value. And yet the wise philosophers have said that the truth died 120 years ago. The teachings of philosophers are dangerous and very harmful, because some of them are apparently true and therefore very misleading. The genuine truth is life-giving logic for the soul. And that which lies behind the truth is the spirit of the individual self. The very basis of the truth is thus something living, with life in itself. 6. The soul does not die in the way that the body does. The body dies with the passage of time, while the soul dies with falsehood. Thus it is not time that affects the soul, but falsehood and darkness, or truth and light. the latter two being life-giving. He that knows nothing of the Spirit within the truth, is in darkness and meaninglessness, and bound by these until he knows love. A goat must graze where it is bound. 7. The poisonous. A small percentage of all people are negative or poisonous people. It is as if they are not living, as if they have to use life in order to survive, and they suck this out of others by making them dependent upon them. Not all are men, who are in the form of man. 7. From time to time, they seem friendly and kind. But this is just to attract positive people, because they have to use life. They are like parasitic plants or black holes in space, that attract all the light and swallow it up so that there is always darkness around them. You may know them by their fruit. If you find bad fruit, then they cannot be good trees. If, on another day, you see something that looks like good fruit, then you can be sure that it is not, and that it is only bait. This is how they seek to secure power. A good tree cannot bring forth evil fruit, neither can a corrupt tree bring forth good fruit. 8. They always make sure that people are dependent upon them in some way. In this way they are able to hold their victims in check all the time. These people are unrighteous in their hearts, and time again, in all their actions and thoughts. When someone is unrighteous in the little things of life, you may be sure that they will also be so in the big things. He that is faithful in that which is least, is faithful also in much. And he that is unjust in the least is unjust in much. 9. There is a proverb that tells us, feed a wolf in winter, and it will eat you in summer. The worst thing about such people is that you cannot lose them without losing the good and harmless things surrounding them, for example, the very foundation of other people's lives. The parasitic plant can scarcely be uprooted without damaging the host plant. They might just as well be compared with kidnappers that shoot their hostages, if someone opposes them. They are everyday tyrants, great and small, the real criminals in society. You probably know some of them. By far the majority of people are well-meaning and not unrighteous, who nonetheless commit mistakes that may be called sins. And sins seem like injustices to those hurt by them, just as we may do foolish things without actually being fools. However, no one can bear both good and bad fruit. No one can bear good fruit all by themselves. And only those who contain no inner sin may be called righteous, but no one knows anyone like that. How depressing. People do not understand that their so-called amusements are merely false, brief, empty and joyless pleasures. They do not know the foundation of life, and a tree with no root bears no fruit. Just think, they could have genuine, lasting happiness if they knew this. But they will not believe me. 8. A bird sings. There is a proverb that says words of truth have no beauty. But that is untrue. He that remains in the darkness will indeed hate the words of truth, for they will expose him for what he is. But he that has love, will love them and think that the words are very, very beautiful, and he will seal them in his heart. But thieves do not believe in honest men. Nor will a blind man thank you for handing him a mirror. That which goes straight to the heart, comes from the heart. Only he who loves will understand and believe it. But the bird sings even when there is no one to hear, because it is so happy. Yet the donkey and the lark do not sing with the same voice. We come across many strange people, with many queer ideas, always ready to provide falsehoods and lies. But one day, you will be presented with someone who turns up with the genuine goods. Happy is he that is able to see when. Happy is he that receives of these goods. Chapter 2. Mistakes in the darkness. Many scientists believe that intelligence is a zenith of attainment for all living organisms, that every problem may be solved by acquiring greater brain power, and that thereby, logic becomes the key to everything. This belief is wrong, for the truth is that the zenith of attainment is of a spiritual nature, corresponding to human nature, and nothing whatsoever to do with cerebral activity. No one can solve essential problems merely through brain power, and nothing may be grasped with mere intelligence when it lacks heart. What is the use of purely logical conclusions, when it comes to righteousness and love? In practice, these things are hidden from the one who sees only with his eyes and uses his head alone. Unrighteous people are intelligent too, but they do not see with their hearts. They know nothing of love, and they do not comprehend the nature of truth and righteousness. 2. Philosophers lead people out into the darkness. Believe me when I say that the wonder, which I know, cannot be reached through speculation. Even if you try, you will be just like the man who tried to pull the sword out of the stone for his own gain. Philosophers, intellectuals and the well-educated will never find the truth by that route, because they all make the same mistake of merely thinking and not loving. Philosophers have abandoned the idea of finding the one and only truth. and many say that everything is only emptiness. Their words are horrifying. For emptiness is exactly what you will find if you search without your heart and merely speculate. It is therefore only natural that they find nothing other than emptiness, for figments of the imagination are emptiness in themselves. Everything will appear empty to he who is himself empty. These philosophers lead many people astray, who are genuinely seeking the one and only truth by overwhelming them with their academic loftiness and fancy words. Over the years, the word truth has been ascribed an entirely incorrect meaning by philosophers, one which has nothing whatsoever to do with the interpretation Jesus gave of the word. Their use of the word misleads people terribly. Although it is said that philosophy has progressed through the ages, the opposite is in fact true. It has slowly degenerated. There was actually some truth in the ancient philosophical works of Greece, for example, though you must forge through much empty speculation to find it. The word philosophy originates from the Greek word philosophia, which means love of wisdom. The philosophy of today is something quite different. Now hear Socrates tell the truth. Modern philosophers should take note and follow his example. No, let us express the truth in the following way. Under no circumstances and in no way is God unrighteous, but rather he is righteous in the highest degree imaginable, and no living being is more like him than he who attains the highest degree of righteousness. Against this standard shall a man's real capability and worth, or his inability and cowardice be judged. Recognition of this represents genuine wisdom and goodness. On the other hand, a failure to appreciate this is out-and-out ignorance and wickedness. Plato's Didados. Since ancient times, many people have influenced philosophy, though all of them have only wanted to employ logic in their work, without putting their hearts into it, the result being that the philosophy of today has been translated into a completely mendacious and empty figment of the imagination, which leads people out into the darkness. Philosophy has now become the world's most involved form of emptiness. The German philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche has, in particular, contributed to the darkness with his false dogma, which denied everything that is the foundation for every single person's life. He denied the life-renouncing love of Christianity. Life-renouncing love has no value according to his theories. In rejecting love he was indirectly denying righteousness, since there can be no righteousness where there is no love. He also denied the one and only truth and proclaimed belief in God to be a weakness. On the other hand, he believed in emptiness in the corporeal, and he was of the opinion that we should pursue values such as will in the sense of will to power and self-assertion. His dogma was in fact the very root of wickedness. And today, his theories and opinions still circulate among some philosophers, camouflaged in academic terms, that easily impress many people. He, who will not know the root of wickedness, is not a stranger to it. 10. Nietzsche told some of the worst and most lethal lies in the history of the world and committed, within the innermost recesses of his soul, the greatest acts of stupidity a man can commit. He thereby became a living, yet dying, example of the way in which people are lost in infinite darkness, through the denial of love, truth and righteousness. For logic alone is of no help whatsoever. Such people will never have the ability to comprehend that they are comprised of nothing whatsoever, other than precisely those things which they deny. What is more, some people are so blind in their hearts that they admire Nietzsche, for he is the chief inspiration behind those modern philosophers who tell enormous lies such as the truth died 120 years ago. Nietzsche ended his days a madman. There is a turmoil that leads to death. 11. Beware people's false dogma. Eat of every pasture which is good, but of that which hath the bitterness of death, eat not. 12. 3. What great thinkers could not manage. But the truth that eludes these great thinkers is, quite literally, child's play to children like Pippi Longstocking. And she does not even know her long times table. She continually relates the truth in silent ways. Learn from her. There are other children in the real world from whom we may learn about truth. But I am going to use Pippi Longstocking in my book, and anyone can read about her or see the films. Pippi is small, but very great. The truth must be sought for in true love, but you will have to look really hard to find that. And the lessons that we learn through love form the one and only truth. 4. Soul and logic. He who is not spiritually familiar with the truth is like a computer programmer, who is unacquainted with the language and syntax of computing. He is unable to accomplish anything. Without he can do nothing. 13. But the potential will be vast if he learns the computer's language. Only by keeping to the computer's language will he achieve any results. He who knows nothing of the truth may be likened to a musician who plays, yet is unmusical. He who is musical and listens will be able to hear how false it sounds. We must hold on to the divine, unshakable and fundamental nature of righteousness. But righteousness must first be learned through love. The first steady steps towards understanding the truth are to be made by holding on to righteousness, never renouncing your understanding of it, and by being cautious when conflicts arise. For example, if personality were purely hereditary, then we could not be held responsible for our degree of righteousness, since this would then merely be determined by a genetic code. No one would be justified in finding fault with such a person for his injustice or malevolence, since his behavior would then be governed by his genetic makeup. It would be absurd to talk about righteousness, injustice, goodness or evil. None of these would exist. Individuality would, thereby, cease to exist. We would all just be like ready-programmed computers. It is, therefore, fallacious to claim that personality is hereditary. Here is a rather more speculative example. Someone might say that he does not believe that we live more than once, and that after this one single life everything is over. If you then ask him how he can believe that something as elevated and wonderful as spirit could have come into existence in the twinkling of an eye, as opposed to everything else living in nature, then he may perhaps answer that the spirit or personality develops in the course of one's life, from absolutely nothing whatsoever. Anyone who has a little human insight, though, will be able to see that the spirit in little kids is just as elevated as that in grown-ups. To all appearances, many little toddlers are spiritually superior to grown-ups. They are full of life. If you tell that to the person in question, then he will undoubtedly reply that the spirit develops within the mother's womb. How convenient! If that were so, we would have no influence over the nature of the spirit with which we are equipped, and would be at an unfair disadvantage simply because we were handicapped by inferior and unrighteous personalities that we could not change. If you cannot then help the extent to which you are unrighteous, then no one could be said to be unrighteous, and then unrighteousness would not be able to exist at all. No one doubts the existence of unrighteousness when they are on the receiving end. There is apparently always something that cannot exist. If we take the consequences of such claims, we end up running round in circles. Spirit would not exist, nothing would exist, ourselves included. We would merely be programmed computers devoid of personality. But human personality does exist. We are all looking out on the world through our own eyes, and not through the eyes of anyone else. Those who love and cherish righteousness will therefore have discovered for themselves that we live several times, during which the spirit develops over thousands of years, so that the progression in each single life is so slow that it is barely perceptible. And this development is largely due to our own efforts. Only in this way can life be righteous. Only in this way is it possible for righteousness and individuality to exist. These people will not necessarily have read about this anywhere, but it is wonderful for them to read the words of Jesus that confirm what they already know. They have realized that where there is no unity through righteousness, there can be no understanding or insight. Everything which I have said to you, you have understood and received in faith. If you have known them, they are yours. If not, they are not yours. 14. Gradually, with truth as your guide, you will understand everything. The truth understandeth all things. 15. 5. Behold life. Philosophers speak of life, but how can they talk informatively about life when they have never seen it? Scientists have said that love is chemistry, and everyone believes that life is merely the movement of cells, that is, chemistry. Again, these are universal mistakes. Believe me, a mistake is hardly justified just because everyone makes it. No matter how many people repeat it, a lie can never become the truth. The search for the chemicals which sustain life of their own accord and make individuals understand, love and be happy is unbelievably foolish, and yet the search is made by scientists who prize logic and wisdom. It is these same people who say that the truth of the Bible is neither logical nor plausible. They are even more crazy than people who try to pull themselves up by their own hair. The most you will get out of that is a bald patch. How do they propose to use chemistry to explain why I am able to sit here and look at the world with my eyes and you can sit there and look at the world with your very own perspective? No, love is neither chemistry nor mere feelings, but spirit. Feelings are partly the chemical and physical after effect, which helps to control and govern the body. This, in itself, is worthless, for everything you and I experience is within ourselves and the spirit. Life is not active chemistry, It is spirit and nothing other than spirit. It is spirit which makes cells look alive. Chemistry is only the physical effect of this, and that is what we see with our eyes. Only the one who sees with his heart may truly see and understand. He will get to see life. Wisdom is not without love, nor is love without wisdom. 16:6. Be the one who hears the music. What you read in this book is not philosophy, nor is it a moral code or a set of principles for life. It is about spirit and life. But hardly anyone will believe or listen. Those who do not, will just consider whether or not they agree with me, and will fail to discover what it is really about, eating and drinking. If you put a glass of water in the hand of an extremely thirsty man, he would not just stand there and consider whether or not he thought you were acting correctly in giving him the water he would drink. Only later would he wonder why you gave it to him and marvel at how beneficial it was. When music is played, someone who is completely unmusical will hear isolated tones. The one who is musical will hear the music. If you go in search of pearls, then you will eventually find one that is very precious. He who seeks out pearls knows love and he thirsts. He is the one who will listen. 7. Light and darkness. There are many lies, and only one truth. But what is truth? The answer is to be found only by conquest. What then is the greatest of all? Finding the way to it is like navigating a boat at night. It has a compass. Your heart is a compass. It points the way. Each and everyone who searches for light through his heart will find the light, and the one who does not search will find nothing. We are like seeds which only contain enough to germinate. A seed lives on water and soil, but even if it has both of these, at most only a small, pale, stunted shoot will emerge. If it receives no light, the shoot will die in the darkness. But if there is light, then the shoot will grow and become a complete tree which will bear fruit. Thus, it is better to kindle a little light rather than curse the darkness. People live between the darkness and the darkness. Darkness is the world's real master and overlord, but he shall suffer a crushing defeat. 8. Bravery is a misleading concept. Some people encourage each other to do the most terrible things in order to let those around them see that they are brave, so that they will be admired by their peers. In reality, these braves are afraid of being ostracized by the crowd. Bravery is not the yardstick of value, and is, in a way, a foolish concept, since it is usually the case that in most predicaments the clever one is afraid and the stupid one is brave. It will be far more difficult for the clever one to appear brave in the eyes of the others. Risking danger to help someone else is known as being brave. That is all well and good, but the word bravery can be misleading. For a man who kills another with risk to his own life is also brave. Therefore, in this sense, bravery cannot be used as an expression of greatness. As another example, take a religious sect which in its fanaticism commits collective suicide. Or what about terrorists who take it into their heads to hijack planes with several hundred blameless people on board, and if their demands are not met they blow up everyone on board, themselves included? Is that greatness? Or take a reckless and speed-crazy motorist, who causes an accident, killing himself and others. Is this an admirable contempt for death? No. It is just plain stupidity. But in books and films and in war, bravery and contempt for death are misinterpreted as something glorious. Bravery that saves lives or benefits people in some way is truly great, but it is what you think during the act, your intention, which determines its value. Did you put your heart into rescuing or helping someone? Now, that may be true greatness. It is all about being brave from the very depths of your heart. But the power of darkness is great, and false bravery leads many out into the darkness. Truly, fear is the power of darkness. 17:9. They do not know love. Notice that the vast majority of people do not know true love, what it really is to love. True love is extremely rare. Many adhere to the lie that sex is a form of love. They are unable to distinguish between sexual sensation, infatuation and love. They believe it is all the same thing. Either that or they just do not care whether or not it is the same. Incredible. Of course, these are all just feelings, they say. Then it really is hopeless. How on earth should they be able to believe in the truth? The ability to distinguish between these three concepts is one of the most fundamental aspects of learning about the truth which can only be learned through genuine and true love. Infatuation is craving of the heart and is similar to the feelings people experience when they think that some animals look cute, and want to stroke them and own them. They just want to gratify themselves. But ask yourself this next time you stroke a cat. Is it for my benefit or for the cat's? Actions motivated by infatuation are done in the interests of personal gain and are a way of gratifying ourselves and our heart's desire. Passion is pursued only for selfish reasons, but actions motivated by love are made for the benefit of others, without there necessarily being any advantage in it for ourselves. Desire says, I crave in the name of selfish gain. Desire and love are completely unrelated notions, but everything is wheat to a blind hen. Infatuation can be a wonderful thing, because it is inextricably linked with individuality. It may also pave the way for true love, the love that makes everything worthwhile. From there it is only a short step onto the path which leads to life, but only the few will find the doorway. 10. The infinite riches. For your own sake, believe me when I say that there is something so wonderful that it knows no limits. It emanates a living treasure within our reach and all before the very eyes of every single human being. But has anyone discovered this? People just go around thinking that every day is like a month of wet Sundays. One day passes like the next, without any purpose. If only they knew the stones of alchemy, the genie of the lamp who grants 3 wishes, the fountain of eternal youth. No, none of these can compare. It is like the man who found treasure buried in a field and kept it secret. Out of sheer delight he went and sold everything he owned, so that he could buy the whole field. This treasure is light's most well-kept secret, and no thief will be able to break in and steal any of it. 11. Children, adults. As we grow up to become adults, it is as if we die a little every day. Adults have so many things to worry about. Children play. Adults forget how to do this. Adults often become religious. But children are just not like this. Unless adults make them follow their own example instead of learning from them, they guide the children towards adult behavior. Many adults are all too busy making careers for themselves, aiming at important positions and racing to be respected pillars of society. But that kind of thing is just a waste of time and energy. When children play, they invest natural behavior with a higher spirit, and they play to many a tune. Adults often play to just one. Neither do children go in for phony entertainment in the way that adults do. This may, for example, be seen at many parties where adults feel obliged to enjoy themselves. They get drunk in order to get a little synthetic entertainment. This reeks of hidden falseness, and many people behave in a way which is hateful to them. Very young children do not have any spiritual clothes. In other words, they do not make themselves unapproachable in the way that adults so often do. Spiritual clothes are worn in the desire to appear as someone else, instead of showing our real selves to other people, and it is the concealment of the things which lie within our hearts. Children are not necessarily better people. They have just as many flaws as adults, but they do not let these obstacles get in their way. No one will find that precious pearl if they do not imitate these little children. But has anyone ever taken the consequence of that? 12. What shall we eat? Instead of using our energy on essential concerns, we waste it on worries such as what we ought to eat. Much time can be spent on that one. The most highly developed being on earth has a terrible time sorting out something which even an amoeba is able to do. It gets along fine without having to consult any experts. How on earth do animals manage without experts on food? Of course, it is quite unnecessary to worry about that kind of thing. Just think. We actually have nutritionists telling fit and healthy people what to put in their mouths. This really is a bit of a joke. No doubt there will come a day when clever scientists will implant us with microcomputers, programmed to evaluate what kind of food we require. And then to their surprise they will discover that Mother Nature has already supplied us with such a device, namely appetite, which drives us to eat what we want to. But people have either forgotten how to make use of it, or bad habits and artificial products have combined to destroy it. Of the members of the animal kingdom, it is only human beings who eat things for which they have no appetite, who drink, even though they are not thirsty. Only human beings reconstitute food so that its original taste is lost. Humans are also the only ones who, despite having enough food, are malnourished, have weight problems, are undernourished, are alcoholics, eat pills and have bad teeth. These bad habits also reflect the way we behave in spiritual matters. Observe how the physical and spiritual continually play the same game. Things physical may be understood with the help of logic, but when logic lacks art we cannot arrive at any understanding of spiritual matters. However, it is possible to construct figurative language for anything spiritual with the help of logic. simply because everything is founded upon the same principle. Your body is designed in such a way that you need only do the things which you want to do and refrain from doing the things you dislike in order to do the right thing for your body. Your soul is designed in such a way that you need only do the things which you love to do, and refrain from doing the things you hate, in order to do the right thing for your soul. You do not need to be particularly clever to know that. The tiniest infant in its cradle knows that, and every animal knows that. But well-educated men and women do not. They do not even want to believe it. They think that the way in which nature has been arranged is utterly wrong. In the meantime, the lie steals its way into both systems to dull the body's correct and natural cravings and the soul striving for the right things. This is why we succumb to foolish customs and unhealthy desires. In all beings I am their desire insofar as it does not run counter to righteousness. 18. The one who behaves in internal matters as he does in external matters will think and act in such a way that the desires of the body will always have the right things, and the soul will always attain the right things, and these things will not conflict with each other. He will receive genuine and complete enjoyment, delight and pleasure from everything. He does everything in the same spirit, in the spirit of justice and truth. He will enjoy real freedom. Take no thought for your life, what ye shall eat, or what ye shall drink, nor yet for your body, what ye shall put on. 19. Therefore take no thought, saying, what shall we eat? Or, what shall we drink? Or, wherewith shall we be clothed? 20. Labor not for the meat which perisheth, but for that meat which endureth unto everlasting life. 21. I am the true bread, I am the living vine, they that come to me shall never hunger, and they that believe in me shall never thirst. 22. I have meat to eat that you know not of. 23. 13. The seed of life. For a long time we have sought to locate the human spirit, the personality, within the brain. But it is a great mistake to look for that in the brain or any other place in the world, and it serves only to create darkness within man. The spirit is not to be found in the body. Think instead that it is the body which dwells in the spirit. At night you may dream that you are running around making mischief, even though your personality will not be in the figure of your dream. But this figure lives in your spirit. You should not look for your innermost self within your body. You do not look for the programmer inside the computer, but the computer functions in the spirit. The soul is chained to the body by the human psyche, the central part of which is the brain. Thus your body lives in your spirit, and your soul lives in your spirit. Your soul fills your body, but exists entirely in God. It is only God who may simultaneously occupy just one place and yet be everywhere. It is here that all living beings have their place, everything from elephants to amoebas, fleas to human beings, to be explained in later chapters. Jesus told us about this. But the churches, who believe that they are smarter than him, have suppressed his words perhaps just through plain ignorance. The living God is the place where in all personality dwells the seed of life. The seed of life is a single place, yet it is within every single living being. Spiritually there is just one place, physically it is everywhere. 14. The Son of the Soul. Instead of remaining suspended in the empty materialistic life of mankind and all its empty pleasures, seek rather the true joy of life, which is known only to a few. For example, learn from Astrid Lindgren's Children, the Bullerby Children, Pippi Longstocking, Runja the Robber's Daughter. She knows all about it. She truly knows the Son of the Soul. It is the same Son I want to tell you about. Enjoy the true joy of life to the full, that both he that soweth and he that reapeth may rejoice together. 24. Everyone may curse the darkness, but it does not occur to everyone to put the light on. But if you live only to derive pleasure from everyday human existence, then you are in darkness and death. For the enjoyment of this world is a lie, and its gold and its silver is error. 25. The enjoyment of nature and its life is not the enjoyment of this world, which is the world of Adam. Lovers of nature actually enjoy water without being aware of it. They take no pleasure in delusion and material riches. In reality, they love spirit, and their enjoyment is true and genuine. The truth of God is that water which cometh from heaven. 26. All nature is in the image of God. 27. That from the visible things of nature ye may reach to the invisible things of the Godhead. 28. In these is the presence of God manifest as the substance and as the life of the world. 29. This earth which my father mother made for joy and gladness. 30. And if ye keep my commandments and live the life of the righteous, happy shall ye be in this life, and that which is to come. 31. He that followeth me shall not walk in darkness, but shall have the light of life. 32. I am only able to show you the few rays of sunshine I know of. Although extremely rare, they can be found, spread across the earth. You may spend your whole life looking for them, and perhaps succeed in finding 2 or 3. But do not rest before you have found them, and when you have, search for more light. You may also find many smaller beams of light, and these are also of great value, especially when gathered together. If God maketh the sun to shine, and the water to fill out these fruits of the earth, shall not the same be the sun of your souls, and fill you with the water of life? Seek ye the truth, and let your souls be satisfied. The truth of God is that water which cometh from heaven, without money and without price, and they who drink shall be satisfied. 33. Chapter 3. Planet of the dispossessed man, like a common thief, forces his way into the orchard by other means than the door of truth. The fruit that he steals often produces technological breakthroughs and scientific discoveries. These represent the material wealth of modern man. As such, they go the way of all other earthly goods. Every man who is greedy for riches is as he who drinks the water of the sea. The more he drinks, the more he thirsts, and he does not cease to drink until he dies. 34. 2. Architects of our own fate. Acquisition of knowledge is of the utmost importance. It should be encouraged. But what kind of knowledge? If one does not first understand the water, he does not know anything. 35. The truth of God is that water. 36. Industrialization, scientific discoveries and increasingly high levels of education have positive but also quite fateful consequences, since they are all pursued in the spirit of knowledge alone. Only when we recognize this, may we begin to seek the beginning of the end. And its beginning, the very source of the problem, lies within ourselves. For example, large sums of money and much energy are spent on the discovery of new atomic particles. This would appear both reasonable, useful and beneficial in the name of progress. However, after a few years, these scientific discoveries are used as weapons, on which we then spend even more money. The discovery of the neutron in 1930 led to the atom bomb in 1945. In exactly the same way, medical and biological discoveries have led to the development of bacteriological weapons, which are also able to wipe us all out. Chemical science has led to chemical weapons, which would have the direst consequences in a world war. Vast sums of money and resources are used to develop and manufacture technological products important for the arms industry such as microchips and automation, which benefit wealthy industrialized nations, whilst the developing countries are desperately lag behind. They can scarcely, maybe never, compete with us in the wealthy industrialized countries, with all our robots, computers and automated production methods. So what alternative does that leave them with? Agriculture? Perhaps, but droughts are worsening and deserts expanding at an alarming rate, due to the widespread destruction of the natural environment in these areas. Most of the people there were living happily in harmony with nature, before the white man moved in on them to steal their countries and exploit their natural wealth. Some have got their countries back, but not their vital natural resources. And we who are so proud of our industrialization and technology, yes, we are mighty pleased with ourselves. The depletion of natural resources combined with rapid population growth has caused famines, the like of which the world has never seen before. A quarter of the world's population is not getting enough to eat. 20 million people a year are dying of starvation. The refugee problem gets worse and worse. More generally, there is the global pollution of streams, lakes, sea and air. Air pollution has become a common problem in many industrialized countries. We are slowly being poisoned by the colorings and additives in our food. There has been a rise in the number of birth deformities. In the past there were hardly any children with allergies, but now, in some places, it seems as if they are all afflicted. The very term pollution has only very recently come to everyone's attention. We have gradually gone some way towards controlling pollution, but on a global scale, the results are relatively insignificant, since we have found so many ways of destroying our environment. We are destroying countless animal species. We are destroying jungles that support myriads of life forms. And wild animals have to be preserved in wildlife sanctuaries and zoos in order to survive as species at all. What kind of world is this to offer future generations? The petrochemical industry and modern fishing methods display a contemptuous threat to marine life. Countless chemical waste dumps and unregulated rubbish tips have piled up over the last few years, eventually to leak poisons, the effects of which we know nothing about. Countless new chemicals are manufactured every day in laboratories all over the world and soon afterwards used in industry. In addition, we have a so-called lack of resources. In the course of the next few decades, we will have exhausted many of the raw materials used in our industries. Furthermore, while the hunger and poverty of developing countries leads to the complete destitution of their peoples, we in the wealthy countries get richer and richer, partly at their expense. We even presume to help the developing countries by introducing our technology and industry with all the environmental hazards these entail, in return for naturally substantial trading benefits and agreements. In this way we manage to exploit them even further. Although the Iron Curtain is down and the Cold War over, the world's stockpile of weapons is still growing. We have long been able to wipe out the world's population several times over. Even if we were to remove 95% of the nuclear weapons of the superpowers, we would still have enough to make the Earth uninhabitable, without even touching chemical weapons. Mother's milk in some countries is so full of toxins that it is becoming a health risk for the infants. When it rains, it does not rain water, but dilute acid. The overuse of fertilizers and chemical sprays in farming has begun to affect groundwater and streams. Similarly, countless poisons are leaking into the groundwater from many old rubbish tips. Our drinking water is seriously at risk. Furthermore, the excess fertilizer is also seeping into the seas, so that the seabed is, in many places, dying from lack of oxygen. Aerosol propellants have been breaking down the atmosphere's protective ozone layer so that the sun's rays are gradually becoming dangerous. The content of carbon dioxide in the air is rapidly increasing because of the various forms of exhaust fumes that trap atmospheric heat, just like the roof of a greenhouse. This will cause a global climatic change, raising sea levels as the polar regions begin to thaw. If this happens, many areas of land will disappear under the sea. This then was just a brief enumeration of widely recognized environmental problems that have followed in the wake of industrialization. All of this, however, is just the beginning, since what we see now is just the result of pollution levels as they were maybe 20 years ago. It is not a question of isolated incidents, but a situation where everything is affected. The problems are occurring simultaneously right across the board. Truly remarkable. According to the book of Genesis, it all started when man stole from the tree of knowledge. Our eternal desire to separate knowledge from divinity to help ourselves and get away with it, was a desire for the impossible. But we have never been able to appreciate this before. Jesus said, "Have you discovered, then, the beginning, that you look for the end? For where the beginning is, there will the end be." 37:3. Oh, you are unknown past. If we follow the narrative of ancient texts, then the beginning of our life on earth may be roughly sketched as follows. A long, long time ago, we all made the mistake of helping ourselves to the spirit of knowledge by purely speculative means, and sought profit instead of knowledge from the living spirit in truth, which was itself dependent on our degree of humanity. To have sought knowledge and truth would have been to receive it from God, for knowledge is a part of God and God is within us. But right from the very beginning we have tried to skip the stage. Man was put on earth to learn to love, to learn to be unselfish, and not to do everything for the sake of selfish gain, and finally to attain knowledge in the right way and truth. We were supposed to remain on earth until we eventually found our way up the ladder of truth. One might therefore say that through the spirit of knowledge we acquired too much, too soon, and that our intellect and our understanding of good and evil lacked a very necessary humanity. This meant that man, because of his knowledge, was full of sin, his spirit still lacking righteousness and love. All of us alive on earth today would appear to be the very last trigs of developments that started way back in the mists of time. By comparing accounts of the flood from various parts of the world, we may find much evidence to prove that there really was, as the Bible tells us, a gigantic flood thousands of years ago. It seems likely that there were at least two such natural disasters. Just think of the myth of the lost Atlantis. The widespread theory that man has evolved gradually from the apes is not wholly credible. Prehistoric bones and skulls are, if anything, classified to fit into this theory. People forget that it is all just hypothesis and not fact. It would seem that mankind has inhabited the earth for at least a couple of million years, and that the present species has existed for about 50,000 years, in which time history appears partly to have repeated itself every few millennia or so. We may call these cycles world ages. Archaeologists and historians, however, tend to reject the writings and mythologies of ancient folklores and their accounts of visitors from the skies. They also reject ancient accounts of an evidence for advanced technology, airplanes and spaceships. Take for example the Indian national epic, Mahabharata. They would prefer to think that no one in the past was any smarter than us. In no way do they want someone from out there to have influenced human progress. That is why they reject the extraordinary tales of ancient folklores that tell of how visitors from the skies put man on earth. The time from the flood up to today might be called a period of development. It would appear that there have been many such periods, all of them ending with some kind of global disaster. This idea may be sensed in Jesus' words about the end of the world. Just listen, for then shall be great tribulation, such as was not since the beginning of the world to this time, no, nor ever shall be. 38. This global disaster is thus going to be much worse than all others. But because we are the dregs, we are all sinners. If we were not sinners, then we would not be here in the first place. On this Jesus said, and so will they come again till they be purified. 39. For them that have done evil there is no rest, but they go out and in, and suffer correction for ages, till they are made perfect. 40. Thus the earth is for man what may be called the planet of the dispossessed. The earth was to be cursed for the sake of man, and sorrow shalt thou eat of it all the days of thy life. Thorns also and thistles shall it bring forth to thee. In the sweat of thy face shalt thou eat bread. 41. Time does not destroy the soul or its spirit, even if there are dangerous flaws in it. This means that we might all do terrible and permanent damage, were it not for the fire God's antimatter, which destroys everything that is not true in our characters, and which puts us at risk of a terrible death. Some people would, however, just be purified. The fire that purifies the character is to be used at the end of each world age. To put it bluntly, we were either to die or be perfected. Progress was necessary, and that could only happen when man, who was both deficient and inadequate, was suitably challenged. Divine incarnations, working in accordance with the Spirit of God, gave us our bodies on earth. This is what the scriptures tell us. Of course these were not real divinities, but very, very elevated, near human beings who traveled around in space. Jesus called them the sons and the daughters of God. After careful planning and preparation, they landed on many places on earth, which they had prudently divided between themselves. According to legend they came in ships of gleaming gold, whose roar made the mountains tremble. It is quite conceivable that our bodies were created by artificial means. Just think of what we can do today in the way of genetic engineering and cloning. If that were the case, then we must have been created from pre-existing species already adapted to life on Earth. On later divine visits they begat children with mankind. We may read about this in the writings of many peoples, and no less in the Bible. Genesis 6:4, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bare children to them. This kind of thing is never revealed in church until the arrival of the Europeans. The Quiche Indians had a book called Popova. Despite the destruction of many of their writings, a newly written version of this book was acquired around the year 1700. Here is a small translated excerpt. Here then are the names of the first people that were molded and created. The first man was Balamquitz, the second Balamakid, the third Maakida, and the fourth Ikwe-Balam. These are the names of our ancestors, our founding mothers and fathers. They are said quite simply to have been molded and created. They had no mother, they had no father. We might call them men. They were not born of woman, nor were they begotten by molder and creator, begetter and breeder. They were molded and created by molder and creator, begetter, breeder, force, and feather snake, all pure magic and spirit power. 42. Obviously this kind of account is dressed up in mythological terms, but we can still sense that there is something real and genuine behind it. The first people were created by artificial means, just as the Bible tells us. Time and time again, all over the world, we come across myths about extraterrestrials that had a hand in man's development. The Basongo, a Bantu tribe in Central Africa, tells the following. In the beginning, in the dark, there was only water, and Bumba the god was alone. Again, in the colorful guise of mythology, we are told how the sun was created so that there was light. He flung the sun aloft, and there was light everywhere. The heat of the sun dried up the water until the black edges of the world began to emerge. Then the animals were created, and last of all mankind. There were many people, but only one was white like Bumba. Bumba, then, looked like a white man and was a tangible being. Furthermore, they tell how man was without fire until Bumba showed him how to draw fire out of the trees. There is a fire in every tree, he said to them, and showed them how to make fire augers and release the fire. But from time to time tsetse lightning still leaps down and strikes the earth, and causes damage. When at last the creation was completed, Bumba wandered through the peaceful villages and said to people, "See these miracles, they belong to you." In this way Bumba, the creator, the first forefather, created all the wondrous things that we see and own and use, and all fellowship between man and beast. 43. Traces of the creation of the human form in the beginning are to be found in many different places in the world, since they are recorded in the writings of many ancient peoples. In some places the stories were handed down with amazing precision, by oral tradition alone. It is almost as if the gods were experimenting with man. Some of the experiments were not good enough, and consequently the gods returned to chastise man or destroy him with terrible punishments or disasters. The gods or sons of gods were, however, neither physically immortal nor all-knowing. All these apparently unsuccessful experiments with man were, however, not in any way random. They were all part of one great global plan, as man would one day discover. Man then had been given an intellect that was far superior to what was needed for merely gathering food. Aided by the spirit of knowledge and an efficient brain, the human intellect developed its knowledge of good and evil still further. With this intellect we were supposed to practice being gods to the animals and each other. As well as enjoying beauty and happiness, we were to suffer correction for many ages in the shape of torments for the sake of our perfection. From time to time the gods returned to influence our development across the globe, both directly and by giving us wisdom and divine laws and knowledge. Some of the gods ensured that specially chosen individuals among the people preached the divine teachings. These were true prophets. But our end had already been fixed, and the gods knew our end right from the very beginning. They knew the flaw that lay buried in every human being, namely that we would help ourselves to more from the spirit of knowledge without having the necessary proportion of righteousness, truth and love. The visitors from the skies taught man that these things of the spirit were the only true God. When the gods departed again, or when the prophets died, the next few generations would then live in accordance with their teachings. Later, after every single visit, better knowing people emerged on the scene to gradually change the traditions and writings or to over-elaborate them to suit their own opinions. For this reason, man began to worship the gods that descended from the sky, or ultimately an old man with a white beard who sat somewhere above the clouds. Some people made idols of gold, stone or wood and worshipped them. They actually worshipped bits of gold, stone or wood. Others reduced everything to mysticism, superstition, ceremony and bizarre customs. Religion, turning the true doctrine over to speculation and debate. All part of the lust for selfish gain. Love and righteousness counted for nothing anymore. Some people practiced nature worship. They worshipped rivers, mountains or the sun. Some of these practices were, however, actually based on real events involving the sons of gods. Those that descended from the sky came in crafts blazing with light and were therefore called the sons of the sun. The sun was also taken to be a god. The god that is spirit and utterly real has been subverted to fiction and fancy all over the world. Indeed, the religions themselves are worshipped as idols. Religious rules are upheld for the sake of the religions and not for the sake of other human beings. This is happening everywhere. They worship religion and not God. 4. Progress. It was thus necessary and highly beneficial for man to lead a life fraught with difficulties, lurking dangers, evil and suffering. Without these we would hardly have needed to do anything ourselves. Wrapped in cotton wool we would never have made any progress. How else could we have practiced our humanity? And would there have been any reason to do so? Let us take a quite simple example. If you saw a wounded horse that had lost its foal to a bear, then if you were to show love, you would not allow the horse to die from the wounds it got defending its foal. It is incidents like that which develop our humanity. If, on another occasion, someone gets their foot trapped and struggles for a long time to get free, then the person who comes to the rescue, and the person who is helped will learn what humanity means. This comes to us even stronger in times of war, occupation and liberation. If you yourself have been the victim of injustice, then your own sense of justice will be strengthened, that is, if you had any in the first place. In this way the world is like a bridge from humanity to the divine. If we were never put to the test, then we would sink into lethargy and would not progress. In fact, the emptiness of our lives would make us unhappy. For human nature must ultimately attain perfection, Otherwise we, and our fellow creatures, will not be able to survive the potential of our knowledge. If we do not strive to become free of sin, and thus continue to deny the divine laws, then we will die. Ye shall die in your sins. 44. Man's progress is usually measured in terms of technology, economy, science and material wealth. A better yardstick would be his degree of humanity, since it is man's progress towards this that really matters. He who knows not the works of perfection, knows nothing. 45. It is a quite utopian idea to want to create a paradise on earth. Those who want to do this, have not understood the very point of this world. If paradise were to be created on earth or in outer space even, it would be disastrous for man. The suicide rate would be sky high. In African people the Akan teach the following: life is like a hill. Now, the Creator made it steep and slippery, surrounded on all sides by deep water. Once you have begun to climb, you cannot turn back. You must climb with a burden on your head. A man may not use his arms, for it is a trial. The world is a place of trial. At the gates to the land of the dead you must pass the scrutiny of the judge. His justice is true, and he will inspect your feet. He will know how to find every stain, visible or concealed beneath the skin. He will know if you have fallen on your way. If the judge does not find stains on your feet, then you may fill your lungs with joy. You have passed, and you are pure within. 46. 5. WHO is the Son of God. Watch out for those religious names. There is so much superstition attached to them. Now, stay calm and keep both feet firmly on the ground. The devil is an emblem of the origin of falsehood, that is, sin. Jesus called the devil the father of sin. It is certainly not some man with horns on his head. God is the origin of truth, the father of truth. When Jesus says, "I am the truth," then in the same emblematic language, he is the Son of God. The kingdom of God is a place that must be sought within ourselves. Who is the Son of God? Who is the daughter of God? Even the company of them who turn from all evil and do righteousness, love mercy and walk reverently with their God. These are the sons and daughters of man who come up out of Egypt, to whom it is given that they should be called the sons and the daughters of God. And they are gathered from all tribes and nations and peoples and tongues. 47. Who then are Israel, God's chosen people? My kingdom is not of this world, neither are all Israel which are called Israel. They in every nation who defile not themselves with cruelty, who do righteousness, love mercy and reverence all the works of God, who give succor to all that are weak and oppressed, the same are the Israel of God. 48. Jesus set things out quite logically. When asked to explain why he called himself the Son of God, he said, John 10:34-36, "Is it not written in your law, I said, ye are gods?" If he called them gods, unto whom the word of God came, and the scripture cannot be broken, say ye of him, whom the Father hath sanctified, and sent into the world, thou blasphemest, because I said, I am the Son of God. Jesus referred to this part in the Psalms of the Bible: I have said, ye are gods, and all of you are children of the Most High. 49. Why are we never told this kind of thing in church? 6. Wisdom. Truth is the doctrine of love and is all about the rightness in all things and the profundity of all things. It is living water. Wisdom is not about intelligence per se, so much as how we use our intelligence. Wisdom is something that must be learned from life. Wisdom is understanding of life and happiness. Wisdom is love put into words. Truth and wisdom are inseparable friends. Wisdom buildeth her house, and who without her 12 pillars? She doth prepare her bread and her oil, and mingle her wine. She doth furnish her table, and she standeth upon the high places of the city, and crieth to the sons and daughters of men, whosoever will, let them turn in hither. Let them eat of my bread and take of my oil, and drink of my wine. Forsake the foolish and live, and go in the way of understanding. 50. Some people say that there are different kinds of wisdom, but no, there is only one wisdom, just as there is only one single truth. The wise change their minds, fools never do. No one is more blind than those who will not see. Better to be one-eyed than blind, for the man who makes light of wisdom and instruction is wretched, and there is nothing in their hope, and their labors are unprofitable. 51. Wisdom is bright and unfading, and she is easily seen by those who love her, and found by those who search for her. She forestalls those who desire her, by making herself known first. The man who rises early to seek her will not have to toil, for he will find her sitting at his gates. For to think of her is the highest understanding, and the man who is vigilant for her sake will soon be free from care. For she goes about in search of those who are worthy of her, and she graciously appears to them in their paths, and meets them in every thought. For the truest beginning of her is the desire for instruction, and concern for instruction is love of her, and love for her is the observance of her laws, and adherence to her laws is assurance of immortality, and immortality brings men near to God. 52. But evil cannot overpower wisdom, for she reaches in strength from one end of the earth to the other, and conducts everything well. 53. Happy is the man who meditates on wisdom, who reasons with his understanding, who considers her ways in his mind, and reflects on her secrets. Go after her like a hunter and lie in wait by her ways, who peers in at her windows, and listens at her doorways, who lodges close to her house, and fastens his pegs in her walls, who pitches his tent close beside her, and finds comfortable lodgings, who puts his children under her shelter, and spends the night under her branches. He will be sheltered by her from the heat, and will lodge in her splendors. 54. But where shall wisdom be found, and where is the place of understanding? Man knoweth not the price thereof. It cannot be gotten for gold, neither shall silver be weighed for the price thereof. It cannot be valued with the gold of Ophir, with the precious onyx, or the sapphire. The gold and crystal cannot equal it, and the exchange of it shall not be for jewels or fine gold. No mention shall be made of coral, or of pearls, for the price of wisdom is above rubies. The topaz of Ethiopia shall not equal it, neither shall it be valued with pure gold. Whence then cometh wisdom, and where is the place of understanding? Seeing it is hid from the eyes of all living, and kept close from the fowls of the air. Destruction and death say, we have heard the fame thereof with our ears. 55. I love them that love me, said wisdom, and he that seeketh me will find peace. 56. Her ways are ways of pleasantness, and all her paths are peace. She is a tree of life to them that lay hold upon her. 57. 7. But they do not seek. If you hear the truth and the wisdom, if you are faithful to their laws, then you will one day come to be as a new star. It takes more than 1,000,000,000 years for the matter in a nebula to assemble round a common center, but from that very moment on, it takes only a few months before it blazes into light and becomes a shining star. And they that be wise shall shine as the brightness of the firmament, and they that turn many to righteousness as the stars forever and ever. 58. But throughout all time the problem has been that man has preferred to use his head rather than his heart. Intelligence and heart together bring wisdom, and there can be no wisdom without love. Love, wisdom, truth and righteousness are essential in all circumstances, and each one of them leads to the other three. No one can be righteous, or learn righteousness without love. Love, wisdom, truth and righteousness are bound up with goodness, and as such the four become five, and are one in an even greater unity. The very source of the five is all that which people long for, without knowing, and without finding, for they do not look for it, and use only their heads to seek the meaning of life. Most people do not even look for the meaning of life, and they certainly never look for wisdom and the depths in all things. To them, everything is meaningless, and they scorn the divine laws. He who masters the law will win her. She will meet him like a mother, and receive him like a bride. She will feed him with the bread of understanding, and give him the water of wisdom to drink. He will lean on her, and not fall, and will rely on her, and not be disappointed. She will exalt him above his neighbors, and open his mouth in the midst of the assembly. He will find joy and a crown of gladness, and possess eternal renown. Men with no understanding will not win her, and sinners will not see her. She is far from pride, and liars give no heed to her. 59. Nor do they hunger for all this, since they are sated by their material prosperity and empty, joyless pursuits. Many are also taken up with empty and artificial pleasures. They do not recognize things of real value, for they have no love within themselves. He that does not know love, knows nothing of any value. They draw the threads, yet weave not. They are so busy with nothing. 60. I stood in the midst of the world, and in the flesh was I seen and heard, and I found all men glutted with their own pleasure, and drunk with their own follies, and none found I hungry or athirst for the wisdom which is of God. My soul grieveth over the sons and daughters of men, because they are blind in their heart, and in their soul are they deaf, and hear not my voice. 61. I have meat to eat that ye know not of. 62. Woe unto you that are full, for ye shall hunger. 63. But for the moment they are intoxicated. When they shake off their wine, then they will repent. 64. Many people are just killing time. They know what emptiness is all about. They are in poverty and wretchedness. This is life on the planet of the dispossessed. Chapter 4. The Origin of Religions. I believe that every one of us has lived through many millennia, and that our development has been governed and monitored throughout all time by beings of immense spiritual superiority from heaven. And it is probably from these that the majority of the old religions originate. The much criticized Eric von Däniken has actually sometimes hit on the right idea in his books, that beings came from the stars, ennobled our bodies and minds and influenced us on their repeated visits to many peoples across the globe. At some point we ought to ask ourselves, what if the myths and tales of ancient folklore did not arise through superstition, but stem from reports of actual events in the distant past, things which have so far been interpreted as flights of fancy or religious fantasies deserve to be taken seriously. The religious events of the past do not just grow out of people's unbridled imaginations, nor did religious teachings develop as purely cultural phenomena, as certain researchers have so perniciously maintained. Virgin birth in the presence of angels. Child prodigy grows up to preach divine teachings ending with ascension and the promise to return. All of this has happened more than once and in many cultures. You may, however, find a number of small variations in the way these events are described. In the Old Testament, God himself descended from heaven in fire and smoke and thunder and instructed a few people, for example, Moses, Elijah, Ezekiel, after which they preached divine teachings. Some of the prophets also completed their mission by being taken up to heaven. The oral tradition of other peoples revealed that it was the God himself who descended from the skies to live among them for a time. In order to preserve the memory of these events for future generations, they made pictures and statues of the visitors. This, however, led to a dangerous idolatry, so that to later generations it appeared as if they had fabricated the gods themselves, and maybe they too had forgotten the origin of these divine representations. No matter what the skeptics say, the archaeological finds, the religions, the colossal structures and the texts still remain. They cannot be explained away, and they speak for themselves. There are also many religious texts describing visitors who came from the skies. Woe unto you, when all men shall speak well of you. 65. What was said about the one who spoke the truth? He is mad. 66. He deceiveth the people. 67. That is also how people will react to anyone telling the truth nowadays, by spreading rumors and unfounded accusations against him. The authorities eventually made the people believe that he was a fraud and an impostor. In the end they killed him. Now, according to Jesus as well, beings from outer space, out of the skies, have influenced us and visited us throughout the ages. Descending to earth, they lived among men and taught them the ways of God, and God is spirit. They cultivated us just as we cultivate corn in the field. After the end of the world the harvest shall be gathered in. We cultivate corn and potatoes, they cultivate spirit, and God is spirit. They cultivate our humane qualities, they cultivate God. For I say to you, truly the living God dwells in you and you dwell in him. 68. 2. The riddles of the past. Today, anyone can see for themselves that they have left obvious traces behind them, in the shape of precise geometric structures, built from completely even, colossal blocks of stone, each block individually carved and weighing up to 2,000 tons, that have been carved out in one piece. Just think of the Baalbek terrace in Lebanon. Who could handle bricks of that size? In many cases these colossal pieces of stone have been transported over long distances from the quarry, some over mountains and through valleys. Many cave systems and hollow formations on the mountainsides of South America appear to have been made with machines or seem to have been melted through the rock. This, for example, is the case above the Sacsayhuaman fortress in Peru, where the rock face is characterized by its right-angled cutouts and square cave formations. Some of the things left behind by the gods came to be regarded as holy and were therefore preserved as relics for thousands of years. The Topkapi Palace in Istanbul was converted into a museum of antiquity in 1929. On 9 November the director of the Turkish National Museum, Bihalo Eldem, found 2 fragments of Piri Reis map. As admiral of the fleets in the Red Sea and the Persian Gulf, Piri Reis had begun to draw maps in 1513 in the city of Gallipoli. In 1517 the maps were presented to the conqueror of Egypt, Sultan Selim I, who was staying in the city. Even before the find, Piri Reis was well known as a cartographer, since 215 of his maps had long been owned. As he himself noted in his book Barari, the fragments were sections of the world maps believed to have been lost and which Piri Reis had drawn in delicate colors on vellum, made from chamois hide. In the 1940s, several museums and libraries bought copies of these fragments of a large-scale world map, and in 1954 a copy landed on the desk of the American cartographer, Arlington H. Mallory. For decades he had specialized in old maritime maps, and he was fascinated by the copy because it detailed continents such as Antarctica, which were supposedly undiscovered in 1513. In Bari, Pierre Race informs us that he made his map by combining 20 different maps, which he had found in the East. For the position of the Antilles he had also used one of Christopher Columbus' maps, but only for the Antilles. It should be pointed out that even to this day, none of Columbus' maps have been found. Pierre Race also reproduces details about America which were unknown in his time, and which he may have obtained from Columbus, who returned home from a voyage of discovery in 1513. In theory it is possible, but Pierre Race himself knew that he had created something unique. He writes, "No one in my time will possess a map that compares to this." His world map is based on maps which were, without a doubt, thousands of years old. When Arlington H. Mallory received the map he asked his colleague, Walters, of the American Marine Institute of Hydrography, for assistance. Walters was also immediately astounded by the accurate distances on the map between the Old World and the New. At the beginning of the 16th century America had yet to be included on a map. The position of the Canary Islands and the Azores was also astonishingly accurate. Furthermore, the two men noticed that Pierre Race did not use the coordinates usual in his time, and that he did not consider the Earth to be flat. They were quite puzzled by this, and in order to settle the matter they constructed a reading grid, which could transpose the old map onto a modern globe. Only now was the surprise complete. Not only the contours of the Americas, but also the outline of Antarctica corresponded closely with modern-day knowledge. Imagine that you are a few thousand kilometers above Cairo with a camera. Just here, by the Great Cheops Pyramid, is the very center of gravity for the Earth's land areas. The center is determined by mathematical calculations. Pierre Race map is like a photograph taken above this very point. Imagine that you are now suspended a few thousand kilometers above this point on Earth. Your camera lens is pointing downwards. If you take a photograph it will look like this. Everything within a radius of about 2,000 kilometers has been reproduced more or less accurately, when compared to a map of the world. But the further you go from the center of the photo, the more distorted the representation of lands and continents becomes. This distortion is due to the spherical shape of the Earth, which makes the continents along the edge of the photo appear to sink downwards. South America, for example, will appear curiously distorted in length. And that is exactly what we see on Pierre Race's map. On his map the southern tip of South America, Tierra del Fuego, continues as a narrow strip of land connected with Antarctica there, where there is now only sea. Race's map was compared, millimeter for millimeter, with land profiles composed from modern aerial photographs, infrared pictures taken through water, and combined with diagrams from echo sounding. Finally, it was established that about 11,000 years ago, at the end of the Ice Age, there actually was a bridge of land connecting South America and Antarctica. Pierre Race had drawn the coastline, islands, bays and mountains of Antarctica with great accuracy. Today they are invisible, buried under the ice. Not only does the map give information on the outline of the continents, but also on their inner topography. Besides the mountain chains and mountain peaks, he has also indicated rivers and plateaux. In fact, the mountain ranges of Antarctica that are detailed on Pierre Race's map were not found until 1952. The cartographer Peter Lineham, who was then in charge of the Western Observatory, researched these maps for the International Geophysical Year 1957-58. His results showed that the maps, most notably the ones of Antarctica, contained incredibly precise information that had never been confirmed until the Anglo-Swedish-Norwegian expeditions of 1949 and 1952. On August 28, 1958, Mallory and Lineham met for a hearing at Georgetown University, with Warren as chairman. Here are some extracts from the minutes. Warren: "It is hard for us, today, to understand how cartographers many centuries before us could have been so accurate. It is only recently that we have invented a scientific method for this." Mallory: "Naturally, we've thought a lot about that. In any case, we can't imagine how such an accurate map could have been drawn without the use of aeroplanes. But the fact remains that it was produced, and not only that, since the degrees of longitude are quite accurate, and that was something we only figured out how to measure 200 years ago." Warren: "Peter Lineham, You took part in the seismic exploration of Antarctica. Do you share the enthusiasm for these new discoveries? Lineham: Yes, I do. Absolutely. Seismic techniques enable us to discover conditions that would appear to prove the accuracy of the details on the map, land masses, the projection of mountains, seas, islands. I believe that seismic techniques will allow us to remove more ice from the regions detailed on the maps, and that they will prove that they are even more accurate than we have so far been willing to believe. A few years later, the grand old man of cartography, Professor Charles H. Hapgood, was busy with Perry Race in his correspondence with the U.S. Air Force, which was conducting a survey of Antarctica. Hapgood received this letter from Commander Harold Z. Ohlmeyer on July 6, 1960. The coastlines must have been mapped out before Antarctica was covered with ice, which is now a mile thick in this region. We have absolutely no idea how the data on this map fit in with the geographical knowledge of 1513. 69. In 1931 the French anthropologist Dr. Marcel Grial visited the African Dogon tribe, which today lives on the Bandiagara Plateau and Hambori Mountains, in the West African Republic of Mali. For a scientist it was both a confusing and fascinating encounter. He was presented with a very complex mythology, which seemed to have some kind of mysterious connection with the stars. This African tribe had ceremonies which were only held once every 50 years and which are still held to this day. For the ceremony each generation has had to make its own masks, and these have been carefully preserved over the centuries to provide successive generations with information about their ancestors. In 1946 Grial visited the Dogons again. This time he was accompanied by the ethnologist Dr. Germain Diderlin, who is currently General Secretary of Sociétés Africaines at the Mustelham in Paris. In 1951 the two scientists published the results of 4 years' research, under the title A Sudanese Sirius System. But this ethnological account of a tribal mythology only caught the attention of a few specialists. In the meantime a bomb ticked away, and 25 years later it really exploded. No less than 4 tribes could be used as witnesses. Grial Diderlin obtained information from the Dogons of Bandiagara, the Bambara and Bozo tribes of the Siga district, and the Minyanka tribe from the region of Kashiala. In order to establish the impartiality of their findings, we may refer to the initial statements they both made. They wrote, "For our part, the collected documents have not led us to make any hypothesis or investigation into the source of their knowledge. They were compiled solely with the aim of collecting the accounts of the 4 most important tribes in a single report. No questions were ever asked in order to find out how people, who had no instruments whatsoever, could know anything of the orbit and special characteristics of stars which are actually invisible to the naked eye." The Dogons celebrate their Sigwi festival every 50th year. This Sigwi ceremony involves a wish for the renewal of the world. The time of the festival is determined by Po Tolo, the Sigwi star. Po is the smallest type of seed corn known to the Dogons. The botanical name for Po, or Fonio as it is known in West Africa, is Digitaria exilus, and it was as Digitaria that little Po was mentioned in the scientific report. Dogon mythology tells how Digitaria is crossed once every 50 years by the brightly shining Sirius so that Digitaria becomes invisible. Furthermore, the Dogons tell us that Digitaria is the heaviest star, and that it determines the position of Sirius, as it circles Sirius in its orbit. How could an ancient African tribe possibly know of such concepts? Heavy stars, orbital planes, stars which circle behind each other so that they become invisible. Sirius is the brightest star in the sky and lies about 8.7 light-years away. Not until 1834 did Bessel discover that the movements of Sirius itself were irregular, and that it was not moving in a straight line, but in waves. His assistants measured the position of Sirius at regular intervals over a 10-year period. His suspicions were then borne out, that something or other was influencing the orbit of Sirius. This something or other was called Sirius B by astronomers. Even the telescopes of the first half of the 19th century were not powerful enough to pick out a star that did not shine. But in 1862 an American by the name of Clark, renowned for the many telescopes he had already constructed, found Sirius B, invisible until that time. He found it in the location which Bessel had indicated, using a telescope which had a diameter of 47 centimeters. Sirius B had merely been outshone by the far more brightly shining Sirius A. Let us attempt to compare our present-day knowledge with that of the Dogons. Present-day knowledge of the Dogons. Sirius B, which governs the orbit of Sirius A, was discovered and seen in the middle of the previous century. Sirius is not the basis of the system, It is one of the foci of the orbit of a tiny star called Digitaria Potolo. The Dogons have never seen Digitaria. Sirius B was once a normal star like our Sun. At the end of its development it is transformed into a white dwarf. Digitaria is infinitely small. During its development it gave up everything that exists. The duration of Sirius B's orbit amounts to 50.04 plus minus 0.09 years. The duration of Digitaria's orbit amounts to approximately 50 years. Sirius B is a white dwarf of extraordinary density. When Sirius A is circled by Sirius B, it develops an undulating pattern. Digitaria is the heaviest star. It determines the position of Sirius, as it circles around Sirius in its orbital plane. Robert Temple, an American linguist and member of the American Society of Astronomers, drew diagrams of the orbital plane of Sirius B based upon information from the Dogon myths and data from the most up-to-date astronomic research. His comments: "The similarity is so astounding that even the most inexperienced eye will immediately see that the identity of the two accounts is guaranteed to the smallest detail. Perfectionists may put away their finest tape measures, quadirat demonstrandum, or, in other words, the Dogon tribe have a broad knowledge about the most incredible and subtle principles concerning Sirius B and its orbit around Sirius A. In fact, the Dogons know even more about the Sirius system. Their knowledge far exceeds anything our present-day astronomers can deduce. They tell us that Digitaria revolves on its own axis in the course of a year. A Digitaria year? This fact alone is astonishing, namely that a primitive African tribe should be familiar with concepts such as the self-rotation of a celestial body. The knowledge that the Earth rotates on its own axis is not new, just as our knowledge that the Sun revolves on its own axis is relatively recent. But there is more. The Dogon myths tell of the star Emaya, the female Sorho, larger than Digitaria, but 4 times less dense, with a somewhat greater orbital plane in its 50 years, revolving in the same direction as Sirius B. Emaya is accompanied by a satellite known as the Woman's Star. They also refer to another member of the Sirius system, which they have named Tipuel. This is said to be further away from Sirius than all the other planets and revolving in the opposite direction. Maybe one day, with the help of deep space telescopes, our scientists will discover these other unseen companions of Sirius. Scientists have dated the Dogon tribe's rituals and collection of wooden masks to pre-1400. Furthermore, the collection of beer barrels from their festivals has been used to date the first Sirius festival to some time before 1100 AD 70. According to their own account, it was 2 divine spirits, both called Namo, who imparted this knowledge to them, long, long ago. 3. More about gods. Common to the writings of many peoples, is the belief that the gods physically created man in their own image, just as our spiritual nature was created in the image of God, that spirit in which the gods worked. This spirit is the driving force behind the development of every species, and is in every way the true creator. Natural selection is not an independent process of creation, but is rather one of the tools for creation. We were created gradually, and are still in a state of development. Nor was the universe created all at once, and it is still in the process of being created. It was the gods who carried out the manual labor. Where we are concerned, they were workers for the eternal, which is spirit. But during the last few hundred years, we have been indoctrinated with the belief that human beings developed of their own accord, right from apes to our present level of civilization. All in all, a highly misconceived theory. Scientists have blinded us to the fact that man was not only placed in the world by the gods, but has also been looked after by them for thousands of years. This has been recorded in many ancient writings. There are innumerable signs that point to their presence all over the world. No scientist has ever even considered this possibility, that the legends, myths and holy writings of folklore in fact speak the truth. In some cases the divine visits have lasted so long that the gods might be said to have lived among men. This was probably the case about 12,000 years ago in Greece, on the legendary island of Atlantis, among the Sumerians, in many places in South and North America, and in India. According to the legends, they have also been present in Egypt, Ethiopia, Israel, the Easter Islands, Hawaii, and other places in Africa. They have been to Japan, Lebanon and Turkey, Russia, England, France, China and Malta. The gods came down among the daughters of men and begat descendants. See the Pentateuch in the Bible, some of which became kings in long dynasties, for example the pharaohs. A few of these descendants are still to be found on earth. For example, there is the Japanese emperor, who claims to be a descendant of the gods. According to their own predictions, the gods return time and time again to the same peoples, and these were known as the chosen people or chosen servants, the Jewish race being just one of many. The displacement of time in high-velocity space travel made it easy for them to fulfill these predictions of their return. They have thus steered us through a predetermined development for a very long time. But this development has spanned such a vast period of time that history has not been able to record it properly, especially since our historical records, for example, have not been kept for much more than 400 years. What are 400 years in the face of a development spanning 13,000 years or more? This is where the ancient folk legends and writings can help us. I mentioned the new astroarchaeology to show that Jesus was actually speaking the truth. I am also doing it because these discoveries and theories have been perceived as something at odds with the Christian religion. It may indeed conflict with this religion invented by priests, but it does not conflict with Jesus or his teachings. It confirms them. In ancient times these visitors were known as the sons of gods or gods. This, for example, may be found in several places in the Bible. Observe the use of the plural. God does not always appear in the singular. Indeed, all peoples on earth have traditions or writings testifying to these visits, and the visitors have nearly always taught the same things, for the good of mankind, and today some of them are called UFOs and UFO beings. The differences between the descriptions merely reflect the fact that they were written at different times, by different cultures. In our present age of space travel, therefore, it is natural to regard them as some kind of spaceship and space travelers or extraterrestrials. But there is much more to them than that. For the God of the Old Testament in the Bible, the leader of these visitors was known as the Lord, even though he was rarely seen in human form, but as some kind of shining, talking cloud. Later, your God was added, so that it then read, the Lord your God and such like. Sometimes near human beings, dressed in white, descended from the cloud and spoke directly to the people. The second book of Kings mentions chariots of fire and horses of fire. Elsewhere in the Bible there is mention of pillars of cloud and pillars of fire. And the Lord went before them by day in a pillar of cloud, to lead them the way, and by night in a pillar of fire, to give them light, to go by day and night. Exodus 13:21. For the cloud of the Lord was upon the tabernacle by day, and fire was on it by night, in the sight of all the house of Israel, throughout all their journeys. Exodus 40:38. And on the day that the tabernacle was reared up, the cloud covered the tabernacle, namely the tent of the testimony, and that even there was upon the tabernacle as it were the appearance of fire, until the morning. So it was always, the cloud covered it by day, and the appearance of fire by night. And when the cloud was taken up from the tabernacle, then after that the children of Israel journeyed, and in the place where the cloud abode, there the children of Israel pitched their tents. At the commandment of the Lord the children of Israel journeyed, and at the commandment of the Lord they pitched. As long as the cloud abode upon the tabernacle they rested in their tents. And when the cloud tarried long upon the tabernacle many days, then the children of Israel kept the charge of the Lord and journeyed not. Note the journalistic style. The events are recorded as genuine events, and so it was, when the cloud was a few days upon the tabernacle. According to the commandment of the Lord they abode in their tents, and according to the commandment of the Lord they journeyed. And so it was, when the cloud abode from even unto morning, and that the cloud was taken up in the morning, then they journeyed, whether it was by day or by night that the cloud was taken up, they journeyed, or whether it were 2 days, or a month, or a year, that the cloud tarried upon the tabernacle, remaining thereon. The children of Israel abode in their tents, and journeyed not, but when it was taken up, they journeyed. At the commandment of the Lord they rested in their tents, and at the commandment of the Lord they journeyed. They kept the charge of the Lord, at the commandment of the Lord by the hand of Moses. Numbers ch 9. And when Moses was summoned, the following took place. Notice that the angels of the Bible bear no resemblance to those in church paintings. And the angel of the Lord appeared unto him in a flame of fire out of the midst of a bush, and he looked, and, behold, the bush burned with fire, and the bush was not consumed. And Moses said, I will now turn aside, and see this great sight, why the bush is not burnt. And when the Lord saw that he turned aside to see, God called unto him out of the midst of the bush, and said, Moses, Moses. And he said, Here am I. And he said, Draw not nigh hither. Exodus 3:2. But when these fantastic phenomena, shining clouds, pillars of cloud, pillars of fire, burning thorn bushes, wheels of fire or clouds or darkness, descended to earth and spoke to the people, then they really spoke in the Spirit of God, on behalf of God. In contrast to the gods, who lived among men over longer periods of time, these always kept their distance. It is quite possible that these wonders emanated a dangerous kind of radiation. People were not allowed to approach them. Remember what we were told when the Ukrainian nuclear power plant blew up. Even people far from the site of the disaster were not allowed to let their cattle graze because of the danger of radioactive poisoning. Later, thousands of reindeer and cattle had to be slaughtered. Moses was told the following by the cloud, "And be ready in the morning, and come up in the morning unto Mount Sinai, and present thyself there to me in the top of the mount. And no man shall come up with thee, neither let any man be seen throughout all the mount. Neither let the flocks or herds feed before that mount." Exodus 34, 2-3 Regarding the proclamation of the Ten Commandments. For the third day the Lord will come down in the sight of all the people upon Mount Sinai. And thou shalt set bounds unto the people round about, saying, Take heed to yourselves, that ye go not up into the mount, or touch the border of it. Whosoever toucheth the mount shall surely be put to death. There shall not an hand touch it, but he shall surely be stoned, or shot through. Whether it be beast or man, it shall not live. When the trumpet soundeth long, they shall come up to the mount. And Moses went down from the mount unto the people, and sanctified the people. And they washed their clothes. Is this not precisely what people have to do if they have been exposed to radiation? And he said unto the people, Be ready against the third day, come not at your wives. And be is this to ensure against fetal deformities? And it came to pass on the third day in the morning, that there were thunders and lightnings, and a thick cloud upon the mount, and the voice of the trumpet exceeding loud. So that all the people that was in the camp trembled. And Moses brought forth the people out of the camp to meet with God, and they stood at the nether part of the mount. And Mount Sinai was altogether on a smoke, because the Lord descended upon it in fire, and the smoke thereof ascended as the smoke of a furnace, and the whole mount quaked greatly. And when the voice of the trumpet sounded long, and waxed louder and louder, ever seen the film Close Encounters of the Third Kind? Moses spake, and God answered him by a voice. And the Lord came down upon Mount Sinai, on top of the mount, and the Lord called Moses up to the top of the mount. And Moses went up, and the Lord said unto Moses, Go down, charge the people, lest they break through unto the Lord to gaze, and many of them perish. Exodus 19, 11-21 The shining clouds, however, always remained in the background and only revealed themselves on very important occasions. It is worth noting that various reports of shining clouds have actually been made over the last few decades. Sometimes, according to the Bible, their craft glided in total silence. Other times they emitted rays of light and spoke in loud voices. A voice came from the cloud, a voice sounded from the sky. It was this type of craft in particular, which appeared to the people of Israel. But they have also appeared to other peoples, as can be seen from many legends, mythologies, cave and cliff paintings. Moses conversed several times with the leader and head of Project Israel within the cloud. One day, even, he and 73 others went to eat on board. There was certainly no lack of space. Exodus 24, 9-11 Then went up Moses and Aaron, Nadab, and Abihu, and 70 of the elders of Israel. And they saw the God of Israel, and there was under his feet as it were a paved work of a sapphire stone, and as it were the body of heaven in his clearness. And upon the nobles of the children of Israel he laid not his hand. Also they saw God, and did eat and drink. A very physical God indeed. Find a group of people, who have lived their whole lives on a Stone Age level, and who know nothing of technology or airplanes or space travel, that is, people who have never had contact with civilization. Land in a spaceship next to their village. Invite them to come on board for a bite to eat and a sightseeing tour. Inside, the bridge is illuminated by electric light. The floor is completely clean and shiny, nothing like their caves or tents back home. The floor may even be transparent in places, and illuminated from below. The inside of the bridge is filled with buttons, flashing control lights and display screens. Press a button on the wall, and food and drink appears. Anything at all: soup, water, ice cream, bread, cocoa, tea, coffee, black or white. Press a button on the remote control, and moving images appear on a screen TV. Suddenly, foreign lands appear and the people there can be heard talking. Heavens above. The God is able to see and hear everything everywhere, without even being there. Just let these people explain to the villagers what they have seen. They have never seen the like. They have visited a god from the skies. One of their priests writes all this down for posterity, and naturally, to have any hope of making himself understood, he will have to draw comparisons with things from the limited range of his own experience, and that of the rest of the tribe. He writes, "It began as if it were thunders and lightnings. The god landed on a shaft of fire. The smoke was like the smoke of a furnace, and everyone was sorely afraid. A voice from the dark called upon the men of the village to draw near. They saw the god from the skies, and there was under his feet as it were a paved work of a sapphire stone, as it were the body of heaven in his clearness. They saw God, and did eat and drink." 5. Twisted by posterity from a status of being one god among many gods, this pilot of the celestial craft was transformed by oral tradition into the one and only God. And that was one of the Jews' greatest mistakes, and Jesus had a tough time getting them away from this idea. Despite what is written in Exodus, they saw God, and did eat and drink. John the Baptist spoke the truth when he said, "No man hath seen God at any time." 71. Likewise Jesus, God is spirit. 72. But in order to complete the deception, the Bible censors rejected a great number of texts which clearly show that this God was physical, almost human-like, and by no means all-powerful. His surprising ignorance is revealed several places in the Pentateuch. For example, Genesis 18:21-23, "I will go down now, and see whether they have done altogether according to the cry of it, which is come unto me. And if not, I will know." And the men turned their faces from thence, and went toward Sodom. But Abraham stood yet before the Lord. And Abraham drew near, and said, "Wilt thou also destroy the righteous with the wicked?" Thus, in Israel everything was done to promote the highly physical and almost human Lord as God himself. Soon almost everyone thought that God was a man. It was only the very few who understood that God was actually that Spirit in which Yahweh the Lord acted and about which Yahweh prophesied. Thus, the true God, the Spirit itself which is keeping the commandments, was paid little attention. It is strange that the observance of the 10 Commandments is given so little mention in the Old Testament. The commandments themselves are only cited on the occasion of their proclamation in Exodus. Moses recites them again for the people in Deuteronomy ch. 5, but otherwise there is no mention of them. In fact, throughout the whole Bible they are busy making sacrifices, a practice learned from neighboring peoples eating the meat themselves, after they had sacrificed it. Making wars, pillaging, murdering, robbing and stoning. They never lost their taste for these things. Yahweh was now worshipped as an idol. This became the religion of Yahweh. They let him lead them in their wars and pillaging, in exactly the same way as other races on earth exploited their gods, as they completely neglected the commandments which Yahweh himself had written with his finger. "Thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house." Moses was one of the greats, and he was well aware of the way things would turn out. Shortly before the end of his mission, Moses said to the people, "For I know that after my death ye will utterly corrupt yourselves, and turn aside from the way which I commanded you." Deuteronomy 31:29. Yahweh wanted to be certain that the 10 Commandments would not become in the least distorted. That is why he wrote them himself on tablets of stone. Deuteronomy 10:4, "And he wrote on the tables, according to the first writing, the 10 Commandments, which the Lord spake unto you in the mount out of the midst of the fire in the day of the assembly." The 10 Commandments were among the most valuable things that they ever received from him. But did anyone observe them? Anyone at all? To observe these commandments would have been to worship the true God. The observance of the commandments would have made war impossible. "For this commandment which I command thee this day, it is not hidden from thee, neither is it far off. It is not in heaven, that thou shouldest say, Who shall go up for us to heaven, and bring it unto us, that we may hear it, and do it? Neither is it beyond the sea, that thou shouldest say, Who shall go over the sea for us, and bring it unto us, that we may hear it, and do it? But the word is very nigh unto thee, in thy mouth and in thy heart, that thou mayest do it. See, I have set before thee this day life and good, and death and evil." Deuteronomy 30:11-15. "Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain." For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain. Remember the Sabbath day, to keep it holy. Honor thy father and thy mother. Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is thy neighbor's. Exodus 23:17. If you look for an explanation for the word Lord as it is used in Bible translations, you will find something like this from the glossary in my Danish Bible. Originally, Hebrew only had letters for consonants, and not vowels. Therefore, the name was originally written YHWH, and pronounced Yahweh by the people of Israel. And now we come to the heart of the matter. Later generations of Jews did not wish to use the name, perhaps because they were of the opinion that a divine proper name would encourage the belief that there was more than one God. Instead they said God, Hebrew Elohim, the Supreme One, etc. Eventually, they refused to even pronounce the name when they were reading it in the scriptures. They let it remain, but instead said Lord Hebr Adonai, which explains why the Greek Jews also translated it as Lord. This God was then just some superior visitor from the sky called YHWH. The names God or Lord were introduced later. The very name Elohim is in fact a plural word. The pronoun for Elohim is not he, but they. It is also dangerous to refer to God as he, since it misleads people to believe that God is a man. When Jesus then went forth and spoke of a true God, no one could believe him. Yahweh was neither all-powerful, all-knowing nor remarkably competent in the eyes of the people of that time. In the Bible, the Pentateuch, we read that it was necessary for the people to instruct him, time and time again, about justice and fairness, and that they even reprimanded him, especially Abraham and Moses. Take a look, for example, at Exodus 32:9-15 or Genesis 18:21-31. After this he changed his mind. There are many places in the scriptures where it is evident that he regretted and repented his actions. According to the Bible, he committed many gross mistakes. But surely these people understood YHWH's intentions and actions. How much was in fact staged and part of a far greater plan? How much was in fact misinterpreted and twisted by posterity? Jesus said, "Against Moses indeed I do not speak against the law, but against them who corrupted his law, which he permitted for the hardness of your hearts." 73. Even as the Gentiles who knew not the truth, or who knowing it, have changed it into a lie. 74. Later generations did indeed manage to obscure everything. 6. Examples of how the law of Moses was corrupted. Deuteronomy 21:18-21. If a man have a stubborn and rebellious son, which will not obey the voice of his father, or the voice of his mother, and that when they have chastened him, will not hearken unto them, then shall his father and his mother lay hold on him, and bring him unto the elders of the city, and unto the gate of his place. And they shall say unto the elders of his city, This our son is stubborn and rebellious, he will not obey our voice. He is a glutton and a drunkard, and all the men of his city shall stone him with stones, that he die. Likewise, in chapter 22, if the tokens of virginity be not found for the damsel, then they shall bring out the damsel to the door of her father's house, and the men in her city shall stone her with stones that she die. Who could have been naive enough to believe everything in the Bible? People were induced to believe that such crimes were the commandment of God. Thou shalt not kill. Verily I say unto you, my 12 whom I have chosen, that which hath been taught by them of old time is true, though corrupted by the foolish imaginations of men. 75. No, YHWH did not make any mistakes. His people were to be tested with quite specific and severe challenges for their own sake and as part of the plan. Take for example an orchard. The owner prunes the trees. Onlookers may say that he is crazy and making a big mistake. He's damaging and ruining his trees. But is there any other way of ensuring a good harvest? Isaiah 27:6. He shall cause them that come of Jacob to take root. Israel shall blossom and bud, and fill the face of the world with fruit. However, there are also some places in the Old Testament where the true God is mentioned. For the Lord your God is God of gods, and Lord of lords. Deuteronomy 10:17 corresponding to the Indian Bhagavad Gita 8:4. In all beings I am as if in embryo, in all gods I am like the Spirit. Yes, the true God is that Spirit in which the gods are sons of gods acted. And in Jeremiah 17:5 13. The true God is also mentioned, the Lord, the fountain of living waters. But when the word YHWH was later replaced by God, Lord and the Lord your God, posterity was left with nothing but a confusing mess. And this was then further muddled with superstition. The true prophets were not so easy to fool. They understood. Jeremiah, for example, thundered over the people, saying, "For ye have perverted the words of the living God, of the Lord of hosts, our God." Jeremiah 23:36. Throughout the Old Testament the people are constantly commanded to slaughter and sacrifice animals as atonement for their sins. On this, Jesus said, "No blood offering, of beast or bird, or man, can take away sin, for how can the conscience be purged from sin by the shedding of innocent blood? Nay, it will increase the condemnation." The priests indeed receive such offerings as a reconciliation of the worshippers for the trespasses against the law of Moses, but for sins against the law of God there can be no remission, save by repentance and amendment. 76. But in the Bible, the Pentateuch tells of how the Jews were led out of Egypt by the shining cloud and burning pillar of fire. Here, God is made to say again and again that the people should bring forth burnt offerings and sacrifices. But what did the prophets Hosea and Jeremiah have to say a few hundred years later? Hosea, "For I desired mercy, and not sacrifice, and the knowledge of God more than burnt offerings. For I spake not unto your fathers, nor commanded in the day that I brought them out of the land of Egypt, concerning burnt offerings and sacrifices, but this thing commanded I them, saying, Obey my voice, and I will be your God, and ye shall be my people, and walk ye in all the ways that I have commanded you, that it may be well unto you. But they hearkened not, nor inclined their ear, but walked in the counsels and in the imagination of their evil heart, and went backward, and not forward. Since the day that your fathers came forth out of the land of Egypt unto this day I have even sent unto you all my servants the prophets, daily rising up early and sending them, yet they hearkened not unto me, nor inclined their ear, but hardened their neck. They did worse than their fathers. Jeremiah 7:22-26. This kind of talk led the people to persecute the genuine prophets, many of whom were maltreated and murdered. The truth was little heeded. Of course this YHWH was exceptionally competent and was, just like the other visitors from the skies, a worker or leader in the service of the Eternal, who performed his share of the work. He guided the prophets and directed them in their prophecies. Together with some of the others, YHWH destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah using something similar to an atom bomb. Did that not make them sinners, unrevolved in their cruelty worse than man himself? No, they knew what they were doing. Besides, the people of these cities would be born again and live in a later age. If we, however, start destroying cities with atom bombs, then we are sinners of the worst kind, because we do not know what we do. If thou knowest what thou dost, thou art blessed, for thou breakest not the law in the Spirit. But if thou knowest not, thou art accursed and a transgressor of the law. 77. If a murderer uses a knife he will do harm. If a surgeon uses a knife, then life is served. The author of the Pentateuch had seen the field workers, who were busy pruning the fruit trees in the field. But it is interesting to see how the author interpreted this. He was well aware of the fact that YHWH was not the all-powerful, all-knowing, infallible God. 7. Gods elsewhere. If we go back twice as far as the time of the Old Testament, then we find accounts of gods who dwelt among men 10-14,000 years ago. At that time we come across them in many parts of the world. In contrast to their appearances as shining clouds and angels clothed in white, these visits undoubtedly needed much preparation. They needed to know the languages, they had to be immune to the thousands of diseases on the planet. They had to be familiar with the geography and much more besides. It is likely that these gods switched from the mothership to smaller and more environmentally friendly landing crafts, which were powered by ordinary rocket engines and that produced thunder, fire and smoke, so that the mountains trembled, so that the smoke thereof ascended as the smoke of a furnace. Jomo Kenyatta writes something about the Gikuyu in his book Facing Mount Kenya, the tribal life of the Gikuyu. In brief, he writes, the Gikuyu believe in one God, Guy, the creator and provider of all things. He has no father, no mother or companion of any kind. His work is done in solitude. He loves or hates people according to their behavior. He that is the creator lives in the sky, but has temporary abodes on earth, located on mountains, where he finds rest during his visits. In visiting earth, He aims to conduct a kind of general inspection, and bring blessings and punishment upon the people. Gai is the name which is usually used when speaking of the highest being. This name is used by 3 adjacent tribes, the Maasai, the Gikuyu and the Wakamba. In prayer and for sacrifice, the Gikuyus address Gai by the name Winyaga. This name means he that is radiant. The name is connected with Kernyaga, the Gikuyu name for Mount Kenya. The mountain bears the descriptive name, that which is radiant, or the radiant mountain. The Gikuyu believe that the radiant mountain is Gai's official retreat, and when they pray they face Kernyaga, and they make their sacrifices with their hands raised towards it, for they consider the mountain to be the sacred earthly dwelling of Gai, that place to which God descends and rests of lingers. One of their prayers begins like this: Venerable and most ancient God, who lives on Kernyaga, you, who makes mountains tremble. 78. Now let us take a trip to South America. In 1952, the first outside contact was made with the Kaapo Indians, who live along the upper Amazon in Brazil. At their ceremonies the Kaapo wrap themselves in mysterious costumes made of straw, which bear an unmistakable resemblance to space suits. The Amerindian researcher, Joe Americo Perret, has recorded the Kaapo myth of creation. According to this myth, a great earthquake once took place amidst much fire and smoke, many generations ago on the mountain nearby. The terrified inhabitants fled into the village. But after some days had passed, the young warriors plucked up the courage to kill the stranger who had emerged from the earthquake. All their poison arrows, spears and clubs, however, glanced off him, and he laughed at the brave warriors. The stranger remained living in the village, which eventually got used to his presence. He learnt the language of the Kaapo and instructed them in the finer points of weaponry, established the first school, the youth hut, and taught them agriculture. The stranger called himself Berger, which means something like, I come from space. The legend also tells of the day when Berger put on his curious shining white suit and said that his time had now come. He was going to be collected, and no one was to be allowed to follow him. Nevertheless, when he went up onto the mountain, a few inquisitive youths followed him. Again they saw smoke and fire, heard a terrible noise, and the stranger disappeared up into the sky. Perret says that it is in remembrance of their celestial master that the Kaapo Indians dress up in their strange costumes of straw, which are styled after his clothing. They were photographed wearing these costumes in the year 1952, that is, long before Gagarin 1961 made the first exploration into space. The myth is centuries old. 8. The cargo cult. These legends and incredible tales about gods are not mere fabrications, but original reports of actual occurrences. What would happen if we were to land in a spaceship or plane among a group of Stone Age people? How would their descendants interpret our powers, knowledge and technology? The inhabitants of Melanesia in the South Pacific bear tattoos, which they themselves are quite unable to decipher. USA is printed upon their skin. They maintain that a god from a foreign country called America visited them long ago. The god called himself John from, and he promised them that he would one day return via the Masser volcano, together with 50,000 celestial companions to bring joy to their wretched lives. John from would, however, only return if they worship the gods. And that is why they can be seen, to this day, walking around with wooden propellers over their shoulders, while they mumble prayers into primitive crates, decked with palm fronds. As they perform a circle dance, they are attempting to imitate some American airmen who had made an emergency landing on their islands in 1942 and who had spent some time there until they were picked up by the Air Force. This recent cult is described in reference books as the cargo cult. 80. Now, notice how a small religion arises. The cargo cult named the American pilot as God. Later, they made idols in his image, which they worshipped in various religious rituals. Wooden propellers and crates decked with palm fronds. In this you can see the way in which the religious element is something which the people introduce at a later stage. Mark this. Likewise, people have sought to use the name God to describe Jesus, which is just as foolish. 81. Moreover, people have made countless idols in his image. People worship crucifixes, images of saints and relics, wooden propellers and crates decked with palm fronds. 9. That wonderful something. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. This is what the gods taught man. Leviticus 26, 1. Ye shall make no idols nor a graven image, neither rear you up a standing image, Neither shall ye set up any image of stone in your land, to bow down unto it. These celestial beings knew that they were not all-powerful gods. And they too revered this wonderful something, which is the God of all religions, and of which man has no understanding whatsoever. As Eric von Duyken so rightly puts it in his book, Prophet der Vergangenheit, the gods were well aware of the fact that our Na'i ancestors believed them to be gods. But it was very difficult for them to communicate clearly the difference between themselves and the unfathomable wonder, that is God, to prevent later generations from making idols in their image from wood, stone or plastic. They strongly prohibited them from depicting God. But what happened? No sooner had the celestial beings finished their work and set off for the far reaches of the universe, than man started to disregard the bans. Every religion and culture started to mass-produce images of the gods and give them various names. Apparently it is only Islam which differs on this point. The gods brought the truth. Man brought in religion, and promptly concealed the truth. It was hidden with the help of misconceived religion. What benefit has a man of regaining his sight if he does not open his eyes? To sum up, we may say that most religions are twisted versions of the efforts of very real visiting gods, who work to ennoble man and teach him about the one and only true God. Chapter 5 The Unity. We are experiencing spirit all the time and its flaws. We are experiencing nothing else. God is spirit. The entire body's chemical and electrical system, where the brain is the very nerve center, constitutes what may be called the psyche. The psyche imparts to the spirit all that the body does and experiences. And the soul experiences nothing but spirit. For example, when you see something beautiful, then your psyche affects that part of your spirit which is beauty, and this then is what your soul experiences. The beauty is within you. Life, however, is of course very complex, and indeed infinitely more so than this little example can hope to demonstrate. Nonetheless, our innermost selves do in fact really experience in more or less the same way as the example above. All that we experience takes place in our innermost selves, in our spirits too. The world religions hide the truth or distort it. Most of the ancient religions stem from the same thing, the same spirit. They are merely posing under different names. This fact has also been suppressed by the Church. Jesus said, "But there shall arise after you men of perverse minds, who shall through ignorance or through craft suppress many things which I have spoken unto you, and lay to me things which I never taught, sowing tares among the good wheat which I have given you to sow in the world. Then shall the truth of God endure the contradiction of sinners, for thus it hath been, and thus it will be." 82. Jesus also spoke of the visitors from the skies, and these descend to earth, and dwell with men and teach them the ways of God, to love the laws of the Eternal, and obey them, that in them they may find salvation. Many nations have seen their day. Under diverse names have they been revealed to them, and they have rejoiced in their light. And even now they come again unto you, but Israel receiveth them not. Verily I say unto you, my 12 whom I have chosen, that which hath been taught by them of old time is true, though corrupted by the foolish imaginations of men. 83. And he continues, God hath raised up witnesses to the truth in every nation and every age, that all might know the will of the Eternal and do it, and after that, enter into the kingdom, to be rulers and workers with the Eternal. 84. These, and other passages like them, disappeared from the Gospels in the first few centuries AD. But the texts were treated even more harshly following a church meeting held in the year 325. And all of this because the fathers of the church disagreed with Jesus, but also because of their lust for power. So-called authorities on the subject will of course put it quite differently. The text had to be canonized, that is, turned into paragons of virtue. At that time there were many Gospels in circulation, but this was apparently all too confusing for the fathers of the church. Therefore, out of a great many Gospels, they selected the 4 deemed most suitable, and promptly excluded all the others. They also attempted to exclude anything to do with reincarnation, and anything to do with animals and cruelty towards them. Furthermore, they excluded all of Jesus' most essential and most detailed prophecies, but worst of all, most of the truth and wisdom. This was overwhelmingly confirmed with the discovery of the ancient gospel. Many things in this gospel also turn up in the more recently discovered texts, but the churches do not want anyone to know about them. The Gospel of Thomas, for example, which you will find in the appendix to this book, is remarkably unshrouded by the mists of religious jargon, and tells you all the essentials, namely what Jesus says. It simply cannot be true that the churches know nothing about these texts. There can be no doubt that they are consciously suppressing them and keeping them secret. Incredible. Jesus also taught us that we should not eat animals. There is very little difference between man and beast. Man hath no preeminence over a beast. 85. The beasts, whom ye ignorantly affirm to perish. 86. If you think about it, then it is quite unnatural and despicable to breed superior animals in their masses, for the sole purpose of slaughtering them and stealing their bodies. And out of all the countless animal species on earth, mankind is the only one able to distinguish between the good and bad treatment of other creatures. 3. There is no eternal punishment. According to the earliest texts, Jesus never talked about eternal punishment. This is only mentioned in one single sentence of the Bible Gospels, namely Matthew 25:46. Apparently this ghastly concept was introduced in the early church as a good argument for winning new converts. It is no surprise that people were keen to be baptized, and encouraged their families and friends to do likewise, if that was the way to avoid eternal punishment after death. That was how the church began to get power over the people. The ancient gospel reveals that Jesus talked of a purifying fire, a place of eternal fires, the fires of the Spirit. Those that are punished by it do not, however, remain there forever. What would be the point of an eternal punishment after death? This eternal punishment is in fact contradicted by Matthew 5:26. Verily I say unto thee, thou shalt by no means come out thence till thou hast paid the uttermost farthing. The point being that you will actually escape. This is what he has to say in the ancient gospel. Depart from me, ye evil souls, into the eternal fires which ye have prepared for yourselves, till ye are purified 7 times and cleansed from your sins. 87. And the cruel and the loveless shall go away into chastisement for ages, and if they repent not be utterly destroyed. But the righteous and the merciful shall go into life and peace everlasting. 88. 4. The greatest of all. We should dismember all that many others have assembled wrongly, and gather all that they have divided. But he that gathereth not with me, scattereth abroad. 89. Man has been reduced to a series of electrocerebral impulses, nerves and mental balances. The truth has been married to hypocrisy and speculation, and the worship of God has been reduced to institutionalized religion, to falseness, sham and bizarre ritual. The truth has been divided and scattered to the 4 winds, and knowledge has been separated from righteousness, love, truth and wisdom. To separate knowledge out in this way is outright theft. Since the beginning of time, man has wanted to steal from this which he did not understand and refused to recognize. There is no one more blind than the man who does not want to see. Religious people all over the globe have separated religion from the whole, condemning and waging war against the religions of other countries, because the others are unbelievers and heathens. This is precisely how the darkness retains its power. All these different peoples do not consider the fact that the very origin of what they call their faith comes from the heart alone, and that spirit is common to all people on earth. They are like mountain climbers. They do not see the other side of the mountain until they reach the summit. Not until then do they see that the people who climbed up on the other side had also found the right way, and then they regret having condemned them from the other side. The mountain is one and the same for everyone, and there is only one truth, but they all see it from different perspectives. If, however, all that is true in every world religion were gathered as one, then the true light would shine as never before. The following spiritual matters: power, love, wisdom, truth, goodness, beauty, righteousness, knowledge, purity, glory, compassion and piety are not completely different and independent items, or emotions in the way that many believe, but form a unity. When it appears and is divided, then it is full of darkness. When it appears and is undivided, then it is full of light. Normally these things are seen divided, for example knowledge by itself, or beauty by itself, and as such we remain in the dark. If we disconnect the bulb, the adapter, the flex, the plug, the electric cable and the power station, then we see only darkness. But if we bring all these together, then we see the light. If you examine a newspaper picture closely with a magnifying glass, for example, you will see a series of dots. Try guessing what the picture represents from the dots alone. Not until you see the dots as part of a whole will you see the picture. If you hear the notes of a piece of music individually, separated from the others, then you will only hear sounds. If you put the notes together, then you will hear music. It is as if the whole of life is one great parable, itself made up of smaller parables about hidden things. As it is within, so it is without. 90. If you regard the spiritual matter's power, love, wisdom, truth, goodness, beauty as one, then you see the greatest of all. You will see this if you see and feel the true love of someone else and recognize its light, and therefore know that you must seek through love. The first thing you see is someone who loves you. The pure of heart will then for a fraction of a second afterwards experience something quite incredible. They will see this, which is also their very essence, as a single unity. To see this is to see the most holy of all, the one and only God. It is like everything rolled into one. It is the all itself. To enter this most sacred state, its very center, is to be struck with absolute wonder, is more than anyone could merely imagine, and is like a moment of complete understanding of all that is. God is love. Whoso loveth not, knoweth not God. 91. Eyes that look at you with passionate love, may from the outside appear to convey the same, but have in fact nothing to do with this. Passionate love is but a parallel, and sexual instincts are merely a hidden reflection of this wonder. All nature is in the image of God. 92. If you experience this one day, then you will forever know what God is, and that God is spirit. No matter what poisonous lies people have spread about God, you at least will understand this divinity and suddenly the meaning of everything. Even if superior beings had not been sent to earth to tell man about God, and even if you have never heard or read what they had to tell, then you, at the very least, know whom God is and what that name represents. And you will think to yourself that if every liar on earth stood before you to challenge you with their lies about God, then they could just go right ahead. They could choose to come singly or all together. You would not budge a single inch. People, and that includes you, dear reader, live in it, without seeing it, without knowing it. They live and breathe in it. Their whole existence is rooted in it, but they have no idea about it. Some people manage to catch a glimpse of single trees, but no one has discovered that it is a wood. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. 93. The day someone sees the unity of all things, then they will be utterly astounded to find it so wonderful. For they will have seen life. Not until then will they understand what entering in upon life really involves. The things that really matter to people are of course friendship, love, meaningfulness, happiness, beauty, justice, knowledge and understanding. They live with these things all their lives, yet do not understand that they are part of the divinity. They cannot see this, precisely because they have divided everything into different parts. Understanding itself is spirit and a certain combination of the other things. The same goes for happiness and meaningfulness. The divinity lies divided in human hearts. That is why they are in darkness. But they do not even recognize the darkness because they know nothing else. 5. Life and matter. All matter is composed of molecules, which in turn are composed of atoms. The atoms are composed of protons, electrons and neutrons. Neutrons occur when protons and electrons are combined. Protons are composed of quarks. Quarks are composed of something else again. According to a new and quite fascinating theory, all these particles consist of strings. The particles are classified according to the different oscillatory frequency of these strings. The four, so far incompatible, natural forces, strong and weak nuclear force, electromagnetic force and gravitational force, have been assembled in one theory, the theory of everything TOE. But what do these strings consist of? If we were to arrive at a final component, consisting of nothing but itself, and yet the ultimate component of all matter, then we would be able to unite all natural laws in one single law. No one expects that this component, common to all matter, should be the very spirit, the unity that I wish to show you. This spirit is not just common to all matter, but also common to all life. It is the root of all things. Scientists will not, however, find it with their usual procedure, for no one is going to find the unity by dividing it up into different components. The more we divide the living, the more dark it becomes. The research performed by certain scientists is done in the spirit of Adam, is theft, and division of life, and man dies in Adam. Woe betide the one who seeks the world within the world. 94. The longer they persist in forcing their way into the divinity, the more dangerous things get. They analyze one note in order to get to grips with the whole symphony. Scientists at CERN and Geneva sometimes manage to transform particle velocity kinetic energy into matter. This process may be described mathematically, yet hardly understood. Suddenly, out of a complete vacuum, not only the particles themselves, but new matter materializes. That energy and spirit should be two sides of the same coin, is also barely comprehensible. but these two make up the all. Energy consists of spirit. In the past, people did not know the concept of energy in the way that we do from classroom physics. Listen to how Jesus spoke for the spirit. I am the light that is over them all. I am the all. Everything issued from me, and the all expanded for me. Cleave the firewood, and I am there. Lift up the stone, and there willst thou find me. 95. Remarkable. He that can truly master his spirit will thus also have the potential to control matter. The highest spirit is God, for God is manifest in all things and is in every living form. In like manner, ye live in God, and yet ye ask of me, show us God. God is in all things, and all things are in God. 96. The largest of all constitutes the smallest. The largest is the smallest building block of all matter. As it is with the greatest, so it is with the least. See the greatness and beauty of the universe. Science teaches us that life originates from matter, but quite the opposite is true. Matter originates from life. 6. Man's terrible mistake. Man reaps the benefits of the divinity, vast knowledge for the sake of selfish gain, and not because of any longing for wisdom. He just skips the rest. Man wants only knowledge and worships it as a god. In this way he divides the true God, leaving it full of darkness. Dividing it is the worst thing he has ever done. As an example, there is the way we have gradually succeeded in subjugating all living creatures. The whole of nature suffers at our hands. We breed and fatten millions of pigs, cattle and poultry only to slaughter them on industrial assembly lines. This shows our utter contempt for life. Thousands of tons of fish every year are processed into oil and fuel. This is the latest thing fish used for heating, as if this were the most natural thing in the world. This is not how other animals treat each other, and yet we presume to regard ourselves as nobler beasts. It is natural for animals to eat each other, but it is very rare that they resort to the mass murder or outright cruelty that we use against them. Animals are not perfect, but they are free from sin. We, however, with our highly developed intellects and spirits, ought to aspire to rise above their level, rather than sink below it. For knowledge has given us the ability to distinguish between good and evil, in a way that no animal ever could. We are supposed to be far superior to animals. There is no excuse in saying, well, we've got to eat something, because there is no logical reason for eating animals or treating them like inmates of a Second World War concentration camp, for they too have souls, spirits and experiences, just like us, and we have no greater right to be on this earth than they have. Just look at a pig, for example. Once it was a wild animal, quite capable of looking after itself and living a free life in its natural environment. Now it has just become a comical freak, deformed by man's desire for meat and his indomitable selfishness. How are these animals supposed to survive in their natural environment when we depart? How are all nature's creatures supposed to manage? What about all the animals that are becoming extinct? Who is going to pay this bill? In the course of his life, a Western male eats, on average, 1 cow, 7 bullocks, 36 pigs, 36 sheep and 550 fowl. If, instead, we were to eat the equivalent of all these tons in the vegetable foods necessary to feed these animals, we would not only be able to feed 5 times as many people, but we would also be much healthier. Some countries would of course find it necessary to rearrange their systems of production, but it would be far from impossible. If they were to use the same ingenuity that they employ in making weapons to kill people with, then they would have no problems at all. Man does these things because he has helped himself to knowledge without having the love, righteousness, wisdom, goodness and real understanding that would make him worthy of this knowledge. It is quite another matter if someone with no alternative catches a fish, for example, and eats it, for then they are acting in accordance with all other animals in nature, and no one could reproach them for this, even though it is not permitted. But on the whole, people do not live like that. As individuals, every one of us feels utterly blameless. But what are we like collectively? Just look at an army in a war. Nearly all soldiers are nice, decent individuals, merely doing what they are told to do. Collectively, however, they become terrifyingly cruel and ruthless killers. Every single one of them feels himself to be as good as innocent. Mankind is like an army constantly waging war on all life. But as individuals we are quite unaware of this. People say, but that's what everyone does, so it can't be wrong. If one does not understand how the wind that blows came to be, then he will run with it. 97. This is how the darkness conquers this world. But only dead fish flow with the current. Whoever finds the world and becomes rich, let him renounce the world. 98. The eating of animals should not be stopped on religious grounds, but because it is cruel to the animals to continue. This because is important. Where there is no love there is nothing of any value. Nobody loves or practices righteousness for the sake of selfish gain, nor is there any point in merely restraining yourself on principle. Your heart has to be in it too. If you had to kill a calf or horse yourself, would you like doing it? Most people would hate it, and yet they are happy to eat animals as long as the slaughterhouses do the dirty work. If you hate doing something, then it is because it is wrong. Do not do what you hate. 99. And do not let others do it for you. If you carry on doing something you hate, then you will get used to it, because you harden your heart, that is, the eyes of the soul become blind. The same goes for someone who murders, is violent, commits acts of vandalism, steals or lies, for he is vandalizing his very spirit. In his heart of hearts he hates it. If you ask him why he behaves like this, he will probably reply, I don't know why I do it. It just happens. I don't really mean to do it. If we sinners were to speak the truth, we would say this about ourselves. For that which I do, I allow not, for what I would, that do I not. But what I hate, that do I. 107. Nothing of value for the sake of selfish gain. Do not think for the sake of my religion, but, for their sake. Someone who does something for the sake of his religion, acts purely in his own interests. But someone who does something for the sake of others, may receive quite unexpected benefits. However, if he does it for his own sake, then he will get nothing out of it, since he did it for the sake of selfish gain. If he helps others in order that he may be seen to be helping, then he will also get nothing out of it, since he did it to win praise from people, that is for selfish reasons. This praise will be his only, but quite worthless, reward. We should not let ourselves be confused by the fact that poisonous people also give gifts, since they only do it in order to make us dependent on them in some way. They seek to gain power over us. Gifts and presents can blind the eyes of wise men, and avert reproofs like a muzzle on the mouth. 101. The dependency starts when other people, for example those who receive the gifts, are tricked into believing that the poisonous person had no ulterior motive for giving. At such times it is important to understand that every tree is known by his own fruit. 102. For are there any trees that can bear both good and bad fruit? We reap as we have sown. All happiness will elude you if you chase it. But make others happy and you yourself will be happy. There will come a day when you suddenly realize that all lessons of the heart are lessons about yourself. The lesson of God is the lesson of yourself and your own heart. I do not understand the way I behave. He who has known himself has at the same time already achieved knowledge about the depth of the all. 103. Take heed that ye do not your alms before men, to be seen of them. Otherwise ye have no reward of your Father which is in heaven. 104. If you understand all this, then you are close to life. For as in the case of the strong man and the sword in the stone, no one may discover anything for their own sake alone. But as you give, so shall you also receive. Now we have the chance to see why love is the key to everything, because, to do something for someone else's sake, without selfish interest, is unthinkable for someone who possesses no love. He would just think it was stupid. Someone like that will never receive anything of any value. And, no one can believe in truth without love. No one knows goodness without love. No one may be truly righteous if they are devoid of love. No one may be merciful if they are loveless. There is no wisdom without love and no food for the soul. Without love we cannot know the water. If we do not know the water, then we know nothing of any value. Without love, all actions would be done for the sake of selfish gain. They who have love have all things. 105. Where love is least, shall all deeds fall short of perfection. 106. Lay not up for yourselves treasures upon earth, where moth and rust doth corrupt, and where thieves break through and steal. But lay up for yourselves treasures in heaven, where neither moth nor rust doth corrupt and where thieves do not break through or steal. For where your treasure is, there will your heart be also. 107. The kingdom of heaven is within us. If those who lead you say to you, see, the kingdom is in the sky, then the birds of the sky will precede you. If they say to you, it is in the sea, then the fish will precede you. Rather, the kingdom is inside you, and it is outside of you. 108. He that sows understanding, will himself reap understanding. He that sows truth, will himself reap truth. He that sows love, will himself reap love. He that understands none of these things, is truly poor, and he is poverty himself. 8. An example from the world of film. What is light? To give you an example of this, I have chosen the film The Sound of Music. This film is full of light and true love. As a masterpiece of filmmaking, it really is quite remarkable. It is like a life-giving stream. No matter how many people were involved in its production, no matter how the film was made, then it really is quite a rare pearl, one of the fruits of life, revealing some of the treasure of life. Then someone might say, but the film stirred people's emotions, and you have said that such feelings are worth nothing. This really upsets me. This just goes to show how badly people can go wrong. If that is what they think, then they simply have not understood what I said. I merely wanted to get them away from the false dogma that in portraying these kinds of ideas silently reduces the spirit to the purely physical, so that people are kept in hopeless darkness, where all values are lost. Many people imagine that emotions are a kind of chemical or electrical activity in the body. In this sense, emotions are like happiness. Do not chase happiness. Do not chase emotions. If you find the true, vast, yet hidden values, then you will also receive beauty in life. And this is not chemistry, but spirit. Even emotions are not registered until they have been passed through spirit to become conscious. Your ego experiences nothing but spirit all the time, and it is spirit that really matters to you. But the things which some people call feelings are in fact spirit. I myself use the expression to feel love, but in this sense feeling is something spiritual. These feelings are also beyond the physical. All the fruits of life are spirit. Open your eyes to genuine things and hold on to them. And do not let yourself be tricked by those who love to put out the light. The spiritually blind cannot distinguish between the true, which is full and bright with light, and the sentimental, which is empty and false. Well-educated film critics will inevitably and scornfully call this film sentimental, typical Hollywood, corny and naive, which shows that they have entirely missed the point. This world is blind. Few are they that can see. 109. The concept of sin. Love, truth and righteousness are not to be found in temples or churches built of stone, but in man, built of spirit. They are not to be worshipped in churches, but in spirit and truth. Ye worship ye know not what. 110. According to the church, sin is all to do with sex. In fact, Christianity's main concern appears to be monitoring people's sexual relations. What nonsense! So why do we have sin anyway? Well, if we did not know good and evil, we would be sinless like the animals. They, for example, do nothing wrong in killing each other for food, since this is just a natural process in the food chain. But because of our human intellect, we are able to distinguish between good and bad. So that if, for example, we start imitating the animals by killing for food, then it is a sin. For it is what we think in our hearts while doing it, that is the real sin. It is of course quite unimportant what goes into our stomachs. That is, whether it is meat or not, since it is our thoughts that make us impure. For what goes into your mouth will not defile you, but that which issues from your mouth, it is that which will defile you. 111. Cats are regarded as thieving animals, but in reality they are just following their natural instincts and doing nothing wrong. If we, however, imitate them and take things from other people, then it is called stealing. And it is a sin because we know that it is distressing and annoying for the other people. This is how the concept of sin has come about. Even the most intelligent animals in the world, such as monkeys and dogs, are oblivious to whether their own behavior towards other creatures is good or bad, and this means that they cannot commit any sin. It is quite beyond them to think in that way. A cat may play with a mouse, but has no conception of the evil in this. It is not intelligent enough to realize this. For us it is quite another matter. If we are to continue existing with our mental faculties intact, then we need to develop human characteristics firm enough to bear this divine knowledge of goodness and evil. If we do not do this, then we will be more and more in danger of sinning, since all spirit has the power to grow and the spirit of knowledge grows slowly and silently within us. It is for these reasons that our creators have, among many peoples and on several occasions, given us divine laws. These laws are the laws of the soul, and they do not restrict our freedom, quite the contrary. He that does not uphold them is a slave of sin. He continues to do what he hates and does not do what he likes doing. He is forced to carry on committing sins, one after the other. On the other hand, he that upholds the laws will truly enjoy freedom and will not even think about all the laws he is upholding. 10. The mistaken concept of worship. You have to understand that the worship of God is not what the churches have tried to make it out to be, but is in fact much closer to true love. If you are just doing it out of consideration for others, then your worship of God is superficial. If you practice righteousness towards others, then your worship of God is great. If you help people and animals when they are distressed, then you are worshiping God. If you love and protect those that are persecuted or unjustly treated, then you are a true worshiper of God. If you love making others happy, then you are worshiping God. If you love truth and wisdom, then you are a devout worshiper of God. If you seek the light through love, then your worship of God is of the very highest, for this will be followed by all the other things. This is worship in spirit and truth. It gives our lives immeasurable value, beyond all expectations, so that even the little things in life become more worthwhile. It is not, as so many misguided souls would have it, something religious, but the very thing you live in and with all the time. True worship is as far from religiousness as anything can be. To believe is to understand. 112:11. Impossible for the human intellect. Compare all this to what happens in the churches. This people honoreth me with their lips, but their heart is far from me. 113. If in church they told the only truth and offered us the teachings of righteousness instead, then it would really be worthwhile, but that is exactly what they never do. How can someone completely unmusical and tone-deaf appreciate the conductor's or musician's immersement and pleasure in classical music? Mere logic will not be the slightest help to someone unmusical. Think about it. The same goes for someone who does not possess love. How should someone like that even begin to understand the nature of divinity with mere logic? On the whole, someone like that will just try to work out the probabilities in the question of God, or will reduce it all to mysticism and superstition. No one can help someone like that to any kind of understanding. This kind of person is not drawn by love and the wisdom they could have uncovered in love. Love is the fulfilling of the law. 114. This is why man has had divine laws throughout all time. Someone who does not know love only appraises the name God with the definitions that the human intellect has applied to it, and because they are always trying to think their way to it, God becomes completely impossible for them. But someone who sees by the light of love, sees divinity with a spiritual mind, comprehending that this is the center of existence itself, and that it is completely and utterly real. The former is blind, the latter seeing. Blind is this world, few are they that can see. 115:12. Dividing the indivisible. Knowledge is essential and quite indispensable to mankind. The motivation for learning is important. We just have to learn to acquire knowledge in the right way. This is why we have to forget everything each time we are reborn. Rebirth forces us to start over and over and over again, until it finally occurs to us to ascend the ladder of truth. Only then will we have learned how to use our knowledge correctly. So there is, in our present circumstances, nothing wrong with using the spirit of knowledge, as long as we do not separate it from love, truth, righteousness and purity. That, however, is exactly what we do. We have divided the indivisible, and that is where we really go wrong, since our increased abilities and potential demand more and more righteousness, love, compassion, wisdom, truth, goodness and purity. Otherwise all will end in disaster. In Adam all die. 116. Now what was it Adam did? Be steadfast, for now comes that time in which your sufferings, which are in the human race that was sold to Adam, shall be redeemed. 117. The whole of humanity is like a musician who has only played one key all his life. Why not play the whole keyboard? The musician is completely obsessed with this one key, despite the fact that his music is his livelihood. He does not understand that there are other keys to play. At most he manages to play one of the other keys occasionally, but he never plays them together to make music. He who only strikes one key, hears no music, and promotes the things that are dead. He who strikes all the keys, hears the music and promotes life. He that promotes life, will himself be living. 13. Thought is not cerebral. People say that it is our brain that is used for thought and memory. At first glance that is indeed how it appears. But there is nothing in this idea at all. At first glance the sun appears to be circling Earth. This has nothing to do with reality either. In actual fact our thoughts and memories are constantly defying the restrictive influences of brain and body. Sound and healthy bodies are less restrictive than those that are weak and unhealthy. Active and well-developed brains do not restrict our ability to think and remember as much as sluggish brains. Thought and memory are spirit, and always will be. The body, and thereby also the brain, is like a straitjacket or a prison, where the soul is subjected to suffer an existence fraught with restrictions and misery for the sake of perfection. As soon as man takes up residence in a newborn body and brain, Then all ability to think and remember becomes connected to the body and its strongly restrictive influence. After some time the newly born person begins to struggle in this prison to regain its earlier freedom by slowly allowing its body and brain to express thoughts by electrical and chemical processes. In this way the body gradually manages to perform the required physical actions. The soul might almost be compared to the engine in a car, where the wheels are the brain and the chassis is the body. The car is started and the engine starts revving up to get the car moving. The engine reduces its revolutions as the clutch is engaged. To people who do not understand these mechanics, it will seem as if the wheels alone are moving the car. An observer will not immediately realize that the wheels are merely following the engine rotation, and that all their motive power is coming from a hidden engine, which would in fact run far smoother if the clutch were not engaged. Once inside a body, man has to learn to show love and to acquire wisdom. This learning process has a swiftly developing influence on the personality. The straitjacket is needed to control development. The body is a heavy and cumbersome burden which eventually tires out the soul. But the body is our only effective instrument to achieve anything in the world. We can use it to touch things and affect them. We get a lot of fun out of it. When the body dies, the soul leaves the body. At that point it is only wearing its spirit body. But the person involved will discover that they can see, hear, feel, think and remember in fact even better than before, just in a different way. They will soon catch sight of someone like themselves. It is said that souls are invisible, but that only lasts as long as we are imprisoned in our bodies and looking out through mortal eyes. The first few minutes after the death of the body are very confusing. People are always astounded. All their lives they have been told that we think and remember with our brains. And this simply was not true. Just imagine the surprise of people who never believed in a life after death. It is at once confusing, fascinating and wonderful to die. It is a sublime experience. It is quite surprising and does not feel like a mere dream in any way. And many amazing things happen. The first thing you will encounter is what Jesus called an angel, also called workers of the eternal. A supremely friendly and engaging being of light. It looks something like a radiant cloud. In a matter of seconds this being will show you your life, as if it were a film. You will experience everything all over again. Meanwhile, the being will make comments and emphasize the importance of possessing love and of acquiring knowledge in the form of wisdom. When we lay ourselves to rest and when the holy light comes. 118. This is what Jesus has said, and it should be adopted by everyone, whether they have read it in the scriptures or not. The love and the wisdom are one for the salvation of all. 119. Afterwards, if you have done good and shown love, you will be led directly into the land of rest, to your ancestors and friends for a glorious existence. You will wish to remain there forever, but will only be permitted to stay for a few months or years, until you are to be born again, or possibly until the end of the world age. There is no damnation in the land of rest. An existence there has nothing to do with death. It is merely a different and nicer way of life. The kingdom of heaven and the only truth are, however, just as hidden for them as for people in this world. The hidden things and the explanation for the mystery of the kingdom of heaven are to be discovered in this world. But, put ye not off from day to day and from cycle to cycle and eon to eon, in the belief that when ye return to this world ye will succeed in gaining the mysteries, in entering into the kingdom of light. 120. I must strongly warn you against committing suicide as a way of entering the land of rest. The very problems that people are trying to escape from with suicide, will, like in a nightmare, continue to follow them for a long time after death. They are trying to avoid the sufferings that they were meant to endure. For a time, many of them have to endure a state of near torment as a kind of compensation or punishment. All of them, every single one, has since bitterly regretted their suicide. But all too late. Then there are also those that have done wrong, who will enter into a wretched, tormented, restless and gray state before being allowed into the land of rest. And the Father-Mother, who reign with all things, shall give the angels charge over them. 121. Likewise also do ye, when ye mourn for the dead and are sad, for your loss is their gain. Be not as those who mourn before men and make loud lamentation and rend their garments, that they may be seen of men to mourn. For all souls are in the hands of God, and they who have done good, do rest with your ancestors in the bosom of the eternal. Pray ye rather for their rest and advancement, and consider that they are in the land of rest, which the eternal hath prepared for them, and have the just reward of their deeds, and murmur not as those without hope. 122. The body that ye lay in the grave, or that is consumed by fire, is not the body that shall be, but they who come shall receive other bodies, yet their own, and as they have sown in one life, so shall they reap in another. Blessed are they who suffer wrong in this life, for they shall have greater joy in the life to come. Blessed are they who have worked righteousness in this life, for they shall receive the crown of life. 123. Everyone who believed what Jesus taught will also understand that memory as well as thought is not cerebral. In his story about the rich man and Lazarus, who are both dead in the story, he relates how Abraham said to the rich man, "Remember that thou in thy lifetime receivedst thy good things." 124. Whilst we still inhabit our present bodies, we have to learn to do everything correctly, both the inner and the outer. There are an infinite number of ways to act, but there is only one spirit in which to act correctly, and it is like a living stream. 14. Life after life. People actually believe that when the body dies, then all thoughts and all consciousness are destroyed. But this kind of death does not happen. Hospitals are constantly improving their methods for resuscitation. There are many cases of people who have actually been clinically dead for 5 to 15 minutes, prior to being brought back to life. What did these people experience? Over a period of 6 years, Dr. Raymond A. Moody conducted an investigation involving more than 150 people who had been clinically dead and been brought back to life. The details in their descriptions of what happened to them are amazingly similar. On the whole, these people did not like telling other people about their experiences. The experiences seemed too incredible. As one of them said, "People just look at you as if you're crazy." For a long time many of them believed that their experiences were unique. Their accounts are, however, interesting precisely because they have so much in common. Here is a brief outline of what people experience when they are dying. They reach a point where their suffering is almost intolerable and then hear themselves pronounced dead by the doctor. Suddenly all their pain disappears. First of all they hear an unpleasant noise, a high-pitched ringing or buzzing, and at this point they feel that they are moving quickly through a long dark tunnel. After this, they are suddenly outside of their bodies, but still in the immediate physical surroundings, and they see their own bodies from a distance, as if they were onlookers. From this vantage point they are then able to watch further attempts to resuscitate them, and as they watch, they experience a sense of emotional chaos. After some time, they recover and grow more accustomed to this bizarre state. They notice that they still have a body, but that it is very different from their material body, and endowed with quite different abilities from the one they have left behind. Soon other things start happening. Others come to meet them and to help them. They catch a glimpse of the spirits of relatives and friends who have died in the past. Suddenly a being of light comes into view. This being arrives at very different points in the separate accounts. The first they see is a weak whitish yellow light like a cloud, but this light soon gets brighter until it glows with an unearthly radiance. It emanates love and warmth, the like of which they have never experienced. Without saying a word, the being asks a question something like, "What do you have to show me that is adequate from your life?" The being then helps them to go through a brief panoramic replay of the most important events in their life right from their earliest childhood. Along the way the being of light, the angel, emphasizes the importance of love for others, goodness towards others, and the importance of acquiring knowledge and wisdom. The being gets straight to the point and is not the slightest bit interested in religiousness, for example whether you have remembered to go to church on Sundays, etc. Afterwards the clinically dead discover that they are approaching a kind of barrier or border, which represents the dividing line between earthly life and the next life. At this point they feel that they have to return to earth, and that their moment of death has not come for real. However, fascinated by their experience in the afterlife, they feel quite torn, and are loath to return. They are also overwhelmed with a powerful feeling of joy, love and peace. Despite this attitude, they are, in some way, reunited with their bodies and live on. Later they try to tell others about the experience, but this is very difficult for them. To start with, they cannot find suitable human phrases to describe these unearthly events. They also find themselves the objects of much scorn, and so give up trying to tell people about it. Nonetheless, the experience has a profound effect on people's lives. They seek to embrace a new and better state of mind. The above is a combination of the most common elements in these experiences after Raymond A. Moody. Life after life. Several other hospital doctors have made similar investigations and have arrived at precisely the same conclusion. For example, after his out-of-body experience, in which he had met the radiant being, a patient said, "After my experience I suddenly started thinking about whether I had done the things I did because they were good, or because they were good for me." And another explained, "I'm seeking knowledge all the time. But more than anything else, I'm praying for wisdom. These people have told us that this wisdom had great importance on the other side. Jesus said, Make to yourselves friends of the true riches, even the wisdom of God, that so ye may be received into everlasting mansions which fade not away. 125 Verily, I say unto you, there is no death to those that believe in the life to come. Death, as ye deemed it, is the door to life, and the grave is the gate to resurrection, for those who believe and obey. Mourn ye not, nor weep for them that have left you, but rather rejoice for their entrance into life. As all creatures come forth from the unseen into this world, so they return to the unseen, and so will they come again till they be purified. Let the bodies of them that depart be committed to the elements, and the Father Mother, who reign with all things, shall give the angels charge over them, and let the presbyter pray that their bodies may rest in peace, and their souls awake to a joyful resurrection. There is a resurrection from the body, and there is a resurrection in the body. There is a raising out of the life of the flesh, and there is a falling into the life of the flesh. Let prayer be made for those who are gone before, and for those that are alive, and for those that are yet to come, for all are one family in God. In God they live and move and have their being. 126 Paul relates, Whereupon as I went to Damascus with authority and commission from the chief priests, at midday, O king, I saw in the way a light from heaven, above the brightness of the sun, shining round about me and them which journeyed with me. And when we were all fallen to the earth, I heard a voice speaking unto me, and saying in the Hebrew tongue, Saul, Saul, why persecutest thou me? It is hard for thee to kick against the pricks. Paul continues, Whereupon, O King Agrippa, I was not disobedient unto the heavenly vision, but shewed first unto them of Damascus, and at Jerusalem, and throughout all the coasts of Jud, and then to the Gentiles, that they should repent and turn to God, and do works meet for repentance. 127 What happened then in connection with the birth of Jesus? And there were in the same country, shepherds abiding in the field, keeping watch over their flock by night, and when they came, lo, the angel of God came upon them, and the glory of the highest shone round about them. Fear not, for behold, I bring you good tidings of great joy, which shall be to all people. 128 Researchers and critics of the Bible have ignored the fact that these accounts are in fact actual reports of very real and concrete events. It is written there because it really happened. We usually attain to paradise after the death of our bodies. This place may, with good reason, be called heaven or paradise. Jesus too called it paradise. When he had been crucified, he said to the robber beside him, Verily I say unto thee, today shalt thou be with me in paradise. 129 However, the kingdom of heaven is something quite different and glorious. Dhammapada 10 Only a few of the sons of man reached the other side. The others just run along the banks. And what did Jesus say? Strait is the gate, and narrow is the way, which leadeth unto life, and few there be that find it. Matt 7:14 Chapter 6 Scorn. Jesus has been spiritually crucified for many hundreds of years. The hypocrisy of the clergy and many other religious men has scorned and ridiculed Jesus and his true followers, to an alarming extent. And this is precisely what has discouraged many decent and sensible people from hearing or reading about the truth. They really believe in the picture the church has painted. Poison has been poured into the glass, and everyone who wishes to drink is afraid of being poisoned by religious hypocrisy and falseness. But he shall now be taken down from the cross and reinstated, and the religious and derisory image of him shall be erased. Now at long last he will be able to speak the truth that the clergy and churches all over the world denied him the truth, for which their like-minded ancestors originally killed him too. Scorn disguised. Incredible, but they have almost turned Jesus into a symbol of death. People automatically associate his name with death and burial, or, for example, as a suitable topic for people on their deathbeds. Bizarre buildings have been erected on or near burial sites. These are called churches, and people are tricked into believing that churches have something to do with life and truth. But these churches are born out of lies, and all that is said and done within their walls is sheer hypocrisy. Their interiors are filled with painted or carved images. Every single image contains hidden deceits that reflect the opinions of the church, and which the church leaders are so keen to transmit to those willing to sit and listen to them. One of the 10 Commandments says, Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them. Our churches are purely of man's invention, but the enemies of Jesus use them as a kind of stronghold, in order to retain their worldwide state-supported suppression of his teachings. What did Jesus say about burials? Follow me, and let the dead bury their dead. 130. His teachings, which represent life and truth, have been substituted with the Church's own dogma, which is more like a rehearsal for death. Burial is of course necessary, but why destroy his teachings with all the rigmarole of death? The scorn originates from the Church and clergy. Numerous examples can be given. People make war in his name. People fight and kill each other and commit acts of terrorism against blameless people, in a fight to decide which kind of Christianity should dominate. Just think of how many people have been oppressed and despised by white Christians. The unwritten law of the white man says, no countries, peoples and objects can exist until the white man has discovered them. 3. The white man's gifts. Throughout the ages, the Indians of North, South and Central America, the people of Africa, the Far East, the islands of the Pacific and many other places, have lived in accordance with the teaching and laws of their gods, and some in part still do. Vestiges of the truth which they received and the vestiges of the wisdom of the Supreme One may still be found among them to this day. To think that we try to impose Christianity on many of these people. White Christians massacred hundreds of thousands of natives in Asia, Africa and America in the name of the cross. With a Bible in one hand and a gun in the other, these better-knowing Christians came and subjugated peoples who were ethically superior to them. No doubt the native peoples rejoiced when their countries were finally discovered, for they had never discovered them themselves. Across the whole of the American continent, many irreplaceable native writings were burnt by fanatical monks and missionaries. These were texts which told of the earliest history of mankind. This also happened in Mexico. Don Juan de Zumarraga, the first Archbishop of Mexico, had thousands of ancient Indian manuscripts burnt, but then they only contained vile abominations. The Spaniards and Portuguese of the Inquisition descended on the American continent as good Christians, who believed every word in the Bible. It was indeed practical of them to have dragged in a religion that could be used to brand others as heathens, so that the white masters had the right to cut down those around them. They rolled on with a vast war capability into one bloodbath after another. Since the Indians were just heathens and scarcely human, these Europeans naturally felt justified in swiftly appropriating all the material assets, tons of gold which they found in the conquered countries. It was not for nothing that these Europeans were good Christians, believing in Jesus and every word in the Bible. And as ye would that men should do to you, do ye also to them likewise. 131. Of course they were also obeying the 10 Commandments. Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is thy neighbor's. In the years following the conquest of the final outpost of the Maya culture, the Yucatan Peninsula came under Spanish rule in 1541. Missionaries started their crusade in the New World. Temples were razed to the ground, idols overturned, churches and monasteries were built, the ancient books and illustrated manuscripts were burnt. Indians were publicly dishonored and killed for their original culture and beliefs. Just imagine if an armed multitude of, for example, Muslims invaded your country and made bloodbaths, razed churches to the ground, burnt your Bibles and forced everyone to become Muslims. And so, one of the first Spanish bishops of Yucatan, Diego de Landa, organized an autodaf on the square at Mani in 1562. He writes about this in his work Relación de las Cosas de Yucatan. When these people, the Maya Indians of Yucatan, had been instructed in religion, and the young boys had made progress in their studies, they were again corrupted by the priests of their old heathen ways and by their chieftains. They fell back into the adoration of their idols and brought offerings to them, not only of incense, but of human blood as well. The monks organized an inquisition, asked the secular authorities for assistance, and arrested a great many, who were brought before a tribunal, after which an autodaf was held, where many were brought to the scaffold wearing the paper hats of heretics. They were humiliated and scorned, whilst others were made to wear hair shirts. Yet others, led astray by the devil, hanged themselves of grief, and most showed deep remorse and a willingness to become good Christians like their inquisitors. Later in the same work, Bishop Landa describes a book burning in the following way. These people use certain symbols or characters to record their ancient affairs and lore in their books. With these, as well as pictures, and symbols within the pictures, They were able to learn what they needed to know and could transmit and teach this knowledge to others. We found a great number of books written in these characters, and since they expressed nothing but superstition and infernal lies, we burnt them all. Amazingly enough, the people protested vigorously and suffered greatly. In a later Mayan text, the Chilam Balam from Tsiman, it says, "We lament in great sorrow with loud cries, and are dead. Our misfortune is torture. We are pierced by the longing to read the books made of wood and the writing on stone, which now lie in ruins. They contain the 7 springs of life." 132. In the earliest period of European colonization, many white men, especially missionaries, went ashore in Africa full of prejudice about what they would find there, and about how they were going to set about their mission. Where religion was concerned, the African was seen as a blank slate on which they could write anything at all. He was expected to accept, unconditionally, all the religious dogma of the white man: the virgin birth, the Holy Trinity, the resurrection of the flesh, etc., and regard them as sacred and unimpeachable, no matter how little they were in keeping with the African way of life. But do not imagine that he was allowed to hear the teachings of Jesus. Oh no. He had to accept the religion of the white man. European Christians, especially missionaries, generally believed that everything that the African did or thought was wicked. The missionaries endeavored to save the depraved souls of the Africans from eternal punishment. On this pretext, the Europeans began to uproot the African, both physically and spiritually, to make him a stranger to his ancient customs and beliefs and put him in an isolated class, with all his tribal traditions shattered and his customs trodden underfoot. But things got worse. The white man's war machine rolled onwards under various guises, with machine guns and cannons ranged against the spears of the natives. Time and time again peace treaties were cunningly contrived with the leaders, only to be revoked later, all in order to break down their social structure and power and take possession of their land and its wealth. In many places the missionaries came hand in hand with the colonial power. Together they arrived in Africa as representatives of a race of spiritual superiority which should bring to the savages of spiritual inferiority the white man's gifts, Christianity and trade. Forcible conversions sometimes happen under the crack of the whip, but other coercive methods were also employed. In some areas over half of the converts died within the first year. The earliest missionaries did what they could to destroy the dance and rhythm of Africa, on the grounds that they were lewd and wicked. A typical Christian point of view, the natural sexuality of dancing was considered terrible and evil, but forced conversion to Christianity was quite acceptable. The missionaries cooperated closely with the colonists, whose contempt for the peoples of Africa invariably outweighed their Christian duty to the fellowship of mankind. A typical example of this curious cooperation appears in the foundation of what was to later become a country of extreme racial discrimination. In 1870 the diamond rush started in South Africa. By various cunning and ruthless methods, the young Cecil Rhodes quickly became a diamond magnate and millionaire with great power and influence. A branch of the Zulus, the Matabele, whose king was called Lubangula, owned the highland along and to the north of the Limpopo River. Rhodes wanted to capture this land for himself and the colonists, to exploit the wealth of minerals there. In a series of deceptions they tried to wrest the land from the native people, though at first without any great success. Not far from there lay the Anglican mission, the spring of hope. One of the missionaries, Charles Helm, was the trusted white friend of King Lubangula. At this time Helm secretly began to work for Rhodes. The missionaries had soon realized that if they were to convert a significant number of Matabeles, then the king's power would first have to be destroyed and the Matabele culture and independence undermined. The missionaries recognized Rhodes as the man to do both. A couple of years later, Rhodes and his people went northwards and conquered a large area in what is now Zimbabwe. Rhodes chose his close friend and right-hand man, Star Jameson, to administer this territory. The undefeated Matabele people remained in their position towards the southwest. A dispute between the natives about cattle quickly unleashed the battle Jameson needed. The Matabele people prepared to defend their chief settlement against Jameson's advancing troops in their traditional way. The Matabele were mown down remorselessly by machine gun fire. Plundering followed the shooting. Almost all the Matabele agricultural land and most of their 250,000 cattle were confiscated by Rhodes' £1 million company, the British South Africa Company, and various individual colonists. In 1894 all the land which Rhodes had conquered was named Rhodesia after him. The London Missionary Society congratulated Rhodes and wrote, "As missionaries, there is not much that binds our sympathy to the Matabele people, and neither can we commiserate with the end of their power. The Rev. Charles Helm is now safely below ground. His fellow missionaries felt justified in having the following words inscribed on his gravestone: "Friend of the Matabele, ye blind guides, which strain at a gnat and swallow a camel." 133. Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites! For ye are like unto whited sepulchres, which indeed appear beautiful outward, but are within full of dead men's bones, and of uncleanness. Even so ye also outwardly appear righteous men, but within ye are full of hypocrisy and iniquity. Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites! Because ye build the tombs of the prophets and garnish the sepulchres of the righteous, and say, If we had been in the days of our fathers we would not have been partakers with them in the blood of the prophets. Wherefore ye be witnesses unto yourselves that ye are the children of them which killed the prophets. Fill ye up then the measure of your fathers. 134. The colonial powers soon began to demand taxes from the natives. They were forced to pay up, but had no money. There was no monetary system, and so they had to submit to forced labor for the whites. Logical enough. If the natives in, for example, the Belgian Congo did not harvest as much rubber as the white masters demanded, then many would have their hands chopped off. Others were whipped. Masses died in the most terrible suffering, while the colonists got on with their lives quite happily. The white representatives of a spiritually superior race also needed cheap labor, preferably free for industry. Many millions of slaves were taken. White masters erected churches on the very same sites where slaves had been crammed together in the most inhuman conditions. Merciful white men held communion above them. A few priests also had a share in the slave trade. And as ye would that men should do to you, do ye also to them likewise. 135. Woe to the one who brings dishonor on my name. 136. The contempt for the African peoples reached inconceivable depths. Only by declaring that the Africans were helpless children and lazy savages, were the European Christians able to justify taking their land from them. In the meantime the helpless children sang their own version of a famous hymn. Onward, Christian soldiers, into heathen lands with Bibles in your pockets and rifles in your hands. Bring the happy news to the trading posts, and spread the peaceful gospel with automatic fire. The missionaries swept away the people's gods and superstitions, but also their many genuine and sound teachings and harmonious ways of life, replacing them with a bigoted form of Christianity. Today some of them have enjoyed social benefits from Christianity, though without having heard the teachings of Jesus. These are something which the clergy has no interest in exposing to view, and even less obeying. Today Christianity is an accepted and integrated part of African life, but that can scarcely excuse what the whites did to the Africans in the sign of the cross. It shall not be forgotten. That was not how the gospel was supposed to be spread. They had no sense of humanity, no sense of righteousness, they had no compassion, they had no love in their hearts, no goodness. The price will be paid for this one day, and it will be exacted from these who have not. They also demanded payment from those who had nothing with which to pay. None of this belongs to a far distant past. Such crimes were still happening at the beginning of the century, within memory of some old people. The same happened to the Indians of South America, but that is hardly history yet. And this too in the sign of the cross. Yea, the time cometh, that whosoever killeth you will think that he doeth God service. 137. You refers to all of those who represent truth, and who love righteousness, and they are to be found among all peoples. I am come to gather all nations, tribes and tongues. 138. 4. Scorn from within. But Jesus is also scorned on the sly. This is happening everywhere, and hypocrisy is mostly to blame. The scorn is the most pervasive, and it is found within almost everyone. Christians are courting disaster when they worship Jesus as an idol. This is a typical form of religious practice. They worship a man. No, learn to love righteousness and the wondrous truth. I am the way, the truth, and the life. 139. The love and the wisdom are one for the salvation of all. 140. No one is able to reveal the spirit of the truth if they only do so for their own sake. For without love there can be no perception of truth, and no one loves in the name of selfishness. On the other hand, religion and idolization is something people practice for their own ends. In this they seek only reward after death. Learn from what happened with the sword in the stone. In the Revised Gospel according to St. John it says, "He who believes has everlasting life." 141. Believes, but in what? And so many religious people say, you don't need to understand, Just believe. But what good can blind faith and such assertions do anyone? In the ancient gospel Jesus says the following in the same speech: "They who believe the truth, have everlasting life." 142. People do not understand that faith arises from wondrous love and is insight, and understanding faith is to hear in the words what you already know. Discovering truth and standing firmly by it so that you bear fruit, will demand all your love. But if you are successful you will eventually attain perfection. If ye make not the below as the above, and the left as the right, and the behind as the before, entering into the center, and passing into the Spirit, ye shall not enter into the kingdom of God. 143. The boy was able to draw the sword easy as anything, because he put his heart into it, and he did not know that this was the flaming sword that guarded the way to the tree of life. 144. Take my yoke upon you and learn of me, for I am meek and lowly in heart, and ye shall find rest unto your souls. For my yoke is equal and it is easy, and my burden is light and presseth not unequally. 145. To him that overcometh will I give to eat of the tree of life. 146. Where is the tree of life? I am the true bread and the living vine. Your fathers did eat manna in the wilderness and are dead. This is the food of God which cometh down from heaven, that whosoever eat thereof shall not die. I am the living food which came down from heaven. If any eat of this food they shall live forever. And the bread that I give is my truth, and the wine which I give is my life. 147. Do not be afraid, he that is weak shall be saved by he that is strong. 148. Few attain perfection, yet some others shall save their souls. It is also quite wrong for theologians to interpret his words, alter them and explain them. By this he means that, etc. No alterations need be made nor explanations given. It is written as it should be. They are blind men leading the blind. They look and look but they see nothing. The danger arises when people believe that theologians understand Jesus' doctrine and when they put all their trust in theological misinterpretations of the truth. Theologians listen and still they hear nothing. They cannot hear the truth, and that is why they suppress it, including the part found in the Bible, and yet they have set themselves up as our mentors. Then shall the truth of God endure the contradiction of sinners. 149. They do this, among other things, because they do not understand that truth is neither words nor merely facts. Truth is spirit and life, and it resembles love. Why do ye not understand my speech? Even because ye cannot hear my word. Ye are of your father the devil, and the lusts of your father ye will do. He was a murderer from the beginning, and abode not in the truth, because there is no truth in him. When he speaketh a lie, he speaketh of his own, for he is a liar, and the father of it. And because I tell you the truth, ye believe me not. Which of you convinceth me of sin? And if I say the truth, why do ye not believe me? He that is of God heareth God's words. Ye therefore hear them not, because ye are not of God. 150. Woe unto you, ye blind guides! 151. But I know you, that ye have not the love of God in you. 152. The man old in days will not hesitate to ask a small child 7 days old about the place of life, and he will live. 153. Everyone that is of the truth heareth my voice. 154. 5. The quiet scorn of religion. In church they have the impudence to call their ceremonies services, but they have no idea about who or what is actually served. These services exhibit flagrant contempt and are appalling to witness for those who know truth. They are like nails in the modern crucifixion. There is not even any point in saying that we should just do the opposite of what the church tries to indoctrinate us with, because for two things to be opposites, they need to have something in common. For example, horse is not the opposite of 98, because they are totally unrelated items. They have nothing in common. But cold is the opposite of hot because the two words have temperature in common. The church has not just got hold of the wrong end of the stick, is not just at cross purposes. Its misconceptions are much more serious than that. If the clergy merely deprive themselves of the truth, then I would not speak out against them like this. But they are the proverbial dogs in the manger. Jesus said, they are like a dog sleeping in the manger of oxen, for neither does he eat nor does he let the oxen eat. 155. And this is how they earn their living. They are true professionals, professional hypocrites in league with the state. The world is infested with false prophets, gurus and crackpot religious movements, spreading only lies, deception and darkness. Astrology and other superstitions thrive as they did in the Middle Ages. New religious movements are springing up like mushrooms all over the place, to brainwash people and lead them astray. The darkness rests heavily upon the earth. All new religious movements without exception are phony. A couple of thousand of them exist. The basic idea is to rake in money for a guru. People gladly hand over their fortunes to them. The leader, the guru, is outwardly an eloquent figure, very rich, with almost hypnotic powers. People get besotted by these gurus just as besotted as they were by Hitler. And the majority of the followers are gladly led astray by their beautiful lies, by their miracles and their underhand tricks. These gurus lead many millions to their spiritual death, usually as a way of cheating them out of money for private purposes as well as industrial enterprises such as weapon factories. Reveling in their power, they call themselves the new Messiah and their followers call them Jesus, who is come again, and they shall deceive many. 156. Woe is the world when these things shall be. 157. Their harmful influence shall be utterly destroyed. Beware that you do not allow yourself to be seduced by their tempting and beautiful words. Dangerous poison looks like food and tastes good. Remember that lies are by definition posing as truth. Among the worst is a center for healing and spiritual development and astrology. Deranged and emotionally disturbed, the leaders bring similar insanity to others and guide them towards the selfish worship of their profane notions. This kind of thing is particularly poisonous. Some, for example, persuade people to worship the planet Venus. And all over the world people gladly allow themselves to be deceived. They imitate the religious language that people are already familiar with, and nothing could be more misleading than this. If they are not stopped, then they will have led many people to their deaths, to an utterly grim spiritual death. Woe to them who sow the seeds of their own doom. Some leaders of these new religions claim directly or indirectly to be Christ. People are even so dazzled by these leaders that they allow themselves to be tricked into mass suicide. And this, like nothing else, would appear to be a sign. Take heed that no man deceive you. For many shall come in my name, saying, I am Christ, and shall deceive many. 158. For there shall arise false Christs, and false prophets, and shall show great signs and wonders, insomuch that, if it were possible, they shall deceive the very elect. Behold, I have told you before. 159. Beware of false prophets, which come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly are ravening wolves. Ye shall know them by their fruits. Do men gather grapes of thorns, or figs of thistles? 160. When hypocrites call Jesus our Lord, it is an indirect form of scorn, because of the way they then make the real Jesus appear to others through their falsehood and misconceptions. This is what leads people to cast disdain on the words our Lord. This is also what makes them so ready to reject his teaching without even having known it. Not every one that saith unto me, Lord, Lord, shall enter into the kingdom of heaven. 161. And why call me, Lord, Lord, and do not the things which I say? 162. The picture of God and Jesus that is painted by religious leaders is a most pernicious kind of scorn, since more prosaic people will scorn and mock their foolish imaginations, as Jesus himself said. In this way they also scorn all the things that Jesus stood for. But the deepest scorn comes from the hypocrites, for it is they who ridicule and obscure everything. The Church is like a state within a state in every Christian country, not least in the Vatican, and is governed almost like a kingdom, operating as if it were a state with a king, ministers, parliament, judicial system and administration, the church equivalent being a pope, cardinals, archbishops, bishops, rural deans, priests, parochial church councils, tribunals and administration. And in many countries the state pays for the education and salary of these people. So, sigh. Is this how you behave when you are converted and become as little children? Is this how little children behave? These people would do better to learn about the true love, and they should tell the truth, the teachings of Jesus, instead of hiding it. There are also those who trick people into believing that God provides everything in life. They want to reduce us to passive beings, devoid of willpower, with no responsibility for or control over our lives. They even believe that God decides whether we should know love and true faith. Can they not see that this is self-contradictory? A typical example of self-contradictory testimony. If what they claim were true, then God would be grossly unjust. But at the same time justice is, and will always be, God himself. But they do not distinguish between justice and injustice. I have set you as the light of the world, and as a city that cannot be hid. But the time cometh when darknesses shall cover the earth, and gross darkness the people, and the enemies of truth and righteousness shall rule in my name, and set up a kingdom of this world, and oppress the peoples, and cause the enemy to blaspheme, putting for my doctrines the opinions of men, and teaching in my name that which I have not taught, and darkening much that I have taught by their traditions. 163. None can come to me except holy love and wisdom draw them, and these shall rise at the last day. It is written in the prophets, they shall be all taught of God. Every man therefore that hath heard and hath learned of the truth, cometh unto me. 164. 6. WHO knows their inner self. We will not just be given the true values, if we do not make some effort ourselves. The Spirit is the dwelling which the soul itself must build. The kingdom is within ye. Every man who knows his inner self, will find it. 165. Whoever knows everything, but lacks himself, lacks everything. 166. If you are enormously happy, then where do you suppose this happiness is to be found? Somewhere in outer space, maybe? On the moon? No. It is within yourself. When you love someone else, where do you experience this love? How could you experience anything anywhere else but within yourself? He who does not know his inner self at all is, for example, unable to distinguish between sexual sensation, desire and love. For all of this is something he must discover within himself, and where else would he find it? How else should he recognize the fruit of life, the fruit that are the product of man's age-long existence on the globe, the fruit which no hand may pluck, the fruit that grow from love? How should he do this, that does not value love more highly than desire? According to my definition, sexual urges are impersonal and are not part of desire. Desire resides within the heart, and infatuation is the heart's desire to possess another person, their beauty and their desire. For many, infatuation is the most powerful form of desire, and it unleashes a storm of sensations, which implant themselves in the body via the central nervous system and various chemical messengers in the blood. These sensations enhance sexual urges. This is why certain scientists have claimed that love is elementary chemistry. Yet, the most wonderful thing about it is that infatuation can easily give rise to true love. Some people refer to this true love as infatuation. Of course you can define the word in whichever way you like, but then the word love becomes shrouded in a cloak of confusion, and this cloak holds many imprisoned in the darkness. Those who do not know their inner selves and who therefore believe that love is physical sensation, will undoubtedly succumb to the desperate delusion that infatuation and, ultimately, sex are love. This is why the darkness has a grip on them. They know nothing of the immense human values, and as such they are deeply impoverished. In the world language, in the English understood by the majority of the world's population, we find a desperate situation where the word love is used for widely differing concepts. The English vocabulary precludes any possibility of differentiating between the desire of the heart and divine love. Many people also use the word love in connection with sex. It is in fact common in many languages to use the equivalent of the word love for sex, infatuation as well as love. All things are wheat to a blind hen. There are two other forms of desire, which are almost as great, the desire for material wealth and the desire for power. Look how people allow these desires to rule their lives. Desire is a torrent of temptation and delusion. For wide is the gate, and broad is the way, that leadeth to destruction, and many there be that go thereat. 167. If one does not understand how the wind that blows came to be, he will run with it. 168. If your heart's desire is insatiable, and if you are beginning to discover the truth, then your desire will become your enemy and hinder you from receiving the truth. Therefore, transcend primitive desire and the truth will give you something more valuable than you can imagine. Desire is blind, love is vision. But while infatuation reigns, love may be particularly intense and wonderful. This may be the most important period in your life. 7. It is all up to us. Every one of us is like a corn seed that has been sown, containing just enough to germinate. But it has to be able to develop on its own, grow ears and ripen. If it cannot do this, then what purpose can it serve? Perhaps it will be eaten. I have found none of them thirsty, and my soul became afflicted for the sons of men, because they are blind in their hearts and do not have sight. For empty they came into the world, and empty too they seek to leave the world. 169. Verily God ever giveth of the eternal life and substance to renew the forms of the universe. It is therefore of the flesh and blood, even the substance and life of the eternal, that ye are partakers unto life, and my words are spirit and they are life. 170. If the programmer does not keep to the computer's language he will accomplish nothing. He that abideth in me, and I in him, the same bringeth forth much fruit, for without me ye can do nothing. 171. Some people have interpreted this to mean that everything is done for us passive spectators by Jesus and even God, whom they believe to be a man. According to their contradictory beliefs, even love, the key to everything, is something which God-man with white beard controls, deciding who gets what. The contradiction of sinners. This only creates even more darkness, and we already have enough of that. For love is something we contribute, and not something that can be handed to us on a plate. And so it is with righteousness. If you learn to count, keep to logic. Without it you can do nothing. God is to be eaten and used. He is not something we wait for passively. The same goes for someone who wants to develop their intelligence. If he just sits there waiting for his brain to start ticking, then nothing much is going to happen. Eat of the truth and the wisdom. Use righteousness, goodness, compassion, love and understanding. Or if you receive a useful gift, do not just sit and admire the wrapping paper, and do not bury it in a hole in the ground either, for this is what the churches did. They hid his teachings. Instead, let truth and wisdom bear fruit. The kingdom of heaven is as a man traveling into a far country, who called his own servants, and delivered unto them his goods. And unto one he gave 5 talents, to another 2, and to another 1. To every man according to his several ability. And straightway took his journey. Then he that had received the 5 talents went and traded with the same, and made them other 5 talents. And likewise he that had received 2, he also gained other 2. But he that had received 1 went and digged in the earth, and hid his Lord's money. After a long time, the Lord of those servants cometh, and reckoneth with them. And so he that had received 5 talents came and brought other 5 talents, saying, Lord, thou deliveredst unto me 5 talents. Behold, I have gained beside them 5 talents more. His Lord said unto him, Well done, thou good and faithful servant, thou hast been faithful over a few things, I will make thee ruler over many things, enter thou into the joy of thy Lord. He also that had received 2 talents came and said, Lord, thou deliveredst unto me 2 talents. Behold, I have gained 2 other talents beside them. His Lord said unto him, Well done, good and faithful servant. Thou hast been faithful over a few things, I will make thee ruler over many things. Enter thou into the joy of thy Lord. Then he which had received the 1 talent came and said, Lord, I knew thee that thou art an hard man, reaping where thou hast not sown, and gathering where thou hast not strawed. And I was afraid, and went and hid thy talent in the earth. Lo, there thou hast it is thine. His Lord answered and said unto him, Thou wicked and slothful servant, dost thou tell me that I reap where I sowed not, and gather where I have not strawed? Thou oughtest therefore to have put thy talent to use, with profit, and then at my coming I should have received mine own with usury. Take therefore the talent from him, and give it unto him who hath 5 talents. For unto every one that hath improved shall be given, and he shall have abundance, but from him that hath not improved, shall be taken away, even that which he hath. And cast ye out the unprofitable servant into outer darkness, for that is the portion he hath chosen. Jesus also said unto his disciples, Be ye approved money changers of the kingdom, rejecting the bad and false, and retaining the good and the true. 172-8. Other indirect forms of scorn. Then there is also that bizarre symbol of the way, the truth and the life, namely, the cross. Why not a guillotine? Crosses stand over the graves of the dead, and were originally used for torturing people to death. A symbol of death. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image. I can assure you that the cross is a symbol of death for many of those that were subjected to forcible conversion. In short, we ought not to use any symbols whatsoever, or rituals either, for this is hypocrisy and idolatry. But let this cross be a symbol of what they have done again, to him who would give mankind a supreme wisdom, a perfect doctrine, the truth and life itself. Except ye be converted, and become as little children, ye shall not enter into the kingdom of heaven. Whosoever therefore shall humble himself as this little child, the same is greatest in the kingdom of heaven. And whoso shall receive one such little child in my name receiveth me. 173. Left to their own devices, would it ever occur to children to use religious symbols such as crosses? Do children have religious rituals? Are children religious? Do they clang church bells? Do they go round chanting? Do they go round looking solemn and singing hymns? No. Learn from puppy. Learn from the children. Why call ye me, Lord, Lord, and do not the things which I say? 174. The clergy rely to a certain extent on scriptures which have been adjusted to suit the church, but much more so on the opinions of men, on hymns and self-contradictory sermons. Yet they do not rely on spirit and truth. They debate and dispute whether Jesus did or did not say one thing or another. They do not understand that it is the degree of truth in the words which really matters, and that this is how they may recognize the words of Jesus. They spend a lot of time on hymns that are full of hypocrisy, lies, and the opinions of men. Do any of them contain anything about the truth? These men of the church do not even know what truth is. Hymns obscure his message. Cover your ears when you hear them. If they come across the truth told by anyone other than Jesus, then they are just not interested. This shows that they are only interested in archaeology and history and not in the truth. They do not thirst, and this is what exposes them for what they are. He that heareth you heareth me, and he that despiseth you despiseth me, and he that despiseth me despiseth him that sent me. 175. And it was Spirit that gave us Jesus, not some man with a white beard. Yet it would seem that the church prefers to reduce everything to a lot of superstitious nonsense, as if we are supposed to think that only stupid people believe in Jesus. The church is to blame for the bizarre notion that we are required to believe in things completely at odds with all natural laws. And who gets mocked for this? The people who preach such nonsense? No, it is Jesus himself that is mocked. The church has given people the impression that faith is akin to imagination and a kind of blind reliance on something which cannot be understood. But what did Jesus himself say? These things are for them that understand, to believe. If they understand not, they are not for them. For to believe is to understand, and to believe not, is not to understand. 176. But he that received seed into the good ground is he that heareth the word, and understands it, which also beareth fruit. 177. The divine truth has always been divided and scattered throughout many religions, but the truth remains the same, and real faith is also one and the same among all races, irrespective of their religion. True faith is the belief in love, truth and righteousness. Hypocrisy, too, is prevalent among all peoples, which means that we have even more in common with them. But divine truth and the wisdom of the Supreme Being have not been equally preserved by all peoples. Little angels with wings are something which painters have developed in cooperation with the churches. In this way they have done what they could to make it all seem ridiculous. When religion moves in, common sense goes out of the window. The gods were able to fly, and this is why they were later portrayed with wings on their backs. This kind of artwork can be traced back as far as 4,000 years. But our ecclesiastical painters developed their art to new heights of absurdity. 9. They hide both spirit and scripture. You must not get the idea that I am attacking the churches merely because I detest them. If men of the church really search for the genuine article and attempt to preach truth, this would make them highly unpopular with the rest of the clergy. Then my words are not directed against them. I am sure that such men exist, but I do not know any. The clergy are often good and worthy people, but they mislead others with their hypocrisy and suppression, and they conceal the light. As such, they are justly reprimanded. They deserve rebuke for the sake of those who have been led astray. For by pushing these religious men aside, the light which they conceal may become visible again. They must be pushed aside. Maybe even more important, the few that truly thirst for the living water, are prevented from drinking and therefore deserve all the help they can get so that they may be liberated from the falsehood, hypocrisy and secrecy of theologians and religious leaders. Nothing is too good for those who thirst, for it is this water and food, concealed by the church, that will fill them with light, so that they may find the hidden treasure and thereafter spread the light to all peoples and save the lives of many. But the days will come, when the bridegroom shall be taken from them, and then shall they fast. 178. In the year 1881 an English clergyman, the Rev. G.J. Ousley, acquired an ancient text that was unknown and untouched for century upon century, from the day it was hidden by an Essenian. This genuine gospel had lain in safekeeping, away from all forgers in a Buddhist monastery in Tibet. Ousley had it published under the title The Gospel of the Holy 12. This text is what I refer to as the ancient gospel. This new discovery was actually made 100 years ago, so there is absolutely no way of getting round the fact that the churches have kept it secret. This curious secrecy does not just apply to this text, but to many, many more. But the churches are doing something far worse. They are concealing the Spirit itself, the light itself, the truth that tells us of the Spirit and reflects the light. And it is the Spirit that I am writing about, not just hidden scriptures, no matter how important they are. This is how they also hide the truth that lies in the Bible. All this hypocrisy, this concealment and suppression of the truth is of such significance and so all-embracing, that I have to generalize my criticisms in order to convey my message with the necessary force. If this offends representatives of the Church, then it is their affair. It will not do them any harm. And though they may not believe it, all these concealed things are of vital importance to the lives of every single person. There are a few worthy theologians, skilled manuscript specialists, who dare to rise above the rest of the crowd, which merely follows the Church, unseeing and indolent, afraid of criticism. Such theologians deserve our full support and recognition. However, let us digress from this minority for a moment. 10. Theological opinion. Each and everyone who sees with his heart, and who has learned from the truth, will never be in any doubt as to which of these long-hidden writings are genuine. For they will recognize truth every time. They certainly do not need any kind of commentary from better-knowing scholars. Indeed, the editorial commentaries that get tagged onto translations of these texts extinguish all light for anyone who presumes to read them. Their comments and exegeses clearly expose the blindness within the hearts of their authors, and show that they have understood nothing. By hearing ye shall hear, and shall not understand. And seeing ye shall see, and shall not perceive. 179. He that gathereth not with me scattereth. 180. They have no idea of the treasures they hold in their hands. Religious authorities and leaders have thus scattered the truth to the four winds, throughout all time and all over the world, because they consider it to be worthless. They have no idea of what real love is. If none of this prevented people from receiving the genuine doctrine of Jesus, then their opinions would be of no consequence. But they are blind leaders of the blind, and when the blind lead the blind, both shall fall into the ditch. Let us take a distressing example of this blindness from a commentary to the Gospel of Thomas. The opinion appears to be that Jesus is merely referring to sex when he talks of joining male and female as one, so that the male is not male nor the female female. Similarly, when he talks of disrobing without being ashamed, this has given people the idea that Jesus dismissed sex. Christians have always been firmly convinced that sex was something sinful. He was not talking about physical things at all. But that just goes to show how the mind of a theologian works. He who has recognized the world has found the body. 181. That was just one small example among thousands. They interpret the Gospels of the Bible in the same way. His doctrine, which is infinitely superior to the world of human thought, is reduced to the most base levels. They look at precious diamonds of inestimable value and then try to convince us that they are bits of rubble. The truth holds nearly as much value for them as the dirt they tread underfoot. This is how they hide light and the truth. Woe is the world when the light is hidden. Woe is the world when these things shall be. 182. Theologians and experts on Scripture have made themselves enemies of the truth, extinguishing the light and substituting the opinions of men for the doctrine of Jesus. He never condemned sex or called it sinful. An act that is neither unrighteous nor harmful can never be a sin. You must understand that every sin is a sin against love. Sex, for example, can be a sinful thing. There is sin in those human tragedies, especially for those children who are the consequence of such action, where people irresponsibly and callously go to bed with each other outside of their marriages. The same goes for the many messy, loose and loveless relationships which have become so common. This is ruinous, especially when children are involved. One of the 10 Commandments says, "Thou shalt not commit adultery." This ought to be obvious to anyone. Yet many people force themselves, and others especially, they are very keen that others should respect this commandment, to observe this, because that is what their religion says. They are not observing this commandment because they can see that breaking it would be a sin against their children or partners. It was not without reason that Jesus said that the hearts of men are blind, because this is the kind of attitude people have to all kinds of things. There are those, for example, whose eating habits are dictated by their religion. Hear and understand, not that which goeth into the mouth defileth a man, but that which cometh out of the mouth, this defileth a man. 183. Woe to the flesh that depends on the soul. Woe to the soul that depends on the flesh. 184. But the theologians want to break into Jesus' teachings without having passed through the door of love and truth. He that entereth not by the door into the sheepfold, but climbeth up some other way, the same is a thief and a robber. 185. First you must recognize the great profundity of his teachings, so that you do not let yourself be deceived into thinking that he is talking about physical things. as has been the practice of many religious people since time immemorial, and which has often forced people into celibacy. There are those who suppress and despise women. Religion was of course always controlled by men, but love between man and woman is of vital importance and is something other than that between man and man or between woman and woman, and this is because of the fatherhood and motherhood within them. For these two conceive in their love. More about this in a later chapter, and this is the prelude to rebirth. When Jesus speaks of solitary people, then he should be taken quite literally, for they had made the two as one. Yet only these individuals themselves would be able to understand what he meant. These people would need peace for what would grow inside them, so that they could testify to the truth, and would therefore be greatly troubled if they were disturbed by their partner or children. They would also cherish this decisive period of growth so deeply that they would scarcely have the energy left to meet the demands of a relationship. They would resent the fact that they could not be alone. You too, look for a place for yourselves within repose. 186. Nevertheless, to those who would be perfect and to whom it is given, I say, let them be as the angels of God in heaven, who neither marry nor are given in marriage, nor have children, nor care for the morrow, but are free from bonds, even as I am, and keep and store up the power of God within, for their ministry, and for works of healing, even as I have done. But the many cannot receive this saying, only they to whom it is given. 187. 11. Colossal mistakes. The worship of the true deity has nothing to do with what we today know as religion. The concept of worship has been transformed with time to mean hypocrisy. Religion just does not come into it. Try to get away from the idea that the true God has any connection with churches, false piety, superstition or imagination. Do not seek him in the hope of gaining eternal life or some kind of reward. No, seek him because your heart hungers for righteousness, love, wisdom, and the immense, true values of life, each of which represents unselfishness, vitality and life. Blessed are ye who hunger now, for ye shall be filled. 188. It all comes down to the lessons of the heart about the facts of human nature, which, when perfected, is divinity itself. They are made one and the same. Nonetheless, I am certain that no matter how often it is said, most people privately cling to the idea that God is a man. No, think of the universe as the Godhead, and the life of the universe as a testament to its spirit. God is reality, and its center is the spirit and the life. In these is the presence of God manifest as the substance and as the life of the world. 189. So do not claim that Jesus did not talk about reality. He spoke about the all. Nothing exists beyond life and matter. Reality is visible, but mankind cannot perceive its depths. As it is above, so it is below. As it is within, so it is without. 190. Scientists and many of the inhabitants of the highly educated nations of the world have long maintained that God was a cheap explanation for life, the universe and indeed everything. But this is in fact an utterly incorrect assumption, an unparalleled misconception and the crudest form of disparagement. Scientists always base their arguments on the biblical account of the earth's creation, but the whole account of the creation has been greatly distorted by our predecessors. Transcripts, translations and misinterpretations have further distorted the original. Today it is just myth in which the story of Adam and Eve is a parable of man's beginning on earth. Those, however, contain the essence of an actual event. That which hath been taught by them of old time is true though corrupted by the foolish imaginations of men. 191. However, the belief in God, belief in the truth is purely a matter of the heart. 12. Hidden within your heart. Have you always thought that believing meant unconditional surrender? Many people think this to be the case, but they are totally and utterly mistaken, and so they remain in the darkness. The only condition is that it is true. It has to be true, otherwise you must not believe it. None can come to me except holy love and wisdom draw them. 192. Do not worship what you do not know, for as you should not bow down before grand moguls, so should you not bow down before all the imaginary gods and gurus of the world. But this is what those who are blind in their hearts do. The school of life, which is in the here and now, spanning your whole life, will show you the doctrine of God. Follow your heart and your common sense. They were meant to be used, for all divine laws lie within your own heart. If you are good at following your heart, then you will already know these laws before you even read them. And so it is with the one and only truth. Everything which I have said to you, you have understood and received in faith. If you have known them, they are yours. If not, they are not yours. 193. He that is of God heareth God's words, ye therefore hear them not, because ye are not of God. 194. Seek through love and discover truth, for then you will have made a rare discovery, that scarcely anyone has made before, the Spirit of truth, which the world cannot receive. Then you will have discovered life. And later you will joyfully leave behind the dead in favor of the living, because the dead pales before it. Abandoning the dead is not a visible process, for like happiness and love, this is also invisible. If you accidentally tell someone that you have discovered this treasure of life, they will look skeptically at you and think, no, the can't be right. He looks just the same as he always did. But of course it cometh not with observation. 195. As a seed germinates, its former state is destroyed. And what replaces it? How does it react? Does it commit suicide or do something equally stupid? Do not build your home there. 196. Become passers-by. 197. He that findeth life shall lose it, and he that loseth his life for my sake, shall find it. 198. Except the corn of wheat fall into the ground and die, it abideth alone, but if it die, it bringeth forth much fruit. 199. For the earth bringeth forth fruit of herself. First the blade, then the ear, after that the full corn in the ear. But when the fruit is brought forth, immediately he putteth in the sickle, because the harvest is come. 200. Man is the soul that dwells within God, who is spirit. That is where you must build your home. 13. The act of prayer is misunderstood. People sit in church and imagine that they are worshiping God by constant praying for their daily bread. However, the phrase "give us this day our daily bread" did not originally refer to a piece of baked dough, but rather the bread of life and the fruit of the living vine. And it is this bread and this fruit which I want to give you if you will accept it. Furthermore, we are forever hearing the clergy preaching about the same events again and again. For example, that old chestnut about the Emperor Augustus ordering a world census, the birth in Bethlehem and the shepherds. What is the point of this tedious repetition? They intone them incessantly, combining them with organ music, chanting at hymns that contain only the mundane and blind opinions of men. But they never speak about the truth. Not even at Christmas. People are never allowed to hear his teachings. What is now a hackneyed Lord's Prayer was just one of Jesus' examples. An excellent example that was intended to counteract hypocrisy, but in vain. Listen to the Lord's Prayer of the ancient gospel, and remember that it is addressing something that exists within you, and the very essence of yourself. Our Father, Mother who art above and within, hallowed be thy sacred name. And twofold Trinity. In wisdom, love and equity thy kingdom come to all. Thy will be done, as in heaven so on earth. Give us day by day to partake of thy holy bread, and the fruit of the living vine. As thou dost forgive us our trespasses, so may we forgive others who trespass against us. Show upon us thy goodness, that to others we may show the same. In the hour of temptation, deliver us from evil. 201. But saying words by rote, without spirit or any understanding, is pointless and worthless mouthing. Ask for the great things, then ye shall receive the least withal. 202. The fruit of the living vine is one of the very greatest things. Should you succeed in grasping this wonder, in eating of the fruit, then the rest will come by itself. Everything will fall into place. But religion is like a phantom, insinuating itself into everything. 14. Humble yourself so that you may receive. So make sure you do not get bogged down in anything resembling religion. Learn instead from children whose minds are like Pippi Longstockings. She does in fact worship God in spirit and truth. This is the exceptionally rare and true worship of God. But who has seen it? Astrid Lindgren has the true love which is so very rare. She writes about its light and does so in her own special way. They who have love have all things, and without love there is nothing worth. 203. But is anyone going to read these things as a child would and with the same attitude? Will scholarly philosophers, theosophists or philologists, theologians, lecturers in religious philosophy and professors of divinity whatever will they think of next? Read children's books about Pippi Longstocking and in them find the one and only truth? No. 204. This is what makes the treasure of life and all divinity the world's best kept secret. Certainly, you get nowhere fast by pondering and speculating and studying for professorships. While these learned people understand nothing whatsoever, children who think like Pippi manage a quite staggering comprehension, since they do not attempt to arrive at an understanding by reflection, but by love. There are no thieves here to break in and steal. I have this to say to the learned scholars: dear friends, God is found in love, not cerebration and speculation. Putting for my doctrines the opinions of men, 205 They will profess to do these things in my name. 206 Howbeit in vain do they worship me, teaching for doctrines the commandments of men. 207 I can assure you that if you do not accept the doctrine like these little children, then you will never find life, for you are not looking for it. I am a door for thou that doth knock on me. 208 But this is how they study the scriptures which contain his words, with academic application. They would do better to read them with their hearts. They draw the threads, yet weave not. They are so busy with nothing. 209:15 Those that serve the darkness. Will these men of the cloth listen to me and believe me? A mere amateur such as myself, who presumes to threaten their livelihood? No, I am not that naive. They do not understand that our churches are purely of their own invention. The same goes for the stage show played within their walls. Churches are founded on bizarre ritual, falsehood, suppression and sheer fancy. Religion today is synonymous with hypocrisy, combined with what Jesus called the opinions of men and false ideas. The church leaders are the enemies of the truth, who were to establish a temporal kingdom and rule in his name, who with their traditions were to induce his enemies to blasphemy and obscure his teachings. They have certainly made a good job of it. Woe to the one who brings dishonor on my name. 210 People will undoubtedly quietly evade these words or reject them and despise them, and that is because they are true. They are unaware that what I'm saying is not really anything new. Jesus told us all of this. All the truth I write about is his, and it is that truth which they neglect to tell us about. I have never heard the truth from men of the church. They preach lessons that are no more than the commandments of men. What did Jesus say about the Pharisees? That they were not to be imitated. 211 But what do our religious leaders, the Pope, for example, do? Imitate them exactly. That is why they tell us that those Pharisees, whom Jesus spoke of, were not really as bad as we previously thought. Of course they say this. They themselves are no better than the Pharisees, and instead of telling everyone about the wonderful truth and spreading the light, they deliver endless speeches that are full of inconsistencies, funereal dirges that obscure everything. In this way they have hidden the greatest light man has ever received. And so the darkness rules over the entire earth. Many religious people and their leaders will be very offended by the things I am saying. But that is up to them. The scorn and ridicule they have directed at the perfected Christ will turn on themselves. It was their choice to act like that, in a way that is wrong. It is better for them that these things are said now, before it is too late. If no one gets offended when the truth is told, then it is all a waste of time. But blessed is he, whosoever shall not be offended in me. 212 I am forced to provoke people and speak my mind, because their widespread opinions and behavior have hidden the light, that light which they have never beheld and which they prevent others from discovering. This is why they will resent me for telling the truth. Woe unto you when all men shall speak well of you. So did their fathers to the false prophets. 213 Then there is the way that philosophers in particular deny the truth with their cleverness and scholarly ways, and this deepens the darkness of mankind. For this reason, both philosophers and men of the cloth will hate and despise my words, because the light will expose them. Everyone that serves the darkness hateth the light, never cometh to the light, lest his deeds should be reproved. 214 Their doctrines are not founded upon the divine truth, love and righteousness. Philosophy and psychology are therefore saturated with false doctrines. Every teaching that secretly denies God is false. How many of the doctrines of mankind do you in fact reckon are false? Pay attention to the things you hear in everyday life, and pay close attention to how you hear. Take heed therefore how ye hear, for whosoever hath, to him shall be given. 215 Chapter 7 The churches suppress the truth. Look through the fog of religion and behold the truth it conceals. Discover the vast depths. The Gospel of Thomas. I am he who exists from the undivided. I was given some of the things of my Father. If he is undivided, he will be filled with light, but if he is divided, he will be filled with darkness. 216 The ancient gospel. God is power, love and wisdom, and these three are one. God is truth, goodness, and beauty, and these three are one. God is justice, knowledge and purity, and these three are one. God is splendor, compassion and holiness, and these three are one. These four trinities are one in the hidden deity, the perfect, the infinite, the onely. 217 Ye worship ye know not what. 218 Listen closely, the churches must be suppressing these texts or keeping them secret. since they must know them. Are they really aware of the kind of responsibility they have taken on? There shall arise after you men of perverse minds, who shall through ignorance or through craft suppress many things which I have spoken unto you, and lay to me things which I never taught. 219 As I shall be nailed to the cross, so also shall my church in those days, for she is my bride and one with me. 222 About forgiveness. To err is human, to forgive, divine. The Roman Catholic Church believes that it can absolve sin on God's behalf, and this has always been a very lucrative business. In the past, the Church needed lots of money for crusades and for the erection of cathedrals. For instance, St. Peter's Church in Rome. Naturally, the regent of the kingdom needed a suitable palace, and as a matter of course it was poverty-stricken farmers who had to pay up. Church absolution became a big business in a kind of pay-as-you-sin arrangement, whereby the poor and oppressed footed the bills and in return avoided punishment after death. In return for a substantial contribution, the bereaved could also get their dead out of purgatory. In this way the Church effected the blackmail of its victims, for who would be so heartless as to not pay to get their nearest and dearest out of purgatory? And what would their friends say about them if they did not do so? Right into the 20th century, people could get clemency for a few days, months, years, or forever as a reward for visiting certain churches or by taking part in church events. After January 1967, this practice of clemency was revised for the better, so that clemency could only be given by the Pope. Officially, clemency comes from the Church's treasure of superfluous good deeds. Promoting itself as Jesus' representative on earth, the early Church used its mendacious ideas of church absolution and eternal punishment as a way of getting power over people. Could even Jesus himself absolve sins against the divine law? No, and that stands to reason. But he could say, "Thy sins are forgiven thee," when he could see that people were assured of forgiveness. For sins against the law of God there can be no remission, save by repentance and amendment. 221 But when Jesus sensed their thoughts, he answered and said to them, What reason ye in your hearts? Can even God forgive sins, if man repent not? Who said, I forgive thee thy sins? Said I not rather, thy sins are forgiven thee? 222 God forgiveth all sin to those who repent, but as ye sow, so also must ye reap. Neither God nor man can remit the sins of those who repent not nor forsake their sins. For all sin is remitted by repentance and amendment. 223 Nevertheless the fruits of the sin must continue for a season, for as we sow so must we reap, for God is not mocked. Wherefore if any forsake their sins and confess them, let the presbyter say unto such in this wise, May God forgive thee thy sins, and bring thee to everlasting life. All sin against God is forgiven by God, and sin against man by man. 224 Forgiven ye shall be forgiven. 225 And whosoever forsake their sins, they are remitted unto them, and whosoever continue in their sins, they are retained unto them. 226 3 Oh, and the law of love. Many animals are so highly developed that they have an almost human spirit, and this is what makes it so wrong to kill them for food, since they probably experience things in the same way as we do. And we know the difference between good and evil. You can learn a lot about people from the way they treat animals. Ye shall not take away the life of any creature for your pleasure, nor for your profit, nor yet torment it. 227 Ye shall not do unto others, as ye would not that others should do unto you. 228 This is the law of love, and should be quite obvious. All the same, many of us derive great pleasure from going hunting or fishing. Killing and torturing animals exclusively for entertainment. People keep all kinds of animals in cages and call themselves animal lovers, while at the same time they see fit to hold them in captivity. And what about battery hens? These creatures have both soul and spirit, and yet we have turned them into egg-laying machines and confined them in boxes so they cannot even move. This also brings me to modern farming, where animals are tied up all day and are fed and looked after by machines. They have just become food suppliers to their oh-so-wise masters. For ye are to them as gods, to whom they look in their need. 229 They who partake of benefits which are gotten by wronging one of God's creatures, cannot be righteous. 230 As ye do in this life to your fellow creatures, so shall it be done to you in the life to come. 231 What thinkest thou, if another, stronger than thou or with greater craft, were to catch thee and bind thee, or thy wife, or thy children, and cast thee into a prison, in order to sell thee in captivity for his own profit, and to make a living? Are not these thy fellow creatures, only weaker than thou? 232. Woe to the crafty who hurt the creatures of God! Woe to the hunters, for they shall be hunted. 233. Obey this from the heart. Do not, whatever you do, end up like certain religious people who uphold this for the sake of religion and obligation, and just because it appears on a printed page. As a young man, Jesus was once up in the mountains. On seeing some people hunting a lion, he said, "Why hunt ye these creatures of God, which are more noble than you?" 234. Until now the law of love has only been conveyed indirectly. They that uphold it will save their souls. But, for the letter without the Spirit is dead, but the Spirit maketh the letter alive. Take heed that ye obey from the heart, and in the spirit of love, all the commandments which I have given unto you. 235. The highly important occasion C, for example, Matthew ch. 17, upon which Jesus' garments shone white like the light of a radiant cloud, is severely condensed in the Bible. Notice that this kind of unearthly event took place every time something important was going to happen. Matthew's Gospel in the Bible also seems to be building up to something, but then it tails off. It just says that Jesus talked with the two men, supposedly Moses and Elias. But what did they talk about? What did they pass on to him? In fact, this was the occasion upon which the law of love was to be proclaimed, and this was to happen with a sign, like the one that showed itself to Moses when he received the 10 Commandments. But the law of love was rejected by the fathers of the church because they desired to eat meat and could not accept the idea that justice also applies to the animals. They removed one of the most important things from the holy writings, namely the law of love. Now let us follow the event as they appear in the ancient Gospel. After 6 days, when the Feast of Tabernacles was nigh at hand, Jesus taketh the 12 and bringeth them up into a high mountain apart, and as he was praying the fashion of his countenance was changed, and he was transfigured before them, and his face did shine as the sun, and his raiment was white as the light. And, behold, there appeared unto them Moses and Elias talking with him, and spake of the law, and of his decease which he should accomplish at Jerusalem. And Moses spake, saying, This is he of whom I foretold, saying, A prophet from the midst of thy brethren, like unto me shall the Eternal send unto you, and that which the Eternal speaketh unto him, shall he speak unto you, and unto him shall ye hearken, and whoso will not obey shall bring upon themselves their own destruction. Then Peter said unto Jesus, Lord, it is good for us to be here. If thou wilt, let us make here 3 tabernacles, one for thee, and one for Moses, and one for Elias. While he yet spake, behold, a bright cloud overshadowed them, and 12 rays as of the sun issued from behind the cloud, and a voice came out of the cloud, which said, This is my beloved Son, in whom I am well pleased. Hear ye him. And when the disciples heard it, they fell on their faces and were sore amazed. And Jesus came and touched them, and said, Arise and be not afraid. And when they had lifted up their eyes, they saw no man, save Jesus only. And the 6 glories were seen upon him. And Jesus said unto them, Behold, a new law I give unto you, which is not new but old. Even as Moses gave the 10 Commandments to Israel after the flesh, so also I give unto you the 12 for the kingdom of Israel after the Spirit. For who are the Israel of God? Even they of every nation and tribe who work righteousness, love, mercy, and keep my commandments. These are the true Israel of God. Ye shall not take away the life of any creature for your pleasure, nor for your profit, nor yet torment it. Ye shall not steal the goods of any, nor gather lands and riches to yourselves, beyond your need or use. Ye shall not eat the flesh, nor drink the blood of any slaughtered creature, nor yet anything which bringeth disorder to your health or senses. Ye shall not make impure marriages, where love and health are not, nor yet corrupt yourselves, or any creature made pure by the holy. Ye shall not bear false witness against any, nor wilfully deceive any by a lie to hurt them. Ye shall not do unto others, as ye would not that others should do unto you. Ye shall worship one eternal, the Father Mother in heaven, of whom are all things, and reverence in the holy name. Ye shall revere your fathers and your mothers on earth, whose care is for you, and all the teachers of righteousness. Ye shall cherish and protect the weak, those who are oppressed, and all creatures that suffer wrong. Ye shall work with your hands the things that are good and seemly. So shall ye eat the fruits of the earth, and live long in the land. Ye shall purify yourselves daily and rest the 7th day from labor, keeping holy the Sabbaths and the festivals of your God. Ye shall do unto others, as ye would that others should do unto you. 236 This is the new law unto the Israel of God, and the law is within, for it is the law of love, and it is not new but old. Take heed that ye add nothing to this law, neither take anything from it. Verily I say unto you, they who believe and obey this law shall be saved, and they who know and obey it not, shall be lost. 237 Many have redefined the concept of faith so that it means naive belief and postulation. But no, dear friends, believe and obey the law of love. It is worth so much. True faith is not a measure of naive, but a measure of humanity. Those that have read this law can no longer say, we did not see, we did not hear. Jesus continued, it hath been written, Thou shalt not kill. But I say unto you, if any hate and desire to slay, they are guilty of the law. Yea, if they cause hurt or torture to any innocent creature, they are guilty. But if they kill to put an end to suffering which cannot be healed, they are not guilty, if they do it quickly and in love. 238 But if any animal suffer greatly, and if its life be a misery unto it, or if it be dangerous unto you, release it from its life quickly, and with as little pain as you can. 239 It hath been said, Thou shalt not steal. But I say unto you, if any, not content with that which they have, desire and seek after that which is another's, or if they withhold that which is just from the worker, they have stolen in their heart already, and their guilt is greater than that of one who stealeth a loaf in necessity, to satisfy his hunger. Again ye have been told, Thou shalt not commit adultery. But I say unto you, if man or woman join together in marriage with unhealthy bodies, and beget unhealthy offspring, they are guilty, even though they have not taken their neighbor's spouse. And if any have not taken a woman who belongeth to another, but desire in their heart and seek after her, they have committed adultery already in spirit. And again I say unto you, if any desire and seek to possess the body of any creature for food, or for pleasure, or for profit, they defile themselves thereby. Yea, and if a man telleth the truth to his neighbor in such wise as to lead him into evil, even though it be true in the letter, he is guilty. Walk ye in the Spirit, and thus shall ye fulfill the law and be meet for the kingdom. Let the law be within your own hearts rather than on tables or memorial. Which things nevertheless ye ought to do, and not to leave the other undone, for the law which I have given unto you is holy, just and good, and blessed are all they who obey and walk therein. God is Spirit, and they who worship God must worship in spirit and in truth, at all times, and in all places. 240 Do you uphold the law of love? Are you treading the path of light that I am trying to convey? If not, then you will never get beneath the surface of the contents of this book, for then you are not seeking. The truth will always be a closed world to you. Seek, and ye shall find. Knock, and it shall be opened unto you. For he that seeketh findeth, and to him that knocketh it shall be opened. 241 As ye keep the holy law of love, which I have given unto you, so shall the truth be revealed more and more unto you. 242 Someone who knows the whole truth is perfected, but such a person is not to be found. What shall we do that we may work the works of God? Jesus answered, This is the work of God, that ye believe the truth, in me who am, and who giveth unto you, the truth and the life. 243 4. Judgment. The people that we usually call criminals, are not necessarily worse than the law-abiding. Often they have been the childhood victims of other people's bad influence. They have, however, altered their sins so that these have become more obvious, that as their behavior has changed. The perpetrators of organized crime and terrorism are, however, the lowest of the low. Woe to them that continue in this way to give in to their sins. A child that is good, deep inside, and who is close to being pure of heart, will not turn to crime because it has had a bad childhood. Since there would not be much sin in such a good heart to be brought to the surface by a bad upbringing. When bad people have stable childhoods and grow up in good families, then they behave decently and do not, in the eyes of society, commit any crimes, even though their hearts are filled with injustice. When someone like this is born into the world, then all their sin will lie latent because of their period of rest before birth, and invisible bad influences in their childhood will reawaken the sin, and this person will then grow up to be highly dangerous as an adult. Many say that everyone is born alike, that everyone is born without flaws, and that these are only brought on by a bad childhood. But this is an entirely false assumption, and it is this kind of reasoning that creates darkness. This is how righteousness and unrighteousness are reduced to nothing, and this is contrary to the water. This is not the way things are. Every single one of us only have ourselves to blame for our sin. You cannot see sin, for it is something that dwells deep within the soul, and something which we have dragged in from our previous lives. Of course there will be a certain degree of indirect influence from other people that lead us either in the right or the wrong direction. Those that are very impure will, however, benefit from a good childhood in a way. On the other hand, they will not have the opportunity to fight their own sin. That is why evil things must needs come, but woe to him through whom they come. 244. But do not condemn thieves and other criminals. Remember that we are all guilty of having committed a serious crime when we stole from life, and the consequences of this are only just becoming apparent. We stole knowledge which enabled us to distinguish between good and evil. Nearly everyone eats meat, despite the fact that they know the difference between the good and bad treatment of other creatures. Jesus said, "The robber who breaketh into the house made by man is guilty, but they who break into the house made by God, even of the least of these are the greater sinners." 245. In reply to someone who taught that it was lawful to torture animals when their sufferings benefited man, Jesus said, "Verily I say unto you, they who partake of benefits which are gotten by wronging one of God's creatures, cannot be righteous." 246. If any desire and seek to possess the body of any creature for food, or for pleasure, or for profit, they defile themselves thereby. 247. No doubt you must have known this deep inside, but people have always been heard to say that is just nature's way. Nature indeed, for animals do not think like we do when they kill. They follow the natural order of things and are blameless. We, however, cannot follow the natural order of things without thinking. The very fact that we are able to think that we are hurting the animal sets us apart from this natural order and makes us guilty. In the same way, if you happen to step on 17 ants and 3 worms without thinking about it, then you too are blameless. If you take a living ant and cut it in half while you examine it under a microscope, then you are a sinner because of what you thought while doing this. The same goes for someone who pulls the wings off a living fly to see how it reacts. It is the thought itself that is the real crime. On the other hand, if you were to accidentally kill another person, then you might be as innocent and sinless as the animals when they eat each other. It is not the result of your actions that decide whether you are a sinner, but what you think in the process. So take care that you do not condemn other people for their actions. You may have done something much worse yourself. Whatever you do, do not condemn others, for example, with the bulls of excommunication as the Catholic Church has done, because they do not see the same side of the truth that you do, and do not persecute them for what they believe. You may know 3 drops of the living water in the sea of truth, whereas the others know other drops that you do not think are genuine. This is the very reason why world religions, especially the different faiths, have always condemned and persecuted each other. One day you may come to know the whole sea, and you will then regret your earlier judgment, since you will realize that the drops come from the same sea. Every single drop comes from the sea, and the sea is within every one of them. There is but one single truth. Do not judge, lest you yourself are judged. To privately assess people is not the same as judging them, because by their fruits ye shall know the good from the evil. 248. It is necessary to criticize others and point out their flaws, and this is not the same as judging them. It is important to be quite clear on what it means to judge. If you misinterpret how far you have to go in this direction, then you stand to lose all freedom of movement and any chance of testifying to the truth. If you point out faults in someone's behavior, then you may be judging them, depending on your intentions in doing so. If you impose punishment on them for their mistakes, then this will always be judging them. Jesus himself expressed these considerations when he said, "I judge no man, and yet if I judge, my judgment is true, for I am not alone, but I am the Father that sent me." 249. My judgment is just, because I seek not my own will, but the will of the Father which hath sent me. 255. About the water. No one can read their way to the truth, if they do not already know what true love is and recognize the spirit of truth. Someone who does not know these things will read the words and think that they have understood almost everything, and yet they have neither understood nor acknowledged anything. It is one thing to read, but quite another to perceive. And only those that perceive can believe. The most important of all, however, is something that people have absolutely no hope of knowing until they have felt the living water flow in the sublime wonder of the true love. This is the water that you must drink of and eat of in order to enter into the Spirit. Just as we partook of knowledge and entered into the spirit of knowledge, for the water flows in those that hear the truth when they read the words. It is this that always allows them to recognize the words of Jesus. It is what they have to think in their hearts when reading that is spirit and life. The truth is not in the words. Those that read the truth and hear it, are full of love when they read. Only these people will come to understand the truth. And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. 251. Blessed are they who understand. 252. Even though I have said that it is no good merely reading it through, most people will still believe that this is all it takes. In this way, they are like the sailor who says that he knows the sea and yet he has only ever sailed along on its surface. They will probably not uphold the law of love, and nor will they maintain all that is true. Maybe they are just gathering a bit of information, in my opinion, that makes them as bad as all those theologians who spend their time publishing analyses of Jesus' teachings. They have completely misunderstood that truth is neither words nor information, neither morals nor rules, but rather spirit and living water. But, if one does not first understand the water, he does not know anything. 253. These analysts of religious texts know nothing about the truth. The truth of God is that water which cometh from heaven, without money and without price, and they who drink shall be satisfied. 254. They shall be all taught of God. Every man therefore that hath heard and hath learned of the truth, cometh unto me. 255. It cannot be done the other way round. No one can learn what truth is from the Scriptures alone. You need to know the truth beforehand. The truth can only be learned through love, and God is love. But those who know about truth before they read, can learn much, much more. Whoever has something in his hand will receive more. 256. Those who do not understand the water, will not be able to get away from the idea that all of this is just philosophy. People like that do not recognize the difference between speculation and that which is living water. They do not understand that this is spirit, and that the answer is not to be sought in words themselves, but in the reader's own heart. The images are manifest to man, but the light in them remains concealed. 257. These things are for them that understand, to believe. If they understand not, they are not for them. 258. Everything which I have said to you, you have understood and received in faith. If you have known them, they are yours. If not, they are not yours. 259. They shall be all taught of God. 260. A wise man that hears the prophets, will become still wiser, and the man of intellect will win wisdom about life. 261. Take heed therefore how ye hear, for whosoever hath, to him shall be given. 262. If you do not love the living water and the light of love so much that you would do anything to find it, and not rest until you had done so. If you do not uphold the law of love and are thus blind in your heart, then the following may apply to you. Therefore speak I to them in parables, because they seeing see not, and hearing they hear not, neither do they understand. And in them is fulfilled the prophecy of Esaias, which saith, By hearing ye shall hear, and shall not understand. And seeing ye shall see, and shall not perceive, for this people's heart is waxed gross, and their ears are dull of hearing, and their eyes they have closed. Lest at any time they should see with their eyes and hear with their ears, and should understand with their heart, and should be converted, and I should heal them. 263-6. The headstone. Here is another example of how the suppression of writings excluded from the Bible blankets the truth and weakens the force that Jesus put into his stories. A certain man planted a vineyard, and set an hedge about it, and digged a place for the wine fat, and built a tower, and let it out to husbandmen, and went into a far country. And at the season he sent to the husbandman a servant, that he might receive from the husbandman of the fruit of the vineyard. And they caught him, and beat him and sent him away empty. And again he sent unto them another servant. And at him they cast stones, and wounded him in the head and sent him away shamefully handled. And again he sent another. And him they killed, and many others, beating some and killing some. Having yet therefore one son, his well-beloved, he sent him also last unto them, saying, They will reverence my son. But those husbandmen said among themselves, This is the heir. Come let us kill him, and the inheritance will be ours. And they took him and killed him, and cast him out of the vineyard. What shall therefore the owner of the vineyard do? He will come and destroy the husbandman, and will give the vineyard unto others. 264. Which shall render him the fruits in their seasons. 265. This parable may be read in the recognized Gospels, but its actual conclusion, namely Jesus' explanation, was removed many centuries ago. As you hear about what happened on that day 2,000 years ago, you will begin to suspect the reasons for this oppression. And the disciples asked him afterwards the meaning of this parable, and he said unto them, The vineyard is the world, the husbandmen are your priests, and the messengers are the servants of the good law, and the prophets. When the fruits of their labor are demanded of the priests, none are given, but they evilly treat the messengers who teach the truth of God, even as they have done from the beginning. And when the Son of Man cometh, even the Christ of God, they gather together against the Holy One, and slay him, and cast him out of the vineyard, for they have not wrought the things of the Spirit, but sought their own pleasure and gain, rejecting the holy law. And he continues, But the day will come when the law which they reject shall become the headstone, seen of all, and they who stumble on it shall be broken, but they who persist in disobedience shall be ground to pieces. 266. His crucifixion was then a symbol of what they would do again to him and his hidden church. Yet again will I be crucified. 267. As I shall be nailed to the cross, so also shall my church in those days, for she is my bride and one with me. 268. Jesus' parable also applies to the present day. The clergy all over the world have now fulfilled his prediction in the parable. They do not give the fruits of their labor, and they do not do the work of the Spirit, but have, instead, promoted religion for the sake of selfish gain, this being just their way of earning a living, and have, with treacherous efficiency, suppressed the things that Jesus taught, the truth that Jesus was killed for telling, and they replaced his teachings with their own opinions, spiritually casting him out of the vineyard, and rejecting the law of love. The vineyard therefore will be given to others, who will hand over the fruits, in their seasons. And on that day, the law which they rejected will have become the headstone, seen by all. Verily I am come to send peace upon earth, but when I speak, behold a sword followeth. 269. 7. They do not let the oxen eat. Religious institutions and their people restrict those that love the truth, those that they do not know. And the clergy and theologians do not give them the food that they hunger for. They are like a dog sleeping in the manger of oxen, for neither does he eat nor does he let the oxen eat. 270. But if they will not let the oxen eat, then I will. Just like Pippi, I will say, now we're going to have a quiz all on our own. And all those that are usually put in the corner, will all get a gold coin and a whole bag of sweets. I counsel thee to buy of me gold tried in the fire, that thou mayst be rich, and white raiment, that thou mayst be clothed, and that the shame of thy nakedness do not appear. 271. If you don't go and stand in the corner at once, said Miss Rosenblum, I know of one little girl who will soon get a good spanking. Poor child, said Pippi. Where is she? Send her to me and I'll defend her. Make a note of that. Pippi then went to stand with the children who were supposed to be ashamed of themselves. They were feeling far from happy. Many of them sobbed and wept with the thought of what their parents and their brothers and sisters would say when they came home without any money and without sweets. Pippi looked round at the weeping children and swallowed once or twice. Then she said, We're going to have a quiz all on our own. The children cheered up a little, but they did not quite grasp what Pippi meant. Stand in two lines, said Pippi. All those who know that Charles I is dead, stand in one line. And those who haven't heard that he is dead, stand in the other. But as all the children knew that Charles I was dead, there was only one line. This will never do, said Pippi. There have to be at least two lines, or else it's not proper. Ask Miss Rosenblum. She'll tell you. She thought for a moment. I know, she said at last. All children fully qualified in pranks, line up here. And who's going to be in the other line? Eagerly asked a little girl who would not admit that she was full of pranks. The other line is for those who are not yet qualified, said Pippi. At Miss Rosenblum's table the examination was in full swing, and now and then a small, weepy child came slowly over to join Pippi's group. Now comes the difficult question, said Pippi. Now we shall see if you've done your homework properly. She turned to a thin little boy in a blue shirt. Pay attention, she said, imitating Miss Rosenblum. Tell me the name of someone who's dead. Old Mrs. Pettigrew at number 57. Good, said Pippi. Do you know of anyone else? No, he could not think of anyone. Pippi cupped her hands round her mouth and whispered loudly, Charles of course. After that, Pippi asked all the children in turn if they knew of anyone who was dead, and they all answered, Old Mrs. Pettigrew at number 57 and Charles This examination is going better than I expected, said Pippi. I've got just one more question. If Peter and Paul are to share a cake, and Peter blankly refuses to eat more than one measly little quarter of it, who will then have to sacrifice himself by galloping all the rest? Paul, shouted all the children. My goodness, there can't be many children as clever as you, said Pippi. You shall have your reward. And out of her pocket she brought handfuls of gold coins and gave one to each child. Then they each received a large bag of sweets which Pippi took from her rucksack. And so it happened that there was great joy among all the children who had been put in the corner. When Miss Rosenblum had finished her examining and it was time for everybody to go home, there were none who ran faster than those who had stood in the corner. 272-8. The Inquisition. The Inquisition was the name of the court that was established by the Catholic Church to detect and punish heresy. In the older Church it was the duty of the bishops to keep an eye on heretics, and they were also the ones who punished them, for example, by excluding them from the church community. But that was only the beginning. When the Church came under the state, heresy became a state offense. Emperor Theodosius the Great 4th century made heresy a capital offense, since any sin against the divinity of religion leads to the corruption of the whole people. Initially, important men in the Church protested against worldly punishment, but St. Augustine and Pope Leo the Great defended these punishments on the grounds that it was a duty to force people into the Catholic Church, the only place where eternal bliss was to be found, and as the state already punished murder, marital separation and other crimes, then it could hardly let the greater crime against God and the faith go unpunished. This became quite ordinary thinking in the Middle Ages, and Thomas of Aquinas declared that when counterfeiters were rightly given capital punishment, then it was clear that a committed heretic could with even greater justification be deprived of his life, although the Church, for its part, merely judges him as a heretic and excludes him and thereafter hands him over to the worldly court, which by death sentence removes him from the world. The bishops could easily manage their roles as inquisitors while there were few heretics. But when the movement for religious independence gathered force, from the southernmost tip of Sicily to Alec in Germany, the job exceeded the power of the bishops, and the Inquisition became an independent institution under the direct control of the Pope. The Episcopal Inquisition was organized in Verona in 1184. Pope Lucius III charged the bishops with the duty of interrogating and punishing all the heretics they laid their hands on, and Emperor Frederick Barbarossa declared war against all heretics. In 1199 Pope Innocent III, note the irony, his name, sent out 2 Cistercian monks as papal legates with extended authority to extirpate heresy in southern France. In this crusade against the heretical sect of Albigenses, Church and State joined as brothers in arms. At the Fourth Lateran Council of 1215, the bishops were exclusively charged with the task of detecting and punishing heresy. Once or twice a year every bishop was to pay a visit to his bishopric and install 3 men in every parish, who were then committed by oath to inform on all those suspected of heresy. The Synod in Toulouse 1229 took an even harder line on these resolutions. Anyone hiding a heretic was threatened with the loss of his property, or even his life. Any house concealing a heretic was to be pulled down. Anyone who made any kind of contact with a heretic, for example gave him alms, was suspect. Anyone who did not present himself for summons, was regarded as guilty. Those who presented themselves were imprisoned. The accused was not allowed to know the names of his informers, and anyone, however unreliable, could be used as a witness. If the accused pleaded innocent, and the testimony against him was heavily indicative, then he would be tortured. If he renounced his heresy, then he would be let off with church punishment. But if found guilty, he would also receive secular punishment. Church punishment consisted of compulsory pilgrimages, being displayed in front of church doors, flogging in church, and excommunication. Do not judge, lest you yourselves be judged. Secular punishment consisted of expropriation, public flogging, imprisonment and death, usually at the stake. From time to time, potentates rid themselves of undesirables with the help of the Inquisition. And what was heresy exactly? In sum, it was everything that did not tally with the opinions of the Church. For example, the idea that the earth was round, that was a sure way of getting burnt at the stake. In practice, the Inquisition was not abolished until the 1800s. However, as late as 1852, the Medii, a married couple in Italy, were sent to the gallows for converting to Protestantism. Remember that it was these people with these crimes to their names that represented Christ, and who decided what the Bible of today was allowed to contain. And the modern church only, repeat, only, recognizes the scriptures which these people permitted. If Jesus had lived at the time of the Inquisition to retell all his teachings, then they would have wasted no time in burning him at the stake, just as they crucified him in his day. And this was the fate of many people who sought the truth. If the world hate you, ye know that it hated me before it hated you. 273 Dhammapada 13, 1. Succumb not to poor teachings, and do not occupy yourself with worldliness. Do not give in to false opinion, and be not a friend of this world. I indeed am the way, the truth and the life. And the truth understandeth all things. All truth is in God, and I bear witness unto the truth. I am the true rock, and on this rock do I build my church, and the gates of Hades shall not prevail against it. And out of this rock shall flow rivers of living water to give life to the peoples of the earth. Ye are my chosen 12. In me, the head and cornerstone, are the 12 foundations of my house builded on the rock, and on you and me shall my church be built, and in truth and righteousness shall my church be established. 274 They are not of the world, even as I am not of the world. Sanctify them through thy truth. Thy word is truth. As thou hast sent me into the world, even so have I also sent them into the world. 275 Each and every one of them have light in their hearts. 2 Together will greatly increase each other's light. 3 Even more. Together their radiance will be vast. Then will Israel blossom and bud, and fill the face of the world with fruit. 276 They are the ones we do not know. They are the hidden church that is genuine and true. They are restrained by the hypocrisy, falseness, suppression and darkness that comes from religious people and the religious institutions. Just look at the church and its clergy and ceremonies, and look at their customs and behavior. They should learn from Pippi instead. And others, being lovers of themselves, shall make alliance with the kings and rulers of the world, and seek earthly power, and riches and domination, and put to death by fire and sword those who seek the truth, and therefore truly are my disciples. 277 And in their days I, Jesus, shall be crucified afresh and put to open shame, for they will profess to do these things in my name. And Peter said, Be it far from thee, Lord. And Jesus answered, As I shall be nailed to the cross, so also shall my church in those days, for she is my bride and one with me. 278 My name is constantly dishonored throughout all nations. Woe to the one who brings dishonor on my name. Whereby is it dishonored? In that ye do not do my will. 279 What made him predict all this? I tell you before it come, that, when it is come to pass, ye may believe that I'm he. 280 Chapter 8 Finding. Learn to tell the true from the false. You can find the pearls yourself. Hide them in your heart and you will be collecting treasure in heaven, seeking the light, and gathering fruit. These pearls are a glimmer of the wonder that lies in the hearts of men that have borne such fruits. Lift up your eyes, and look on the fields, for they are white already to harvest. And he that reapeth receiveth wages, and gathereth fruit unto life eternal, that both he that soweth and he that reapeth may rejoice together. 281 Provide yourselves bags which wax not old, a treasure in the heavens that faileth not, where no thief approacheth, neither moth corrupteth. For where your treasure is, there will your heart be also. 282 Learn to recognize the hidden things. Look through the fog and find the vast values that lie hidden, for these are the fruit of life itself. Everyone who has eaten of these fruit has tasted life. Belief in the divine being is simply a progression of faith in human nature. There is no comparison between faith and blindly believing the things written in the Bible, which is what many people do. That kind of belief is worthless. Believing in the truth is a matter of the heart alone, and all truth is in God and is God. Faith has its roots in wondrous love. Yet it seems as though people prefer to remain in the dark. And this is the condemnation, that the light is come into the world, and men love darkness rather than light. 283 He that heareth my word, and believeth on him that sent me, hath everlasting life, and shall not come into condemnation, but is passed from death unto life. 284 Many people say that they believe in Jesus, but really they are just superstitious. Those who believe in him, the truth, do not number millions, or so far even thousands. Most people have not even been given much chance because his teachings have been hidden. They who believe in me, out of their hearts shall flow rivers of water, and that which is given unto them shall they speak with power, and their doctrine shall be as living water. 285. 2. Look with your heart, and all will be proved. Believing without understanding is superstition. Those who worship what they do not understand, worship mysticism. They are pursuing an aura of mysticism, and within minutes these people allow themselves to be completely led astray. In recent years this kind of mysticism has flourished in all countries and given the leaders of new religious cults free rein to manipulate people and their money. Only in the one true love will your spirit come to know truth. Truth will almost become a magical word of profound meaning, and the truth understands everything. And he that understands is able to believe. The truth is the soul's common sense. Falsehood is absurdity, emptiness, self-contradiction and death. If logic is reason, then truth is pure genius. When someone has really understood, then there is actually no point in asking him if he ever has any doubts. If, for example, he ever doubts that divinity exists. Indeed, the very question is absurd, for what is there for him to doubt? That righteousness exists, that it is of immense importance, that goodness is unimaginably great, that love is wonderful, that truth is learned in love, since this is what he has experienced? No, there is just no room for doubt, since he has seen these things united as one. Proof? Well, my friend, there is ample proof right before your very eyes. And there were certain men of doubtful mind, came unto Jesus, and said unto him, Thou tellest us that our life and being is from God, but we have never seen God, nor do we know of any God. Canst thou show us whom thou callest the Father, Mother, one God? We know not if there be a God. Jesus answered them, saying, Hear ye this parable of the fishes. The fishes of a certain river communed with one another, saying, They tell us that our life and being is from water, but we have never seen water, we know not what water is. Then some among them, wiser than the rest, said, We have heard there dwelleth in the sea a wise and learned fish, who knoweth all things. Let us journey to him, and ask him to show us what water is. So several of them set out to find this great and wise fish, and they came at last to the sea wherein the wise fish dwelt, and they asked of him. And when he heard them, he said unto them, O ye foolish fish that consider not, wise are ye the few who seek. In the water ye live, and move, and have your being. From the water ye came, to the water ye return. Ye live in the water, yet ye know it not. In like manner, ye live in God, and yet ye ask of me, Show us God. God is in all things, and all things are in God. 286. I shall give you what no eye has seen, and what no ear has heard, and what no hand has touched, and what has never occurred to the human mind. 287. 3. The necessity of rebirth. The doctrine of reincarnation was removed from the gospel at a very early stage, apparently in the 1st century. After the year 325, attempts were made to finally remove any traces of this doctrine still remaining in many writings. The Church regarded the doctrine of reincarnation as one of the worst forms of heresy. Look at the following passage from the ancient gospel and note how much is missing in the gospel according to St. John. Chapter 3. Notice how the imagery finally comes together to take on sense and significance. And what significance? Here we may sense how posterity has tried to conceal Jesus' words about reincarnation, and explains why the conversation with Nicodemus becomes incoherent and eventually just peters out. Take a look at this sentence from the Gospel according to St. John. The wind bloweth where it listeth, and thou hearest the sound thereof, but canst not tell whence it cometh, and whither it goeth. The next part of this about reincarnation was removed and replaced by a nonsensical sentence that seems to brush aside any questions you might have. So is everyone that is born of the Spirit. Now let us put the clock back 1950 years and hear what he really said. Jesus was sitting on the porch of a temple, when some people came to hear his teachings. One of them said to him, Master, what teachest thou concerning life? And he said unto them, Blessed are they who suffer many experiences, for they shall be made perfect through suffering. They shall be as the angels of God in heaven, and shall die no more, neither shall they be born any more, for death and birth have no more dominion over them. They who have suffered and overcome shall be made pillars in the temple of my God, and they shall go out no more. Verily I say unto you, except ye be born again of water and of fire, ye cannot see the kingdom of God. And a certain Rabbi Nicodemus came unto him by night for fear of the Jews, and said unto him, How can a man be born again when he is old? Can he enter a second time into his mother's womb and be born again? Jesus answered, Verily I say unto you, except a man be born again of flesh and of spirit, he cannot enter into the kingdom of God. The wind bloweth where it listeth, and ye hear the sound thereof, but cannot tell whence it cometh or whither it goeth. The light shineth from the east even unto the west. Out of the darkness the sun ariseth and goeth down into darkness, so it is with man, from the ages unto the ages. When it cometh from the darkness, it is that he hath lived before, and when it goeth down again into darkness, it is that he may rest for a little, and thereafter again exist. So through many changes must ye be made perfect, as it is written in the book of Job, I am a wanderer, changing place after place and house after house, until I come unto the city and mansion which is eternal. And Nicodemus said unto him, How can these things be? And Jesus answered and said unto him, Art thou a teacher in Israel, and understandest not these things? Verily we speak that which we do know, and bear witness to that which we have seen, and ye receive not our witness. If I have told you of earthly things and ye believe not, how shall ye believe if I tell you of heavenly things? 288 Dhammapada 13:20. He who already experiences the end of his own suffering, I call him a Brahmin, who is without burden or ties. In suppressing such ancient writings today, the modern church condones the removal, in early Christian times, of these many essential and vital matters from the texts. If the people of India, the Sikhs and the Hindus, were to look at the origins of their religions, then they would find many of the things of which Jesus also spoke. Conversely, if we look at the origins of Christianity, we find tenets similar to those that are central to these religions of India. For example, the doctrine of reincarnation. They differ only in that they emphasize or distort different aspects, but the doctrines have the same origin, the Spirit of God. And so it is with the teachings of all true religions. They have only become religions because mankind has turned the wisdom and true doctrine into something religious. Originally, all of this was genuine. If only people would use their hearts and common sense. You can read the following in chapter 41. And there was a certain man who was blind from his birth, and he denied that there were such things as sun, moon, and stars, or that color existed. And they tried in vain to persuade him that other people saw them. And they led him to Jesus. And he anointed his eyes and made him to see. And he greatly rejoiced with wonder and fear, and confessed that before he was blind. And now, after this, he said, I see all, I know everything, I am a God. And Jesus said unto him, How canst thou know all? Thou canst not see through the walls of thine house, nor read the thoughts of thy fellow men, nor understand the language of birds, or of beasts. Thou canst not even recall the events of thy former life, conception, or birth. Remember with humility how much remains unknown to thee, yea, unseen, and doing so, thou mayst see more clearly. 289. Surely it is obvious that passages like this had to be removed, for the pure of heart will see it. If you could only for a fraction of a second see what I'm writing about, it would totally transform your life. You would never be the same again. Any truth that you stowed away in your heart could join with your love and direct your search. The purer the heart, the clearer the vision. He who searches for what is correct and good in all things and is full of love, can for a while become pure of heart. And such a person may, in rare cases, see the very essence of someone else with all his heart. This gives way to an unimaginable wonder. He feels the love of another person. This looks like nothing in print, and might not seem to say very much, but it is the greatest secret of the universe. Later, he will for the first time discover what it is to learn wondrous things from the Spirit of truth, which from that time on will never leave him until his impurity marks a kind of boundary for his ability to learn. And then for a few hours or days at a time he will experience what it is to come close to the fire. Later, when his love takes its natural course and fades away, then the measure of purity within his heart will return to its former level, making it impossible for him to see the wonder that he now so desperately wishes to receive and retain. This is also what makes thorough purification necessary. All the impurity within the spirit is slowly burnt away, so that he will later be capable of receiving from the living source all the time. The source, the Spirit of truth, is the antimatter for his impurities, which make him unjust, deceitful and wicked. This is why something that feels like a fire burns within him from time to time, a kind of after effect of the living water. Things may get quite desperate for him if he tries to seize this wonder by grasping at the person in whom he first saw it. These are the first steps along the path of life. This is the turmoil that leads to life. 5. The endurance that bears fruit he suffers for the truth, is purified and overcomes evil. Behold, I manifest myself unto you, in all created forms. 290 Then must they that see me, and that want to seize my kingdom, endure and suffer adversity, that they may seize it. 291 Strait is the gate, and narrow is the way, which leadeth unto life, and few there be that find it. 292 When the suffering is over, he will be able to see that some of the wonder, that unbelievable something which he discovered in love, has in fact remained within reach. Now he can see the treasure of life itself, but he has not yet discovered his new, unfamiliar and wonderful ability. However, if he has by that time been filled with the light of the truth and wisdom, he will discover it until he has overcome and been purified. He will, however, feel anything but happy, fearing that he has lost that colossal wonder. He will mourn for long periods at a time, especially if the person in whom he first saw it is gone from him also. The fire will pursue him in all his thoughts, no matter where he is. And this will at first be very frightening. He will undoubtedly ask himself, what on earth is happening to me? For he has never heard of anything like it. Yet there were two people who spoke of this suffering, John the Baptist, who prophesied it, and Jesus, who spoke of it in far greater depth. But the church has hidden all this, and this suffering is certainly no joke. Ye shall weep and lament, but the world shall rejoice, and ye shall be sorrowful, but your sorrow shall be turned to joy. A woman when she is in travail hath sorrow, because her hour is come, but as soon as she is delivered of the child, she remembereth no more the anguish, for joy that a man is born into the world. 293 Everyone shall be salted with fire. 294 In your endurance possess ye your souls. 295 6. For the life of the world. As long as your mind is darkness, your light which you wait for will not be. 296 In every individual child of man must be accomplished the mystery of God, ever witnessing to the light, suffering for the truth, ascending into heaven, and sending forth the Spirit of truth. And this is the path of salvation, for the kingdom of God is within. 297 They who sow to the Spirit shall reap life everlasting. 298 As the wheat is separated from the chaff, so must ye be separated from the falsities of the world. 299 The chaff is consumed by the fire, but the wheat is parched by the fire. So must ye my disciples pass through tribulations. But rejoice ye, for having suffered with me as one body, ye shall reign with me in one body, and give life to the world. 300 In all places I shall be lifted up for the life of the world. 301 Believe me, if you should be among those that have overcome and thus found the source of the truth, then your desire to tell of the truth will be so strong that you will overcome any hesitation to do so. You will then have become a giver of light. For no one lights a lamp and puts it under a bushel, nor does he put it in a hidden place, but rather he sets it on a lampstand, so that everyone who enters and leaves will see its light. 302 7. The gold and the dross. John the Baptist prophesies the suffering. He shall baptize you with the Holy Ghost and with fire. 303 But the chaff he will burn with fire unquenchable. 304 Look through the veil of mist. It is extremely important that you hold on to the truth during this suffering, otherwise your house will come tumbling down. All this must really seem like double Dutch to those who have not experienced this, just as it was for people in the past. But hold on, dear readers. If all of this happens to you, then count yourself lucky that the pain comes now when the Spirit of the truth is within you. This is precisely what it is all about, and is an essential part of what Jesus meant by saving. For it is the truth that will make it possible to emerge unscathed from this fire. Without the truth you would suffer nothing less than the fires of hell. I have cast fire upon the world, and see I am guarding it until it blazes. 305 Learn thou to suffer, and thou shalt be able not to suffer. 306 You will then be like a man which built an house. And what kind of house? And dig deep, and laid the foundation on a rock, and when the flood arose, the stream beat vehemently upon that house, and could not shake it, for it was founded upon a rock. But he that heareth, and doeth not, is like a man that without a foundation built an house upon the earth, against which the stream did beat vehemently, and immediately it fell. And the ruin of that house was great. 307 And which stream do you think it was? All in all, it has to be said that, despite the editorial vandalism of the past, It really is striking how much has actually been preserved in such texts, entirely intact and concordant with reality, a reality which mankind could not possibly know anything about. No one can just guess their way to it. Yet the churches are hiding these most essential tenets. This is what they do all over the world, the whole world. And if you say anything to them about it, then the most they can spare you is a tolerant smile. When you have overcome the suffering which I will now describe more closely for the benefit of those who have experienced it, then you will be in such good spirits that you will no longer think about how awful it was. The suffering may last years, for a few people it may perhaps last several lifetimes, and it will periodically alternate with the living waters. Gradually, however, you will overcome the worst as you learn to adjust to the thought pattern of your heart equal to spirit. There is no way around this, it just has to be done. The first terrible times are like being thrown into deep water without being able to swim. There is only one thing to do, and that is learn to swim right away. At first everything within you is just knocked away. This is when you lose all ability to appreciate beauty, the ability to feel love, the ability to experience goodness, the ability to be happy, the ability to amuse yourself, the ability to be joyful, the ability to just have a good time. All sense of security will disappear. Everything will become emptiness, darkness and fear. Under normal circumstances tears have a healing effect on the things you experience, but at times like these, they cannot help you. For a while, all that you took for granted will vanish. You took it for granted that when you loved you would feel love, but there is only a black, empty hole left inside. You took it for granted that when you were happy, you would feel the happiness, but no, this too is gone from you. You will, in no uncertain terms, feel as though you are approaching a vast spiritual abyss, where the torment will just grow and grow. Initially, you will experience periods where you become terrified of falling down into this abyss, of losing your way in the deepest darkness if you lose your hold on the truth, and you will fear that this could then destroy you. It burns like a fire that hurts in your soul, but only in short bursts, perhaps a couple of hours at a time. At such times you will hunger for spirit, discovering that your life is at stake. Yes, there will be moments when it really seems as though you are fighting for your life. You will hunger and thirst for spirit, but it will not be yours. More than anything else, you will hunger and thirst for love and truth. It is of vital importance that you now understand and acknowledge your mistakes and repent them. Your every endeavor will be the struggle for purity and truthfulness. This is how it is to be near to the fire. But despite what you have lost in these periods, there is one thing which you will still possess, and that is the spirit of truth. It will never let you down. It is because of this that you know your root, and it will be the salvation of your personality every time. Each time you will regain everything within your spirit, but a still greater part will have been purified. This is what makes the suffering diminish, and this is how the true character is allowed to emerge. Water and fire will come, water and fire, and finally water and peace. Except ye be born again of water and of fire, ye cannot see the kingdom of God. 308. As gold and silver are tested in the furnace, so are the hearts of men selected. 309. He who is near me is near the fire, and he who is far from me is far from the kingdom. 310. I cast the law into the water, and it was cleansed from all defilements of evil. I cast the law into the fire, and the gold was purged from all dross. 311. He punished you to teach you his righteousness, and therefore tested you and let you suffer hunger and thirst in the wilderness to reveal in your heart righteousness and all his laws, which I preach to you today. And you will know in your heart that as he taught his Son as a man, so will our God teach you. 312. And Jesus said, and they shall be all taught of God. 313. Behold, I have refined thee, but not with silver. I have chosen thee in the furnace of affliction. 314. 8. He went plowing and found treasure. By then the worst has passed, and later there will be a longer period of calm, where you will have nearly or finally overcome, and you will be able to lead an entirely normal life. Someday you will forget just how awful it all was. In the meantime, the fruit of the seed that was sown will be ripening. Then one day, out of the blue, you will hear or read something about the truth, perhaps some of the more well-preserved of Jesus' words, and now they will have a colossal impact on you. Now you are able to hear. Now you are able to eat and drink. If you are then able to lift the veil of religious mist, everything will start happening. A steady river of living water will flow from within you. You found the treasure. You will be willing to give up everything to keep it, for you realize what riches it has to offer. Then you may harvest. Only for a short period will it be possible to do this. Do not delay. And the true kingdom shall be established, which shall be in the world, but not of it. 315. And the last shall be first. 316. Tell us what the kingdom of heaven is like. He said to them, It is like a mustard seed, the smallest of all the seeds. But when it falls on tilled soil, it produces a great plant and becomes a shelter for birds of the sky. 317. The kingdom of the Father is like a merchant who had a consignment of merchandise and who discovered a pearl. That merchant was shrewd. He sold the merchandise and bought the pearl alone for himself. You too, seek his unfailing and enduring treasure where no moth comes to devour and no worm destroys. 318. The kingdom is like a man who had a hidden treasure in his field without knowing it, and after he died, he left it to his son. The son did not know about the treasure. He inherited the field and sold it, and the one who bought it went plowing and found the treasure. He began to lend money at interest to whomever he wished. 319. But whosoever drinketh of the water that I shall give him shall never thirst. But the water that I shall give him shall be in him a well of water springing up into everlasting life. 320. He that believeth on me, as the Scripture hath said, out of his belly shall flow rivers of living water. 321. The truth of God is that water which cometh without money and without price. 322. When you discover the effects of this, you will certainly say to yourself, to think that there could be such water. We shall all come and go through many lifetimes. We sleep and rise, but what has been sown within us continues to grow, without us even knowing it. So is the kingdom of God, as if a man should cast seed into the ground, and should sleep, and rise night and day, and the seed should spring and grow up, he knoweth not how. For the earth bringeth forth fruit of herself. First the blade, then the ear, after that the full corn in the ear. But when the fruit is brought forth, immediately he putteth in the sickle, because the harvest is come. 323. Again Jesus was sitting under the fig tree, and his disciples gathered around him, and round them came a crowd of people to hear him. And he said to them, Whereunto shall I liken the kingdom of heaven? And he told them the following parable. The kingdom of heaven is like to a certain seed, small among seeds, which a man taketh and soweth in his field. But when it is grown it becometh a great tree which sendeth forth its branches all around, which again, shooting downward into the earth take root and grow upward, till the field is covered by the tree, so that the birds of the air come and lodge in the branches thereof, and the creatures of the earth find shelter beneath it. He then gave them another parable, saying, The kingdom of heaven is like unto a great treasure hid in a field, the which when a man findeth he hideth it, and for joy thereof goeth and selleth all that he hath and buyeth that field, knowing how great will be the wealth therefrom. Again is the kingdom of heaven like to one pearl of great price, which is found by a merchant seeking goodly pearls. And the merchant finding it selleth all that he hath and buyeth it, knowing how many more times it is worth than that which he gave for it. Again the kingdom of heaven is like unto a woman who taketh of the incorruptible leaven and hideth it in 3 measures of meal, till the whole is leavened, and being baked by fire becometh one loaf. 324. He that comes close to me, comes close to the fire. He that is far from me, is far from the kingdom. 325. When the Spirit of truth has been yours for some time, you will, among many other things, discover that if there is something about the truth that you do not understand, then you can just hide it in your heart. And soon afterwards the answer will suddenly come to you all by itself, without you having spent any time puzzling over it. And the answer, which you may even make a note of, will make sense in every way and also in the most surprising ways. Everything shown to you by the truth will fit every time into a complete whole. Your understanding will grow and grow. It is utterly wonderful and deeply moving. Perhaps you will come across the very thing you have just learned in an Indian text, or you may find it in the fragment of the Gospel. And to think that the following actually appears in the Gospel according to St. John, howbeit when he, the Spirit of truth, is come, he will guide you into all truth. For he shall not speak of himself. But whosoever he shall hear, that shall he speak, and he will show you things to come. He shall glorify me, for he shall receive of mine, and shall show it unto you. 326. In this way, all of his words will be found again, regardless of whether or not they have been written down. 9. They bear no fruit. People just cannot imagine that what Jesus told was simple fact, and that the kingdom has come and is right before their very eyes. and that it is only hidden from them because they have not yet the hearts to see. Most people are truly good, nice and kind, but the sin that lies within them makes them blind. Yet the sin cannot be seen until it rises to the surface. When it surfaces, the result is violence, theft, deceit, etc. People usually say that society is the sinner, but that is utterly incorrect. The sin is their own. The sad fact explains why most people never manage to bear fruit. They produce nothing that you can eat. Each person like a fruit tree, that just happens to be there. It has no fruit for you to pick. They just stand there in the same dry old soil. They draw the threads, yet weave not. 327. So they will never discover the true values which now lie hidden from them. This is why people live in darkness, emptiness and pointlessness. They have no idea of what they are missing. But how can they be helped if they will not live by the law of love and seek the light, the sun of the soul? In this way they will remain blind, in their own darkness and meaninglessness. They will hear nothing. Dhammapada XII 8. This world is blind, few are they that see. Precious few are they that reach heaven, like the bird that escapes its net. But the bird also sings when no one listens, because it is so happy. They do not have sight. For empty they came into the world, and empty too they seek to leave the world. 328. Fruits. For example, how many whites displayed selfless righteousness towards blacks or Indians, when they lived among them? Was it 1 in 1,000, 2 in 10,000? It is an easy matter to secure righteousness for yourself. Anyone can do that. Back home, these respectable white people fit in as decent and worthy citizens. That is no problem. For the good that I would I do not, but the evil which I would not, that I do. 329. A certain man had a fig tree planted in his vineyard. And he came and sought fruit thereon, and found none. Then said he unto the dresser of his vineyard, Behold, these 3 years I come seeking fruit on this fig tree, and find none. Cut it down. Why cumbereth it the ground? And he answering said unto him, Lord, let it alone this year also, till I shall dig about it, and dung it, and if it bear fruit, well, and if not, then after that thou shalt cut it down. 330. Let the truth bear fruit, at least so much that you keep the law of love, then I can guarantee that you will not be cut down. He that has no root bears no fruit. 331. Blessed are they, that for the sake of righteousness are pursued, for they will become complete. And blessed are they, that are pursued for the sake of my will, for they shall receive a city, in which they shall never be pursued. 332. Chapter 9. The truth hidden away. The one who seeks is also the one who reveals. 333. The churches shut the door to the kingdom of heaven. Jesus' words were not popular. They hid the most precious of all, something more precious than anything in the world for those that have known suffering. He that comes close to me, comes close to the fire. 334. He who is near me is near the fire. 335. Except ye be born again of water and of fire, ye cannot see the kingdom of God. 336. If one does not understand how the fire came to be, he will burn in it, because he does not know his root. Think of the house that was built with no foundation. If one does not first understand the water, he does not know anything. 337. For thou couldest not at all have understood what thou sufferest if I had not been sent unto thee, as the word of the Father. Learn thou to suffer, and thou shalt be able not to suffer. 338. But some people may have endured all this through so many lifetimes, that they cannot recall their progress as a whole, seeking, finding, suffering, overcoming, discovering the hidden treasure, harvesting and gathering gold, passing on the truth to others. What a terrible thought, that people endure the suffering without understanding what it is all about, because the church has hidden the truth from them. Which diagnostic labels do you suppose psychologists and psychiatrists would pin on these people, despite the fact that they are healthier than the healthy? As Jesus said, when such people have overcome, they are to testify to the truth for the sake of man's salvation. This is the thought that lies in the heart of every single one of these people. What would happen if they talked to a psychologist about this? What would his diagnosis be? Megalomania as a symptom of schizophrenia? And this for people that are suffering and will give all they have got in their struggle for truthfulness and love? Are psychologists going to categorize these people as neurotics, as people with personality disorders? And how can psychologists know any better when their outward condition is so similar to that of the mentally disturbed? Megalomania? Ah, who do they think they are fooling? Jesus said, He that believeth on me, the works that I do shall he do also. And greater works than these shall he do. John 14:12. Psychologists will no doubt have the following to say about this kind of patient: he believes from time to time that he is like Christ, here to deliver the whole world from evil. He has periodic megalomania and is a typical schizophrenic. The authorized texts have been distorted to give the idea that it is only a question of physical persecution for the sake of the word. Here, once again, the truth has been replaced by the opinions of men, putting for my doctrines the opinions of men. 339. Everyone who comes close to the Spirit through love, will, after the vast, staggering beauty, feel the turmoil come over them. These joyful people will thereby be saved from destruction in the fire. They will attain eternal life, since fire is the only force that can destroy the soul, and time cannot age it. When the saved are flooded with light, their sufferings will soon vanish like dew before the sun. They made it, and it was not so bad after all. 2. Baptism. Very few people know this, but baptism was originally a symbol of what happens in that instant where the fatherhood and motherhood are revealed, which is the same as baptism with the Holy Ghost. John the Baptist was the one who introduced Christians to this custom, and he said, I indeed baptize you with water unto repentance, but he that cometh after me is mightier than I, whose shoes I am not worthy to bear. He shall baptize you with the Holy Ghost, and with fire. But he will burn up the chaff with unquenchable fire. 340. Yes, it is the same fire. Do you remember how I made my private definition in the preface of what religiousness is? When dealing with words like Holy Ghost, we can go really wrong if we do not avoid religiousness. Throughout the ages, religion has always managed to cast its grim shadow over words of this kind, and reduce them to the sublimely ridiculous. Avoid using words like Holy Ghost as far as you can. But remember, that is what it is all about. That Jesus was conceived by the Holy Ghost and later born of God is absolutely correct. For this is what everyone must pass through in order to become the sons and daughters of God. The ancient church, however, misinterpreted this to mean a very corporeal conception, and consequently set about faking the word so that it would look as though Jesus were born of a virgin. This is of course utterly absurd, and the kind of thing that only served to make people think that all that stuff about Jesus is a load of old nonsense. In fact, it says nothing about virgin birth in the original gospel. Look how risible the Catholic Church makes everything by inducing people to worship the Virgin Mary. This is typical idolatry and typical religious practice. They have tricked people into worshiping crucifixes, pictures of Jesus, pictures of saints and relics. In this way, the Church wickedly tricks people into breaking the commandments of God. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Thou shalt not make thee any graven image, or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them. Incredible how the doctrine of love and righteousness can be transformed into the worship of idols and the worship of a woman who was only a virgin because the fathers of the church had falsified the gospel writings. But all of us must, like Jesus, be born of the one and only two in one if we are to be called the sons and daughters of God. 3. The fire hell. 2 in 1. What in the world is that? Be patient. I am getting there. Jesus spoke of becoming 2 in 1, being born again in many places. But he that received the seed into stony places, the same is he that heareth the word, and anon with joy receiveth it. Yet hath he not root in himself, but dureth for a while. For when tribulation or persecution ariseth because of the word, by and by he is offended. 341. No man can come unto me, except it were given unto him of my Father. 342. Blessed are they who have been persecuted within themselves. It is they who have truly come to know the Father. 343. If one does not know the darkness, he will not be able to see the light. Therefore I tell you, of the light is the darkness. And if one does not stand in the darkness, he will not be able to see the light. Then will all the powers within you, those that are above and those that are below, be in that place where there will be the weeping and the gnashing of teeth at the end of all these things. 344. As for the fire of the Spirit, it was in there. Therefore the came to be, the true mind came to be within them. If a man establishes his soul in the height, then he will be exalted. 345. Every branch that beareth fruit, he purgeth it, that it may bring forth more fruit. 346. If the purging of someone who was almost pure to start with has taken many years, then you can maybe begin to imagine how long and terrible the purging would be for someone 10 to 100 times more impure. For someone like that it will be a furnace. Without the Spirit of truth the fire will be infernal, and without it he will not be able to put out his fires within. This is why John the Baptist called it the unquenchable fire. Just imagine being thrown in the furnace. It gives me the shakes just thinking about it. But as I have said before, even if the purging of someone who has truth within takes time, then it is not, in fact, interminable. And it is only really frightening in the beginning. After a while it is reduced to a level that you can endure without anyone noticing what is happening. It comes in waves and changes its pattern with the current from the source. But it gets easier and easier to overcome, and the sufferings grow briefer and briefer. In between, you gradually come to feel extraordinarily happy, especially as you learn from the Spirit of truth. But each time afterwards, you begin to suffer again. So, it takes a while before you can bear to feel the flowing source within you all the time. This is because of the sin that lies deep within us. He who sustains the earth is he who sustains heaven. When a word comes forth from the greatness, it will go to him who sustains the heaven and the earth. 347. He sleeps with peace of mind who rejoices in the doctrine. The wise man is ever delighted by the doctrine preached by the noble ones. 348. I love them, says wisdom, that love me, and he who seeks me will find peace. 349. Her ways are ways of pleasantness, and all her paths are peace. 350. To him that overcometh will I give to eat of the tree of life. 351. Blessed is the man who has found the interpretation about this thought. The struggle with his eyes. He did not kill nor was he killed, but he came forth victorious. 352. It takes a long time before the bipartite man-woman make peace with each other in your house. But when this happens, then you will be a child of God, born again. If two make peace with each other in this one house, they will say to the mountain, move away, and it will move away. 353. Jesus said, when you make the two one, you will become the sons of man, and when you say, mountain, move away, it will move away. 354. Sons of man, he who will drink from my mouth will become like me. 355. Blessed are the peacemakers in one house, for they shall be called the children of God. 356. Let us take a trip to India and look at their teachings. Without being divided, it yet seems divided in all beings. It is to be understood as the sustainer of all beings, as their destroyer and creator. It is called the light of all lights on the off side of darkness. It is the knowledge, the object of knowledge, and the goal of knowledge, dwelling in the heart of all. 357. If truth is not the very fundament of our lives, then all our flaws such as a lack of righteousness will automatically bring about the collapse of our spirit when the flow of waters comes to us. Our flaws will be like the substance of death. The house will come tumbling down. If a man cuts corners when building a new house, it will have to be torn down, maybe as far as the foundations, until the mistakes are removed. Then the house will have to be rebuilt from scratch. If the house has been built in the wrong place, it will have to be removed completely. The reasons for the punishment in the fire are deceit, lovelessness and unrighteousness. This is why the punishment appropriately comes from the devil. For deceit, lovelessness and unrighteousness are the basis of evil. They are the root of evil and are the substance of death that may be called the devil. These are the substance of death within us, the flaws in human nature that can destroy the soul in the fire. That which you have will save you if you bring it forth from yourselves. That which you do not have within you will kill you if you do not have it within you. 358. Ye shall die in your sins. 359. Indeed, the real devil is our sin. The devil does not exist as such, but represents a lack of opposite values. Because a lack of truth is deceit and meaninglessness, a lack of love is lovelessness and emptiness, a lack of righteousness is unrighteousness. In the same way, darkness does not exist in itself, but is merely a lack of light. Have you ever seen a lamp with black light? All the myths about the devil Satan, the man with horns and cloven hooves, are nothing more than the fabrications of many generations, and in particular their illustrators. He does not appear in the Bible. The whole concept was indirectly put in Jesus' mouth. The church managed to introduce a queer and crude doctrine about the good automatically entering the kingdom of heaven as soon as they die, and the wicked being whisked away by the devil to eternal punishment in fire and brimstone at the end of their one and only life. What about those that died at birth? Would this be fair on babies that had only lived for a few hours? In fact, it is only very few that are truly good, and few that are truly wicked. So what about that large majority of worthy petty sinners? They did not get any mention. In the real world we all just get a period of rest after each life in the charge of angels, and do not go to the kingdom of heaven or down to eternal punishment with a horned man brandishing a pitchfork. These ideas are completely crazy. There is no eternal punishment, and Old Nick just does not exist. Jesus never mentioned this Old Nick, but these things have been bandied around so often that people actually believe in them. Only rarely has Jesus used the words the devil, and even then only as an emblem of deceit, unrighteousness and evil. But this is how the one who would give us the truth and life has been made to look absolutely ridiculous. The punishment is in fact also divine, but they have replaced his doctrine with the opinions of men. That which you have will save you, if you bring it forth from yourselves. That which you do not have within you will kill you if you do not have it within you. 360. If you repent not. 361. Those that repent and are at last led out of the fire, have tasted death. 4. Man will return to earth. If you read the ancient writings about Jesus, then you will see that many of those who do not attain perfection the first time round will remain on earth or will return to it, things being far from over. Whoso keepeth the holy law which I have given, the same shall save their souls, however differently they may see the truths which I have given. 362. For they who know the Godhead, and have found the way of life and the mysteries of light, and then have fallen into sin, shall be punished with greater chastisements than they who have not known the way of life. Such shall return when their cycle is completed, and to them will be given space to consider, and amend their lives, and learning the mysteries, enter into the kingdom of light. 363. I am the resurrection and the life, I am the good, the beautiful, the true. If a man believe in me, he shall not die, but live eternally. As in Adam all die, so in the Christ shall all be made alive. Blessed are the dead who die in me, and are made perfect in my image and likeness, for they rest from their labors, and their works do follow them. They have overcome evil, and are made pillars in the temple of my God, and they go out no more, for they rest in the eternal. For them that have done evil there is no rest, but they go out and in, and suffer correction for ages, till they are made perfect. But for them that have done good and attained unto perfection, there is endless rest, and they go into life everlasting. They rest in the eternal. Over them the repeated death and birth have no power. For them the will of the eternal revolves no more, for they have attained unto the center, where is eternal rest, and the center of all things is God. 364. As all creatures come forth from the unseen into this world, so they return to the unseen, and so will they come again till they be purified. 365. The body that ye lay in the grave, or that is consumed by fire, is not the body that shall be, but they who come shall receive other bodies, yet their own, and as they have sown in one life, so shall they reap in another. Blessed are they who suffer wrong in this life, for they shall have greater joy in the life to come. Blessed are they who have worked righteousness in this life, for they shall receive the crown of life. 366. So many will continue their life cycle here on earth for a very long time. One day some will attain perfection, some will be purified in the fire, and those that do not repent will be lost in the outer darkness. 367. He that heareth my word, and believeth on him that sent me, hath everlasting life, and shall not come into condemnation, but is passed from death unto life. 368. Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. 369. Those that have worked good shall inherit pleasantness, and those that have sinned shall be punished, and all that have believed in me shall enter the kingdom of heaven. 370. Indians have been taught another side of the same tenet. Just as ever repose within the ether is the great wind that moves everywhere, even so are all the beings reposed within me. To this hold fast. All the beings return within my cosmic nature at the close of a world age. The same once more. At the beginning of the world age, I send forth into being. 371. But the other entity, which is non-manifest and eternal, lies beyond the cosmic nature, and, while all beings perish, it perishes not. It is called the non-manifest and the immutable, and is said to be the highest goal. They that have reached it no longer return. That is my highest abode. This Spirit Supreme, within whom the beings dwell, and by whom all this is permeated, is to be attained by a single-pointed devotion. 372. In every world age I incarnate myself for shielding the good, and destroying the evildoers, and for the fulfillment of the kingdom of righteousness. 373. Hell is there to protect the good, and is only used at the end of each world age. As you can see, the notions spread about by the church are both crude and foolish, for they have no bearing on what Jesus said. Nor did any other preachers of the truth say anything like this. These notions are based on all too few sources, and the churches themselves have excluded all other sources, which would collectively have given a much fuller and more logical impression of what the future holds for every one of us. The Vatican and the Catholic Church, that have done what they could to crush the wisdom of Christians, will know all about these things, for they are still hiding some of these as yet undestroyed ancient Christian writings which contain some of the genuine truth. Once it has made people religious and superstitious, the job is easy for the Church, since people will then abandon all common sense and do nothing to get at the true doctrines. This is how the Church retains its power. But there shall arise after you men of perverse minds, who shall through ignorance or through craft suppress many things which I have spoken unto you, and lay to me things which I never taught. 374. Bhagavad Gita. Men lacking credence in this truth, without being able to reach me, return to the path of this death-dominated world. 375. 5. The treasure. Love is the fulfilling of the law. Love is of God, and God is love. Whoso loveth not, knoweth not God. 376. Woman is an image of the light of the mother, and man is an image of the light of the Father. The light can be revealed in these pictures. You may have received the baptism of light centuries ago, and then you are from it, and to it you will return. 377. And you came from the light, the place where the light came into being on its own accord and established itself and became manifest through their image. 378. Blessed are the solitary and elect, for you will find the kingdom. For you are from it, and to it you will return. 379. One day, when you discover the treasure, you will be so happy and full of inexpressible joy, that you may not know what to do with yourself. Never before would you have imagined that this could be a problem. But after a year or two you will begin to get used to it. It is like a large bunch of spring, freshness and life that goes on and on and on. Like love, rest and beauty. Like understanding, wisdom and happiness. It is nothing you have known before, and it comes in an instant. This is how it will be until your harvest time is done. Trees do not bear fruit the whole year round. If we continue playing with the idea that you are going to find it, then you need to know that in the beginning you may, off and on, experience a slight restlessness, which for up to 2 days at a time obscures this whole wonder. This is in fact beneficial. In these periods the treasure will seem to elude you. But do not be afraid, you will not lose it. On such days where the treasure seems to have disappeared, you will have plenty of opportunity to experience the fact that you can do nothing by yourself. You cannot bring forth fruit on your own. The Son can do nothing of himself, but what he seeth the Father do, for what things soever he doeth, these also doeth the Son likewise. 380. And you will realize that it is you who are the sons of the living Father. 381. He that believeth on me, the works that I do shall he do also, and greater works than these shall he do. 382. My doctrine is not mine, but is that sent me. If any man will do his will, he shall know of the doctrine, whether it be of God, or whether I speak of myself. 383. He that believeth on me, as the Scripture hath said, out of his belly shall flow rivers of flowing water. 384. Dhammapada xii. 12. Better than absolute rule of this world, better than attaining the realm of the gods, better than being Lord of all the worlds, is to enter into the stream. Dhammapada vi. 1-2. Should you meet a wise man who can reveal hidden treasures, who points out your faults and steers you from vice, then put your trust in such a man. Only good can befall the one who follows him. Let him admonish or instruct or restrain you from what is wrong. He will be loved by the good but disliked by the bad. Many misunderstood what was meant by being solitary and consequently forced themselves into celibacy, in the hope of securing a reward. No doubt they thought, what advantages will I gain in life after death by doing such and such? That will not work. Solitude will come to you all by itself when necessary. Afterwards you will hardly understand how it happened yourself. The Orthodox Church refused to accept the Scriptures in which Jesus spoke about being solitary, because they took this to mean that he was against marriage. The tiny minority of people all over the world who could understand this part of his doctrine and whom it would fill with light, were therefore deprived of any chance to hear his words. The church closed the kingdom of heaven, but let them hear, that have ears to hear it. In any case, Jesus was married himself, but this fact was removed in the early days by people that could not accept that he was flesh and blood. He was married to a woman called Miriam, and in the 18th year of his age, Jesus was espoused unto Miriam, a virgin of the tribe of Judah, with whom he lived 7 years, and she died, for God took her, that he might go on to the higher things he had to do, and to suffer for the sons and daughters of men. 385. Afterwards he went to study in Egypt. Later he was in the desert for a few years. After that he went traveling again, namely to Assyria, India, Persia and the land of the Chaldeans. And he spoke with priests and wise men for many years. 386. Yes, it is true, Jesus really started out like a man, but now ye seek to kill me, a man that hath told you the truth. 387. And that is what it says in the Bible. He had to study for a long time, read scriptures and find his bearings like anyone else. But the church did not want anyone to find out about this. In fact, it feared its own loss of power. People were not allowed to find out how human Jesus really was, and so these facts were censored and removed. 6. Throw the small fish back. Now, apart from a slight and decreasing restlessness, you begin to feel pretty good. You have discovered life. At that point you will be amazed that it is sheer reality. Not until then will you comprehend that incredible fact. Now you will have caught the large fish, and then you ought to throw the small fish back into the sea and keep this large one. It is impossible for a man to mount 2 horses or to stretch 2 bows. 388. For the living life and the wealth that you will sometimes get from the treasure, will require all your strength, and how you will enjoy this. Your pleasure and material wealth will pale into foolishness when compared to what is now coming your way. Even though it requires all your strength, it is immensely easy, and is a time of rest. If, for example, you have a demanding job or are getting some kind of training or education, you will discover that even if these activities use up only a little of your strength, then even that is irritating and directly unpleasant, since it inhibits life. And in the periods where the living water is flowing, it will all be so wonderful that you will simply not have the strength left over to see to your former occupations. The man is like a wise fisherman who cast his net into the sea and drew it up from the sea full of small fish. Among them the wise fisherman found a fine large fish. He threw all the small fish back into the sea and chose the large fish without difficulty. Whoever has ears to hear, let him hear. 389. And everyone that hath forsaken houses, or brethren, or sisters, or father or mother or wife, or children, or lands, for my name's sake, shall receive 100-fold and shall inherit everlasting life. But many that are first shall be last, and the last shall be first. 390. But do not attempt to live up to this until you are in it, and, whatever you do, do not end up like the monks of the past. It will all mean nothing to you until you have caught the large fish. Children could never end up like monks. You will now have attained the only thing that ever mattered to all people on earth. Do not delay. It is here and now. You have crossed to the end of the bridge. This tough school of life is over, and all good things are just beginning for you. When you leave behind you the things that will not be able to follow you, then you will put yourselves to rest. 391. And the project for the last school term: shine with the spirit of truth. 7. The truth eclipsed. Because your desire for material wealth now pales in comparison with what is happening to you, you will no longer be a slave of this foolish urge to acquire dead things beyond your immediate needs. For now you have recognized some of the real values. Jesus said, Thomas, blessed are the poor, for yours is the kingdom of heaven. 392. Meaning, those who are impoverished in their hearts. Similarly, in the Gospel according to St. Luke, blessed be ye poor, for yours is the kingdom of God. 393. But the Gospel according to St. Matthew holds the correct version: blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. 394. It is then all a question of your state of mind, and, as you can see, it does not take much alteration of original texts and their translations for everything to get completely distorted with the opinions of men and for it to be open to misuse. Many people would take poor in spirit to mean that we are supposed to be stupid, naive simpletons. A lot of other people understand it to mean that all poor people automatically go on a free ticket to heaven. Both of these notions are desperate misunderstandings. Jesus indeed said, Whosoever shall not receive the kingdom of God as a little child shall in no wise enter therein. 395. And when the disciples tried to chase the children away from him, he said, Forbid them not, for of such is the kingdom of God. 396. Of course this does not mean that all little children enter the kingdom, for if that were the case, then we would enter as children and have to leave when we were adults, and that really is a crazy idea. But here again, we have to understand that this refers to people that are as little children. Indeed, Jesus called his disciples children in their hearts, irrespective of their size and age, childlike souls. The same goes for those that are poor in their hearts. But those that have to suffer deprivation and distress will later recover, and a few among them will even enter the kingdom. Evil things must needs come, but woe to him through whom they come. 397. Since many Christians were themselves poor, they took this to mean that all the poor enter the kingdom. This idea results in a contradictory testimony, since half the world's population is poor. We would therefore be doing them a favor by leaving them to their poverty and destitution, these being the criteria for a ticket to the kingdom of heaven. Here, for the affluent nations of the world, is the all-time greatest excuse for not helping people out of their poverty. This was how the truth of God shall endure the contradiction of sinners. 398. And the churches have certainly done well in fulfilling and continuing this prophecy. Not just in this example but in everything they do. There are tares in the recognized Gospels, some of which are subsequent alterations and additions by better-knowing people, who obviously did this so that the Gospels should be in keeping with the opinions of the Church. They have also summoned all their interpretative skills to adapt the four Gospels to correspond with each other, and this has resulted in the loss of utterly irreplaceable values. They are sowing tares among the good wheat which I have given you to sow in the world. Then shall the truth of God endure the contradiction of sinners, for thus it hath been, and thus it will be. 399. 8. The suppression of the writings. The hiding of the truth has its roots in former disputes where the so-called Christians condemned each other, damned each other and burnt each other's writings. Among the worst were the Orthodox Christians, who took to persecuting those they called heretics, while they themselves presumed to be righteous upholders of the truth. Condemn not, and ye shall not be condemned. 400. Whatsoever ye would that men should do to you, do ye even so to them. 401. Persecute not those who receive it the truth after a different interpretation. 402. The Orthodox Church was swiftly organized as a hard core of hierarchical theocracy and thus soon held all power over other churches. It is also quite obvious that religious people practice their faith with the idea of their own salvation, what they call the reward. They think of no one but themselves and do not care about everyone else. In fact, they get nothing out of this. They are like the men that tried to pull the sword out of the stone for their own reward. Faith without charity is dead. Love is the fulfilling of the law. 403. In the book After Death what? Archdeacon Wilberforce of Westminster writes, many people do not realize that many writings were, after the First Ecumenical Council of Nicaea in the year 325, extensively amended. In his book, Introduction to the Textual Criticism of the Greek New Testament, New York, 1901, Professor Eberhard Nessel reveals that certain scholars, so-called correctors, were appointed by the ecclesiastical powers and quite literally authorized to correct the scriptures, and bring them into line with accepted orthodoxy. The Danish historian of religion and Bible critic, Ditlev Nielsen, has a similar point to make. Among the 27 scriptures then authorized as canon by the Church and which later became part of the New Testament, no less than 4 instead of just 1 were adopted. These had by that time become so deeply rooted in church life and acquired so great a reputation that none of them could be eliminated. Consequently all 4 were adopted. In the attempt to establish their unity, the 4 were declared to be faultless representations of the words of Jesus, mutually supplementary, and that whilst apparently different, would combine as the single correct gospel. As early as the 2nd century, the Oriental Syrian Church was reworking them into a whole, unabridged account or harmonized gospel, thus reducing the 4 to 1. The Occidental Church permitted their consecutive position in the Bible, but in fact achieved the same unified result through an extensive harmonization. Initially, the manuscripts were altered by the omissions and additions made to accommodate the rhyme schemes. Once a working text had been produced in this way, all ecclesiastical skills of interpretation were set to the task of full harmonization in the interests of producing one gospel. 404. It is sickening to think of what went on in those days. The Orthodox Church, which of course resulted in papacy, the cult of the Madonna, the doctrines of miracles and sacraments, came out on top, after having destroyed numerous ancient manuscripts about the divine truth and the wisdom of the heart. No trick was too low in the scramble for power as Christianity's #1 representative. Not even forgery. Beyond the scriptures in the New Testament, which contained the 4 recognized Gospels suitably adapted, the Church had, at that time, more than 30 Gospels. Yes, it is hard to believe. At its disposition, of which we have only scant knowledge from either fragments or their brief mention in other ancient writings. Besides these, there was an even greater wealth of writings which did not take the form of Gospels. How naive to trust the Church! How naive to believe that the few scriptures recognized by the Church would represent the whole of Jesus' doctrine. His doctrine, which was unpopular, conflicted with most opinions and offended people so grossly, especially Pharisees, religious leaders and scribes. And why did they kill him? We must not be naive. We have been, and still are, the victims of one monstrous power struggle. The Church has actually managed to persuade people to believe that there are only 4 Gospels. Here is a somewhat longer list for you. 1. The Gospel of the 12. 2 verses are known from this, and are identical with the ancient Gospel. 68, 8-9, described by Origen as full of lies, condemned as heretical by Gelasius in the year 494 and subsequently fully eliminated. 2. The ancient Gospel, the Gospel of the Holy 12, rediscovered 1881, supposedly the oldest of all the Gospels. 3. The Great Apocryphal Gospel according to O. Street John, rediscovered in 1939. It is in Arabic handwriting with a Latin translation, and is of the same length as 3 Bible Gospels put together. 4. The Gospel according to the Hebrews. See appendix to this book. The fragments are taken from the 1879 English translation. 5. The Gospel of the Ebionites contains several extracts from the ancient Gospel. 6. The Gospel according to the Egyptians, like the Gospel of the 12, denounced as being full of lies by Origen and subsequently eliminated. 7. The Gospel of Philip, rediscovered 1945, not in Gospel form. 8. The Gospel of Matthias. 9. The Gospel of Peter, only fragments extant, was once officially recognized until it was forbidden by Serpian due to its heretical nature. 10. The Gospel according to O. Street Thomas, called an infancy Gospel, probably a reworking of an older manuscript, contains a story about 12 clay birds. The same story appears in the ancient Gospel, this time as real birds that Jesus wants to protect. 11. The Gospel of Thomas, rediscovered 1945, contains much from the ancient Gospel. See appendix. 12. Dialogue of the Savior, rediscovered 1945, does not take the form of a conventional Gospel, but is a very important manuscript. See appendix. 13. Gospel of Mary, rediscovered 1945, not a Gospel as such. 14. Fiume Gospel fragment stems from an unknown Gospel. 15. Gospel of Nicodemus. 16. Gospel of Bartholomew. 17. The Gospel according to O. Street Matthew, the Bible. 18. The Gospel according to O. Street Mark, the Bible. 19. The Gospel according to O. Street Luke, the Bible. 20. The Gospel according to O. Street John, the Bible. 21. Oxyrhynchus sayings, found 1897, 1903 and 1908. Gospel fragments. 22. Gospel of Andrew. 23. Gospel of James the Less. 24. The Secret Gospel of Mark. See Harvard Theological Review 1980 pages 109. According to this source, Mark wrote 2 Gospels. 25. The Gospel of the Nazarenes. 26. Manichean's Gospel of the 12 Apostles. This Gospel has survived in fragments and contains a doctrine of reincarnation and the transmigration of souls. 27. The Gospel of Basilides, also termed full of lies by Origen. It is not certain whether it still exists today. I have not been able to trace it. 28. The Gospel of Marcion. Ahon, Das Evangelium Martians, Königsberg 1823. 29. The Gospel of Mani bears similarities with the Gospel of Thomas among others. You will find a few fragments of this in the appendix. 30. The Gospel of Barnabas, uncertain whether it still exists. 31. The Didascalia Gospel, a named gospel used by Didascalia, stems according to Alfred Resch Agrippa pages 319 from somewhere between the years 250 and 300. Deeply significant as a purely historical text as well. 32. Book of James or the Protevangelium of James. Part of the text runs parallel with the ancient Gospel chapter 5. In addition to these there are several genuine and important works from the very dawn of Christianity. For example, Clement of Alexandria's Stromata, which contains a considerable amount of Jesus' unknown sayings. 405. Another important work, by another Clement, who was Peter's successor in Rome, is called the Homilies, and it too contains quotations from Jesus. It records things that otherwise only receive mention in the ancient gospel. Among other things, it tells of the fires of hell, and although it be sinful, it is his nature to save it, after it hath been suitably punished for the deeds it hath done. And it continues, but those who do not repent, shall be destroyed by the punishment of fire. Clem. Hum. II. 6 inches. Compiling the list of Gospels given above, I have not paid much attention to the actual quality of the Gospels. You must not think that they are all as good as, say, the Gospel according to John. I was primarily trying to give you an idea of the quantity of the written material from the early days of the church, material that can never be recreated. Some of these Gospel fragments are not especially good. Many other Gospels are later forgeries, and these I shall try not to credit with any mention. Even so, reading these largely fake texts is like rooting around in a rubbish tip. Suddenly you find a gem or two. These texts contain traces of Jesus' words, which would otherwise have been completely lost. Of this type of forgery, I could name you an additional 12-13 works. One example of a really dire forgery is the Gospel of Peace of Jesus Christ. Its name gives it away. It is both atrocious and very faked. It is full of misleading superstition and religious drivel of the worst kind. All the same, it does contain a few fragments of the genuine sayings of Jesus, some of which may be found word for word in the Bible Gospel according to St. John. And there are 3 sentences which are otherwise only found in the ancient gospel. Apart from these sentences, it contains nothing of any value whatsoever. It is a cheap mishmash of religious nonsense. Even so, this gospel has managed to become the bedrock of a large sect numbering several million members. The authors of forged writings do not seem to realize how easily they give themselves away, and this is why they are so easy to recognize. But that is because the writings go against the water. Jesus spoke only words of living water. His words were not his own. The truth of God is that water. 406. Besides these Gospels there are about 50 epistles, Acts and Apocalypses. There are numerous agrapha, that is quotations of the sayings of Jesus that are not included in the Gospels. You will find some of these in the appendix, where I have collected as many as I could possibly manage. In addition to these, there are fragments from several unnamed Gospels. Learned circles classify nearly all these writings and most of the Gospels as heretical books to be avoided at all costs. There were no doubt many mysterious sects in the early days of the Church that produced their own writings, many of which have survived. They are of course indisputably faked and easily recognized as such. The Gnostic Pistis Sophia, for example, is a text of some 300 pages which pretends throughout to be conveying the direct speech of Jesus. Yet even a forgery of this type is not without value, since it contains one sentence of truth. Indeed, this sentence is even reproduced word for word in the Gospel of Thomas, 23. It is therefore a mistake simply to exclude these texts out of hand. How dreadful if they had done the same to the revelation of St. John in the Bible. No matter how much of it is forged, the forged passages are imitations of Ezekiel's account. However, the Church did not only suppress forged manuscripts, but also many of those that were genuine. The crowning achievement was the declaration in the year 382, under the pontificate of Pope Damasus, that the definitive authorization and canonization of the Gospels had now been made. Subsequently, all ancient documents considered unsuitable were burnt. All this was done to rid the world of heresy, since of course it was all the others that were heretics and blasphemers. Hereafter, the Church could spend the next centuries comfortably amassing its vast wealth and subjugating people with its power. The Inquisition upheld the opinions of the Church from the year 300 to well into the mid-1800s, and, in practice to this very day, people really ought to know about the mess the churches have always made of everything, and should be told about the vandalism they have covered up. And, dear reader, To think that these few remaining and molested texts in the Bible are the foundation of the whole Christian world. These writings may be valuable, but they scarcely amount to 10% of Jesus' doctrine, of which people only know 1% since the clergy is so loath to divulge what he is actually saying in the authorized Gospels. The remaining texts that manage to survive the vandalism are to this day contemptuously regarded as Gnostic or heretical. And this goes for such writings as the Gospel of Thomas, the Oxyrhynchus Papyri, the Dialogue of the Savior and the Gospel according to the Hebrews. This is how the enemies of truth, those who cannot distinguish between falsehood and truth, set about their work. Woe unto you! For ye shut up the kingdom of heaven against men. For ye neither go in yourselves, neither suffer ye them that are entering to go in. 407. The most cherished of the four Gospels, the one that contains most truth, namely the Gospel according to St. John, was in fact among the writings that came close to being excluded from the Bible, since it was initially fiercely opposed by the orthodoxy. This Gospel was not allowed to be included until the Church had excised the passages that offended it, which explains why the Gospel is so disjointed and incomplete. The destruction of ancient writings started as early as the 1st century, and the desecration was at its worst in the years 100 to 382. In her book The Gnostic Gospels, the expert on Gnostic writings, Elaine Pagels, writes on pages 57, secret Gospels, revelations, mystical teachings are among those not included in the select list that constitutes the New Testament collection. Every one of the secret texts which Gnostic groups revered was omitted from the canonical collection, and branded as heretical by those who called themselves Orthodox Christians. By the time the process of sorting out the various writings ended, probably as late as the year 200, virtually all the feminine imagery for God had disappeared from Orthodox Christian tradition. What is the reason for this total rejection? On pages 59 she writes, "Can we find any actual, historical reasons why these Gnostic writings were suppressed?" This raises a much larger question: by what means, and for what reasons, did certain ideas come to be classified as heretical, and others as orthodox, by the beginning of the 3rd century? 408. Now, you might get the impression that it is only in our time that so many otherwise accessible texts never see the light of day, but that is not the case. Ever since Jesus departed this earth in the radiant cloud that shone like the sun, his words have been concealed, distorted or forgotten in library cellars and Vatican vaults, in monasteries, temples and all the hiding places of the different religions and faiths of Africa, Europe and Asia. In 1939 Mons. Giovanni Galbiati, head librarian of the Great Library in Milan, Ambrosiana, discovered a till then unknown and complete Gospel according to John, among the famous collection of Arabic manuscripts. This was one of the so-called Apocrypha, that is a Gospel that had been neither adapted nor authorized by the Fathers of the Church. It was of Syrian origin, but here translated into Arabic. Galbiati himself gives a thorough account of the text in Ueziaker Zeitung. Number 738 from May 19, 1940. Now, for the first time, a complete apocryphal Gospel of John has been discovered. It contains a consistent biography, devoid of omissions and contradictions. Living, integral and lucid. It contains a wealth of accounts, anecdotes, legends, observation and addenda that are entirely missing from the four known canonical Gospels. The Syrian original must be very old, indeed, must have been written in the early Christian era. The Arabic text with the Synoptic Latin translation was published in 1957. As in the case of the ancient Gospel, it is quite astounding that such a great Gospel should not come out into the open. People are not told anything. Like the ancient Gospel, it too contains elements from all four biblical Gospels, and more besides. And so it was translated into Latin. How typical! They might as well have translated it into some obscure pygmy dialect. It was obviously only intended for specialists with a classical education. I tried to trace it with assistance from the main libraries in Denmark. We discovered that it had never been further translated, and there was not so much as a mention of it anywhere. I have also consulted one of these much-mentioned modern scribes. He did not find it at all strange that the text was still only to be found in a Latin version, Latin being the standard language in that line of work. Besides which, he did not regard the text as anything out of the ordinary, and saw no reason to translate it. There were so many heretics at that time, producing different Gospels, he said. Yet when asked, He said that he had never read the Gospel, nor did he seem interested in doing so. He had never even opened the book. It looked as if it had stood untouched on a shelf for 30 years. No doubt only the translator has read it to this day. There are only very few copies of this work extant. It is a book as thick as a very large Bible, weighing almost 10 pounds. Bound in leather and with gilt-edged paper. Pretty impressive. A book worth many hundreds of pounds. Now who would, and who could, buy such a book? In this way the experts managed to keep also this gospel within their own exclusive circles, instead of using all the many hidden writings that could genuinely shed new light on what Jesus said and did. Scholars and theologians have persisted for hundreds and thousands of years in serving up the same poor old Bible Gospels for us. They have studied and examined and analyzed every single word and sentence in minutious detail and have written many thousands of books about their findings and to what end. They have discussed them and researched even the most trivial narratives. Yet they have never discovered what the Gospels actually contain. They see, yet see nothing. They hear, yet hear nothing. And as for this great unknown Gospel of John, they have no intention of studying it, and would not dream of making it known. Galbiati in 1940 called it a new discovery. And yet it had been there for anyone to read in Arabic, for more than 1600 years. If it does not come out now, then by 2017 someone else will find it and rechristen it a new discovery. A vicious circle without end. It would of course be wrong to call this the original Gospel of John. It is in fact a quite different Gospel dating from about 200-300. Transcribed and rewritten from several other older manuscripts and supplemented with details from oral tradition. Quite a large portion of it is, of course, added forgery, which would account for the many miracles it describes. It does, however, also contain many elements of the genuine speeches of Jesus. There is no original Gospel according to St. John. The text in the Bible is more likely a very early version of an excerpt from the ancient Gospel. Since at that time there was no such thing as a printing press, it was common to make many such manual transcripts of differently sized excerpts, and, as time passed, the differences between them were further exaggerated as scribes copied each other. Later the texts were given names. Some sects swore allegiance to John, and thus naturally designated their text as the Gospel according to John, by, for example, introducing a comment into the text that would present the author's identity. This was done by many sects. As in the case of the great apocryphal Gospel according to St. John, there might easily still be an ancient version of the ancient Gospel somewhere, as yet undiscovered. Though if the experts knew anything about it, they certainly would not pass the news on. Ever since the doctrine of Jesus was destroyed by the Church, the ancient Gospel has been ticking away like a bomb under the whole of the Christian establishment, under all those who rule in His name. One day this bomb will be detonated for the sake of mankind. The choice was their own. They will reap as they have sown. In every century they have known about such writings without ever making them known to the people. And the same goes on to this day. What we call new discoveries are in fact rediscoveries. And the clergy tell us nothing despite the fact that they climb up in the pulpit every Sunday and have plenty of opportunity to tell us everything. The texts receive mention in theological periodicals. I, myself, have found many of them there. 9. The scribes do as they have always done. The experts on religious texts have almost always tried to secure the sole rights to the words of truth and wisdom. And once they have done so, they do not let them out of their own exclusive circles. They do not have the words in their hearts, and none of them would dream of reading His words with their hearts and obeying them in love. Therefore, they know nothing about the truth, and yet they presume to be our interpreters. If they had read with their hearts, they would never have behaved as they do, refusing to pass on the fruit of their work. Jesus' words, however, are for everyone. A few of them have done impressive translation work on the old writings that have been discovered, but they would prefer that the results never reached the public eye, so that they could be used by ordinary people. Admittedly they do write books about these ancient texts, which you then, with a great deal of difficulty, and a couple of years to spare, might be lucky enough to dig out from your library. And yet, to do this, you need to know of the books to start off with, so that you know what you are looking for. You cannot possibly know that these books even exist until you have laid your hands on them. Imagine the look on my face when I stood there with the great apocryphal Gospel according to St. John in my hands. All this is part of the explanation for why these texts are simply unknown to ordinary mortals all over the world. Besides the difficulties you will have in merely tracing them, you will find that the genuine words of Jesus are scattered throughout vast tomes that in all likelihood are written in some ancient foreign language. classical Greek, classical Arabic, Latin and only if you are lucky, in German or English. As if that were not enough, they may even be jumbled up with a lot of weird religious writings of later origin, and accompanied by damning comments from the editor. All of this means that the truth remains completely hidden from the general public. People therefore get no chance to eat and drink of the divine truth and wisdom, and the experts themselves do not eat. They are thus quite indifferent to all those who hunger and thirst for the wisdom of God. Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites! For ye shut up the kingdom of heaven against men, for ye neither go in yourselves, neither suffer ye them that are entering to go in. 409. They are like a dog sleeping in the manger of oxen, for neither does he eat nor does he let the oxen eat. 410. When you break through their front line and see what there is behind it, you will be staggered by how much they are hiding. You will not know what to make of it all. Many of them will be annoyed with me for publicizing these things. Here am I, a hopeless amateur poaching on their preserves, not something they take very kindly to. But now all their secrets shall be wrested from them, and the teachings of Jesus shall be reinstated where they belong. For nothing hidden will not become manifest, and nothing covered will remain without being uncovered. 411. 10. In league with kings and rulers. The wonderful truth was further obscured by the fact that the rulers of countries throughout all time were particularly pleased by what the church had to say about the poor, who according to their dogma, were to go to heaven after their one and only life. The rulers were also very fond of the many other fallacies put about by the church. For example, blessed are ye that hunger now, for ye shall be filled. 412. Such words being taken quite literally and thus totally misunderstood. This kind of thing served ruling interests very nicely indeed, since the poor, the starving and the oppressed would therefore refrain from rebelling against the injustice of their rule. The rulers were also keen on the church as an institution that would give the masses both comfort and occupation. In this way, they ruled according to the principle of religion and theater for the people, or, as Karl Marx called it, opium of the people. Monarchs and potentates therefore gladly entered into various leagues with the churches, thereby giving rise to state churches and state religions. The last vestiges of the spirit from truth, love and light were now destroyed within the churches, relegated to the background, hidden away or replaced by theological opinion which could now flourish in state-subsidized studies at places of higher learning. What had originally been the focal point for the doctrine of love, the truth, had gradually been transformed into a set of social institutions, on a par with schools and hospitals. Church doctrine was, however, based exclusively on the opinions of men, and so it is to this very day. The Reformation in the 16th century had little lasting effect. Reformers got up and fell down in almost the same place. They changed the traditions somewhat, but the people still did not get to hear the teachings of Jesus and were left with the opinions of the church. Shelves upon shelves in libraries are full of the history of religion, church history, religious philosophy and the opinions of theologians and various laymen about what Jesus said. They commonly write about what Jesus said and about the scriptures, but rarely record what Jesus actually says, and all these things are studied with great application. Many hundreds of books have been written about Christianity. They have coined concepts such as the Christian point of view. All of them use the concept of the Christian faith, and speak as if they know what this means. They also speak of people they call staunch believers. All of this is nothing more than the opinions of men. These are popular and deeply rooted lies. Their opinions are horribly destructive for all those who seek the truth, and hunger and thirst. The Christian faith has nothing to do with the truly wonderful, believing in Jesus. For what did he himself say? They who believe in me, out of their hearts shall flow rivers of water, and that which is given unto them shall they speak with power, and their doctrine shall be as living water. 413. Theological opinion is always being aired for anyone to hear, but Jesus' own words to mankind are not allowed to come out. His words are completely ignored and in no way obeyed, for these people have no love within them. There will be days when you look for me and will not find me. 414. The night cometh, when no man can work. 415. In the dark night of all beings, the self-controlling sage bides awake. 416. And at midnight there was a great cry made, Behold, the bridegroom cometh. Go ye out to meet him. Then all virgins arose and trimmed their lamps. 417. Then when a version of the original gospel surfaced, a version that had miraculously survived the molestations of the early church, no one was interested in publishing it, partly out of ignorance and partly because they were more interested in the historical validation for such a gospel, rather than its contents of truth and its teachings about righteousness. There was no interest in making this find known, since it could have started an avalanche. It could have snowballed to expose all the other astounding secrets guarded by churches the world over, and they would stand to lose their power and livelihoods. But more than anything else, they did nothing because truth had no value for them at all. The theological experts and Christian churches throughout the whole world are in this way one great network of conspiracy working to hide the truth. They are still hiding it, and as such, are the living representatives of vandalism past and present. If they persist when this has been made known, and if they try to prevent the circulation of his unknown words, then things will get really serious. Those who until now have claimed ignorance about his hidden words as their excuse, will no longer be able to keep them under wraps without becoming part of this monstrous suppression of the truth. For these reasons the scribes and the clergy of today are no better than their predecessors. This is what they did when Jesus was here, and now they do as they have always done, ridiculing Jesus with their customs and behavior. So the prophecy was fulfilled, as all those that were of truth have been crucified. Religion and the churches stand as a great mountain eclipsing the light. But, when you say, "Mountain, move away," it will move away. 418. Chapter 10. What is a white stone? Anyone who loves is also capable of hate. When faced with the spirit of truth, we may even come to hate those we care for, even our brothers and sisters, close friends, parents and acquaintances. Whoever does not hate his father and his mother as I do cannot become a disciple to me, and whoever does not love his father and his mother as I do cannot become a disciple to me. 419. Those who love the truth will already know this. They alone will understand why Jesus said this. Yet in Astrid Lindgren book and in the film about Ronia the robber's daughter, you could also learn about this from Ronia's love and hate for her father. She hates because she loves and is of truth. She could hear her child crying desperately, and her child would not accept any comforting. It was a night Ronia had to go through alone. She lay awake a long time, hating her father until she felt her heart contract with pain. But it is difficult to hate someone whom you have loved so much all your life, and that was why this was the heaviest of nights for Ronia. 2. Fruit. She has done it again, tacitly revealing the single truth through both Pippi and Ronia, not only in the few sentences I have given you, but all the way through the books. Spirit and life. From Ronia, for example, you may learn that justice is spiritual, that it is not merely a matter of concrete actions, and that justice and love are two sides of the same deity. And you can learn this from her. Someone who never hates does not know love. I can bear it when you touch me. From a scene in the film. This film holds a brief tale of suffering. Ronia's father commits a gross injustice against a boy whom Ronia loves, but she sabotages this injustice. This then causes her father to suffer for love of her, and she too comes to suffer for love of both father and boy. By tackling such vital and essential issues and managing to pull through, we may slowly, but surely, purify ourselves of unrighteousness. Our humanity develops little by little, yet this can only be achieved by those who possess love. This is a key form of suffering along the path to human perfection, and it will increase the quantity of gold within your heart. Ronia and her father know how to suffer. Learn thou to suffer, and thou shalt be able not to suffer. 420. Yet Ronia is enormously happy most of the time and very cheerful. Suffering and happiness may seem like contradictions, but are in fact closely related. Although she only owns the clothes she stands up in, she is rich as only a few people are. She and Bert get themselves a pet, a horse, and keep it as people were originally meant to keep domestic animals. In this way she worships the God of reality, not in name, but in spirit and truth, in every thought and every action, without bringing any religion or hypocrisy into it. If you want to be like her, then you will find the treasure of life, for she is very close to it, tacitly conveying true holiness with her entire being and spirit. But the one who mocks this spirit shall never be forgiven. Everything may be forgiven save this. Then there is Pippi, who gives to those that steal from her. Pippi, who silently loves her opponents. She went shopping to buy lots of things for the children in the little town, the things which they wanted most of all, but did not buy a single thing for herself. When it is her own birthday she gives presents. She fights for and protects a horse against cruel injustice. She defends those that are victimized. She does what she loves to do, and avoids doing what she hates. She displays love towards animals and much, much more. Yet this is all done tacitly. At first you will see nothing common to both these girls, is that they are free of all ties, that their happiness comes from within, and they will be there in the beginning. They do not steal knowledge, nor are they of Adam. They do not build their house here. They do not seek the world in the world. They obey the law of love in their hearts. They invest nature with a spiritual quality. This is also what children do when they are playing. Adults are paupers beside them. They manage perfectly well, even when alone. Pippi is solitary in spirit, and both girls are loners. Every aspect of their behavior and appearance is spirit and is life. Their whole essence is like life-giving water. Even small, insignificant things take on value because they invest them with a higher nature: a Christmas tree, a tin can, a hollow tree, a squeezel, the river, pirates, birds and animals in the woods, yes, even the water in a lake, all because they have love and life. They are both tremendously rich. They both possess that wonderful something that the gods revered. Many things lie hidden from wise and prudent scholars. They may read and study, scrutinize and speculate, divide and multiply, but they never catch sight of it. And those that do not see these actions and the behavior of these children with their hearts, see nothing of value. Their souls are deaf and their hearts are blind, and they will remain in the dark. They will just think that they are looking at amusing, but otherwise trivial children's entertainment. Without love, truth will seem worthless. Seek more light, and ye shall have abundantly. Rest not, till ye find. 421. Pay special attention to those people who have light in their hearts and who make a conscious effort to tell stories about truth, purity, love, goodness and wisdom, for they are so few and far between. But the hearts of men are sound asleep. Recognize what is in your sight, and that which is hidden from you will become plain to you. 422. They do not always tell their stories consciously, but, of the abundance of the heart his mouth speaketh. 423. Astrid Lindgren writes about the truth, which is the doctrine of love, and is the light. She tacitly teaches things which, as yet, have not been seen in any person. Look how she, unlike most others, does not present any false teachings in her books and films, which are based on true love. She, unlike certain others, does not hide the light, but sets it on a lampstand so that everyone who enters and leaves will see its light. 424. The kingdom is spread out upon the earth, and men do not see it. 425. Some of those who bear such fruit are as he who came into being before he came into being. 426. Even before they are born they have received knowledge of the truth, have suffered and overcome. Their teachings contain gold, purified in fire. This gold is absolute truth. What else makes this children's author so very special? Well, here we have something quite unusual. She understands the water. There are many good books around, both for adults and children, but even so, when authors write books, they reproduce an image of life as they perceive it. Every single character, every single action and every single thought in such a book necessarily originates from the person writing it. If authors do not understand the water, in which all things live, they tend to present a distorted image of life, one which could not possibly exist, and this means that such passages in their books become full of darkness, hidden lies and false teachings. But they do not realize this at all. Many authors may be likened to composers who write symphonic works without having any musical talent. The contradiction of sinners. People hold their books in high esteem and they get good reviews. The critics go wild over them. These books are real classics, and even when these authors are dead and gone, they are sometimes immortalized as statues. Yet the contents of their books cloud over the mind, and some of them are as poison for the soul. Books never present the reality of life, but always the writer's own limited perception of reality. If an author is in darkness, his books will also be in darkness. And if an author does not know the hidden values of life, that have to be learned with the heart, then such hidden values will simply not appear in his books. They do not know that everything revolves around these hidden things, and so they leave out the essentials. This is the case for 99.9% of all books and films. No single character, thought or action invented for a story can ever be more clever or more wise than its author. Nor can the story hold more love, life, truth, understanding or indeed any more spirit than the writer himself can muster. Yet both Pippi and Ronia are of truth, and the hidden things follow with them. Nor is there anything that goes against the water. It is with good reason that many children the world over have loved the stories of Astrid Lindgren. 3. Cruelty to animals. And it came to pass that the Lord departed from the city and went over the mountains with his disciples. And they came to a mountain whose ways were steep, and there they found a man with a beast of burden. But the horse had fallen down, for it was overladen. and he struck it till the blood flowed. And Jesus went to them and said, Son of cruelty, why strikest thou thy beast? Seest thou not that it is weak for its burden, and knowest thou not that it suffereth? But the man answered and said, What hast thou to do therewith? I may strike it as much as it pleaseth me, for it is mine own, and I bought it with a goodly sum of money. Ask them who are with thee, for they are of mine acquaintance and know thereof. And some of the disciples answered and said, Yea, Lord, it is as he saith, we have seen when he bought it. And the Lord answered and said, See ye not how it bleedeth, and hear ye not also how it waileth and lamenteth? But they answered and said, Nay, Lord, we hear not that it waileth and lamenteth. And the Lord was sorrowful and said, Woe unto you because of the dullness of your hearts, ye hear not how it lamenteth and crieth unto the heavenly Creator for mercy, but thrice woe unto him, against whom it crieth and waileth in its pain. And he went forward and touched it, and the horse stood up, and its wounds were healed. But to the man he said, Go now thy way and strike it henceforth no more, if thou also desireth to find mercy. 427 And Jesus was traveling to Jerusalem, and there came a camel heavy laden with wood, and the camel could not drag it up the hill whither he went for the weight thereof, and the driver beat him and cruelly ill-treated him, but he could make him go no further. And Jesus seeing this, said unto him, Wherefore beatest thou thy brother? And the man answered, I wot not that he is my brother. Is he not a beast of burden and made to serve me? And Jesus said, Hath not the same God made of the same substance the camel and thy children who serve thee, and have ye not one breath of life which ye have both received from God? And the man marveled much at this saying, and ceased from beating the camel, and took off some of the burden. And the camel walked up the hill as Jesus went before him, and stopped no more till he ended his journey. 428 As Jesus passed through a certain village he saw a crowd of idlers of the Berger sort, and they were tormenting a cat which they had found and shamefully treating it. And Jesus commanded them to desist and began to reason with them, but they would have none of his words, and reviled him. Then he made a whip of knotted cords and drove them away, saying, This earth which my father mother made for joy and gladness, ye have made into the lowest hell with your deeds of violence and cruelty. And they fled before his face. But one more vile than the rest returned and defied him. And Jesus put forth his hand, and the young man's arm withered, and great fear came upon all. And one said, He is a sorcerer. 429 By this shall all men know that ye are my disciples, if ye have love unto another, and show mercy and love to all creatures of God, especially to those that are weak and oppressed and suffer wrong. 430 Out on the road they met a man with a wagon load of sacks. They were heavy sacks, and there were many of them, and the man's horse was old and tired. All of a sudden one of the wagon wheels went down into the ditch. The man, whose name was Mr. Blomsterland, got terribly angry. He thought it was the horse's fault. Raising his whip, he immediately started to flog the horse furiously. The horse pulled and tugged and tried with all its might to pull the load up onto the road again, but it couldn't do it. Mr. Blomsterland grew angrier and whipped harder and harder. Then the teacher noticed him and was almost overcome with sympathy for the poor horse. How can you bring yourself to beat an animal that way? She said to Mr. Blomsterland. He let the whip rest a moment and spat before he answered. Don't interfere with what doesn't concern you, said he. Otherwise you might just get a taste of the whip too, the whole lot of you. He spat once more and picked up the whip again. The poor horse shuddered. Then something came dashing through the crowd of children like a flash of lightning. It was Pippi. She was absolutely white around the nose, and when Pippi was white around the nose she was angry. Tommy and Annika knew that. She rushed at Mr. Blomsterland, caught him around the waist, and tossed him high up in the air. When he came down, she caught him and tossed him up again. 4, 5, 6 times up he went into the air. He didn't know what was happening to him. Help! Help! He cried, terrified. At last he landed with a thud on the road. He had dropped the whip. Pippi went and stood in front of him with her hands on her hips. You're not to hit that horse anymore. You're not to do it, I tell you. Once down in Cape Town I met another man who was whipping his horse. He had on such a beautiful uniform, that man, and I told him that if he ever whipped his horse again I'd scratch and claw him so that there wouldn't be one single thread left whole in his fine uniform. Just imagine, a week later he did whip his horse again. Too bad about such a nice uniform. Mr. Blomsterland was still sitting in the road, completely bewildered. Where are you going with your load? asked Pippi. Mr. Blomsterland, still frightened, pointed at a cottage a little way down the road. "Home, over there," he said. Then Pippi unhitched the horse, which stood there trembling with weariness and fright. "There, little horsey," she said. "Now you'll see another kettle of fish." With that she lifted it up in her strong arms and carried it home to its stall. The horse looked just as astonished as Mr. Blomsterland did. All the children were standing with the teacher, waiting for Pippi, and Mr. Blomsterland stood by his load, scratching his head. He didn't know how he was going to get it home. Then Pippi came back. She took one of the big, heavy sacks and hung it on Mr. Blomsterland's back. "There now," she said. "Let's see if you're as good at carrying as you were at whipping." She picked up the whip. "I really ought to give you a few whacks with this since you seem to be so fond of whippings. But the whip is beginning to wear out," she added, and broke a piece of it. "Completely worn out, sad to say," she continued, and broke the whole whip into tiny pieces. Mr. Blomsterland with his sack was trudging along the road without saying a word. He only puffed a little, and Pippi took hold of the wagon shafts and pulled the wagon home for him. "There, that won't cost you a penny," she said when she had deposited the wagon outside Mr. Blomsterland's barn. "I was glad to do it. The trips up into the air were free too." Then she went away. Mr. Blomsterland stood staring after her for a long time. "3 cheers for Pippi," cried the children when she came back. The teacher too was very pleased with Pippi and praised her. "That was well done," said she. "We should always be kind to animals and to people too, of course." Pippi sat on her horse, looking perfectly satisfied. "Well, I certainly was good to Mr. Blomsterland, anyway," she said. "All that flying in the air for nothing." "That is why we are here," said the teacher, "to be good and kind to other people." Pippi stood on her head on the horse's back and waved her legs in the air. "Hi-ho," said she, "then why are the other people here?" 431 It is also necessary that evil should come, but woe betide him through whom it comes. 432 4. Bringing back to life. "I am the resurrection and the life. He that believeth in me, though he were dead yet shall he live. I am the way, the truth and the life, and whosoever liveth and believeth in me shall never die." 433 Compare the following story from the ancient Gospel with John 11:30-39. Now Jesus was not yet come into the town, but was in that place where Martha met him. The Jews then which were with her in the house and comforted her, when they saw Mary that she arose up hastily and went out, followed her saying, She goeth unto the grave to weep there. Then when Mary was come to where Jesus was, and saw him, she fell down at his feet, saying unto him, Lord, if thou hadst been here my brother had not died. When Jesus therefore saw her weeping and the Jews also weeping that came with her, he groaned in the spirit and was troubled, and said, Where have ye laid him? They said unto him, Lord, come and see. And Jesus wept. Then said the Jews, Behold, how he loved him. And some of them said, Could not this man which opened the eyes of the blind, have caused that even this man should not have died? Jesus therefore groaning again in himself, for he feared that he might be already dead, cometh to the grave. It was a cave, and a stone lay upon it. Jesus said, Take ye away the stone. Martha, the sister of him supposed to be dead, saith unto him, Lord, by this time he stinketh, for he hath been dead 4 days. Jesus saith unto her, Saith I not unto thee, that if thou wouldst believe thou shouldst see the glory of God? Then they took away the stone from the place where Lazarus was laid. And Jesus lifted up his eyes, and chanting, invoked the great name, and said, My parent, I thank thee that thou hast heard me. And I know that thou hearest me always, but because of the people which stand by I call upon thee, that they may believe that thou hast sent me. And when he had thus spoken, he cried with a loud voice, Lazarus, come forth. And he that was as dead came forth, bound hand and foot with grave clothes, and his face was bound with a napkin. Jesus said unto them, Loose him and let him go. When the thread of life is cut indeed, it cometh not again, but when it is whole there is hope. 434 Now then, we have come a little closer to reality. You might be tempted to think that the text was retouched later to make it seem as though Jesus brought a corpse back to life. This was of course necessary after the church got rid of the doctrine of reincarnation and replaced it with the dogma of the resurrection of the flesh. Nowhere in the ancient gospel does it mention that Jesus ever brought a dead man back to life. The dead are all referred to as people who are asleep. Today we would call it being in a coma. Jesus never made any secret of the fact that they were not really dead. The dead that he wished to reawaken were those who were dead within their hearts. The teacher lay in the green grass, reading a book and casting a glance at the children every now and then. "That's the wildest monster I ever saw," she mumbled to herself. And it certainly was. The monster jumped around and bellowed and threw 3 or 4 boys over its shoulder at once and dragged them down into the den. Sometimes the monster climbed furiously up into the highest treetops and skipped from branch to branch, just as if it were a monkey. Sometimes it threw itself upon the horse's back and chased a whole crowd of children who were trying to escape through the trees. With the horse still in full gallop, the monster would lean down from the saddle, snatch up the children, place them in front of itself on the horse, and gallop madly back to the den, yelling, "Now I'm going to cook you for dinner." It was such fun the children thought they'd never want to stop. But suddenly everything was quiet, and when Tommy and Annika came running to see what was the matter, they found the monster sitting on a stone with a very strange expression on its face, looking at something in its hand. "He's dead. Look, he's absolutely dead," said the monster. It was a little baby bird that was dead. It had fallen out of the nest and killed itself. "Oh, what a shame," said Annika. The monster nodded. "Pippi, you're crying," said Tommy suddenly. "Crying? Me?" said Pippi. "Of course I'm not crying." "Yes, but your eyes are all red," insisted Tommy. "My eyes red?" said Pippi, and borrowed Mr. Nelson's pocket mirror to see. "Do you call that red? Then you ought to have been with Father and me in Batavia. There was a man there whose eyes were so red that the police refused to allow him on the streets." "Why?" asked Tommy. "Because people thought he was a stop sign, of course. And there was a dreadful traffic jam every time he came out." "Red eyes? Me? No siree. You needn't think I'd cry for a little scrap of a bird like this," said Pippi. "Stupid, stupid monster. Stupid, stupid monster." From all directions the children came running to see where the monster was hiding. The monster took the little scrap of bird and laid it down very carefully on a bed of soft moss. "If I could, I'd bring you to life again," she said with a deep sigh. 5. The Cat and the Christmas. And as Jesus entered into a certain village he saw a young cat which had none to care for her, and she was hungry and cried unto him, and he took her up, and put her inside his garment, and she lay in his bosom. And when he came into the village he set food and drink before the cat, and she ate and drank, and showed thanks unto him. And he gave her unto one of his disciples, who was a widow, whose name was Lorenza, and she took care of her. And some of the people says, "This man careth for all creatures, are they his brothers and sisters that he should love them?" And he said unto them, "Verily these are your fellow creatures of the great household of God, yea, they are your brethren and sisters, having the same breath of life in the eternal. And whosoever careth for one of the least of these, and giveth it to eat and drink in its need, the same doeth it unto me. And whoso willingly suffereth one of these to be in want, and defendeth it not when evilly entreated, suffereth the evil is done unto me. For as ye have done in this life, so shall it be done unto you in the life to come." 435. Someone might ask, how should we celebrate Christmas? Answer: let Pippi Longstocking teach you how to raid Christmas trees. And make sure you wear old clothes. "Wow! What a wonderful Christmas tree!" whispered Annika. "What a Christmas tree!" And this really was some Christmas tree. There were many trees growing in Pippi's garden, and just behind the house there was a fir tree. A tall, dark green, spreading fir tree. Now it was all aglow, not with miniature candles, but big candles with bright flames that lit up the whole garden. There was more than just candles in the fir tree. There were great big gingerbread men and mighty baskets made of shiny paper, and gigantic sugared biscuits and the most amazing sweets, wrapped in paper of every color, and lots of streamers. And strangest of all, masses of parcels. At first, the children were completely speechless. Then they started shouting and screaming with joy. "Oh, Pippi is so good to us!" they screamed. Now Pippi, where was she? She was still nowhere to be seen. But just next to the fir tree was a big igloo, which Pippi and Tommy and Annika had built. Suddenly, candles were lit behind the little windows and a shock of red hair popped out from the entrance to the igloo. "Anyone for hot chocolate and layer cake before we start dancing round the Christmas tree?" shouted Pippi. Yes, they all wanted hot chocolate and layer cake, so they all crawled into the igloo, one by one. "Isn't it a brilliant igloo we've built?" said Tommy pleased. as he sat down on the floor with all the others. They all agreed that it was, and indeed it was, a very fine igloo. Pippi had a big saucepan of steaming hot chocolate standing in the middle of the floor, surrounded by layer cakes. She was just about to start serving it all up, when she just happened to look out of one of the little window holes. And there, by the corner of the house, stood a small boy. He had only lived in the little town for a couple of days and didn't know Pippi, and so didn't know that her invitation had also included him. He had had a lump in his throat all day long, and when evening came, he couldn't resist following the others, just to have a look. He had not meant anyone to see him. He was now standing by the corner, looking at the lovely Christmas tree and the igloo, where the children were inside, laughing and talking, and he got such a giant lump in his throat that it really hurt. But that was when Pippi caught sight of him. The little boy was almost scared out of his wits when she crawled out of the igloo, and he wanted to run away. But for some reason, he seemed rooted to the spot. "Well, what have we here then?" asked Pippi. "My name's Ollie," said the boy. "I promise not to touch anything." Quickly adding, "Can I come and sit in the igloo for a bit, if I absolutely promise not to eat anything?" This shot out of him before he even thought about it, for he desperately wanted to join them in the igloo, even for a little while. "No way," said Pippi. Well, it was only what Ollie had expected, but the lump in his throat got even bigger than before. "No way are you allowed into the igloo, if you promise not to eat anything," said Pippi. "But if you promise to eat at least as much as the others, then you are more than welcome." And then she shooed Ollie into the igloo, where he was soon sitting among the others, stuffing himself with so much hot chocolate and layer cake, that there was no room left for the lump in his throat. And his eyes shone to match the candles that Pippi had fixed in the snow walls. But he was not the only one who wished to join in with Pippi's raid on the Christmas tree. Just as they were sitting there talking and enjoying themselves, they heard a mournful howling coming from the garden that sounded so very miserable and lonely. Pippi crawled out to see who it could be that was so terribly upset. The howling came from a dog, a black, shaggy dog, sitting in a snowdrift, looking ever so sad. Pippi reached out towards it. "Come here, and tell Pippi all about it," she said. Now wasn't that funny? The black dog reached her in 2 bounds and crept up onto her lap, as if that was exactly where it had longed to be. It barked and whined, as if it was trying to tell why it was so unhappy. "What's up then?" said Pippi. "Poor little thing." "What's up with it, Pippi?" asked Tommy. "Do you really understand what it is trying to say?" "Why on earth shouldn't I understand it, when it talks to me in a perfectly comprehensible language?" said Pippi. "He's saying that his name is Scruffer, and that he is all alone, and doesn't have any human that cares about him, and he has been walking around in the snow for 3 days and is terribly hungry and thirsty, and he would like to be my dog, if he's allowed." "He is allowed, isn't he, Pippi?" pleaded Annika. Pippi took Scruffer's head between her hands and looked into his eyes. "He certainly is," she said. Then Scruffer leapt up and barked and wagged his tail and tried to lick Pippi's hair and forehead and cheeks, and they rolled around together in the snow, until Scruffer was no longer a sad black dog, but a happy white dog all covered in snow. Pippi ran into Villa Villicula after a couple of large pieces of meat, which Scruffer got instead of layer cake. He also got a large bowl of milk to drink. He was so incredibly happy, that out of sheer delight, he managed to knock a layer cake over, as he was running in and out of the igloo with the children. "Just think, Pippi," said Tommy, "now you've got a dog and a horse and a monkey in Villa Villicula." "Yes, all I need now is a crocodile and a couple of rattlesnakes," said Pippi happily. "Oh, no, Pippi, don't include rattlesnakes," shouted Annika, frightened, "for then I won't dare to come here any more." "Well, you never know what might happen," said Pippi. "One fine day a rattlesnake might come along, crying and begging to be allowed to stay and be my necklace." "Yuck, that sounds horrid," said Ollie. "What will you say to it then, Pippi?" "I've never been able to say no to fulfilling any such reasonable request," said Pippi. "I'll probably end up saying, by all means, just come on in, to the rattlesnake as well." "Ugh!" said Annika. "Ugh!" "Let's cross that bridge when we come to it," said Pippi, content. 436 Give to every man that asketh of thee, and of him that taketh away thy goods ask them not again. And as ye would that men should do to you, do ye also to them likewise. 437 And if ye lend to them of whom ye hope to receive, what thank have ye? For sinners also lend to sinners, to receive as much again. But love ye your enemies, and do good, and lend, hoping for nothing again. 438. It is blessed rather to give than to receive. 439. They who have love have all things, and without love there is nothing worth. Let each hold what they see to be truth in love, knowing that where love is not, truth is a dead letter and profiteth nothing. 440. No, truth is not in the least bit complicated. The truth is something learned in love. Just as Pippi shows you, they that are 60 shall learn from they that are 6. 441. The truth is not merely words or speculation but spirit. Perfection is knowing the entire truth. 6. Who is great. The kings of the Gentiles exercise lordship over them, and they that exercise authority upon them are called benefactors. But ye shall not be so, but he that is greatest among you, let him be as the younger, and he that is chief, as he that doth serve. For whether is greater, he that sitteth at meat, or he that serveth? Is not he that sitteth at meat? But I am among you as he that serveth. 442. Know ye what I have done to you? Ye call me Master and Lord, and ye say well. For so I am. If I then, your Lord and Master, have washed your feet, ye also ought to wash one another's feet. For I have given you an example, that ye should do as I have done to you. 443. Let him who is greatest among you be even as the least. 444. Except ye be converted, and become as little children, ye shall not enter into the kingdom of heaven. 445. King Ephraim had, of course, been away for a long time from his work of reigning, and now he began to reign for all he was worth. Meanwhile, the little cannibal children approached Pippi's throne. The nearer they came to Pippi and Tommy and Annika, the more awestruck they became. And besides, Pippi was a princess. When they had come close to Pippi they all, with one accord, knelt down and touched the ground with their foreheads. Pippi quickly jumped down from the throne. Good gracious, she said. If you're hunting the thimble I'd like to join in. She knelt down and moved her nose all over the ground. Somebody must have been here before us, she said after a time. I'm definitely certain there isn't even a pin here. She sat on the throne once more, but no sooner had she done so than all the children again bent their heads to the ground in front of her. Have you lost something? Inquired Pippi. It isn't there anyway, because I've looked, so you might as well get up. Luckily, Captain Longstocking had been on the island for so long that some of the cannibals had learnt a little of his language. Of course, they did not know the meaning of difficult words like postal order and major general, but they had picked up quite a lot just the same. Even the children knew some common expressions like don't touch and so on. One small boy, called Momo, could speak the white people's language quite well, because he often stood near the huts of the crew, listening to their chatter. There was also a pretty little girl, called Mona, who knew almost as much. Momo tried to explain to Pippi why they were kneeling before her. You be very fine white princess, he said. I not be very fine white princess, said Pippi in broken cannibalish. I be, on the whole only Pippi Longstocking, and now be blowed to all this threatening. She jumped down from the throne. So did King Ephraim, because he had finished his reigning business for the time being. We shall always have a lovely time here at Villicula Cottage and on Canny Island and everywhere, said Annika. Pippi nodded in agreement. All three were now sitting on the kitchen table. A shadow suddenly passed across Tommy's face. I never want to grow up, he said firmly. Nor me, said Annika. No, that's nothing to pine for, said Pippi. Grown-ups never have any fun. All they have is a lot of dull work and stupid clothes and cones and income tax. It's called income tax, said Annika. It's all the same rubbish, said Pippi. And they're full of superstition and silly ideas. They think it's bad luck to put a knife in your mouth when you eat, and things like that. And they don't know how to play, said Annika. Ugh, fancy having to grow up. And who said we had to? Asked Pippi. If I remember rightly, I've got some of those pills somewhere. What kind of pills? Said Tommy. Awfully good pills for those who don't want to grow up, said Pippi, jumping down from the table. They blew out all the candles on the Christmas tree. The kitchen was quite dark except near the stove, where you could see the fire glowing behind the bars. The children sat down silently in a circle in the middle of the floor. They held hands. Pippi gave Tommy and Annika a squiggly pill each. They could feel the excitement creeping up and down their spines. Imagine it, in a moment or two they would have swallowed the strange pills and then they would never, never have to grow up. Wasn't it wonderful? Pippi in the South Seas. Those were just a couple of stories about that little scamp, Pippi Longstocking. If they have kept my saying, they will keep yours also. 446. He that heareth you heareth me. 447. In a world full of lies and false teaching, she seems to be the only one who has understood what the truth is. It is like being in a large crowd where everyone seems to be singing out of tune, but then you suddenly come across just one person who is actually singing true. If you look with more than just your eyes, you will discover that Pippi and Ronia use their very behavior and entire selves to express what Jesus said in words. But this is where the hypocrites will be sorted out from the rest. They shall look and look, yet their eyes will see nothing. They shall listen and listen, yet neither grasp nor understand. Do I look a bit silly, writing so much about Pippi? Dear friend, you must understand that if you cannot accept these things as a little child would, then you will never, ever find the treasure of life. Do you want to or not? Okay, let us move on. Pippi, if you follow my dance, see yourself in me who am speaking. 448. A mirror am I to thee that perceivest me. 449. Astrid Lindgren's stories are free from the religious fog that shrouds the Gospels. But ignore this fog and read the Gospels in the same way that children will listen to the stories about that cheerful girl Pippi Longstocking. Yes, it is just wonderful to live. Forsake the foolish and live. 450. I am the way, the truth and the life. Walk ye in the way, and ye shall find God. Seek ye the truth, and the truth shall make you free. Live in the life, and ye shall see no death. 451. Just throw your religious thoughts far, far away. So far away that you can never find them again. Read with Pippi's eyes. Imagine that you are her. And it will surely blow away that murky mist. As long as your mind is darkness, your light which you wait for will be not. 452. Astrid Lindgren would, no doubt, be just as amazed as I am, if she knew how similar these children's stories are to events of the distant past. And the story about the horse that was flogged is not even in the Bible, but lies in the unknown ancient gospel. Try comparing the two stories. Admittedly, translated extracts of the ancient gospel were published in Astrid's native Sweden in 1947, but very few people ever heard about them. And this Pippi story was published in 1946. Truth is something so rare, something very, very precious. But she radiates the spirit of truth. As an author, she no doubt simply writes down whatever springs to mind, and reworks events that belong to her own distant childhood. She may scarcely know how her books came about. He knoweth not how. For the earth bringeth forth fruit of herself. First the blade, then the ear, after that the full corn in the ear. But when the fruit is brought forth, immediately he putteth in the sickle, because the harvest is come. 453. Reality is actually quite astounding. There is nothing superstitious, religious or complicated about conveying the truth to people. It is child's play. Yet only those with the right attitude are able to do so. And they will do it in a way that is in keeping with what they have received throughout their lives. All that is wondrous and divine, the divine laws and so the truth as well, are concealed within your very own heart. But if you will not know yourselves, you dwell in poverty, and it is you who are that poverty. 454. However, that the stories about Pippi should be similar to the accounts of a certain person, regardless of the texts at hand, is nowhere near as important or fascinating as the truly incredible fact that they are of the same spirit. Everyone should have a chance to see what Astrid Lindgren has achieved. For she tells us things that children are able to understand, things which are obvious to children, but hidden for those who presume to be so clever and scholarly. As Tommy says about Pippi, in one of the books, you never actually know with Pippi. If one does not first understand the water, he does not know anything. 455. Only when you understand the water will you really know Pippi and Ronia. They can show you the hidden values. They do not live by the letter of the law of love, but they do live in its spirit. Love is the fulfilling of the law. 456. But there are a multitude of errors which are covered by love. 457. No matter how often they use the word, love is the one value which remains hidden for most people, and yet, they themselves believe that they know what it means. Brainy scholars may ponder and study and speculate without ever finding this, the most essential of all hidden things, but children know where to find it. The truth lies hidden in love. Rational scientists would not think to look for it there. But man, in his wisdom, is all too busy endangering every aspect of nature around him, in the belief that the animals, the air, the jungles, the seas and the forest are his to treat as he pleases. He is busy destroying all life to serve his own immediate needs. Your fox cubs, your woods. Fox cubs belong to themselves, don't you know that? And they live in the fox's wood, which is the wolves and bears and elks and wild horses' wood too, and the owls and the buzzards and the wood pigeons and the hawks and the cuckoo's wood, and the snails and the spiders and the ants' wood. In any case, it's my wood and your wood, robber's daughter. Yes, your wood too. But if you want it for yourself alone, then you're sillier than I thought when I first saw you. 458:7 Those whom we do not know, wherefore by their fruits shall ye know them. 459 Take heed therefore how ye hear. For whosoever hath, to him shall be given. 460 But there are many sides to the truth. Just as a house has many rooms, and yet is a single unit, there are those houses that are built by hands, and there is a house that is not built by hands. It is always a mistake to pay too much attention to religious people when you are trying to find out about the truth. Many of these religious people are in fact the blind, led by the blind, who have all landed in the religious ditch. Can the blind lead the blind? Shall they not both fall into the ditch? 461 They do not believe in the truth, they are merely superstitious, and this does neither themselves nor other people any good. By and large, they are just hypocrites. They always follow a group or religious leader and are quite blind. They are in darkness and death. The only proper leader is the Spirit of truth, not groups or religious movements. Walk while ye have the light, lest darkness come upon you, for he that walketh in darkness knoweth not whither he goeth. 462 But the truth is to be found in those whom you would otherwise not think twice about, and in those whom you do not even know. And I will give him a white stone, and in the stone a new name written, which no man knoweth save he that receiveth it. 463 If you become my disciples and listen to my words, these stones will minister to you. 464 If one member is honored, all members rejoice. 465 They who sow to the Spirit shall reap life everlasting. 466 Whichever one of you comes to be a child will be acquainted with the kingdom and will become superior to John. 467 Chapters I The true mixed with the false. All those who do not know what it is to be near the fire will reject the words Jesus uses about this, and yet they claim to believe Jesus. It can't be true, they will say. That is what was said in the past, and that was why such words were removed from the texts. They closed the kingdom of heaven too. The truth that people were not allowed to hear. They who have suffered and overcome shall be made pillars in the temple of my God, and they shall go out no more. 468 There is a turmoil that leads to death, and there is a turmoil that leads to life. 469 He who is near me is near the fire, and he who is far from me is far from the kingdom. 470 Him that overcometh will I make a pillar in the temple of my God, and he shall go no more out. 471 Now if any man build upon this foundation gold, silver, precious stones, wood, hay, stubble, every man's work shall be made manifest, for the day shall declare it, because it shall be revealed by fire. And the fire shall try every man's work of what sort it is. If any man's work abide which he hath built thereupon, he shall receive a reward. If any man's work shall be burned, he shall suffer loss, but he himself shall be saved, yet so as by fire. 472 Among tens of thousands you will find but one who believes in the truth, yet also some whose belief has just started to grow. The fire will come over many in the years leading up to the end of the world age. It will be known to millions. When the time of the dissolution will come, the first power of the darkness will come upon you. 473 Towards the end this will affect a great many, since many that were first shall be the last. Except ye be born again of water and of fire, ye cannot see the kingdom of God. 474 Afterwards they will no doubt think, it was pretty awful sometimes, but on the whole not bad. Blessed is the man who has suffered and found life. 475 For gold is tested with fire, and men who are approved must be tested in the furnace of humiliation. 476 The wheat is parched by fire, so must ye my disciples pass through tribulations. But rejoice ye, for having suffered with me as one body, ye shall reign with me in one body, and give life to the world. 477 Blessed are ye that weep now, for ye shall laugh. 478. There will be intervals where nothing much happens. From time to time the water flows from the source again, and it is so sublime that you almost lose all energy for anything else. You will only be able to stretch one bow. It speaks to you without words, and yet much more effectively. But you can put the lessons from the source into words, which will then hold the same living water that you have translated them from. This is how all the truth, all that is not of men's own doctrine, came about. By reading different writings you may now try to find out if their contents conform to the spirit of truth, which is now yours, and you will without any difficulty be able to see which parts of the writings are false, and ultimately if the whole work is false. All the same, you will sometimes find texts such as the ancient gospel, that in certain passages contain a higher truth than you have light enough to see. The truth is a very high mountain. Along the way, you will be more and more enchanted and overwhelmed by Jesus. Greater than great, he makes the mightiest men look like mice. My doctrine is not mine, but is that sent me. If any man will do his will, he shall know of the doctrine, whether it be of God, or whether I speak of myself. 479. The Spirit that sent him is the infinite, the infinitely wonderful, in whom all beings exist. As soon as you again and again are suckled by the source, because you have found the treasure, you will feel an almost irresistible urge to abandon all those things in life that cannot follow you into the serious, yet wonderful game. When you do give them up, you will enjoy a beauty and repose that you will not remember ever having experienced before. It is movement and repose. 480. These infants being suckled are like those who enter the kingdom. 481. When you leave behind you the things that will not be able to follow you, then you will put yourselves to rest. 482. He that heareth my word, and believeth on him that sent me, hath everlasting life, and shall not come into condemnation, but is passed from death unto life. 483. A temple I have not, and I have temples. A lamp am I to thee that beholdest me. A mirror am I to thee that perceivest me. A door am I to thee that knockest at me. A way am I to thee, a wayfarer. If thou dost follow my dance, then see thyself in me that speaks. Thou hast me as a bed, rest upon me. 484. Already the time has come, brothers, that we should leave behind our labor and stand in the rest. For he who stands in the rest will rest forever. 485. 3. Reject the counterfeit coins and retain the genuine. Scriptures are always distorted, but some more and some less than others. The more editors and translators that have manhandled them, the worse they get. A little more of the truth is lost every time. No texts are actually written by the people who spoke the words contained in them, and some will have been written down several years after their contents were spoken. Imagine if you had to write down word for word what someone had told you only a fortnight ago. Your account would be full of imprecisions and mistakes, yet it would still have a core of authenticity. Accounts that have been handed down through many people and many centuries can only rarely be more than the sum of many different opinions of what was said and meant. All the same, a large part of Jesus' audience managed to hide some of his words within their hearts, and this was an important criterion for their preservation and exactness. Others hid different words and managed to write them down. Some saw one side of the truth, others saw different sides. Each scribe was limited by his own personal assumptions, that is, every individual made large omissions. If all their efforts are assembled in the same spirit, by retaining only what is true, then for the first time we may achieve a coherent image of what his sayings contained. Only then, as once before, will the light begin to shine. There were those, such as the Gnostics and many other sects from the early days of the Church that, to put it mildly, were not quite right in the head. Some of them had visions and what they called revelations, a concept which they had entirely misunderstood, since the only true revelations are the things revealed to the heart through love. But all these many mystics reckoned that they had seen apparitions, that, according to their writings, were purportedly Jesus, and which told them a good many things. There are still people like this around today, who take it into their heads to write books about modern revelations. Some have also believed themselves to be in contact with higher powers and goodness knows what else. Ancient nonsense abounds. The truth, however, is extremely rare. This particular brand of people, who love to make themselves interesting at others' expense, are responsible for many false writings. In some of their works the names of apostles have been introduced later as prompters, to make it look as if Jesus were really talking directly. Take, for example, the Sophia of Jesus Christ, which is almost identical with Eugnostos the Blessed, which in turn stems from a philosopher. 486 These Gnostics were often not a little devious. Such tactics have led many astray, just as Jesus prophesied, and the same happens today to an even greater extent. They shall lay to me things which I never taught. 487 And all this because they have never grasped that what really matters is the genuine and true love. They know nothing of love. Such individuals are indirectly involved in the hiding of the one and only truth. Their writings devoid of love, lacking wisdom and empty of all content are invariably suffused with a wealth of cold speculation, full of religious twaddle, people's queer notions and ideas that border on the insane. These writings are very harmful, since their poison and corruption spread to dull and deaden the reader. They harbor the bitterness of death. Eat of each grass that is good, but do not eat of the grass that holds the bitterness of death. Sowing tares among the good wheat which I have given you to sow in the world. Then shall the truth of God endure the contradiction of sinners. 488 Forsake the foolish and live, and go in the way of understanding. Knowledge of the Holy One is understanding. 489 False writings are typified and stultified in their presentation of Jesus by name. A Jesus who is made to tell some of the special initiates remarkable for their intelligence. They never ask silly questions about various speculative mysteries and quite demented philosophical reflections many years after he departed this earth. Frauds and phonies. In some of the newer writings, anachronisms of the 20th century, Jesus expounds on matters that are very trendy. No. Someone who openly voices the truth will, however, be scorned and despised by most people. In the false writings, responses are given exactly as the deeply intelligent prompters expect. In the genuine works, however, Jesus forms replies that were neither understood nor expected. Even his own people did not understand him. They that are with me have not understood me. 490 My friends receive me not. 491 None found I hungry or athirst for the wisdom which is of God. 492 And what did John the Baptist say about him? What he hath seen and heard, that he testifieth, and no man receiveth his testimony. John 3:32 You can be sure that Jesus has not spoken a single word in the texts since the nomination of the apostles. All the same, false texts of this kind reveal much about people, and how they start all these sickening sects and religious movements. Yet even these texts occasionally hold unique fragments of the truth which have been lost elsewhere, originating from genuine pieces of writing about Jesus, and easily recognized as being of truth. A good example of such a text is, as mentioned, the Revelation of St. John the Divine, which contains a typical dose of religious mania. Only later was the text named after St. John, and this was quite in keeping with the standard procedure of naming writings after disciples. Texts were commonly assembled from different sources and then later given suitable names. Despite its flaws, this work occasionally reveals quite amazing gems, utterly at odds with their context. Strangely enough, most of these gems may also be found in the ancient gospel, where Jesus really did speak them out loud. The fakes were introduced by crudely exploiting people's knowledge. If people were not naive, then the church certainly made sure that they became so by introducing a dictum equivalent to, do not try to understand, just believe. Religions also grew out of earlier people's careless descriptions of the things they saw. For example, if they saw a radiant craft land and later take off again. Just watch how the mists of religion descend on the French Dr. Ambroise Paré as he describes, as late as 1520, his sighting of Halley's comet, which is nothing more than a natural phenomena. This comet was so fearful, so horrifying, and induced such terror that many died of fright and others succumbed to sickness. It displayed a vast length and appeared to be made of blood. At its tip was the shape of a crooked arm, with a giant sword in its hand, raised to strike. On the outermost tip were 3 stars. Visible on its tail were a considerable number of axes, knives and bloodied swords. Amongst these weapons there were many gruesome human heads with beards and hair standing on end, just as in the Revelation of St. John. If these types of description are employed for religious purposes, then they will eclipse everything, and that is precisely what has happened over and over again. Jesus said, "Be ye as approved money changers, rejecting counterfeit coins and retaining only the genuine." 493 Anyone who digs for gold will uncover much soil and find but little. Dhammapada IV 1-2 Who shall conquer this earth and this realm of death and gods? Who shall seek out the words of the true doctrine as a garland maker would seek out a flower? The disciple shall conquer this earth and this realm of death and gods. The disciple shall seek out the words of the true doctrine as a garland maker would seek out a flower. Indeed, Buddha spoke the truth. Otherwise, it would be safe to say that it never occurs to people to tell the real truth. Truth is so rare, that if you find any words in an ancient Christian text that are of truth, then you may be 99.9% certain that they were spoken by Jesus. There is only one single truth. Yet, through the course of time, truth and wisdom have been divided up, the world over, into a multitude of rival beliefs and religions. The Gnostics, for example, appropriated anything in ancient manuscripts that dealt with Gnostic thought, some of them distorting the texts to a quite insane extent, so that they came to read as pure gibberish. Try reading them, they are completely potty. Orthodox Christians selected the segments which we know from the Bible, such as the Gospels of Matthew, Mark and Luke, to distort them in people's minds as the grotesque ravings that we all know from the behavior and customs of the clergy. In addition, they have fabricated a wealth of queer writings, interpretations and hymns that replace Jesus' doctrine with the opinions of men. And this is how all faiths have selected from his teachings what they found acceptable, rejecting the things that did not suit them. All religions on earth have done the equivalent to the doctrines that they received in truth thousands of years ago. The differences between religions merely demonstrate how far their devotees and cultures have managed to distort the ancient doctrines. There is one truth, but many people. All this is hard to accept since that makes us look so silly. Can cultures not function independently? This is precisely where the problem lies. The problem of accepting our inability to achieve the essentials on our own. Man is perfectly able independently to speculate, calculate and investigate, yet he is quite helpless when it comes to bringing forth truth and bearing good fruit. Without me ye can do nothing. As the branch cannot bear fruit of itself, except it abide in the vine, no more can ye, except ye abide in me. I am the vine, ye are the branches. He that abideth in me, and I in him, the same bringeth forth much fruit, for without me ye can do nothing. John 15:4-5. The fruit is what we may eat and drink of. 4. Religion destroys. One of the worst things is when believers distort the concept of love so that it too comes to take on a religious aspect. Once this distortion becomes rooted within them, they will lose all potential for receiving the light of genuine love. Their distorted concept is especially pernicious since it may so easily spread to people who listen to them. And these believers are, in fact, themselves lost in heavy darkness. They are utterly ignorant of love. What they call love is in fact an adulterated hypocrisy, and what they call faith is superstition. Their falsehoods are deeply destructive. This false love is all-pervasive among religious movements. Some of these confounded centers for spiritual progression and astrology teach people that love is something that filters down to us from the planet Venus if we just sit down and concentrate on it. No, love is something we must give, just as righteousness is to be given. One day, no doubt, someone will come along and induce people to believe that righteousness is something that filters down to us from outer space or from the planet Jupiter. No, use your common sense. Seek the light in the true, unadulterated love. His image will remain concealed by his light. 494. The one who sees is also the one who reveals. 495. Do yourself a favor by not turning the lessons and laws of the heart into religion, for this will spoil everything. The laws of the heart and the divine laws are actually one and the same. They just go by different names. Keep religious mania at a distance, and stick to what you recognize as true values. Later you will discover that a few things which you initially rejected on the grounds that they were a load of old religious twaddle also contain true wisdom. The truth had been concealed by the mists of religion. Religion and hypocrisy extinguish all light and flourish where truth is obscured. 5. Finding the origin of Jesus' teachings. If you want to tell people about the truth, you will find that once you have discovered the treasure in your heart you will be able to say many things originally said by Jesus, without ever having read them or read about them. You will not be voicing your own personal opinions, but will take your words from the Spirit which you have received, and all this will be easy as pie. Without realizing it, anyone speaking from the Spirit of truth will reveal things that tie in with many other concepts. They may not realize this until many years later, and will be amazed, indeed, utterly dumbfounded. If this happens to you, you will realize and understand why Jesus said, "The Son can do nothing of himself, but what he seeth the Father do, for what things soever he doeth, these also doeth the Son likewise. 496 To him that overcometh will I grant to sit with me in my throne, even as I also overcame, and am set down with my Father in his throne. 497 He who will drink from my mouth will become like me. 498 The disciple is not above his master, but everyone that is perfect shall be as his master. 499 When ye have lifted up the Son of Man, then shall ye know that I am he, and that I do nothing of myself. 500 If thou take forth the precious from the vial, thou shalt be as my mouth, let them return unto thee. But return not thou unto them. 501 6 The ravening wolves. You will probably feel an irresistible urge to tell someone about the wonderful discovery you have made. But if you do this prematurely, then you will be rewarded with a slap in the face, and this will be deeply upsetting, since you will feel very hurt inside. In this situation you will be vulnerable in a quite different way to anything you have ever experienced before, because you will have lowered all your defenses, completely disrobed. So watch what you tell and to whom. Those that speak the truth will not be met with enthusiasm but with scorn. Do not rush to disrobe before all eyes, but take it slowly and carefully, until you no longer feel any shame in disrobing. By the time the full horror of religion will have descended upon you. For scorn, subversion and ridicule will have hit you hard inside, to harm you with all the corruption surrounding religion. People will think that you are just religious, and nothing you can do will get them away from that idea. At best it will be discussed as if it were an academic or political subject for debate. They will hear nothing full of contempt for you, because you revealed your wonderful secret. They will trample your most precious pearls into the dust. These are the ravening wolves. Those that speak of truth summon all their soul and strength for the task, drawing on all their humanity. The audience, however, blind in their hearts, will not notice the humanity that has gone into the words. Offering up the most precious gift from their innermost hearts and putting all their soul into it, those that seek to reveal truth will discover to their horror that their innermost selves are to be hounded and torn to pieces. The pain goes far deeper than sorrow, and there are no defenses. Do not let this happen. Among the most dangerous will be certain religious people. These are the wolves in sheep's clothing. Beware of men. 502 Many will come in my name, clothed without in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ravening wolves. 503 I counsel thee to buy of me gold tried in the fire, that thou mayst be rich, and white raiment, that thou mayst be clothed, and that the shame of thy nakedness do not appear. 504 Guard the wisdom as if by a rampart, and it will exalt you. Like a magnificent surround it shall protect you and form a shield. 505 He that overcometh, the same shall be clothed in white raiment, and I will not blot out his name out of the book of life. 506 Once you disrobe without shame, you will be clothed in white raiment underneath. This will be so truly glorious, that you will be able to say, I will speak of thy testimonies also before kings, and will not be ashamed. And I will delight myself in thy commandments, which I have loved. 507 Give not that which is holy unto the dogs, neither cast ye your pearls before swine, lest they trample them under their feet, and turn again and rend you. 508 But, a city being built on a high mountain and fortified cannot fall, nor can it be hidden. 509 Long afterwards you will maybe find exactly those words in the Gospels which you yourself have spoken, and you will recognize many things that Jesus said. Enchanted and amazed, you will no doubt ask yourself, is he really the only one who knows and understands what I know? By reading his words you will learn even more, and you will never stop learning from them. You will probably think to yourself, what fools we have been. Chapter X I am more than possessing the whole world. Life's core, the seat of life, is your home. You live on its periphery. Here is your point of creation and point of return. What you receive from the seat of life is worth more than possessing the whole world and everything in it. From the eternal they flow, to the eternal they return. 510 I give ye a great legacy, so great that it is greater than the world that possesses it. 511 2 They are ashamed of their nakedness. When you disrobe without being ashamed and take up your garments and place them under your feet like little children and tread on them, then will you see the Son of the Living One, and you will not be afraid. 512 When your words and actions are truthful, free from sin, meaning that you have harvested the fruit of what was sown, you will no longer be ashamed to disrobe. But if your innermost heart has never been given voice, Then you will not know what it is to stand without clothes. You should not come out into the open until you have ceased to be ashamed. But when you are ready, go for it. Stir your sleeping heart. Everyone is depending on you to dear bit. Live up to what you have received, the knowledge that is yours alone. When the grain ripened, he came quickly with his sickle in his hand and reaped it. Whoever has ears to hear, let him hear. 513. Ancient writings, such as the Pentateuch, are inevitably somewhat distorted. But a few real gems have survived, such as the story of how men stole from the tree of knowledge, how they sinned and how Adam and Eve then discovered they were naked. Now, why was that? Which made them feel ashamed, and how they were driven out of paradise. They were to die, because they had eaten of the tree that bore knowledge of good and evil. Eventually man would die in the spirit of Adam. 514. Ye shall die in your sins. 515. But as in Adam all die, so in Christ shall all be made alive. 516. 3. Behold the vastness. It takes just 1 second for a ray of light to travel a distance 7.5 times the Earth's circumference, and yet it will have taken over 4 years for the light from the nearest star to reach Earth. This is known as a distance of 4 light years. All the stars visible in the sky at night belong to the same body of stars known as the Milky Way, which is a galaxy with a diameter of 100,000 light-years. From a distance you can see that the galaxy is disc-shaped. This disc is rotating, each spin taking about 250 million years. This rotation has created spiral arms, giving it the appearance of a Catherine wheel. There are somewhere between 100 and 200 billion stars in our galaxy. In theory, a great many of these can have their own planets and form solar systems just like our own, which has 9 planets and a number of orbiting comets. As one among countless stars, our Sun is nothing remarkable, and yet it is vast in comparison with the Earth. It would take 1,300,000 Earths to fill up the same amount of space. The Sun's diameter is therefore more than 108 times greater than that of the Earth. The largest stars in the galaxy, the red giants, are so vast that they could contain 1 billion of our own suns. Nevertheless, our modest little sun converts so much matter into energy that its weight is reduced by several million tons with each passing second. Yet despite this, its mass has not actually diminished in the 5 billion years that have passed since it began to shine, because its weight loss is a vanishingly small proportion of the whole. Every one of the stars we are able to see belongs to our own galaxy, the Milky Way. Until quite recently it was thought that this was the universe in its entirety. But there are many other galaxies. The Milky Way's nearest big neighbor is 2.2 million light-years away. Galaxies exist in groups known as galaxy clusters, with up to 10,000 galaxies. There are a great many of these galaxy clusters, so many in fact, that the galaxies number billions in the known part of the universe alone. Light reaching us from the furthest known heavenly body has taken over 10 billion years to reach us. There has even been conjecture about the existence of a heavenly body some 20 billion light-years away. Many stars, just like our own Sun, rotate on their own axis in the course of about 1 month. After many millions of years, when a star is nearly burnt out, it explodes to become a supernova. For a few months this will then shine up to 50 billion times more brightly. After this, only the heavy core of the original star will remain, yet this will still be almost 10 times as heavy as our Sun. Gravitational pull will affect the gradual collapse of this core until it is reduced to a diameter of a mere 6 miles. Its rate of rotation, however, will now have increased to around 30-100 spins per second. By now, it will be so dense that a mere teaspoonful would weigh 100 million tons. Indeed, after the initial explosion, the largest stars will collapse to such an extent that they become black holes of phenomenal gravity, that even suck in all light. As you can see, even the most powerful superlatives are inadequate and hopelessly earthbound when attempting to describe the vast dimensions of the universe. This is precisely the kind of problem I have when trying to describe the wonder which is yours to find. The vast dimensions of the universe cannot be described. Take the universe in relation to this little planet Earth as a metaphor of the spiritual greatness of the divine in proportion to our human attributes and ideas. From the visible things of nature ye may reach to the invisible things of the Godhead. 517. Should you ever get to see this divinity, then you will know that the scale is correct. Only then will you know what vastness truly means. And only then will you understand what it is to have found. You will discover that it is impossible to describe the vastness. Any attempt will just be a desperate understatement. You would even be willing to endure 10,000 years of suffering, just to see it again for one single second. Seeing with your eyes means precisely what it says. Seeing with your heart is seeing with your essence. He who knows, let him seek and find and rejoice. 518. If you know the light and therefore come to understand what I am really writing about, then it would be a serious understatement to say that you will merely be fond of it. You will be jumping for joy. Yes, you will be screaming with delight, just like Ronia in springtime, when you discover what is to come. For true love belongs to the few. All things have meaning. Only the fruit of deceit is meaningless and empty. Lovelessness is not hate, but emptiness. With love there is selflessness. Without love indifference. Love? Everyone knows the word, but only a few know what it really means. Truth is reached through love, not reason. You should sneak off to see the film about Ronia the robber's daughter and make sure you read the book. Throughout the whole story the children are experiencing nothing less than the doctrine of truth. How could those who do not love think their way to this doctrine? Adam only speculates. Only when you have found love, will you fully understand what Jesus said, and you will be desperate to learn more truth. Truth will be a wonderful and magical word to you. The magical potion. This is what it means to thirst. True love is not merely love for one individual, but a love that extends to many people. Indeed, all living creatures and even your enemies and adversaries. The teachings of Jesus are one great elaboration on the true love. If one does not know love at all, his words will seem empty. The one who has known much truth will have loved much. Many people believe that love is just kissing and cuddling. But no, love is not something that can be seen, nor is it put up for display. It is one of the divine, invisible verities. Love is discussed by many, yet possessed by few. Indeed, at the most only 1 in 1,000 has true love, and even that one will be hard to find. 5. Free of all ties. Do not follow those who believe that restraint and restriction is the way of fulfilling his words. With their stranglehold on life, they forget that is not how little children behave. Whosoever shall not receive the kingdom of God as a little child, he shall not enter therein. 519. Among those born of women from Adam until John the Baptist, there is no one superior to John the Baptist, that his eyes should not be lowered before him. Yet I have said, whichever one of you comes to be a child will be acquainted with the kingdom and will become superior to John. 520. Man cannot move without sinning. All our rules and regulations are made necessary by our sinfulness. If we live by the divine laws, then such rules and regulations will gradually become obsolete. For those whose love brings the truth, no rules and regulations are necessary. They can do what they want, when they want, automatically following the divine law, without even giving it a second thought. Everyone who commits sin is a slave of sin. 521. Testifying to the truth is for childlike souls. There is light within a man of light, and he lights up the whole world. If he does not shine, he is darkness. 522. A blind man and a sighted man that are both in the dark, are no different to each other. When the light comes, the sighted man will see, and he who is blind will remain in the dark. 523. Dhammapada VII, 1-2, he has completed his voyage. He has gone beyond sorrow. The fetters of life have fallen from him, and he lives in full freedom. The thoughtful strive always. They have no fixed abode, but leave home like swans from their lake. 6. The seat of life. A color film displayed on a TV screen, with all its action and presentation of solid objects, is only the result of a systematic mixing and combining of the colors green, blue and red. An absence of these colors results in dark patches, but all three colors combined in equal strength give white light. Exactly the same goes for all the things that you and I experience in every aspect of life, all things passing through God, the seat of life. There are colors here too, but more than 3. Discrimination, knowledge, clarity, tolerance, truth, self-restraint, inward calm, pleasure, sorrow, existence, non-existence, fear and fearlessness, equanimity, satisfaction, austerity, generosity, honor and dishonor. All these diverse dispositions of beings proceed from me alone. 524. God resides in the heart of all beings. 525. I am reason in the rational, strength in the strong. I am power in the powerful. 526. I am understanding of those that understand. 527. Jesus said, God is power, love and wisdom, and these three are one. God is truth, goodness and beauty, and these three are one. God is justice, knowledge and purity, and these three are one. God is splendor, compassion and holiness, and these three are one. 528 Every experience of our lives is, without exception, a mixture and combination of these elements. Even our perception of material objects in absence of these spiritual elements results in dark patches, varying in quality, which give rise to negative experiences, emptiness, hideousness, cruelty, boredom, injustice, meaninglessness, falsehood, evil, etc. All experience is rooted within us, in God the seat of life. Men are souls that live in God, which is spirit. Fish are creatures that live in the sea, which is water. The living God dwells in you and you dwell in him. 529 Together these elements form a single, living entity of infinite vastness. And this, which is energy itself, embraces the whole universe. So what lies within may be transformed into that which is without, and all of the divine laws are reflected in nature. There is nothing very mysterious about this. This Spirit Supreme, within whom the beings dwell, and by whom all this is permeated, is to be attained by a single-pointed devotion. 530 Incredible, it lives of itself and has a will of its own. You must find it. Discover life. How could we ever have been foolish enough to think that anything, any imagined God or mystery, could be more important than values such as love, righteousness and truth? What could ever match these? Name just one thing which is more important. Of course there can only be one, true God. What fools we have been. God is so close that no one has discovered the Godhead. We do not see the wood for trees. As Jesus said, God is everything and everyone. People may read this, but they will not hear it. Where is the seat of life? Every one of you who has known himself has seen it. 531 For God is everything and everyone. For he who has not known himself has known nothing, but he who has known himself has at the same time already achieved knowledge about the depth of the all. 532 What is the highest and the height of all attainable things? What is the depth of all things? If a man establishes his soul in the height, then he will be exalted. 533 The root of all things is the highest and the height of all things. As it is above, so it is below. As it is within, so it is without. 534 But those whose blindness is destroyed by the understanding of the self, for them, like a sun, is the understanding lit up as the highest. 535 He that perceives me in all places and perceives all in me, I do not get lost to him, nor does he get lost to me. 536 I am the source of all things proceed from me. This is known to the wise who love me with devotion. 537 I am the light which is above them all. I am the all. From me did the all come forth, and unto me did the all extend. 538 This Spirit Supreme, within whom the beings dwell, and by whom all this is permeated, is to be attained by a single-pointed devotion. 539 He, who strives with all his might and is purified of all sin, he will be perfected in the course of many existences and thereafter gain the goal supreme. 540 Whoso perceives that it is the highest Lord that abides in all beings, not liable to destruction when the others meet their destruction, he truly perceives. 541 Betaking themselves to this knowledge and being united with me, they are not reborn at the cosmic creation, and are not, at the cosmic dissolution, destroyed. 542 Without being divided, it yet seems divided in all beings. It is to be understood as the sustainer of all beings, as their destroyer and creator. It is called the light of all lights on the off side of darkness. It is the knowledge, the object of knowledge, and the goal of knowledge, dwelling in the heart of all. 543 Jesus said, Therefore I say, if he is undivided, he will be filled with light. 544 The one whose every deed honors him that is the source of all beings, and by whom the whole world is propagated, will find perfection. 545 7. Purgatory. As I stated earlier, almost all Christians imagine that they only live once, and that when they die they either go to heaven or down to an eternal punishment in hell as guests of a man with horns and cloven hooves. This, to put it mildly, is light years away from reality. They shall cause the enemy to blaspheme, putting for my doctrine the opinions of men, and teaching in my name that which I have not taught, and darkening much that I have taught by their traditions. 546 These ecclesiastical ideas have no bearing on reality. There is nothing about them in the Bible, and Jesus certainly never preached a doctrine of this kind. The Bible Luke 17:20-21 The kingdom of God cometh not with observation, neither shall they say, Lo here, or Lo there. For behold, the kingdom of God is within you. Hell also differs quite radically from the accepted concepts. There is no hell between each life. Rather, it is something which is used at the end of each world age. It is a fire which purifies the personality, which at the worst may destroy your soul. This is why we need salvation. For a while between each life we enjoy a state of repose, before experiencing life once more pleasant or unpleasant, proportional to what is required for the perfection of each individual. This pleasant rest was what Jesus called the land of rest. They who have done good, do rest with your ancestors in the bosom of the Eternal. 547. They are in the land of rest, which the Eternal hath prepared for them, and have just reward of their deeds. 548. But as soon as the Church removed his teaching about reincarnation, they had to teach the people, quite wrongly, that this repose was the kingdom of heaven. In the same way, the Protestant Church of today believes that the unpleasant rest is hell, while the Catholic Church calls it purgatory. Consider the parable of the rich man and Lazarus in Luke's Gospel ch. 16, which is in fact a story about the inter vivum interim life. Of course the Church no longer had any use for this inter vivum, since it was part of the doctrine of reincarnation. The story of the rich man and Lazarus is also found in the ancient Gospel, but in the Bible the phrase "in this flame" was inserted, so that it reads, "For I am tormented in this flame." With such interpretative skills, the Church managed to persuade people to believe that he was talking about the fires of hell. To leave no room for doubt, they also removed two crucial sentences. Now we will take the story from the original Gospel. And he cried and said, Father Abraham, have mercy on me, and send Lazarus, that he may dip the tip of his finger in water, and cool my tongue, for I am tormented in this place. But Abraham said, Son, remember that thou in thy lifetime receivedst thy good things, and likewise Lazarus evil things, but now he is comforted, and thou art tormented. And thus are the changes of life for the perfecting of souls. And beside all this, between us and you there is a great gulf fixed, so that they which would pass from hence to you cannot. Neither can they pass to us, that would come from thence, till their time be accomplished. 549. The true kingdom of heaven is to be attained here, on earth. It has not been established yet, but is nascent across the whole world. And those that are of the truth will assemble it themselves, by performing the tasks for which they have been specially trained. Once assembled it will function beyond earthly existence, as a real kingdom. But for the present it will only be perceived as a treasure by single individuals. It will be established on earth as the true kingdom and will abide as the kingdom of heaven. It will not come by waiting for it. It will not be a matter of saying, here it is or there it is. Rather the kingdom of the Father is spread out upon the earth, and men do not see it. 550. Moreover, it was actually this story about the rich man and Lazarus, which was behind what is ostensibly the Catholic Church's fabricated doctrine of purgatory, that is, the intermediate torment before you rest in comfort. This doctrine can be traced all the way back to the 200s, although it only became significant after the year 1000, since in the 3rd century these two sentences were still to be found in Luke's Gospel, ch. 16. And thus are the changes of life for the perfecting of souls. And beside all this, between us and you there is a great gulf fixed, so that they which would pass from hence to you cannot. Neither can they pass to us, that would come from thence, till their time be accomplished. The Church of the 200s concluded that this was an intermediate punishment, and they were right about that. Jesus also tells of the judgment at the end of the world, when some will be condemned to hell. So the fathers of the Church correctly assume that he spoke of both a temporary punishment before rest and a punishment in the eternal fire after the world judgment. This doctrine is to be found in the works of both Origen and Augustine. Following the Church Council in 325, the Church authorized the deletion of those parts of the Scriptures that were unacceptable. This included everything containing traces of the doctrine of reincarnation, and with it the teaching about the perfection of the soul through successive lifetimes. Unfortunately, in the process, the conclusion of Jesus' speech, "Till their time be accomplished," was also deleted, leaving an incomplete doctrine of reincarnation, the origins of which now became a complete mystery. The doctrine of purgatory was retained, and later this also proved a tidy source of income for the Church. Purgatory was not invented by the Catholic Church. The concept stems from the ancient Gospel, and therefore Jesus himself. But it has been distorted by the Church. 8. I am in the world. Whosoever drinketh of the water that I shall give shall never thirst, but the water which cometh from God shall be in him a well of water, springing up unto everlasting life. 551. They that command the universe do not use just their brains and science as we do, they use God, who contains knowledge of all things, understanding of all things, of both matter and essence. They are workers for the eternal. They journey throughout all the sky which, by definition, is all other places and on earth, that is one, outer space, which can be navigated in a spaceship. 2. Cosmic nature, the land of rest, where we repose in the bosom of the eternal between each life. 3. The non-manifest entity, the center of the highest spirit wherein all beings exist. As we have seen in the writings, different types of workers are assigned different tasks compared to them. We are extremely backward. Today we would call them UFOs and extraterrestrials, but they were once known as shining clouds, revelations of the glory of the Lord, chariots of fire, horses of fire and angels. But divinity is so vastly superior to the ideas and notions of man, that he is incapable of recognizing it. Man lives in Adam, which makes the life seem dead. Even love is reduced to mere chemistry, and this is why the world of man shall pass and be humbled. Since all beings exist, think and dwell in God, this means that in God, the center of all, lies knowledge of all things. Knowledge of all of what every single living being knows, and knowledge of everything that has happened to all beings since their very creation. There too lies knowledge of what is to take place in the far future. 1 second there and you could gain knowledge of all things. This is total understanding. Now imagine someone were to gain access to the seat of the Spirit, where all this world's living beings exist and experience life. He would have direct access to the inner essence of every single living being on earth. Such a person, who had reached the Supreme Spirit, would come to be in all beings on earth, and all beings would be in him. Bhagavad Gita VI, 29-30. He perceives himself in all beings and all beings in himself. He that perceives me in all places and perceives all in me, I do not get lost to him, nor does he get lost to me. Jesus said, I am in all creatures and all creatures are in me. In all their joys I rejoice, in all their afflictions I am afflicted. Wherefore I say unto you, be ye kind one to another, and to all the creatures of God. 552. That anyone could dwell in the hearts of other beings, sounds quite impossible. But then our reason would tell us that our very existence is impossible. Mark this, I am in the world, and the world is in me, and the world knoweth it not. 553. But the other entity which is non-manifest and eternal, lies beyond the cosmic nature and, while all beings perish, it perishes not. It is called the non-manifest and the immutable and is said to be the highest goal. They that have reached it no longer return. That is my highest abode. This Spirit Supreme, within whom the beings dwell, and by whom all this is permeated, is to be attained by a single pointed devotion. 554. Jesus alone attained the highest goal, thereby becoming the true Christ solitary above all others. He was the supreme, perfected human being, and in him did humanity attain the divine. As the first of the sons and daughters of God, he was therefore called the firstborn. My son, in all the prophets did I await thee, that thou mightest come and I might rest in thee. For thou art my rest. Thou art my firstborn son that reignest forever. 555. When you hear God speak in this way in a text, then do not let yourself be deceived into thinking that God is a man. It will always be one of the gods of the past speaking on God's behalf from a shining cloud, or perhaps it will be Jesus himself, or someone who speaks from the Spirit of truth. When they say I, it is because I deem the wise man as my very self. For, excessively dear am I to the wise, and he is dear to me. 556. Chapter XII. The reality, truth and wisdom are living in spiritual logic. In time this logic will bring you the spiritual reason, the eternal thought. As the corn and the grapes are transmuted into flesh and blood, so must your natural minds be changed into spiritual. Seek ye the transmutation of the natural into the spiritual. 557. Life is spirit. Man's spirit is the dwelling that the soul must build in the divine being. On the voyage to perfection, human existence is a landing stage where we remain until the soul is freed from its slavery, its bonds of birth and death. The truth is a ladder with many rungs, ascending to the liberation and perfection of the soul. For as one changeth old garments for new ones, so do they also change the body of death for the body of the life. 558 For by involution and evolution shall the salvation of all the world be accomplished. 559 2. A model of the kingdom. Jesus gave his disciples a telling model of the kingdom. And Jesus, when he came to a certain place where 7 palm trees grew, gathered his disciples around him, and to each he gave a number and a name which he only knew who received it. To him that overcometh will I give to eat of the hidden manna, and will give him a white stone, and in the stone a new name written, which no man knoweth saving he that receiveth it. 560 And he said unto them, Stand ye as pillars in the house of God, and show forth the order according to your numbers which ye have received. And they stood around him, and they made a body 80, and they counted the number, and could not. And they said unto him, Lord, we cannot. And Jesus said, Let him who is greatest among you be even in the least, and the symbol of that which is first be as the symbol of that which is last. And they did so, and in every way was there equality, and yet each bore a different number, and the one side was as the other, and the upper was as the lower, and the inner as the outer. And the Lord said, It is enough. Such is the house of the wise master builder. 80 it is, and perfect. Many are the chambers, but the house is one. Again consider the body of a man, which is a temple of the Spirit. For the body is one, united to its head, which with it is one body, and it has many members, yet all are one body, and the one Spirit ruleth and worketh in all. So also in the kingdom. And the head doth not say to the bosom, I have no need of thee, nor the right hand to the left, I have no need of thee, nor the left foot to the right, I have no need of thee. Neither the eyes to the ears, we have no need of thee, nor the mouth to the nose, I have no need of thee. For God hath set in the one body every member as is fitting. If the whole were the head, where were the breasts? If the whole were the belly, where were the feet? Yea, those members which some affirm are less honorable, upon them hath God bestowed the more honor. And those parts which some call uncomely, upon them hath been bestowed more abundant comeliness, that they may care for the other. So, if one member suffers, all members suffer with it, and if one member is honored, all members rejoice. Now ye are my body. And each one of you is a member in particular, and to each one of you do I give the fitting place, and one head over all, and one heart the center of all, that there be no lack nor schism. 561 Again, the kingdom of heaven is like unto a woman who taketh of the incorruptible leaven and hideth it in 3 measures of meal, till the whole is leavened, and being baked by fire, becometh one loaf. Or, again, to one who taketh a measure of pure wine, and poureth it into 2 or 4 measures of water, till the whole being mingled becometh the fruit of the vine. 562 Baked by fire. But rejoice ye, for having suffered with me as one body, ye shall reign with me in one body, and give life to the world. 563 The thoughts of man and life are divided by a deep chasm, but this world is a bridge. Cross it. But beware of building your house there. 564 3 The fields are white to harvest. What use is brain power alone if we have no understanding or knowledge? The brain in itself is no more than a control center and calculator with built-in memory, but it also has a connecting link to the soul. What kind of mechanics or chemistry do you suppose produce happiness, love, understanding and insight? People will claim that it is the size and power of our brains, which make us more spiritual than the animals. But quite the opposite is true. It was the size and power of our spirit that demanded such brains. This explains why our brains are so much more highly developed than nature requires, this being quite unique in the natural world. If the flesh came into being because of spirit, it is a wonder. But if spirit came into being because of the body, it is a wonder of wonders. 565 What do you suppose the workers for the eternal work with? What do you imagine they were doing on earth? Lift up your eyes, and look on the fields. For they are white already to harvest. And he that reapeth receiveth wages, and gathereth fruit unto life eternal, that both he that soweth and he that reapeth may enjoy together. And herein is that saying true, one soweth, and another reapeth. I sent you to reap that whereon ye bestowed no labor, other men labored, and ye are entered into their labors. 566 The angels and the prophets will come to you and give to you those things you already have, and you too, give them those things which you have, and say to yourselves, when will they come and take what is theirs? 567 For whosoever hath to him shall be given, and he shall have more abundance. But whosoever hath not, from him shall be taken away even that which he seemeth to have. 568 Dhammapada IV, 10. Just as many kinds of garlands may be fashioned from a heap of flowers, so may a mortal creation bring much goodness to this world. Mistakenly, we take many things for granted because they are so familiar. But if we do not possess love or bear fruit, then we risk losing everything. Try telling yourself, if, as a man, I have one half the world, all honor and glory and earthly wisdom, knowledge, wealth and power, yet do not have love, then I am nothing and all is in vain. 4. Riches. If we have no understanding, insight, happiness, love, no ability to appreciate beauty, then what is the point of all our money and material possessions? We can appreciate nothing without spirit. No, true wealth lies in our human qualities and all their potential to develop. Whoever knows all, but lacks himself, lacks everything. 569. Let him who has grown rich be king, and he who possesses power renounce it. 570. Whoever finds the world and becomes rich, let him renounce the world. 571. What does Pippi do? Philosophy, psychology and psychiatry do not see the fruit and its riches. Indeed, to psychiatry, human qualities are just part of the nervous system. Many philosophers and psychologists do not even accept the existence of things like righteousness and unrighteousness, love, goodness and truth. They do not accept the absolute values. To such people these are merely acquired morals, dependent on our environment. Others even use the term people's emotional lives to cover all of these. To put it bluntly, they regard these divine values as chemical phenomena inside a whole series of different bodies. But they have abased themselves to the false doctrines of men, serving the darkness and extinguishing the light of mankind. They are like the unhatched chicken, that sits in its egg, pontificating on the world outside. There is only one love, one wisdom, one compassion, one beauty. There is but one knowledge, one wisdom, one truth, one goodness and one justice which applies to everyone. These divine attributes are common to all hearts. They form the center of all hearts. Obviously our social environment will have some influence on the individual. But this is usually minimal, since the essence of each personality will have been shaped by thousands of years of development. Changes in behavior can easily be observed, but spiritual changes are scarcely perceivable. A good piece of advice: hold on to the absolute values and let all else give way to these. Do not do the opposite, like everyone else. 5. The spiritual mind. How is it possible to enter the kingdom of heaven? Jesus said, "For the carnal mind this is impossible, but with the spiritual mind all things are possible." 572. No one ever arrived at the truth through speculation. That path never brought any thinkers to the truth. Truth is spirit and is in God alone. He who speaks the truth does not speculate. His words are not his own but are divine inspirations. For all truth is in the center, the most holy, which is in everyone's heart, although they do not know it. God is the living center. God is the spiritual mind. This is why the beings of light and angels know everything about us. When they confront us after the death of the body, you cannot hide anything from them. Yea, the very hairs of your head are all numbered. 573. Do not tell lies, and do not do what you hate, for all things are plain in the sight of heaven. For nothing hidden will not become manifest, and nothing covered will remain without being uncovered. 574. But the doctrine of God is the doctrine of all things to be used, not abused as we have done, time and time again, by breaking and entering into knowledge. Love wisdom instead. Remember what Jesus said, God is justice, knowledge and purity, and these three are one. 575. Do you understand why our theft of knowledge always creates injustice and pollution of human nature and nature itself? Indeed, we need to have developed much more than technology, before we can reach the unknown stars and inhabited planets. Just think of the havoc we would wreak there. That you exist at all and not just in body is an impossibility. That you can even say I am me seems beyond the bounds of reason. Human logic will maintain that divine existence is equally impossible. But now we have both applied spiritual logic and you are close to seeing that the existence of God is an unimpeachable reality. Precisely the same spiritual logic affirms the possibility of your own existence. 6. The UFO mystery. How and where do you suppose that such highly developed beings as angels, beings of light, workers for the eternal evolved? Why, in the same way as us and in places similar to Earth, man will eventually become like them. They shall be as the angels of God in heaven. 576. With the help of the spiritual reason those from out there are capable of things that seem quite incredible to us. And this explains why even the most reliable reports of UFO sightings appear so fanciful, because we are unable to understand the motives and intentions of such beings. Their intelligence is far superior to ours. Some people have attempted to analyze their movements and behavior, but the only conclusion they have reached is that these beings seem to be governed by some kind of intelligent force. I maintain that these beings command energy and matter in a way that we cannot even begin to comprehend. The sky is much more than outer space to them. How do they, for example, overcome the vast dimensions of time and space in the universe? Where do they get the energy necessary for this? To accelerate just one spaceship to almost the speed of light would require an entire year's worth of the energy we produce here on Earth. If the various world writings are to be taken seriously, then we can see that there are three distinct types of extraterrestrial. 1. Those who appeared in thundering, spaceship-like craft. 2. The type which appeared as unearthly visions, such as burning thorn bushes, pillars of cloud, pillars of flame and shining clouds. 3. The type which had an ethereal radiance, also described by those who have been clinically dead, which might be called angels and beings of light. Remember the biblical account of the ascension. And suddenly there came a sound from heaven as of a rushing, mighty wind, and it filled all the house where they were sitting. Acts 2:2. Many of those who have been clinically dead have reported a similar rushing and roaring sound as they left their bodies. I really do believe that the ascension happened as described in the Bible. The miracles of the Bible are not so far from reality as they might seem. But why have they never landed outside the White House in Washington or in Red Square in Moscow, so that we could see them on the news? Someone might protest. It is a mistake to presume that they would ever think or behave as primitively as us. Such humanoid tactics for making themselves officially known would spoil everything. They also need to observe how we behave when we are unaware of being watched. Our personalities and humanity are the crops in their fields. This is something sacred, extremely tender and precious beyond comparison. They inspect the fields just as the farmer does before he prepares for harvest. The world is the field, the good seed are the children of the kingdom, but the tares are the children of the wicked one. The enemy that sowed them is the devil. The harvest is the end of the world, and the reapers are angels. As therefore the tares are gathered and burned in the fire, so shall it be in the end of this world. The Son of Man shall send forth his angels, and they shall gather out of his kingdom all things that offend, and which do iniquity, and shall cast them into a furnace of fire, and they who will not be purified shall be utterly consumed. Then shall the righteous shine forth as the sun in the kingdom of heaven. 577. Whoever considered the possibility that Jesus has given us the solution to the mystery of UFOs, but his words have been obscured by man's false concepts, such as the old master's depictions of angels. Just listen to the ancient Gospels' account of the ascension. And it came to pass that while he blessed them, he was parted from them, and a cloud, as the sun in brightness, received him out of their sight, and as he went up some held him by the feet and others worshipped him, falling to the earth on their faces. And while they gazed steadfastly into heaven, behold, two stood by them in white apparel, and said, Ye men of Israel, why stand ye gazing into heaven? This same Jesus who is taken from you in a cloud, shall so come in like manner from within a cloud, and as ye have seen him go into heaven, so shall he come again to the earth. 578. Compare this account with modern UFO sightings, and you will understand that the disciples saw something real. Something on a par with modern UFO encounters. But hysterical people and hoaxers have done their best to spoil everything, as they have tried to do before, for the religions of the world. When I mention UFOs, I am referring to the 2-3% of authentic and validated reports of sightings. Yet this still represents a large number. Many hundreds and thousands of independent eyewitnesses, including pilots, the police, radar operators and military personnel throughout the world, have described these UFOs, and some of them have had pretty close encounters. The descriptions vary, yet have certain things in common. The majority describe them as shining very brightly. Others, seeing them airborne, describe them as blurs, almost cloud-like. However, some of them have been distinctly disc or egg-shaped, both while they were on the ground and while hovering. Close descriptions have been given of how these UFOs have been able to pick up objects and people, using a broad beam of light emanating from the base of the craft. Members of the crew have been seen floating up to the flying object, suspended in the beam of light. Yet UFOs come in many different shapes and sizes, which can even be modified in flight. But perhaps it just seems this way because their glare is blinding to observers, emitting bright and colorful lights, which sometimes appear as powerful beams. Paradoxically, their behavior seems intelligent yet also illogical. But UFOs are the manifestation of a reality which far surpasses our intellect. What do you suppose animals make of us, with all our paraphernalia, clothes, hats, bags, umbrellas? They see cars with lights and indicators, they see buses and planes, computers and TVs. For an animal, whose primary thoughts are of hunting, eating, playing, mating and sleeping, our behavior must seem incomprehensible and illogical. These bizarre humans that keep changing shape and size, rushing madly around, giving off light. Few photos have been taken of UFOs, which might seem strange, and yet we have to bear in mind that some of the sightings have only lasted for a few seconds. How many people have photographed a car accident as it actually happened? Yet thousands of car accidents occur every month. But you can obstinately claim that, since there is no photographic evidence, there can never have been any accidents. However, the effects of an accident can be seen, and eyewitness accounts can be gathered. Precisely the same applies to UFO sightings. Nonetheless, a few reasonable photographs have been taken of these flying mysteries. What is strange though, is that the UFOs are never in focus in these pictures. They look blurred, partly due to the fact that they are often enlarged sections of photos taken from a distance. Yet in some of the photos they do look just like bright, shining clouds. Man has known about UFOs for many millennia, merely under other names: flaming wheels, shining clouds, flying discs or chariots, which could move through the air. UFOs are depicted in cave paintings in California and British Columbia, and many other places besides. One of the best pictures is to be seen on a cliff wall discovered by the French scientist Henri Lehout in the Tassili Mountains in the Sahara. This shows a wide beam of light descending from the base of the object 579. Both the disc-shaped object and the beam of light are surrounded by clouds. 7. Their traces on Earth. The rise and fall of civilizations throughout time was not accidental. The Earth's most important cultural centers, according to their mythologies and ancient writings, were all founded by gods. Some of the gods came down among the people and begat descendants, who were to rule for many generations. It is worth noting that accounts of such events are to be found in many places across the world. Some of these cultures were wiped out by great disasters. The flood was just one such disaster, if one of the worst. If you read Plato's Critias and similar ancient writings, then you will find accounts of yet another global disaster, which hit Greece about 12,000 years ago, around 9,000 years before the golden age of ancient Greece. This disaster also hit South America and India and caused the fabled island of Atlantis to sink below the waves. According to the Indian national epic, the Mahabharata, weapons were used at this time, which shone more brightly than 1,000 suns and which were capable of killing unborn babies in the womb. These were known as the last weapon, that if used would unleash 12 years of darkness. Will history repeat itself? The superiority of the human brain in itself testifies to an alien presence. There is nothing in our natural world to indicate the necessity for such a brain. It is certainly not a natural product. Yet the effectiveness of our brains is not an end in itself, but the means to an end. It is within us that our personality was to develop and be perfected. The distribution of cultural centers across the globe is no accident either. The Russian scientists Goncharov, Markarov and Morozov drew up a world map on which they pinpointed all the most important cultural foci. When presented with the finished work, Nikolai Goncharov of the Art Academy in Moscow saw a pattern resembling that of a football. The ancient cultural centers highlighted on the map had divided the globe into pentagons, just like the pattern on a football. In Komsomolskaya Pravda, Moscow correspondent Nikolai Bondaruk wrote, "This globe reveals that the seed of the ancient cultures was not made by random selection. The majority of them lay precisely on the junctions of the pentagons, whether it was the Indus culture of Mohenjo-Daro or the cultures in Egypt, northern Mongolia, Ireland and Peru, or the Easter Islands and Kiev, the first of Russian cities. Along the seams junctures of the vast plates or segments extended the oil fields of North Africa, the Persian Gulf and the USA. From California to Texas. On closer examination, the centers of the system cover the rich mineral beds of South Africa, Cerro des Pasco in South America, Alaska and Canada, as well as the oil fields beneath West Siberia and many more besides. Of course, this pattern does not apply everywhere in the world, but the exceptions are so few that we are clearly not dealing with a series of mere coincidences. In any case, divergence from this strict scheme is easily accounted for, since our globe is constantly changing and creating new natural resources. 580. Let us have a look at Plato's Critias. Once upon a time the gods divided up the earth between them, not in the course of a quarrel. For it would be quite wrong to think that the gods do not know what is appropriate to them, or that, knowing it, they would want to annex what properly belongs to others. Each gladly received his just allocation, and settled his territories. And having done so, they proceeded to look after us, their creatures and children, as shepherds look after their flocks. From Plato T. Mason Critias, trans. By Desmond Lee. Penguin Books. 1977. Yes, we are the gods' property. Only now may we begin to appreciate in global terms what appeared to be their chance influence on us. And that is something quite astounding. We truly had a quite idyllic past, and here we were, thinking that the cultures, religions and civilizations of the world all arose by chance and at random. We thought that the numerous legends and writings about gods who came from the sky were fabrications, pure and simple. But the gods were not hallucinations or even fabrications, they were real enough. The true God, however, was far more than man supposed. The true God was also the God of the gods, the spirit in which these gods acted. The gods themselves said this time and time again, as we can still see from the sacred writings. For example, the Bhagavad Gita 8:4. In all beings I am as if in embryo. In all gods I am like the Spirit. Or Deuteronomy 10:17. For the Lord your God is God of gods. Or the Bhagavad Gita 10:2. I am, in all respects, the beginning of the gods and of the great sages. Whoso amongst the mortals knows me is uncaused and without beginning. And as the Supreme Lord of the worlds he delusion-free is delivered from all sins. The gods themselves strongly prohibited man from making images of God, to limit man's terrible misconceptions. But all in vain. The gods purposefully left traces for posterity across the world, knowing that we would discover them when the time was ripe. The technological and scientific discoveries which we see today are like reflections of a far distant past. We begin to see the beginning. 8. Living creatures with wheels. The Bible scriptures were copied from one another, over and over again. The oldest complete manuscript of the Old Testament dates from 1009 AD. Following the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls, we now have Old Testament manuscripts incomplete, some of which are up to 1200 years older than the Old Testament of our standard Bibles. In the Greek translation of the Old Testament, the Septuagint, which is often used in the New Testament as well, we find a version from about 200 BC. If you compare the Septuagint with our Hebrew Bible, then you can see how severely the biblical versions have been altered with the passage of time. However, not all texts have suffered so many alterations in the repeated copying out. The manuscript of the Hebrew Pentateuch is reasonably intact, while the opposite is true for the books of Samuel and Hosea. Yes, we must not be naive. Ezekiel's book originally contained an account of advanced technology and visiting gods and angels from space, but this was later regarded as sectarian and superstitious. Despite the distortion, however, the version in our standard Bible still reveals quite an amazing description of a spaceship, a large landing craft and its 4 helicopter-like landing assemblages, which had wheels and which could go in any direction. Ezekiel 1:2 onwards. In the 5th day of the month, which was the 5th year of King Joachim's captivity, the word of the Lord came expressly unto Ezekiel the priest, the son of Buzi, in the land of the Chaldeans by the river Chebar. And the hand of the Lord was there upon him. And I looked, and, behold, a great whirlwind came out of the north, a great cloud, and a fire enfolding itself, and a brightness was about it, and out of the midst thereof as the color of amber, out of the midst of the fire also out of the midst thereof came the likeness of 4 living creatures. Ezekiel is bound to compare machines that have rotating wings and movable landing frames with something organic. He knows nothing about technology. And this was their appearance. They had the likeness of a man, and everyone had 4 faces, and everyone had 4 wings, and their feet were straight feet. And the sole of their feet was like the sole of a calf's foot, their legs were straight, and they sparkled like the color of burnished brass. And they had the hands of a man under their wings on their 4 sides. and they four had their faces and their wings. Their wings were joined one to another. They turned not when they went. They went every one straight forward. Their wings were stretched upward. 2 wings of every one were joined one to another, and 2 covered their bodies. And they went every one straight forward, whither the Spirit was to go, they went. And they turned not when they went. As for the likeness of the living creatures, their appearance was like burning coals of fire, and like the appearance of lamps, it went up and down among the living creatures. And the fire was bright, and out of the fire went forth lightning. And the living creatures ran and returned as the appearance of a flash of lightning. Booster rockets. Now I beheld the living creatures, behold one wheel upon the earth by the living creatures, with his 4 faces. The appearance of the wheels and their work was like unto the color of a beryl, and they 4 had one likeness, and their appearance and their work was as it were a wheel in the middle of a wheel. When they went upon their 4 sides, and they turned not when they went. And the 4 living creatures were mounted on wheels. As for their rings, they were so high that they were dreadful. And their rings were full of eyes round about them 4. And when the living creatures went, the wheels went by them, and when the living creatures were lifted up from the earth, the wheels were lifted up. Whithersoever the Spirit was to go, they went, thither was their spirit to go. And the wheels were lifted up over against them, for the spirit of the living creature was in their wheels. When those went, these went. And when those stood, these stood. And when those were lifted up from the earth, the wheels were lifted up over against them, for the spirit of the living creature was in the wheels. And the likeness of the firmament upon the heads of the living creature was as the color of the terrible crystal, stretched forth over their heads above. And under the firmament were their wings straight, the one toward the other. Every one had 2, which covered on that side their bodies. And when they went, I heard a noise of their wings, like the noise of great waters, as the voice of the Almighty, the voice of speech, as the noise of an host. When they stood, they let down their wings. And there was a voice from the firmament that was over their heads, when they stood and had let down their wings. This is what a helicopter's blades do when stationary. The 4 landing parts would have been underneath the craft, making the large undercarriage like the firmament above. On top of this there would have been the usual, transparent cockpit, where the crew and pilot would be seen. The cockpit was brightly illuminated, and above the firmament that was over their heads was the likeness of a throne, as the appearance of a sapphire stone, and upon the likeness of the throne was the likeness as the appearance of a man above upon it. And I saw as the color of amber, as the appearance of fire round about within it, from the appearance of his loins even downward. I saw as it were the appearance of fire, and it had brightness round about. As the appearance of the bow that is in the cloud in the day of rain, so was the appearance of the brightness round about. This was the appearance of the likeness of the glory of the Lord. And when I saw it, I fell upon my face, and heard a voice of one that spake through a loudspeaker. It was quite common for the prophets to be summoned in this way by the celestial beings YHWH and his helpers. But many accounts of this kind, about the space travel of the past, were excluded from the Bible. 581. However, the story was allowed to remain, and it is a very important one. The prophets were given detailed orders as to what they should say and do, and when Ezekiel 3:24, the Spirit spake with me and said unto me, Go, shut thyself within thy house. But thou, O son of man, behold, they shall put bands upon thee with them, and thou shalt be dumb, and shalt not be to them a reprover, for they are a rebellious house. And I will make thy tongue cleave to the roof of thy mouth, and thou shalt be dumb, and shalt not be to them a reprover, for they are a rebellious house. But when I speak with thee, I will open thy mouth, and thou shalt say unto them, Thus saith the Lord God. He that heareth, let him hear. And he that forbeareth, let him forbear, for they are a rebellious house. Later in chapter 11, then did the cherubims lift up their wings, and the wheels beside them. And the glory of the God of Israel was over them above. And the glory of the Lord went up from the midst of the city, and stood upon the mountain which is on the east side of the city. So the vision that I had seen went up from me. This authentic account of a spaceship was imitated in Revelation CCH 4. The engineer Joseph F. Lumrick was at one time the head of a construction research group with NASA, in Huntsville, Alabama. He patented several items in connection with the construction of large rockets and was decorated with NASA's Exceptional Service Medal. In his book At Sig der Himmelauf, this engineer gives qualified proof for the existence of the ancient spaceships, based on the account of the prophet Ezekiel. By closely following the old texts, he achieved amazing results. The main thrust of his argument may be summarized as follows. Our findings suggest a spaceship which was not only quite feasible, but actually constructed for a specific function and mission. We were surprised to find a level of technology that, far from being unimagined, rarely exceeded our present capabilities. The results also suggest that the spacecraft operated in connection with an orbiting mothership. The only extraordinary factor would be that such a spaceship was already a tangible reality more than 2,500 years ago. He continues, by extracting Ezekiel's description of the general appearance of the spaceships from his report, an engineer might, with no further reference to Ezekiel's account, make calculations for, and reconstruct, a flying apparatus with such characteristics. Once satisfied that the result is not only technically possible, but even, in all respects, both ingenious and well thought out, and once the described details and processes in the book of Ezekiel are found to correspond exactly with the technical result, well, then there can no longer be any question that we are looking at purely circumstantial evidence. I arrived at the result that Ezekiel's spaceship has very credible dimensions. 582. Interestingly enough, when Blumrich started his investigation, he was opposed to Erich von Däniken's theory of the gods. Originally intending to scientifically disprove Däniken, he changed his mind halfway through and ended up supporting Däniken's theory. We have read about Moses and his calling, and the calling of the prophet Ezekiel. Let us now take a look at the prophet Elijah's experience. The first book of Kings 19:11-13. And he, the angel, says, Go forth, and stand upon the mount before the Lord. And, behold, the Lord passed by, and a great and strong wind rent the mountains, and brake in pieces the rocks before the Lord. But the Lord was not in the wind, and after the wind was an earthquake. But the Lord was not in the earthquake, and after the earthquake a fire. But the Lord was not in the fire, and after the fire a still small voice. And it was so, when Elijah heard it, that he wrapped his face in his mantle, because of the radiating heat, and went out, and stood in the entering of the cave. And, behold, there came a voice unto him, and said, What doest thou here, Elijah? Then there follows the Lord's instructions to Elijah. He is given precise directions as to what he is to do, just like Moses and Ezekiel. This is how Elijah completes his mission. Second book of Kings 2:11. And it came to pass, as they still went on, and talked, that, behold, there appeared a chariot of fire, and horses of fire, and parted them both asunder. And Elijah went up by a whirlwind into heaven. The original authors of the scriptures did their utmost to describe these events as accurately as possible, within the confines of their conceptual world. Chariots of fire, horses of fire. We still use these kind of words to this day. What will archaeologists 4,000 years into the future make of a journalist's report of the launch of the first space shuttle? The earth shook beneath our feet when the 50 million horsepower rockets were ignited. It was like a combined thunderstorm and earthquake. The tail of fire was over 200 meters long and far brighter than the sun. After due deliberation, these time bombs were hidden in the texts of the ancient books. The extraterrestrials had no other choice, no better place for leaving traces of their presence and activity, than in religion. Only there could they be preserved, so that one day in the distant future they would be discovered and understood. Remember with humility how much remains unknown to thee, yea, unseen, and doing so, thou mayst see more clearly. 583. 9. The lot of his inheritance. Jesus said, And of these are the sons and daughters of the Eternal. And these descend to earth, and dwell with men, and teach them the ways of God, to love the laws of the Eternal, and obey them, that in them they may find salvation. Many nations have seen their day. Under divers names have they been revealed to them, and they have rejoiced in their light. And even now they come again unto you, but Israel receiveth them not. Verily I say unto you, my 12 whom I have chosen, that which hath been taught of old time is true, though corrupted by foolish imaginations of men. 584. For to some of the angels God gave dominion over the course of this world, charging them to rule in wisdom, in justice and in love. 585. The one, who in the Bible version of the Pentateuch is known as the Lord, was originally called Yhwh in Hebrew, and not God or the Lord your God. He was actually one of the sons of God, who had been allotted his portion of mankind. Deuteronomy, ch. 32. When the Most High divided to the nations their inheritance, When he separated the sons of Adam, he set the bounds of the people according to the number of the children of Israel. For the Lord's portion is his people. Jacob is the lot of his inheritance. Who allotted this inheritance? Moses continues, so the Lord alone did lead him, and there was no strange God with him. No, there were no other gods with him. Since the people of Israel were, of course, his portion, and Jacob the lot of his inheritance. In the Islamic Quran, it says that the people should adhere to the revelations of the prophets of Israel, Moses and Jesus. The Quran 3:84. But what happens? 10. Things are created by law. With the help of knowledge alone, science has achieved so much that scientists proudly say that they have now achieved the impossible. They say, we'll soon see to the difficult problems, then we'll start on the impossible ones. You can see how much they have achieved with the worship of that part of divinity, which is knowledge. Yet they do not see that knowledge is divine and is of life, one of the divine invisible verities. A few of the great scientists, however, for example Newton and Einstein, have intuited this. Truly great scientists succeeded precisely because they understood what it is to enter into the spirit. They worship spirit. And this is what led Einstein to say something like this: the most incomprehensible thing about the universe is its incomprehensibility. There is one thing which particularly fascinates me: why does nature continually play the same game? If we can achieve so much by only worshipping one part of the divine, what would happen if we worship the entire divinity? God is the living, eternal thought, the spirit in which the gods, prophets and Jesus acted. In all beings I am as if in embryo. In all gods I am like the spirit. 586. The Son can do nothing of himself. 587. All matter is created by energy. All matter can be converted to energy. Energy causes all matter to move and change its appearance. Man is only able to perceive energy indirectly, since he is only able to see the effects of it, the effect it has on matter. Energy cannot be seen, heard, smelt, tasted or touched. Yet it is a physical concept, used extensively by the whole world for calculating and understanding the composition and behavior of matter. The spiritual life itself is also like this. It cannot be seen, heard, tasted or touched. Only its effects can be seen. You do not need to know much about maths or physics before you are staggered and utterly captivated by the way that they interact, and that nature actually does play the same game all the time. Clearly nature is the result of pure genius. God is precisely that spiritual reason, the eternal thought, which is the root of all the laws of nature. And all things in the universe are created according to the laws of nature. But the laws of nature are without. The thought, the word and the action are within. In the divine law, as it is within, so it is without. 588. The ancient Gospel's own prologue. From the ages of ages is the eternal thought, and the thought is the word, and the word is the act, and these three are one in the eternal law, and the law is with God and the law proceeds from God. All things are created by law, and without it is not anything created that existeth. In the word is life and substance, the fire and the light, the love and the wisdom, are one for the salvation of all. And the light shineth in darkness, and the darkness concealeth it not. The word is the one life-giving fire, which shining into the world becometh the fire and light of every soul that entereth into the world. I am in the world, and the world is in me, and the world knoweth it not. I come to my own house, and my friends receive me not. But as many as receive and obey, to them is given the power to become the sons and daughters of God, even to them who believe in the holy name, who are born not of the will of the blood and flesh, but of God. And the Word is incarnate and dwelleth among us, whose glory we beheld, full of grace. Behold the goodness, and the truth and the beauty of God. 11. God is the reality we dwell in. The true divinity makes up the all in which we continually live. We do not do anything else but seek in love and find the place of life, which is its center. The man old in days will not hesitate to ask a small child 7 days old about the place of life, and he will live. 589. Man sees reality, but does not see its profundity. And he who will not know the root of all things, all things are hidden from him. 590. It is I who am the all. From me did the all come forth. 591. No one may perceive the all with their eyes alone, but it is there. Anyone who has never looked with more than their eyes is in darkness. Yet, it can be perceived with the heart, and then it comes and is one and is full of light. Thus it is both the greatest and the smallest of all things, it is both within and without. As with the great so with the small. As it is within, so it is without. 592. In these is the presence of God manifest as the substance and as the life of the world. 593. Yet the fish see not the water. Men are like fish that are dying of thirst. Yet they do not actually think that they are lacking anything. They believe that they can live without water. Human comprehension is detached from the reality that surrounds it. Blinded, in a dream world, our hearts lie sleeping, believing that all is meaninglessness, emptiness and darkness. They just have no idea of the splendor and wonder of reality. They would rather believe the opposite. They love darkness more than light. And for those who are empty, all things will seem to be empty. The things which are seen and pass away are the manifestations of the unseen which are eternal, that from the visible things of nature ye may reach to the invisible things of the Godhead. And by that which is natural, attain to that which is spiritual. 594. You will see, one day, that God truly is the primeval matter and is common to all things. So far we have seen that, when the divine comes and is divided, then it will be full of darkness. When it comes and is one, it is light. It is the one thing which good people long for. It is the supreme goal of their every dream. It is the center of all hearts. It is the center of each and every heart. It is the seat of life. It is the highest and the most profound. The inner and the outer. The greatest and the smallest. And it is the water, which is within us, outside us and around us. It is the seat of the entire personality, the male and the female. It is the forces of creation, when they manifest themselves as father and mother. The father and the mother are one in God and are the most holy. When the male and the female is one, it is one in the essence of God. Energy is composed of this, which is in itself the basis of all matter, the without and its behavior, which is why all things physical mirror the divine laws. They play the same game, that from the visible things of nature, ye may reach the invisible things of the Godhead. 595. Someone asked Jesus about the kingdom of God, and he said to them, as it is above, so it is below. As it is within, so it is without. As on the right hand, so on the left. As it is before, so it is behind. As with the great, so with the small. As with the male, so with the female. When these things shall be seen, then ye shall see the kingdom of God. 596. And one said unto him, Master, when shall the kingdom come? And he answered and said, When that which is without shall be as that which is within, and that which is within shall be as that which is without, and the male with the female, neither male nor female, but two in one. They who have ears to hear, let them hear. 597. Adore ye God, above you, beneath you, on the right hand, on the left hand, before you, behind you, within you, around you. Verily, there is but one God, who is all in all, and in whom all things do consist, the fount of all life, and all substance, without beginning and without end. 598. Note: by leaving behind the dogma of the Church and returning to the doctrines of Jesus, we also leave behind superstition and return to reality. He spoke only about reality. Chapter XIV. The end. The real power brokers of today reap all the benefits of education, science and technology. At the forefront of development, they are also the ones with the money. Knowledge, technology and money are power. The European empires are supposedly a thing of the past, yet former colonies are still suffering to this day. Their peoples long uprooted from their natural way of life. These countries have officially been granted independence, slavery has been abolished, and yet, using all the superior economic and technological means at their disposal, European moguls still continue to oppress the people, exploiting them to increase their own vast wealth. The poor and downtrodden are outpriced and further impoverished. In the far distant past, the peoples of the world regarded land as a common natural resource, which could neither be owned nor used for trade. But the advance of Western civilization soon changed all this completely. The most fertile land was first appropriated by the colonists and then turned over to the nativite and the multinational companies. The battle for access to this land was an important driving force behind the native showdown with the colonial powers. However, it was nearly impossible to bring about a fundamental redistribution of the land after independence. As I have already said, the land was seized by the rich and well-educated nativite and by the financial giants of multinational industry to produce export crops for the benefit of the affluent countries: cotton, coffee, tea, soya, cocoa, rubber and various other raw materials. Among those lucky enough to own areas of their own land, Some live in danger of losing it to the giant corporations seeking to exploit the land for themselves. This is the situation in all of these countries. Powerful companies lie in wait, eager to exploit the land for intensive agriculture and export all to benefit the wealthy countries. The result in many areas of the world is widespread malnutrition and extreme poverty, since the people of these countries are not allowed to cultivate crops to feed themselves. None of this was a problem before the colonists came. Today, colonialism has been replaced by neo-colonialism. Although formerly independent, former colonies are still providing us with raw materials. They do this to obtain foreign currency with which to buy food, among other things. Instead of producing their own, they also need to earn foreign currency to buy the Western luxuries that they desire so much, that is modern consumer goods, such as fridges, hi-fi systems, cars, televisions. But as the affluent countries artificially suppress the price of raw materials, they inflate the price of their own products. Vast populations are deliberately impoverished to ensure a cheap source of raw materials. Our prosperity is their continued poverty. Every time the price of raw materials falls, then they have to work just that little bit harder. Correcting the severe inequality in this relationship would be genuine and meaningful third world relief work. This is how we should use our money, instead of amassing wealth beyond our needs. Fishing, like agriculture, is also at risk from these powerful influences. From being a vital source of food for native populations, fishing now serves the purely economic interests of native and foreign countries. This is particularly true for the more than 10,000 small islands in the Pacific. Large trawlers are literally stealing the fish from under the small fishing boats. Not only that, these large boats, with their effective, modern fishing equipment, are overfishing, emptying the lagoons and coral reefs of fish and shellfish. Drastic methods are used. Dynamite and poison are used to kill the fish, but this also kills the fry, which means that all marine life is lost forever in a particular area. The ancient symbiosis between man and nature is lost. Supposedly 25% of the world's seabed is littered with lumps of ore as large as potatoes, enriched with minerals such as copper, nickel, cobalt and manganese. Of the areas where deep-sea mining would be technically and economically viable, 2/3 lie in the Pacific. Deep-sea mining, however, requires capital and equipment. This is one race in which the small and impoverished Pacific societies cannot compete against the multinational companies. The pattern of colonial exploitation of land and people is repeated in our modern violation of the sea, its life and its treasures. The object remains the same: to sustain the Western economy with the cheapest possible raw materials. 2. He that finds his life in their own countries. The power brokers enjoy a sea of material plenty, and yet, never satisfied. The people of wealthy countries complain that they cannot get by on the little they have. Indeed, they are confronted with many problems, such as whether they can afford a second car, or whether they can make do with the one they already have. It would seem that no one spares a thought for the poor countries, the providers of our cheap raw materials, where people like themselves own absolutely nothing. Even a tap with running water is a great luxury to many of these people. Many people in the industrialized world devote their lives to money, leisure and relaxation, empty entertainment, thrills and attending to their own desires. As working hours decrease, leisure time increases. Many people live with the sole aim of enjoying the pleasures of this world. At first they feel fulfilled, but that does not last for very long. They seek no new challenges in life, because they have found what they were looking for. None of them hunger or thirst for those things which are really valuable, because they are already full. Woe unto you that are full, for ye shall hunger. 599. Blessed are they which do hunger and thirst after righteousness, for they shall be filled. 600. People do not think that they are lacking anything, and yet it is they who dwell in poverty and wretchedness. He that finds his life shall lose it. Selfishly, they wanted to live life, but achieve the very opposite. This is not the path to life and happiness. There was a rich man who had much money. He said, I shall put my money to use so that I may sow, reap, plant, and fill my storehouse with produce, with the result that I shall lack nothing. Such were his intentions, but that same night he died. Let him who has ears hear. 601. He that findeth his life shall lose it, and he that loseth his life for my sake, shall find it. 602. Become passers-by. 603. The world is but a bridge that ye must cross, but beware of building a house upon it. 604. 3. I am time. A long time ago, Jesus said this about the end of the world. And in those days those that have power shall gather to themselves the lands and riches of the earth for their own lusts, and shall oppress the many who lack and hold them in bondage, and use them to increase their riches, and they shall oppress even the beasts of the field, setting up the abominable thing. But God shall send them his messenger, and they shall proclaim his laws, which men have hidden by their traditions, and those that transgress shall die. 605. How does our civilization and culture differ from that of the past? What makes it so remarkable? Our present civilization, which is technologically and scientifically based, has arisen over the last 50-100 years. For the first time, civilization has become a global concept, but it is also the first time that civilization has arisen without the assistance of the gods. This time we have made the scientific discoveries ourselves. In some ways, scientific research is highly commendable and meaningful. And yet, for the first time ever, we possess great technological and scientific insight, which has come about in spite of, and at odds with, all the divine laws. This insight has been reached with the help of money and all other available means, and we are mighty proud of ourselves. This has only become possible now because the spirit of knowledge has grown strong enough within us. Here was the beginning and the tree of knowledge. Have you discovered, then, the beginning, that you look for the end? For where the beginning is, there will the end be. 606. I am time, which grown mature, causes the destruction of mankind. 607. Now learn a parable of the fig tree. When his branch is yet tender and putteth forth leaves, ye know that summer is nigh. So likewise ye, when ye shall see all these things, know that it is near, even at the doors. 608. But of that day and hour knoweth no man. 609. Woe is the time when the spirit of the world entereth into the church, and my doctrines and precepts are made void through the corruptions of men and of women. Woe is the world when the light is hidden. Woe is the world when these things shall be. 610. By that which I find you doing, will you be judged. 611. I and my church are one, and the church is the elect of humanity for the salvation of all. 612. 4. What will the end be? Well, there are certainly enough possibilities. An environmental disaster, a nuclear war, we can but guess. But just listen to this. In 1980 the American and Soviet stockpiles of atomic bombs had a combined explosive force of 15,000 megatons. That is the equivalent of detonating 15 billion tons of TNT. A mere 10 grams would be sufficient to kill one person. At that time, these stockpiles amounted to some 50,000 warheads. Between 1980 and 1988 it was expected, according to TTAPS, that these stockpiles would increase from 15,000 megatons to around 25,000 megatons. Admittedly, the figures in this report may be somewhat exaggerated, but similar figures from other sources would seem to substantiate them. Let us try to get some idea of what these figures mean. According to official statistics, the Hiroshima bomb in 1945, of about 12 kilotons, was powerful enough to kill between 100,000 and 200,000 people. To these victims we may add the many thousands that to this day are still suffering from appalling diseases as a result of the nuclear fallout that came after the bomb. If you divide the American and former Soviet stockpiles into 12 kiloton bombs, then the explosive force in 1988 would equal that of more than 2 million Hiroshima bombs. About 5 tons of high explosive per person on Earth. And that is not counting the stockpiles of France, Britain, Israel and China. At the end of 1983, an American research group called the TTAPS Group produced one of the first real reports on climatic change that would occur as a result of the residual products from the enormous firestorms in cities hit by atomic bombs. It was apparent that a fall in temperature of about 40 degrees Celsius could be expected in the event of even a limited nuclear war. The detonation of just 1% of the atomic stockpiles of 1983 over the cities of the Soviet Union, Europe and the USA would unleash a climatic disaster that would lower summer temperatures in the northern hemisphere down to an average minus 23 degrees Celsius. In the worst instance, a mere 0.8% of the bombs of 1983 would be sufficient to unleash a climatic disaster if they were all detonated over these countries, meaning that only 0.48% would be enough in 1988. If detonated elsewhere, however, it would take 3-10% of the bombs to unleash such a climatic disaster. Even if the impossible were to happen, and disarmament extended to as many as 95% of the bombs, then the remaining 5% alone could bring about such a disaster. In all likelihood, the bombs of France and Britain alone would be capable of this, not to mention China and Israel. It is very encouraging that agreement has been reached on the removal of medium-range missiles in Europe, but these only account for 3 or 4% of the world total of atomic weapons. An insignificant amount of the total, at least 99.5% of the collected total, have to be removed. After the collapse of the communist regimes in the former Eastern Bloc countries, the possibility of sizable reductions, even more than a halving of the arsenals, has become very real. This, however, is still not sufficient. Even if the USA and Russia were responsible enough to remove all of their own weapons, there would still be all the other countries secretly developing nuclear weapons. It is, however, encouraging that negotiations are continuing between the former superpowers, and it is to be hoped that this will bring a period of stability and entente. If one half of the atomic bombs were exploded today, it would unleash a holocaust. According to the TTAPS report, this would send up so much ash and smoke that only 0.1% of the sun's light would be able to penetrate the atmosphere. The sun would be darkened to such a great extent that the day would be as night. There would be no moonlight. Summer temperatures in the northern hemisphere would average minus 47 degrees Celsius. This is called a nuclear winter. Neither sun, nor moon, nor any of the stars would be visible anywhere. As many as 2 billion people would be killed instantly in the explosions and by the toxic gases from the firestorms. Millions would be permanently blinded by the blast and horrifically injured and mutilated by fire or flying debris. Later, still more millions would die a terrifying and painful death from radiation sickness. There would be no hospitals or doctors on hand. The frozen ground would make it impossible to bury the dead. Towns would be littered with millions of corpses. But it would almost be worse for those who later returned to their houses to collect their belongings, for example the clothes, which would be radioactive just as they did in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Those who returned home were among those who later became most ill. All of the modern comforts, such as electricity, light, running water, heating, sanitation, fridges, freezers, etc., would cease to function in one fell swoop, as the magnetic storms from the bombs immediately destroyed power stations and all electrical installations in the vicinity. Babies would be born prematurely, brain damaged or hideously deformed. A percentage of the pollutants absorbed by a pregnant woman eventually end up in her milk, which is why in many countries today it has become so unhealthy for babies to drink their mother's milk. However, following a nuclear war, the radioactive poisons would make mother's milk positively lethal. The majority of plants and animals would die. The only ones that always survive are the insects. Feeding off the many billions of human and animal carcasses, they would breed in vast numbers as the temperature gradually began to rise again. When people emerged from their nuclear shelters, if they could survive for that long, they would discover the plague of insects. They would find that all food production had come to a standstill, all plant life wiped out, all animals dead. Famine and disease would be rife. People would hoard and plunder. The living would envy the dead. Now what was it Jesus said about the end of the world? But woe unto them that are with child, and to them that give suck, in those days. 613. Weep not for me, but weep for yourselves, and for your children. For behold, the days are coming, in the which they shall say, Blessed are the barren, and the wombs that never bear, and the paps which never give suck. 614. Let him which is on the housetop not come down to take anything out of his house, neither let him which is in the field return to take his clothes. And woe unto them that are with child, and them that give suck in those days. But pray ye that your flight be not in the winter, neither on the Sabbath day, for then shall be great tribulation, such as was not since the beginning of the world to this time, no, nor ever shall be. And except those days should be shortened, there should no flesh be saved, but for the elect's sake those days shall be shortened. 615. Immediately after the tribulation of those days shall the sun be darkened, and the moon shall not give her light. 616. Jesus actually said these things. Jesus, who is mocked by those who think they know better. Chapter XV. The origins of the darkness. The darkness is deeply rooted in human lovelessness. It conspires with man's constant assault on a knowledge that he is not equipped to deal with, a knowledge lacking wisdom. Finally, Darkness has an ugly head that rears out of religion too. We do not know our inner selves. The feeling of love makes our hearts flutter. Since ancient times we have therefore used the heart as symbol of a soul that loves, and there is nothing wrong with this as a symbol. However, many people misunderstood the image in such a way that they gradually came to assume that the heart, that is the blood pump, was the seat of all our mental activity. For the past few decades, it has been possible to transplant a diseased heart with that belonging to the victim of, say, a road accident, yet the heart patients who have undergone such operations, in some mysterious way remain their old selves. For a time this spread darkness within those who had assumed that the heart was the seat of the personality. If not in the heart, where on earth was the personality? It was then assumed that the personality was located in the brain, or that it was the brain itself. The new fifth-generation computers, which are self-programming and able to learn from their own mistakes, are now a reality that to many's horror are called cerebral stand-ins, potentially capable of replacing our brains, which are similarly assumed to be self-programming calculators and control units. Where does that leave man, you might ask? Soon there will be nothing left of him. Furthermore, the media are keen to inform us that science has discovered that love is chemistry, and that the personality may be affected and destroyed by medicine. This is of course an appalling lie. Authors to such claims have never discovered the personality. The personality, termed psyche by science, is in fact still regarded as something corporeal. In practice, it has become part of the brain. They have still not progressed beyond the purely physical. He who has recognized the world has found the body. 617. The promotion of such fallacies and their wide recognition is a repudiation of the truth. It is not just a handful of writers producing theories that go against the water. No, this goes for the majority of people. All such mistakes cast mankind into impenetrable darkness. Science, especially the humanistic sciences, anthropology, psychology, philosophy, etc., propounds a doctrine that divides and denies the divinity of which we are made, and in which all worldly existence is rooted. Woe betide the one who seeks the world within the world. 618. However, he that seeks within love shall find it as a gift, and, whoever finds the world and becomes rich, let him renounce the world. 619. The false teachings that dull the hearts of celebrated scholars, and consequently those of most adults, are fortunately completely unknown to children. Those that are overcome by the darkness do not yet know themselves and are not faithful to the truth. They do not know that the seat of the personality, the seat of life, resides only in God, and is utterly independent of body and brain. Your every limb and organ might be a transplant, but this would not alter your personality, nor can medicine change you. Although what is known as the psyche may be noticeably affected by psychoactive drugs that cause the brain to charge the soul with quite crazy signals, then there are of course more indirect factors that may affect change, since the psyche, being part of the brain, may also be destroyed by alcohol and narcotics. Stay away from these hazardous substances. Alcohol and narcotics steal and waste people's lives. Empty speculation has no value and is largely fantasy. This is Adam's favorite pastime. However, thoughts that grow out of humanity and that pave the way for wisdom, are something else again, are deeply valuable in pure spirit. Your brain, per se, has thus no value for your humanity on a par with your hands and feet. And yet, as a tool, it is essential for putting all that you seek to do into practice. A headless heart can achieve nothing. A heartless head can achieve monstrosities. Self-programmed computers will be able to calculate and control on the basis of their own acquired experiences. They will, however, never have any thoughts. Their series of tiny transistor connections that conduct voltages of 0 or 5 might well be regarded as speculation, but can in no way amount to thought. They will never be endowed with goodness, compassion or love, since these things reside in God alone, and our spirit. These machines may one day become like empty human brains, if they ever get that far, and if, by the time, they can still be controlled. The theft of knowledge and lack of self-understanding conspire to result in a sad fact right before our very eyes. Man dying in Adam gradually lost to darkness, since he is not a stranger to this world which will perish and which will be humbled. 620. This was then just a small example, and this darkness is one result of the many, mistaken, blind and loveless assumptions made by science. These mistakes, that once seemed small, take on more and more significance, gradually assuming disastrous proportions as the limits of science and technology are vastly expanded, for the mistakes are spiritual. This too is what has woven psychology and philosophy into a network of largely false principles which will ultimately make the existence of the individual impossible. All these seemingly clever disciplines are not founded on the divine truth and are therefore basically false. They have no root. Devised by people that are blind in their hearts, who are ignorant of true love and know nothing of the only truth. The very basis for all spiritual reason, the root of all things, is unknown to them. All things will lie hidden for them. 3. The Ptolemaic system. Scholars in the Middle Ages were convinced that the earth was fixed in the center of the universe. Schools and authorized textbooks taught that the moon, the planets and the sun revolved round the earth within circular planes, themselves composed of more concentric circles, so-called epicycles, whilst the fixed stars moved together in an independent orbit round Earth. To any observer on Earth, this is also how it would appear to be. Eventually, however, improved instruments and telescopes revealed that the accepted theories about planetary orbits were inaccurate. Now forced to revise their model of the universe, scholars added more concentric circles to explain the movements of the heavenly bodies. This is what is known as the Ptolemaic system, and it was to gradually become extremely complex, indeed one great confusion. Although bordering on the insane, it was regarded as an ingenious explanation. In 1543 Copernicus presented his theory about the self-rotation of the Earth day and night and his theory of the Earth's orbit round the Sun, the seasons. At first, however, his ideas were not widely accepted. Then in 1609 Johannes Kepler presented his first 2 laws of planetary ellipsis round the Sun. The Sun really was, as explained by Copernicus, central to all the planets. From then on, the planetary orbits became much simplified and the whole system more logical. The science of astronomy gathered pace, and once Kepler's laws of heliellipsis had gained acceptance, the whole Ptolemaic system had to be abandoned. The entire laboriously devised system, which scholars had been convinced was correct, was suddenly as nothing. Philosophical and psychological teachings about the nature of humanity will go the same way. As in the case of primitive astronomy, these disciplines describe life as it appears to people at first glance. They do not generally accept absolute and universal values, regarding them as the products of individual emotions and circumstance. The more observations they manage to add to their systems, the more complex their theories become, bordering on the insane. The scholars themselves regard them as quite ingenious. No matter how respectable the universities may be, and no matter how ingenious and highly regarded their books may be, they all amount to the contradiction of sinners. They have never understood that all life and all things revolve around the sun of the soul, the center of all things. It is for this reason that all their so laboriously devised teachings will be reduced to nothing. They did not believe in the truth. Their basis was not the divine truth. He who will not know the root of all things, they are hidden from him. 621. And when they do not understand the water, which is to be discovered in love, then all their teachings about humanity will be false. 4. Psychology and philosophy. The often highly interesting science of parapsychology is something quite different to ordinary psychology, is almost its antithesis, but will not be discussed further in this book. Parapsychology is the study of psychic phenomena that exceed or seemingly conflict with what is otherwise known about the soul, for example clairvoyance and telepathy. Psychoanalysis, with Sigmund Freud as cynosure and rallying ground, grew out of modern philosophy about 100 years ago. During Freud's youth, intellectual activity at the German universities and in Vienna was characterized by its strong scientific bias. Freud's first teacher in Vienna was the physiologist, Ernst Berger. In the middle of the 19th century, Berger belonged to a group of scholars who had converged on the fundamental idea that all organic and thus also psychic processes, those of the soul, could be analyzed on physical and mathematical principles. This, then, is the root of psychoanalysis, a world of false dogma, that revealed their inferior and primitive perception of humanity. Darkness, darkness, and still more darkness. Woe to the soul that depends on the flesh. 622. To think that they regarded the soul as something organic. You should try dipping into their books. They are hoaxes. Nevertheless, this new psychology won many followers because of the darkness in human hearts. People had forgotten wisdom, and their capacity for love was minimal. In the wake of industrialization, these inadequacies produced psychoses that required psychological treatment. Some psychologists were good at getting people to talk openly about their problems, and there was no harm in that. From then on, the science of psychology was to develop with the blessing of people who believed that individual well-meaning psychologists were doing people good. Indeed, many of them had the human insight and conscience to truly help people. Their science, however, was quite a different story. Decent, well-meaning psychologists were then highly beneficial for many individuals, but their subsequent theories were deeply harmful for many people. The same relationship between practices and theory is significant for many areas of science. Compare atomic physics versus atom bombs, chemistry versus pollution. The science of psychology was harmful because of its fallacious precepts that were to infect everyone. As a science, it is like ryegrass, that cannot be uprooted without removing the good wheat that grows with it. I am not speaking out against the methods of therapy or treatment, nor against the many practical and quite acceptable strains of psychology, such as graphology, where analysis is based on the appearance of handwriting, and so forth. I am not criticizing this in any way. I am only speaking out against those theories in their books and articles that deal with human nature. These theories are without exception false. How will their authors see themselves in 2,000 years' time? Doctors at the time of the Roman Empire were similarly celebrated for their ability to help people. One of their prescriptions went, place the excrement of a cat to dry on the severed foot of an owl, then wear them around the neck as a protection against sickness. And this from a representative of Roman medical science. The people were utterly reliant on these doctors, who benefited people in much the same way as modern psychologists. What they regard as personality are merely its outward and visible indices. Our clothes, our behavior, the image we wish to present to others, the way we talk about others, the knowledge we display and our ability to use our brains, etc. All their discoveries about the human brain have not brought them further than the interface and operative system, that is what they term the psyche. It is striking that they have not ever actually discovered the personality. They simply cannot see it. If they could, they would be staring straight at what will remain the greatest secret of the universe until they see for it themselves. Their way to the secret is a crime that must not happen. Yet they persist just like certain other areas of science. I am the silence of the secrets. 623. Psychology and philosophy are deeply harmful. The sabotage and vandalism that these sciences direct against the ladder of truth must be put to an end. This ladder is there for the salvation of everyone. Without it everyone would be destroyed. Now, you might say that an entire science cannot be rejected and designated false on the basis of reading just a few books about it. But consider this. If a whole science is based on the premise that the moon is made of green cheese, then there is no need to read all the literature in detail to see that the science is false. This does not mean that there are none among them with sensible ideas, but I am talking about the first principles of their teachings. For neither philosophy nor psychology are founded on the one and only truth, nor does their literature contain anything of any value. They are utterly and completely empty. There is no fruit. Just as the truth is as life-giving water, so are the principles of psychology and philosophy as lethal poison. The falsehoods of these disciplines are taught at universities and in schools. Every basis of truth is torn from under the students' feet, leaving them vulnerable to religious movements and sects. From the students these false ideas begin, slowly but surely, to spread to the entire populations of most countries on earth. Certain psychologists teach that tiny babies do not actually have any ego or personality to them. Little children are nothing more than a set of instincts, whose personalities are formed later, quite independently drawing on circumstantial influences. Fiddlesticks! Nowhere else is personality seen more clearly than in precisely this. A little child whose love is manifested as it takes off its clothes and treads on them without shame. Before birth, the child's personality is cradled in sweet repose in the land of rest, where it receives a measure of the water to sustain it through life and imbue it with more life than it will have later when it grows up. Personality is one of the hidden things, and the hidden things can only be seen with the heart. As for personal development, modern psychology bases its theories on two main determinants, environment or heredity. The first, as I have already mentioned, is basically the idea that personality develops of its own accord as a synthesis of social influences during childhood. This, however, is one big lie. Psychologists have in fact never discovered personality, and they are the ones conducting personality tests. Their second premise is that personality is genetically determined. This lie is so wicked that it almost corrodes the very paper it was written on. And yet modern geneticists claim that eventually, by hand-selecting certain genes, they will be able to create people with specific personalities. No lie could be more evil and poisonous than this. But people listen to their lies and believe them. Those that tell or accept these lies are close to death. Easily deceived, they have founded their fallacious theories on a reality that exists only in their own loveless imaginations. These theories are syntheses of the way the world appears to those that are blind of heart. They know nothing of the hidden things, the things that can only be perceived by the heart through love. Still trapped inside the egg, they presume to pronounce on the world outside, a world that they know nothing about. This is how they serve the powerful man. Darkness, evil and death. The human personality can in no way be inherited. Modern philosophy or psychology has never taught anything remotely true. They have never borne fruit. These disciplines know nothing of love and make no distinction between good and evil people, or between righteousness and unrighteousness, these being just moral concepts. They have abolished the concept of sin. Some of their books will tell you that we should not steal and kill because there is no real advantage in it for us and for no other reason. Their textbooks do not contain even a suggestion of love. Anyone who accepts their dogma is simultaneously denying the truth. Build your house as they do, and your personality, your house may not withstand destruction when the fire comes upon you. And this is the worst torment of all. This is how you could get lost in outer darkness. And, dear friend, I do not want that to happen to you. Philosophers and psychologists are busy dividing and dissolving the personality, serving the darkness. Do not be tempted to think that the soul dies swiftly and painlessly. All men die in Adam. To think that kids in school are taught their false disciplines and tricked into denying the truth, the very thing that could have saved them. They are forced to learn these fraudulent ideas, because without them they cannot pass their exams. By far the majority of people have fully accepted philosophy and psychology. Dead fish flowing with the current. Those that cannot distinguish between righteousness and unrighteousness know nothing. Those that know nothing of sin have learned nothing. Those that have everything, yet lack love, lack everything. They divide the personality. There is but one God, who is all in all. 624. If he is divided, he will be filled with darkness. 625. They who persist in disobedience shall be ground to pieces. 626. Yea, let them be lost in the outer darkness, for so they will and none can hinder. 627. They refuse to enter in by the door of truth. I am the door. By me if any man enter in, he shall be saved, and shall go in and out, and find pasture. The thief cometh not, but for to steal, and to kill, and to destroy. 628. He that entereth not by the door into the sheepfold, but climbeth up some other way, the same is a thief and a robber. 629. He who knows not the works of perfection knows nothing. 630. Their pernicious teachings have infected the whole world and joined with other thoughts to cast mankind into the shade. And yet philosophers dare to say that absolute truth met its death long ago. They regard themselves as far more clever than Jesus and feel infinitely superior to his teachings. But they shall be humbled. Nietzsche, whom I have already used as an example, was just one of thousands of philosophers, past as well as present, that are no better. Philosophers worship lies like a religion. The father of philosophy is a liar, and they choose to carry out the desires of their father. I honestly believe that there is not so much as one single sentence of truth in their books. Now for a contrast, in the midst of all this darkness and between all these false teachings and lies, someone might be reading the books about Pippi, and they are full of truth. Then there is the film of Ronia the robber's daughter, full of light and approximating the perfected one's works about the water, which is within us, outside of us, and all around us. In nature, in the wood that surrounds us, telling us about the truth that contains the same water. The film holds endless lessons for us. It is spirit and life. But to return to the darkness, all the falseness of mankind is found undiluted in modern philosophy. Philosophical works, then, present a splendid opportunity for studying the falseness of mankind. Philosophers are characterized by the fact that they seek knowledge through doubt. This explains why they have never known anything. Propounding one speculative theory after another, they then proceed to doubt their own ideas. This process is seen repeated over and over again, hundreds of times in their books. Inane and worthless cerebral gymnastics. Here we see how people cannot bear fruit by themselves. This inability does not only apply to philosophers but is common to mankind as a whole. Philosophers as people are no worse than anyone else, but they are different in that they actively promote these common falsehoods. Georg W. F. Hegel put it across very nicely. Doubting the reality of our knowledge requires that we already have reality as a measuring stick. We need this as a basis for our doubts. As a rule, skepticism is healthy. Doubting the truth is the kiss of death. One neither possessing comprehension nor having faith goes to perdition, his soul being all doubts. Neither this world, nor the next, nor any happiness anywhere falls to the lot of the doubting soul. 631. Many parts of the world are founded on similar falsehoods. The well-established lies and the injustices that follow in the wake of science. Science has left man up the proverbial creek without a paddle, bringing darkness into our lives. The personality is destroyed by these falsehoods. All this must now be put to a stop. Evil needs must come, but alas that it should flourish too well. As a rule, modern philosophy does not credit love with any value. Indeed, many strains of philosophy deny the existence of love outright, nor does righteousness hold any value for them. Philosophy repudiates the one and only truth. He who will not know the root of wickedness is not a stranger to it. 632. 5. Morality. A number of philosophical works will tell you, for example, that everything is permitted. This means that theft, murder, rape, treachery, violence, injustice and all forms of evil towards others are permitted. Dogma of this kind should not be there to find in mankind. These evil ideas must not even occur to man in any shape or form, no matter what scholarly excuses they can come up with. They risk leading other people to the most terrible death. Dhammapada 13:10. The lying man who transgresses but one principle and scoffs at the life to come, is capable of any evil deed. What did Nietzsche teach? If we are to learn anything from the Greeks, we should seek inspiration from their Dionysian cult. The rebirth of this Dionysian philosophy cannot happen through asceticism, nor self-renouncing love as in Christianity, nor morality humanism, but rather through striving for a new aesthetic culture, such as Wagner attempts in his Titanic music. Power and self-assertion before humility. Body before spirit. In the course of the 1870s, Nietzsche developed his ideas about human will. All will is will to power. No doubt Hitler picked up on a few of Nietzsche's ideas. More than 6 million innocent Jews were murdered, tortured and mutilated in the name of Hitler's megalomania. Will to power, self-assertion, indeed, these were things Hitler understood. More of Nietzsche. The weak man is the one who is unable to give meaning to the world, seeking something to lean on. The weak cling together in fellowship about the myth of God. God is dead. There are no absolute values. God is a symbol of the old, bourgeois values lacking all perspective. In place of the weak, Nietzsche proclaimed the arrival of the Urmensch, the Superman who would not despair over his absent belief in God. 633. It would have been tempting to say a few words to Superman Nietzsche. You pathetic fool. Calling righteousness, love, truth, goodness old, bourgeois values, lacking all perspective. God is no symbol, but the home of your whole existence, fundament of your personality. Destroy these values within yourself, and you will destroy your own house, your personality. Your very essence consists of the God that you so deeply despise. Righteousness, love, truth and goodness are the most important of all. Doubting this is arch ignorance and evil. Yet Nietzsche started doing precisely that, destroying his house, that would otherwise have stood until the fires. No one could have been more stupid. Yet he is still regarded as a genius by many people, and his ideas still exert a profound influence on modern philosophy. Men of this nature need not expect to ever receive forgiveness. They speak against the Spirit. Nothing could be worse than this. All manner of sin and blasphemy shall be forgiven unto men, but the blasphemy against the Holy Ghost shall not be forgiven unto men. And whosoever speaketh a word against the Son of Man, it shall be forgiven him, but whosoever speaketh against the Holy Ghost, it shall not be forgiven him, neither in this world, neither in the world to come. 634. Modern philosophers do not speak out like dear old Nietzsche did. They are more moderate, and yet, in many cases, it will be the same ideas concealed in their teachings. This makes them all the more dangerous, for they are accepted by so many people. They despise the only God. They despise Jesus. They repudiate the single truth. They rejected the headstone. Whosoever shall fall upon that stone shall be broken. But on whomsoever it shall fall, it will grind him to powder. 635. It is bad enough that philosophers bring themselves into spiritual death with their lies. But that their teachings should mean the death of others, is what makes it so crucial to stamp out their lies. Their falsehood shall be utterly destroyed. Now let us take a look at some typical instances of philosophical dogma. 1. The basis of what they call positivistic moral philosophy is the conviction that there neither is, nor could exist any objective, universal morality. 2. Morality, they say, is relative. 3. There is no sense in speaking of true morality when it is a question of a series of different moral codes, each with their limited application. 4. Since morality is relative, there exists free choice between different moral codes. Basically, everything is permitted. 5. The concept of freedom is of central significance, since the absence of any fixed moral restrictions is inextricably linked with the concept of freedom. 6. Where a moralistic stance is to be taken, there are no forcible reasons to be taken into account. Faced with a moral problem, we know that no one or nothing can solve it for us. 636-7. Moralistic assessments can be neither true nor false. No moralistic assessments are expressive of spiritual recognition. 637. The promoters of such fallacies have no love. They are blind pathfinders for the blind. These infamous lies were hatched by none other than professors, people with Ph.D.s, highly respected, well-educated people. Their teachings are totally devoid of love, lacking truth and lacking righteousness. They are the disguised expression for the root of all evil. Over the years these teachings have quietly infected an alarming number of people who have happily believed in them. Yet they cannot believe the one and only truth. Ray. 1. According to dictionary definition, morality is the standards for action and behavior that in any given society are considered correct. As such, the word morality is in itself misleading. Indeed, almost useless. It is meaningless because it is based on different opinions. And yet a whole branch of philosophy is devoted to this single concept. In fact, all philosophies touch on this concept. They build their house directly on the ground without laying any foundations in the way that most people do. Trapped in a Ptolemaic system, they have never discovered the sun of the soul, around which all things revolve. I am wary of using the word morality. Nonetheless, let us take the essence of the word and define it as follows: those standards of action and behavior that are correct in any given society. If, in the following, we keep to the essence of the concept of morality, then there truly is but one complete and universal morality. Compare the law of love. Ye shall not take away the life of any creature for your pleasure, nor for your profit, nor yet torment it. Ye shall not steal the goods of any, nor gather lands and riches to yourselves, beyond your need or use. Ye shall not bear false witness against any, nor willfully deceive any by a lie to hurt them. Ye shall not do unto others, as ye would not that others should do unto you. Ye shall cherish and protect the weak, and those who are oppressed, and all creatures that suffer wrong. Ye shall do unto others, as ye would that others should unto you. 638. Ray. 2. Morality is absolute and independent of all other men's opinions. It follows the single divine law. Ray. 3. Those that promote such teachings are at the mercy of their own desperate mentalities and are utterly ignorant of sin. They have learned nothing and know nothing. The only correct morality is correct for all beings all over the world and is applicable to the whole universe from eternity to eternity. Belief in this is a matter of life and death. They who know and believe it not, shall be lost. 639. Ray. 4. Such teachings must not even arise. Ray. 5. Those that commit sins are the slaves of sin. Those that keep the law of love will come to obey the single divine law, and shall one day be able to do all that they love and enjoy most, whenever they choose. They will then no longer consider the fact that they are obeying a law. They shall discover a freedom of unknown proportions. True morality does not restrict, it liberates. Its absence is one with man's captivity in the darkness, and his slavery in sin. Ray. 6. The author of such dogma has not even discovered his own conscience. His own heart conceals the definitive answer to any moral question. To receive lessons from the heart throughout life is called being instructed by God. God is love. And he that does not love, does not know God. In his subsequent development, man will receive the spirit of truth, which will gradually lead him to the whole truth and perfection. Ray. 7. Those that remain in the shades of darkness, know neither light nor darkness. This is why they believe that moral considerations can neither be true nor false. If this is human wisdom, then we should rue the day mankind came into the world. This begins to explain why the earth was to be cursed for our sake. Those that propound such fraudulent ideas know nothing of spiritual recognition, nothing of truth and righteousness, and are utterly ignorant of love. Anyone recognizing their ideas is close to death. Any teaching that secretly or openly repudiates God is false. Anyone who does not know God lacks self-understanding. Anyone without God is an empty hole. Any fish without water is dead. Anyone who believes in God is strong, far more so than he may realize. Those that deny God believe themselves to be strong, yet they are extremely weak. They are dying. Anyone who does not believe in the existence of God lives under an illusion. Any teaching that is not based on the one and only truth is false. Those that do not believe in God have no comprehension of essence. To them all things remain hidden. Originally, philosophy meant love of wisdom. People actually believe that philosophy is wisdom. They call it wisdom of the world. Yet it is nothing but lies and overworked emptiness. For the wisdom of this world is foolishness with God. For it is written, He taketh the wise in their own craftiness. And again, the Lord knoweth the thoughts of the wise, that they are vain. 640 The living God dwells in you. 641 If ye continue in my word, then are ye my disciples indeed, and ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. 642 Dhammapada IV 14 To those that are armed with morality, who live in perseverance and whom the correct knowledge has set free, shall death not find its way. 6 The disobedient ones, those that spread the above-mentioned falsehoods and lies, and who lure people into denying the one and only truth, will yet have one last chance. If they make no delay in converting and repenting, then they may be saved from destruction by the fire, the divine antimatter. This is where we discover that our lies, falsehood and evil are of the substance of death, which seeks unceasingly to kill our souls. This is where man discovers that the Lord thy God is a consuming fire. 643 In combating harmful and alien organisms, the blood is like a consuming fire to the body's own cells. The same blood is as life-giving water. Dhammapada X 8 Mayhap the fool, doing harm, does not know what is in store for him, but he shall be singed by his karma as one that is burned by fire. All of this is merely a friendly warning to everybody, a healthy shock in the nick of time. I am not condemning anyone. I do not want anyone to die. The whole idea is that everything should be as good as possible for as many as possible. The words of John the Baptist are now more relevant than ever before. O generation of disobedient ones, who hath warned you to flee from the wrath to come? Bring forth therefore fruits worthy of repentance. And now also the axe is laid unto the root of the trees. Every tree therefore which bringeth not forth good fruit is hewn down, and cast into the fire. 644 People live in blissful ignorance about the fire, and so did I. 7 Jesus knew. Even then, Jesus knew that all this would happen. Certain philosophers, like many religious leaders, stand among the false prophets that were to arise and lead many astray. The wolf may change its clothing, yet not its nature. Lauded by many, they are acknowledged all over the world. Woe unto you when all men shall speak well of you, for so did their fathers to the false prophets. 645 Precisely those things that we are so proud of, science, research and scholarship in the spirit of Adam, are deep-seated reasons for the darkness that Jesus prophesied. Certain kinds of education, science and research trick people into wasting their lives building their house right in the middle of the bridge. Instead of using their knowledge to gain wisdom, they apply it to all manner of useless activities. Just as science, research and technology contribute to the destruction of nature, so are the falsehoods of philosophy and psychology conducive to the destruction of humanity, of what is truly valuable. It is thanks to them that many people today believe that personality is just a system of nerves, brains, hormones and mental equilibrium, and that love is chemistry. They are wretched paupers. In Adam all die. 646 Of old, mankind learned about the beginning and about the tree of knowledge, for in the day that thou eatest thereof thou shalt die. 647 Since then, Many have called this an empty threat. Things are just fine, but now they are not so sure anymore. The third origin of the darkness is religion. Try reading a few books about world religions and you will see how deranged they appear today. They are more than just bordering on the insane. Only 0.1 to 1% of their present teachings are true. Originally most of what they taught was true. You only need to go as far as Christianity to see what went wrong, allowing that the doctrines of the scriptures are mostly true, darkening much that I have taught by their traditions. 648. One of the consequences of the darkness is a rise in the number of new religious movements, which are driven by and thriving on people's misunderstandings and superstitions. They lead many astray and effectively put out every light for them. All their religious drivel and madness is as poison to the soul. Three things: lovelessness, theft of knowledge and religion are the cause of the deepest darkness that ever did rest upon earth. He that keeps to the darkness knows neither light nor dark. But he that knows the light, knows both. But the path of the just is as the shining light, that shineth more and more unto the perfect day. The way of the wicked is as darkness, they know not at what they stumble. 649. You neither realize your perdition, nor do you reflect on your circumstances, nor have you understood that you dwell in darkness and death. 650. But put the light on, and the darkness will lose face before the sighted man. He that is blind will say, what's the difference? 8. Angry and savage attacks. You're making some pretty crude and vicious attacks on religion, churches, clergy, philosophers and psychologists. What's it all in aid of? They are often so angry that they are bordering on savage, is what people might say to me. What has all this got to do with love? You must be a mean and spiteful man. This is how it will seem to those that cannot hear the truth. One big misunderstanding. Here there is no spite. I am merely doing my duty in telling the truth, and they cannot believe me, because it is true. People are universally ignorant about the fact that this was precisely the way in which Jesus spoke. It is his words that they hate. People frequently felt so mortally offended by him that they could not wait to kill him. He that believeth on me, the works that I do shall he do also. John 14:12. But did anyone ever believe Jesus? Ye shall be hated of all nations for my name's sake. Matt 24:9. Why do they never tell us these things in church? If the world hate you, ye know that it hated me before it hated you. John 15:18. Me it hateth, because I testify of it, that the works thereof are evil. John 7:7. Blessed are ye, when men shall hate you, and when they shall separate you from their company, and shall reproach you, and cast out your name as evil, for the Son of Man's sake. Rejoice ye in the day, and leap for joy. Luke 6:22-23. Remember the word that I said unto you, the servant is not greater than his Lord. If they have persecuted me, they will also persecute you. If they have kept my saying, they will keep yours also. But all these things will they do unto you for my name's sake, because they know not him that sent me. John 15:20-21. And so they would also apply the words crude, vicious and savage attacks to Jesus. Woe unto thee, Chorazin! Woe unto thee, Bethsaida! For if the mighty works, which were done in you, had been done in Tyre and Sidon, they would have repented long ago in sackcloth and ashes. But I say unto you, it shall be more tolerable for Tyre and Sidon at the day of judgment, than for you. And thou, Capernaum, which art exalted unto heaven, shalt be brought down to hell. For if the mighty works, which have been done in thee, had been done in Sodom, it would have remained until this day. But I say unto you, that it shall be more tolerable for the land of Sodom in the day of judgment, than for thee. Matt 11:21-24. Vicious and crude attacks. O faithless and perverse generation, how long shall I be with you? How long shall I suffer you? Matt 17:17. The scribes and the Pharisees sit in Moses' seat. All therefore whatsoever they bid you observe, that observe and do. But do not ye after their works, for they say, and do not. For they bind heavy burdens and grievous to be borne, and lay them on men's shoulders. But they themselves will not move them with one of their fingers. But all their works they do for to be seen of men. They make broad their phylacteries and enlarge the borders of their garments, and love the uppermost rooms at feasts and the chief seats in the synagogues, and greetings in the markets, and to be called of men Rabbi, Rabbi. Matt 23:2-7. What does the Pope do? What does the present-day clergy do? But woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites! For ye shut up the kingdom of heaven against men, for ye neither go in yourselves, neither suffer ye them that are entering to go in. Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites! For ye compass sea and land to make one proselyte, and when he is made ye make him twofold more the child of hell than yourselves. Matt 23:13 and 15. Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites! For ye are like unto whited sepulchres, which indeed appear beautiful outward, but are within full of dead men's bones and of all uncleanness. Even so ye also outwardly appear righteous unto men, but within ye are full of hypocrisy and iniquity. Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites! Because ye build the tombs of the prophets and garnish the sepulchres of the righteous, and say, If we had been in the days of our fathers we would not have been partakers with them in the blood of the prophets. Wherefore ye be witnesses unto yourselves that ye are the children of them which killed the prophets. Fill ye up then the measure of your fathers. Ye serpents! Ye generations of vipers! How can ye escape the damnation of hell? Matt 23:27-33. Did they love his teachings? No, they found them disgraceful and appalling. They hated them, and they hated him. They considered his teachings to be crude attacks, often so angry that they bordered on the savage. They thought that they were a sorry contradiction of his message of love. What did people say about one of his most wonderful speeches? This isn't hard saying. Who can hear it? John 6:60. Jesus made a generalized attack on the high priests, the Pharisees, the scribes and all their religious delusions, because they represented the doctrine of the people, all that people thought and learnt. Their religion. They expressed the thoughts of the people. They linked the thoughts and beliefs of the people. Today the church, the clergy, theologians, philosophers and psychologists represent the same. They link the thoughts and beliefs of the people. Down the centuries they have made the most ruthless attacks on the truth. All that is said in this book about theologians, philosophers and psychologists is in no way an attack against them as individuals. If it helps society to make counterattacks on their lies and falsehoods, then it should be done no matter how despised and unpopular it makes us. And what of the clearing of the temple? Was it a vicious and crude attack when Jesus used his whip to chase out those who traded there, and when he overturned the tables of the money changers? There is another temple that I have sought to clear in the same way, an invisible temple that is like a glass from which you may drink living water. And whosoever shall not receive you, nor hear your words, when ye depart out of that house or city, shake off the dust of your feet. Verily I say unto you, it shall be more tolerable for the land of Sodom and Gomorrah in the day of judgment, than for that city. Matt 10:14-15. Let us just establish the facts. There are a few good philosophers that are worthy of mention, such as Socrates. There are a few very bright theologians. Psychologists are kind and well-meaning people with the best intentions. Some of them have made great contributions for very humane reasons, all of which will benefit them. Their works will not be forgotten. And if, as a psychologist, philosopher or theologian, you have neither been insulted nor offended by all these many words, then you are no less than blessed. Blessed is he, whosoever shall not be offended in me. Ancient Gospel 28:12. Chapter XVI. The Most Holy. At long last we have rinsed out the glass, so that you may now drink without being poisoned by all the religious hypocrisy and drivel. But take care when reading the next section, that you do not forget what you have learnt, that you are not poisoned and become lost in the religious fog again, because that would spoil everything for you. Try telling yourself, this isn't religious, and you will be thrilled by the words of Jesus. This is real truth for the advanced. Here is simply a collection of words and metaphors for what you will be able to find in true love. Do not let yourself be distracted, for now we are getting to the heart of the matter. 2. The Father and the Mother. How to describe spirit. It can be done by using the imagery of visible objects and by making use of the idea that the physical and spiritual always play the same game. What is within is revealed by what is without. Here is yet another example of this. Jesus is talking about the tremendous power of the Father and the Mother. All mention of the Mother has been carefully omitted from the recognized Gospels. Since religion was dominated by men, the fathers of the Church preferred to see God as an old man rather than an old woman. It begins with one of his disciples asking, Master, it is written of old, the Elohim made man in their own image, male and female created they them. How sayest thou then that God is one? And Jesus said unto them, Verily, I say unto you, in God there is neither male nor female, and yet both are one, and God is the two in one. He is she and she is he. The Elohim or God is perfect, infinite and one. As in the man, the Father is manifest, and the Mother hidden. so in the woman, the mother is manifest, and the Father is hidden. Therefore shall the name of the Father and the Mother be equally hallowed, for they are the great powers of God, and the one is not without the other, in the one God. 651 Verily, the Elohim created man in the divine image male and female, and all nature is in the image of God, therefore is God both male and female, not divided, but the two in one, undivided and eternal, by whom and in whom are all things, visible and invisible. From the eternal they flow, to the eternal they return. 652 Man is not body but spirit. Your very essence is of the Father and Mother, the male and the female. It is so obvious that we do not see it. And the Father and Mother are one in God. Now, what if the Father and Mother in us become one? Just imagine. Later he answered a question about when the kingdom of God would come, when the male with the female, be neither male nor female, but the two in one. They who have ears to hear, let them hear. 653 Consider how nature mirrors this wonderful phenomena. The coupling of man and woman in physical union anticipates the creation of their children. This is why we are later born of flesh and blood. Why do you suppose that Jesus used the concept of the children of God? 654 The brief union of the Father and the Mother in us is incipient to our creation as the children of God, when the male and female within us is then become as one. This is how we are born of spirit. This is how we are able to be born again as the children of light. 655 Except a man be born again, he cannot see the kingdom of God. 656 Still in the same significant metaphor, the Father implants his seed, which is baptized with the Holy Spirit. The mother gives birth through fire and water. These infants being suckled are like those who enter the kingdom. 657 Jesus continues, the man and the woman are one, even as God is one. Thus it is with God the Father Mother, in whom is neither male nor female and in whom is both, and each is threefold, and all are one in the hidden unity. Marvel not at this, for as it is above so it is below, and as it is below so it is above, and that which is on earth is so, because it is so in heaven. 658 Let us venture across the Atlantic and see what the Incas taught. Viracocha, Lord of the world. You are neither male nor female, Lord of worship. He may be above, below, or perhaps he is out there in the all. This comes from a prayer to Viracocha, who was the supreme god of the Incas. This god was considered to be the supreme creator and the creator of all other gods, the god of gods. At the same time he was both male and female, although he was neither man nor woman. Jesus also says, likewise in every man who is perfected are there three persons, that of the Son, that of the spouse, and that of the Father, and these three are one. So in every woman who is perfected are there three persons, that of the daughter, that of the bride, and that of the mother, and these three are one. And the man and the woman are one, and all are one in the hidden unity. 659 How did the original Lord's Prayer begin? Hallowed be thy sacred name, in being Trinity. 660 He said this of the Father, no one knoweth thee, save the Son, who is the daughter of man. None do know the daughter or the Son save they to whom the Christ is revealed, who is the two in one. 661 In this way, God becomes the Father of those that are born again. If God were your Father, ye would love me. 662 The revelation of the paternity and the maternity has, or will, happen to every single man and woman who is perfected. They must enter through the center. This is how the mother has given birth to the son and daughter of the Father in every age and in every country under the sun. Jesus said, on behalf of the Father, thus saith the Eternal, she is my mother and she hath ever conceived me, and brought me forth as her son in every age and clime. She is my bride, ever one in the holy union with me her spouse. She is my daughter, for she hath ever issued and proceeded from me, her father, rejoicing in me. 663 In this way God descends to earth in man, who is born again. This, which is the establishment of the kingdom of heaven, is what will happen to some people at the end of the world age, when the will of the Eternal has revolved once. So that you may understand that the people of India learned about the same truth thousands of years ago, look at what the Hindus teach. When the world begins to decline, and man's ascension towards the divine is severely hindered, then God will descend to earth to unblock the wheel of history. Although I am the unborn, and am immutable in essence, and though I am the Lord of all existences, I do become born again, through my own creative potency, having assumed sway over mine own nature. For, whensoever there ensues a languishing of righteousness, Arjuna, and upheaval of unrighteousness, then I do create myself. In every world age I incarnate myself for shielding the good, and destroying the evildoers, and for the fulfillment of the kingdom of righteousness. Whoso in this way understands the true nature of my divine birth and function, he, relinquishing his body, does not come to birth again, he comes to me, O Arjuna. 664. This is precisely what Jesus did, and he said, on the day of the harvest the weeds will be plainly visible, and they will be pulled up and burned. 665. 3. The male and the female. When the male and female within a person are united, it creates life in us. This is like a source, from which rivers of water pour forth, and which may imbue others with new life. Only when the Father and Mother have become one in us may we know God, and this is life eternal, that they may know Thee the only true God. 666. For a fountain of life will then burst forth. The magical and wonderful love, which in rare cases may arise between a man and a woman, will then be with you. Therefore, only when the male and female have become one within you, are you born again to become the image of God, which is the Father-Mother. It is a love with no other object. Truth is learned in love, which is why, after this union, you will continually be learning about the truth. With love comes wisdom, since love and wisdom are one. Wisdom is not without love, nor is love without wisdom. 667. The love and the wisdom are one for the salvation of all. 668. In wisdom, love and equity thy kingdom come to all. 669. Not all are men, who are in the form of man. Are they men or women in the image of God, whose ways are ways of violence, of oppression and wrong, who choose a lie rather than the truth? Nay, verily, till they are born again, and receive the spirit of love and wisdom within their hearts. 670. Jesus said this about himself, for in me there is neither male nor female, but both are one in the all-perfect. The woman is not without the man, nor the man without the woman. 671. It was for these reasons Jesus called himself the Son of God, and that all those who would enter the kingdom with him were called the sons and daughters of God, because they were all to be born again in spirit, born in God. The kingdom of God cometh not with observation, neither shall they say, Lo here, or lo there. For behold, the kingdom of God is within you. 672. Shall we then, as children, enter the kingdom? Jesus said to them, when you make the two one, and when you make the inside like the outside and the outside like the inside, and the above as the below, and when you make the male and female one and the same, so that the male not be male nor the female female. 673. Is Pippi's behavior female? Is Ronia's behavior female? Compare them with almost anyone else and you will see. 4. The greatest of all. You may well be halfway towards finding the treasure, without even knowing it, since what is sown in one lifetime may not always be harvested until the next. It grows by night as well as by day, when you are sleeping and when you rise. And I shall become he, and the things that are hidden will be revealed to him. 674. And we will come unto him, and make our abode with him. 675. How can it be that seeing the essence of another person and feeling their love leads you to behold the greatest of all? Personality is made up of the most holy, God. And God is also love. If you feel the love of a woman and see her essence, then you see the mother. If you feel the love of a man and see his essence, then you see the Father. It is incredibly wonderful and will rock you to your very foundations. Never in all your born days will you have experienced anything which compares to this. You will quite simply be overcome. He that hath seen me hath seen the Father. 676. Then must they that see me, and want to seize my kingdom, endure and suffer adversity, that they may seize it. 677. And he that seeth me seeth he that sent me. 678. No man hath seen God at any time. The only begotten which cometh from the bosom of the Eternal, in the same is God revealed. 679. Yet, it may also be seen in other people, those who possess love. Let us attempt a summary. The mother within a woman will be briefly united with the father which has lain dormant in her, and vice versa for a man. This is a spiritual conception. Then the person in question will begin to suffer for the truth, and this is no laughing matter. But when this has been overcome, spiritual birth will have taken place. This person will now be two in one, born again, and will be capable of finding the wonderful treasure. He will then be able to harvest what was sown within him. He will now be able to tell others about the truth. Yet, If after spiritual conception, and despite the suffering, he has continued to search for the greatest of all through love, then this love may for a time give way to an even more powerful experience. He will see that the Father and the Mother are one in God, and this is a vision of the All-Holy, where all life exists. And this is what my book is all about, for I have seen it. 5. Only Jesus has spoken of this. In the first chapter I wrote that no one had ever told me about it, namely, that seeing the essence of someone else can lead to a vision of the living, inexpressibly wonderful God. This part of the book was written half a year before I found the ancient gospel in the library. I started writing about this vastness. After I had discovered the wonderful treasure, I wanted to tell others about the truth which the churches had never spoken about, the truth which they had concealed. They had never spoken about the truth which was there to read in the Bible. They had no idea of what God is. In total blindness they simply served up religious and clouded extracts. But after I had spent half a year writing my book, it became apparent that they were also hiding the most essential writings about the truth. This was the finishing touch to their worldwide, scandalous secrecy. The fact that they have concealed them from the entire world is enough to leave each and every one of us quite speechless. When I saw that wonderful wonder many years previously, I had never read the Gospels of the Bible. Can you possibly imagine my excitement when I later discovered that there was someone in these Gospels which often seemed distorted and incomplete who appeared to know about it, and who also spoke of the truth and the water, which I had come to know? From then on I knew that the churches had to be hiding the truth, since the contents of the Bible Gospels had nothing whatsoever to do with what the church stood for or what it taught. But it was only many years later, when I found the ancient Gospel in the Gospel of Thomas, and later still, many other fragments, that I discovered that the things which Jesus spoke about fitted entirely and in every detail with the many things which I myself knew and had experienced quite independently of such writings. And in the ancient Gospel that Jesus spoke of the very same thing which I had written about half a year previously. It was there in chapter 50. Believe me, if you only knew what it is to find your own thoughts expressed in an ancient Gospel of Jesus' teaching, to find the self-same thing which you have known and suffered for over the course of many years. Until you have done this, you will not know what it is to experience it, the most precious and treasured secret that you have kept for most of your life. I wrote the first pages of this book because I wanted to tell you about how you could also come to see this stupendously wonderful God. Because I did not believe that anyone, not even Jesus, had talked about how God could be found, because this was the one, most essential thing missing from the Bible, and I had to find some way of telling others about this vastness. It is quite extraordinarily and extremely important for people to know that God really is right before their very eyes, and is absolute reality. They just have no idea. They do not even have the faintest idea. I also wrote a little about it 17 years earlier, about that which cannot be said in words, but it made me feel terribly ashamed. I have never before, nor since, felt so ashamed. I had to give up. I could not manage it then. But at that time I did not know that Jesus had in fact spoken about it, about the Most Holy, and about how it could be seen. Later I launched back into writing about it, that which I had known for many years. And no doubt about it, it really is the strangest thing. Jesus was the only one who had told of that wonder which I have experienced. So I know for certain that he is genuine, and the ancient gospel is genuine. No matter what poisonous lies are fabricated against the ancient gospel, it is still genuine. Admittedly, there are others who have also visited the earth in the past, and there have been other chosen people born into the world to give us wisdom and divine laws, and to teach man righteousness, so that we would then be able to obtain love and eventually find the deity. But only Jesus has talked directly about God and the hidden treasure within us. And what Jesus says in the following: no one, and I repeat, no one could know without having seen it for themselves. Then he said unto them, Where is thy father and thy mother? Jesus answered, Ye neither know me, nor my parent. If ye had known me, ye should have known my father and mother also. And one said, Show us the Father, show us the mother, and we will believe thee. And he answered, saying, If thou hast seen thy brother and felt his love, thou hast seen the Father. If thou hast seen thy sister and felt her love, thou hast seen the mother. Far and near, the All-Holy know with their own, yea, in each of you, the fatherhood and the motherhood may be seen, for the Father and the Mother are one in God. 681-6. Even the very contents of Jesus' teaching are concealed. It is not only fragments of texts that are kept secret by the Church, but the very words and message of his teaching. The church has only allowed people to know the things they want them to know, and that is not very much. They prevent people from finding that unfathomable wonder and the vast values which you are able to read in the scriptures adapted for the church is actually quite negligible in comparison to the parts of the truth that they conceal, the truth for which Jesus died on the cross, he whom they pretend to serve. 7. What is truth? Goodness me! The truth is really a very high mountain. It is exactly as Jesus described it. Truth, one and absolute, is in God alone, for no man, neither any body of men, knoweth that which God alone knoweth, who is the all in all. To men is truth revealed, according to their capacity to understand and receive. The one truth hath many sides, and one seeth one side only, another another, and some see more than others, according as it is given them. Behold this crystal, how the one light is manifest in 12 faces, yea 4 times 12, and each face reflecteth one ray of light, and one regardeth one face, and another another, but it is the one crystal, and the one light that shineth in all. Behold again, when one climbeth a mountain and attaining one height, he saith, This is the top of the mountain, let us reach it. And when they have reached that height, lo, they see another beyond it until they come to that height from which no other height is to be seen, if so be they can attain it. So it is with truth. I am the truth and the way and the life, and have given to you the truth I have received from above. And that which is seen and received by one, is not seen and received by another. That which appeareth truth to some, seemeth not true to others. They who are in the valley see not as they who are on the hilltop, but to each, it is the truth as the one mind seeth it, and for that time, till a higher truth shall be revealed unto the same. And to the soul which receiveth higher light, shall be given more light. Wherefore condemn not others, that ye be not condemned. As ye keep the holy law of love, which I have given unto you, so shall the truth be revealed more and more unto you, and the Spirit of truth which cometh from above shall guide you, albeit through many wanderings, into all truth, even as the fiery cloud guided the children of Israel through the wilderness. Be faithful to the light ye have, till a higher light is given to you. Seek more light, and ye shall have abundantly. Rest not, till ye find. God giveth you all truth, as a ladder with many steps, for the salvation and perfection of the soul, and the truth which seemeth today, ye will abandon for the higher truth of the morrow. Press ye unto perfection. Whoso keepeth the holy law which I have given, the same shall save their souls, however differently they may see the truths which I have given. Many shall say unto me, Lord, Lord, we have been zealous for thy truth. But I shall say unto them, Nay, but, that others may see as ye see, and none other truth beside. Faith without charity is dead. Love is the fulfilling of the law. How shall faith in what they receive profit them that hold it in unrighteousness? They who have love have all things, and without love there is nothing worth. Let each hold what they see to be the truth in love, knowing that where love is not, truth is a dead letter and profiteth nothing. There abide goodness, and truth, and beauty, but the greatest of these is goodness. If any have hatred to their fellows and harden their hearts to the creatures of God's hands, how can they see truth unto salvation, seeing their eyes are blinded and their hearts are hardened to God's creation? As I have received the truth, so I have given it to you. Let each receive it according to their light and ability to understand, and persecute not those who receive it after a different interpretation. For truth is the might of God, and it shall prevail in the end over all errors. But the holy law which I have given is plain for all, and just and good. Let all observe it for the salvation of their souls. 682. That was Jesus speaking. But today there is just the result of the church's distortion left for people to see. Away with sham holiness. Seeking the truth is nothing religious, in the usual sense of the word, but something which everyone who has loved much will do. But do not persecute the clergy or other religious leaders. Poor people, they know not what they do. And some of them are totally ignorant of the things I have revealed here. I offend them, but that is vitally important, for that will give them a chance to wake up, be converted and accept the wonderful law of love and the water, and this will save them from the darkness. Do not put obstacles in their way. We have all frequently made such mistakes in the darkness, but have to cause offense in order to lift the veil of religious fog which they have used to smother his teachings. They do not realize how very wrong it is, and that it will soon be too late, forever too late, to change it. 8. Establishment. The Church is the elect of humanity for the salvation of all. 683. Today, People have the impression that we need to be saved from the grave, but the grave has never been a problem. Sin is what we need to be saved from, since that is the real substance of death. Sin is lethal, but people make light of it. Now danger is close at hand, as the end of this world age draws nigh. The kingdom is something which you enter into in this world. It is not something that just happens to you when you die, as they tell you in church, teaching in my name that which I have not taught. 684. Put ye not off from day to day, and from cycle to cycle and end to end, in the belief, that when ye return to this world ye will succeed in gaining the mysteries, in entering into the kingdom of light. For ye know not when the number of perfected souls shall be filled up, and then will be shut the gates of the kingdom of light, and from hence none will be able to come in thereby, nor will any go forth. Strive ye that ye may enter while the call is made, until the number of perfected souls shall be sealed and complete, and the door is shut. 685. Yet again Jesus presented a model of the kingdom of heaven, and he said unto them, Can ye make perfection to appear out of that which isn't perfect? Can ye bring order out of disorder? And they said, Lord, we cannot. And he placed them according to the number of each in a foursquare order, each side lacking one of 12, and this he did, knowing who should betray him, who should be counted one of them by man, but was not of them. The first in the seventh rank from above in the middle, and the last in the seventh from below, and him that was neither first nor last did he make the center of all, and the rest according to a divine order did he place them, each finding his own place. So those which were above, were even as those which were below, and those which were below as those which were above, and the left side was equal to the right side, and the right side to the left according to the sum of their numbers. And he said, See you how ye stand? I say unto you, in like manner is the order of the kingdom, and the one who ruleth all is in your midst, and he is the center, and with him are the 120, the elect of Israel, and after them cometh 144,000, the elect of the Gentiles, who are their brethren. 686. You can also find this number in the Bible. And I heard the number of them which were sealed, and there were sealed 144,000 of all the tribes of the children of Israel. Of the tribe of Judah were sealed 12,000. Of the tribe of Reuben were sealed 12,000, etc. 687. Neither are all Israel which are called Israel. They in every nation who defile not themselves with cruelty, who do righteousness, love mercy, and reverence all the works of God, who gives accord to all that are weak and oppressed, the same are the Israel of God. 688. And being of Israel they are children of God. 689. Mary asked Jesus if there was anyone who would attain sinlessness. Jesus answered, One will be found among thousands, two among tens of thousands. 690. Bhagavad Gita. Among thousands of men perhaps only one strives for perfection. And even among those that strive for or who have attained perfection, perhaps only one knows me in truth. 691. It is for the sake of the many that his disciples will be gathered on earth during the final days. They will command the doctrines of righteousness and love, and they will spread light to all the peoples of the earth, regardless of race or creed. For they, the people of the earth, are the many, which must be saved as far as possible, so that they are not lost in the darkness, which is already reaching out them. From this final mission they will be able to rise to the task and attain perfection, and so establish the true kingdom, since the kingdom of heaven is within you. 692. Each of these disciples is accorded a place according to their attainment. I go to prepare a place for you. 693. For where your treasure is, there will your heart be also. 694. Without people even suspecting it, his prophecies are already nearing fulfillment to the nearest detail, the prophecies which people have not heard. Many people will be dumbfounded by the way it all comes together. They will be amazed and astounded. He has achieved the impossible. Then Isaiah's prophecies will be fulfilled. Isaiah 52, 13-15. Behold, my servant shall deal prudently, he shall be exalted and extolled, and be very high. As many were astonished at thee, so shall he sprinkle many nations. The kings shall shut their mouths at him, for that which had not been told them shall they see, and that which they had not heard shall they consider. Even so must the Son of Man be lifted up, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have eternal life. 695. When ye have lifted up the Son of Man, then shall ye know that I am he, and that I do nothing of myself. 696. Living in each other's spirit is almost like the love between two people who love each other very dearly. They live in each other's heart. Perhaps they think, I can live without you. All the fruit that you can collect will give you life, for these are fruits which will endure. And so it is with the spirit of those others who are of the truth, for they are also given life by the fruit of life. As the kingdom is established, they will all come to live in your heart. You will receive vast riches, which you will never lose again. Furthermore, you will receive an unknown freedom, since it will all be governed by the heart, without any kind of force. If you have the spirit of the truth, then, without realizing it, you will already be led in this way, doing the things you love to do and not doing the things you hate. Nothing could be simpler. You will experience the treasure as your own personal treasure, but it is actually composed of the spirit of other living people. They are aware of a part of the same treasure, only they are somewhere else in the system, where you too are a contributor. So the whole system may be compared to a tree, upon which you are but a little branch. Yet the individual parts of the tree are far from similar. Indeed, they are all very different, just as leaves are different to branches and twigs. However, they are all nourished by the same sap, the same spirit, and they are all part of the same tree. The 121 supports will carry out their mission in accordance with what they have each received during their lives. What they have received corresponds to their number in the model. Even though they do not know each other's number, they shall arrive at perfect harmony, since they will all have been mixed with the grape juice. And the many rooms will become one single house, the house which was not built by the hands of men, the house which will stand in the eternal city. Verily I say unto thee, O Mary, and to each of my disciples, the kingdom of heaven is within you. But the time cometh when that which is within you shall be made manifest in the without, for the sake of the world. 697. But the time cometh when the things which they have hidden shall be revealed and made known, and the truth shall make free those which were bound. 698. I have set you as the light of the world, and as a city that cannot be hid. But the time cometh when darknesses shall cover the earth, and gross darkness the people, and the enemies of truth and righteousness shall rule in my name, and set up a kingdom of this world, and oppress the peoples, and cause the enemy to blaspheme, putting for my doctrines the opinions of men, and teaching in my name that which I have not taught, and darkening much that I have taught by their traditions. But be of good cheer, for the time will also come when the truth they have hidden shall be manifested, and the light shall shine, and the darknesses shall pass away, and the true kingdom shall be established which shall be in the world, but not of it, and word of righteousness and love shall go forth from the center. 699. Miriam said, Is everything that is established seen in this way? The Lord said, I have told you that he who sees is he who reveals. 700. The end will come while this is being accomplished. If you one day see these things coming up, then we too will know which hour the bell has tolled. If I could, then I would give you a thing of such beauty, an endless joy and a richness which you have never known. I would kindle the light within you and give you that which had never surfaced in any man's heart. Every man who knows his inner self will find it. 701. But if you will not know yourselves, you dwell in poverty, and it is you who are that poverty. 702. If you love his doctrines, then nothing is too good for you. If you love these, then you will want to read this book again. Make use of it. I know of no better way to help you. Seek more light, and ye shall have abundantly. Rest not, till ye find. 703. If I could only transfer to you what I know and have seen and what I know of the authenticity of his doctrines, then all your conjecture and hopes about his authenticity would be transformed to sevenfold certainty. If you really believe in Jesus, then you will come to experience that nothing is too good to be true. And they thought that Jesus had spoken his last word. They will learn. Yet those who do not know the light claim that there is no darkness. Chapter XVI. Restoring the truth. Those who knew Jesus when he was alive did things that in our eyes seem religious, and indeed they were to some extent. But religion meant something quite different to his contemporaries, who recognized its true contents. Take Holy Communion as an example. For those with Jesus on the last evening, the supper had more significance than it could ever have for us. To us it can be no more than an empty, worthless religious ceremony, since we have only second-hand knowledge of what the disciples actually experienced. After seeing a good film or reading a good book, you will no doubt have experienced how thrilling and thought-provoking it is to visit the places where the story was set. However, for other people who have not seen the film or read the book, and even though they may have heard much about it, such a visit could have no value. Now, Imagine yourself in the company of this divine presence, whose greatness exceeded all human comprehension. Over the years, after hearing thousands of his speeches, is it not likely that you might see ceremonies as a way of keeping your impressions alive? Jesus himself introduced a few simple ceremonies, such as Holy Communion, to give them something to remember him by, as well as providing an occasion for bringing people together. At that time such ceremonies were absolutely vital. People needed something in which to preserve his teachings. Some kind of ceremony was necessary for a time, otherwise everything would have fallen apart when he departed. His teachings had to survive for the coming generations in all countries on earth. As in the case of other religions, Christianity had true and wonderful beginnings. Before long, however, many of its followers had fallen prey to religious delusions. But truth is the might of God, and it shall prevail in the end over all errors. 704. True disciples spread the gospel in the best possible way, simply because they had the right attitude. But, as Jesus said, they were to be followed by people with quite different attitudes. They were the ones who turned his words into religious mania and superstition, who caused the enemies to blaspheme and openly scorn Jesus himself, and thereby anyone who loves the truth. As for spreading the doctrine of love across all boundaries to all people on earth, quite different rules apply. We must in no way lay ourselves open to contamination from religious tendencies, for religion creates pointless enmity between peoples. Religious tendencies will render everything impossible, and many false prophets shall rise, and shall deceive many. And because iniquity shall abound, the love of many shall wax cold. But he that shall endure unto the end, the same shall be saved. And this gospel of the kingdom shall be preached in all the world for a witness unto all nations. And then shall the end come. 705. 2. That which is to come. The religions are the skins that stored the wine until such a time as mankind was sufficiently mature to receive the contents. And Jesus gave them the following parable, saying, No man putteth a piece of new cloth upon an old garment, for then the new agreeth not with the old, and the garment is made worse. And no one putteth new wine into old bottles, else the new wine will burst the bottles, and be spilled, and the bottles shall perish. But new wine must be put into new bottles, and both are preserved. None also having drunk old wine, straightway desire new, for they say, The old is better. But the time cometh when the new shall wax old, and then the new shall be desired by them. For as one changeth old garments for new ones, so do they also change the body of death for the body of life, and that which is past for that which is coming. 706. Do not let yourself be religious. Make use of the true contents of religion. Dissociate yourself from hypocrisy and sham holiness. Pass lightly over all religious ceremonies and limit your use of religious words, since these so easily cloud everything over. Seek to demystify the divine, for it is all the lessons of the heart. All mysticism, superstition and overwrought nonsense is spawned by man's lack of understanding. Mysticism and superstition are nothing more than our own creations. Spread wisdom and the doctrine of truth, beginning with true and genuine love. Gather all the wisdom and truth that lies whole and undisturbed in the world religions and their ancient writings, and put them together as one, for they come from the undivided. Then will all world religions be reunited in their own origins. Abolish all idolatry. Love righteousness and the sublime truth. Spread knowledge of the law of love. Then will the time come when the stone that the builders rejected, becomes the head and cornerstone, seen by all. But there was a sword in the stone. 3. Out of the quagmire. Have you ever known any of that which is truth? If you have, then one day, when your eyes are truly open, you will come to love it, as you have loved nothing before. And you will make your own wonderful discoveries that you will be dying to make known to others. When you are ready, then you must go ahead. Almost no one, however, will hear you when you try, because they will listen only with their ears. Consider how religion, church and culture have hidden the truth and twisted and distorted any of its remains, reducing it to lies and superstitious speculation. Truth has been replaced by church dogma, by those who knew not the truth, or who knowing it, have changed it into a lie. 707. The key of knowledge have ye hidden, yourselves ye entered not in, and to them that were coming in ye opened not. 708. This people honoureth me with their lips, but their heart is far from me. But in vain they do worship me, teaching for doctrines the commandments of men. 709. In this book the two of us have now returned to what Bible scholars call primitive Christianity. Repeat, primitive Christianity. It is my hope that you yourself will be inspired to hunt down these vital and divine doctrines that man has suppressed or distorted beyond all recognition. There are undoubtedly many manuscripts and gospel fragments, of which some are authentic and tremendously valuable, but it is near impossible to drag them out of hiding or to wrench them from the people who know about them and regard them as worthless. No one is keen for them to ever see the light of day. It would seem that these writings have to be dredged from a quagmire. 4. Officially unknown. That we must practice righteousness, not only towards our fellow men, but, strangely enough, towards our fellow creatures, is not something the clergy or theological world knows from Scripture. That we go in and out through many lifetimes is also unknown to them, if we are to believe what they say. But my respect for and faith in the Church and theologians would fit on the head of a pin, considering how they have not even managed to dig up the ancient Gospel nor the great apocryphal Gospel according to St. John, which still exists in many countries. How on earth can they pronounce on writings that existed more than 1900 years ago? Today, they are just looking at the meager remains that were allowed to survive the first few years AD, and that escaped the Inquisition, where lust for power drove the orthodoxy to combat the other Christian movements by removing whole sections of Scripture, the doctrine of reincarnation, love for animals, the law of love, profound wisdom, the prophesies and, in fact, most of the truth. They even stooped to forging the apostolic epistles. And to this day, these events and facts are still jealously guarded by the Catholic Church, an institution with a power and influence that is not to be underestimated. Can you see how Jesus' doctrine has been embalmed and buried? Most of it has lain hidden from the people for almost 2,000 years. And the clergy would no doubt have kept it under wraps and would not have made it known for the next 2,000 years either. In fact, many of the sayings of Jesus that I have presented you with may be read in the books which Bible scholars and religious authorities have read and studied for generations. And all the fragments reproduced in this book come from the living water and contain vital nourishment, but people have never been allowed to see them. 5. Do not be afraid. But now at last, the new wine has waxed old. For it is ye, my 12,000 who shall save the whole world. 710. What I tell you in darkness, that speak ye in light when the time cometh. 711. When you come to know yourselves, then you will become known, and you will realize that it is you that are the sons of the living Father. 712. Do not be afraid and say, Behold, the time has come. 713. Appendix contents the Gospel of Thomas, the Dialogue of the Savior, other unknown sayings of Jesus, the Gospel according to the Hebrews, extracts from the Dhammapada, the sayings of Buddha, extracts from the Bhagavad Gita about the ancient gospel, comparing the texts, traces in the Bible, tracing the doctrine of reincarnation, the main source, carnivores and forgers, list of quotations, the Gospel of Thomas. This translation is taken from the Nag Hammadi Library in English, a book compiled by James M. Robinson, E.J. Brill, 1984. Preface. Here you may hear Jesus speak the words that have been hidden for 1600 years. Yet for those who do not see with their hearts and for those that only hear with their ears, all his words will remain hidden, no matter how many times they are read. Above a bridge in a ghost town in North India, Fatehpur Sikri, the following words have been inscribed. Jesus, peace be with him, has said, this world is a bridge. Walk over it, but do not make your house on it. This is where Thomas starts. These are the secret words which the living Jesus spoke, in which Didymus Judas Thomas wrote down. 1. And he said, whoever finds the interpretation of these sayings will not experience death. 2. Jesus said, let him who seeks continue seeking until he finds. When he finds, he will become troubled. When he becomes troubled, he will be astonished, and he will rule over the all. 3. Jesus said, if those who lead you say to you, see, the kingdom is in the sky, then the birds of the sky will precede you. If they say to you, it is in the sea, then the fish will precede you. Rather, the kingdom is inside of you, and it is outside of you. When you come to know yourselves, then you will become known, and you will realize that it is you who are the sons of the living Father. But if you will not know yourselves, you dwell in poverty, and it is you who are that poverty. 4. Jesus said, the man old in days will not hesitate to ask a small child 7 days old about the place of life, and he will live. For many who are first will become last, and they will become one and the same. 5. Jesus said, recognize what is in your sight, and that which is hidden from you will become plain to you. For there is nothing hidden which will not become manifest. 6. His disciples questioned him and said to him, "Do you want us to fast? How shall we pray? Shall we give alms? What diet shall we observe?" Jesus said, "Do not tell lies, and do not do what you hate, for all things are plain in the sight of heaven. For nothing hidden will not become manifest, and nothing covered will remain without being uncovered." 7. Jesus said, "Blessed is the lion which becomes man when consumed by man. And cursed is the man whom the lion consumes, and the lion becomes man." 8. And he said, "The man is like a wise fisherman who cast his net into the sea and drew it up from the sea full of small fish. Among them the wise fisherman found a fine large fish. He threw all the small fish back into the sea and chose the large fish without difficulty. Whoever has ears to hear, let him hear." 9. Jesus said, "Now the sower went out, took a handful of seeds, and scattered them. Some fell on the road. The birds came and gathered them up. Others fell on rock, did not take root on the soil, and did not produce ears. And others fell on thorns. They choked the seeds, and worms ate them. And others fell on the good soil and produced good fruit. It bore 60 per measure and 120 per measure." 10. Jesus said, "I have cast fire upon the world, and see, I am guarding it until it blazes." 11. Jesus said, "This heaven will pass away, and the one above it will pass away. The dead are not alive, and the living will not die. In the days when you consumed what is dead, you made it what is alive. When you come to dwell in the light, what will you do? On the day when you were one you became two. But when you become two, what will you do?" 12. The disciples said to Jesus, "We know that you will depart from us. Who is to be our leader?" Jesus said to them, "Wherever you are to go to James the righteous, for whose sake heaven and earth came into being." 13. Jesus said to his disciples, "Compare me to someone and tell me whom I am like." Simon Peter said to him, "You are like a righteous angel." Matthew said to him, "You are like a wise philosopher." Thomas said to him, "Master, my mouth is wholly incapable of saying whom you are like." Jesus said, "I am not your master. Because you have drunk, you have become intoxicated from the bubbling spring which I have measured out." And he took him and withdrew and told him 3 things. When Thomas returned to his companions, they asked him, "What did Jesus say to you?" Thomas said to them, "If I tell you one of the things which he told me, you will pick up stones and throw them at me. A fire will come out of the stones and burn you up." 14. Jesus said to them, "If you fast, you will give rise to sin for yourselves. And if you pray, you will be condemned. And if you give alms, you will do harm to your spirits. When you go into any land and walk about in the districts, if they receive you, eat what they will set before you, and heal the sick among them. For what goes into your mouth will not defile you, but that which issues from your mouth, it is that which will defile you." 15. Jesus said, "When you see one who was not born of woman, prostrate yourselves on your faces and worship him. That one is your Father." 16. Jesus said, "Men think, perhaps, that it is peace which I have come to cast upon the world. They do not know that it is dissension which I have come to cast upon the earth, fire, sword, and war. For there will be 5 in a house, 3 will be against 2, and 2 against 3, the father against the son, and the son against the father, and they will stand solitary." 17. Jesus said, "I shall give you what no eye has seen, and what no ear has heard, and what no hand has touched, and what has never occurred to the human mind." 18. The disciples said to Jesus, "Tell us how our end will be." Jesus said, "Have you discovered, then, the beginning, that you look for the end? For where the beginning is, there will the end be. Blessed is he who will take his place in the beginning. He will know the end and will not experience death." 19. Jesus said, "Blessed is he who came into being before he came into being. If you become my disciples and listen to my words, these stones will minister to you. For there are 5 trees for you in paradise which remain undisturbed summer and winter, and whose leaves do not fall. Whoever becomes acquainted with them will not experience death." 20. The disciples said to Jesus, "Tell us what the kingdom of heaven is like." He said to them, "It is like a mustard seed, the smallest of all seeds. But when it falls on tilled soil, it produces a great plant and becomes a shelter for birds of the sky." 21. Mary said to Jesus, "Whom are your disciples like?" He said, "They are like children who have settled in a field which is not theirs. When the owners of the field come, they will say, 'Let us have back our field.' They will undress in their presence in order to let them have back their field and to give it back to them. Therefore I say to you, if the owner of a house knows that the thief is coming, he will be in his vigil before he comes and will not let him dig through into his house of his domain to carry away his goods. You, then, be on your guard against the world. Arm yourselves with great strength lest the robbers find a way to come to you, for the difficulty which you expect will surely materialize. Let there be among you a man of understanding. When the grain ripened, he came quickly with his sickle in his hand and reaped it. Whoever has ears to hear, let him hear. 22. Jesus saw infants being suckled. He said to his disciples, These infants being suckled are like those who enter the kingdom. They said to him, Shall we then, as children, enter the kingdom? Jesus said to them, When you make the two one, and when you make the inside like the outside and the outside like the inside, and the above like the below, and when you make the male and the female one and the same, so that the male not be male nor the female female. And when you fashion eyes in place of an eye, and a hand in place of a hand, and a foot in place of a foot, and a likeness in place of a likeness, then will you enter the kingdom. 23. Jesus said, I shall choose you, 1 out of 1,000, and 2 out of 10,000, and they shall stand as a single one. 24. His disciples said to him, Show us the place where you are, since it is necessary for us to seek it. He said to them, Whoever has ears, let him hear. There is light within a man of light, and it lights up the whole world. If it does not shine, it is darkness. 25. Jesus said, Love your brother like your soul, guard him like the pupil of your eye. 26. Jesus said, You see the mote in your brother's eye, but you do not see the beam in your own eye. When you cast the beam out of your own eye, then you will see clearly to cast the mote from your brother's eye. 27. Jesus said, If you do not fast as regards the world, you will not find the kingdom. If you do not observe the Sabbath as a Sabbath, you will not see the Father. 28. Jesus said, I took my place in the midst of the world, and I appeared to them in flesh. I found all of them intoxicated. I found none of them thirsty. And my soul became afflicted for the sons of men, because they are blind in their hearts and do not have sight. For empty they came into the world, and empty too they seek to leave the world. But for the moment they are intoxicated. When they shake off their wine, then they will repent. 29. Jesus said, If the flesh came into being because of spirit, it is a wonder. But if spirit came into being because of the body, it is a wonder of wonders. Indeed, I am amazed at how this great wealth has made its home in this poverty. 30. Jesus said, Where there are 3 gods, they are gods. Where there are 2 or 1, I am with him. 31. Jesus said, No prophet is accepted in his own village. No physician heals those who know him. 32. Jesus said, A city being built on a high mountain and fortified cannot fall, nor can it be hidden. 33. Jesus said, Preach from your housetops that which you will hear in your ear and in the other ear. For no one lights a lamp and puts it under a bushel, nor does he put it in a hidden place, but rather he sets it on a lampstand so that everyone who enters and leaves will see its light. 34. Jesus said, If a blind man leads a blind man, they will both fall into a pit. 35. Jesus said, It is not possible for anyone to enter the house of a strong man and take it by force unless he binds his hands. Then he will be able to ransack his house. 36. Jesus said, Do not be concerned from morning until evening and from evening until morning about what you will wear. 37. His disciples said, When will you become revealed to us and when shall we see you? Jesus said, When you disrobe without being ashamed and take up your garments and place them under your feet like little children and tread on them, then will you see the Son of the Living One, and you will not be afraid. 38. Jesus said, Many times have you desired to hear these words which I am saying to you, and you have no one else to hear them from. There will be days when you will look for me and will not find me. 39. Jesus said, The Pharisees and the scribes have taken the keys of knowledge and hidden them. They themselves have not entered, nor have they allowed to enter those who wish to. You, however, be as wise as serpents and as innocent as doves. 40. Jesus said, A grapevine has been planted outside of the Father, but being unsound, it will be pulled up by its roots and destroyed. 41. Jesus said, Whoever has something in his hand will receive more, and whoever has nothing will be deprived of even the little he has. 42. Jesus said, Become passers-by. 43. His disciples said to him, Who are you, that you should say these things to us? Jesus said to them, You do not realize who I am from what I say to you, but you have become like the Jews, for they either love the tree and hate its fruit or love the fruit and hate the tree. 44. Jesus said, "Whoever blasphemes against the Father will be forgiven, and whoever blasphemes against the Son will be forgiven, but whoever blasphemes against the Holy Spirit will not be forgiven either on earth or in heaven." 45. Jesus said, "Grapes are not harvested from thorns, nor are figs gathered from thistles, for they do not produce fruit. A good man brings forth good from his storehouse. An evil man brings forth evil things from his evil storehouse, which is in his heart, and says evil things. For out of the abundance of the heart he brings forth evil things." 46. Jesus said, "Among those born of women, from Adam until John the Baptist, there is no one so superior to John the Baptist that his eyes should not be lowered before him. Yet I have said, whichever one of you comes to be a child will be acquainted with the kingdom and will become superior to John." 47. Jesus said, "It is impossible for a man to mount 2 horses or to stretch 2 bows, and it is impossible for a servant to serve 2 masters. Otherwise, he will honor the one and treat the other contemptuously. No man drinks old wine and immediately desires to drink new wine, and new wine is not put into old wineskins, lest they burst. Nor is old wine put into a new wineskin, lest it spoil it. An old patch is not sewn onto a new garment, because a tear would result." 48. Jesus said, "If 2 make peace with each other in this one house, they will say to the mountain, 'Move away,' and it will move away." 49. Jesus said, "Blessed are the solitary and elect, for you will find the kingdom. For you are from it, and to it you will return." 50. Jesus said, "If they say to you, 'Where did you come from?' say to them, 'We came from the light,' the place where the light came into being on its own accord and established itself and became manifest through their image. If they say to you, 'Is it you?' say, 'We are its children, and we are the elect of the living Father.' If they ask you, 'What is the sign of your Father in you?' say to them, 'It is movement and repose.'" 51. His disciples said to him, "When will the repose of the dead come about, and when will the new world come?" He said to them, "What you look forward to has already come, but you do not recognize it." 52. His disciples said to him, 24 prophets spoke in Israel, and all of them spoke in you." He said to them, "You have omitted the one living in your presence and have spoken only of the dead." 53. His disciples said to him, "Is circumcision beneficial or not?" He said to them, "If it were beneficial, their father would beget them already circumcised from their mother. Rather the true circumcision in spirit has become completely profitable." 54. Jesus said, "Blessed are the poor, for yours is the kingdom of heaven." 55. Jesus said, "Whoever does not hate his father and his mother cannot become a disciple to me, and whoever does not hate his brothers and sisters and take up his cross in my way will not be worthy of me." 56. Jesus said, "Whoever has come to understand the world has found only a corpse, and whoever has found a corpse is superior to the world." 57. Jesus said, "The kingdom of the Father is like a man who had good seed. His enemy came by night and sowed weeds among the good seed. The man did not allow them to pull up the weeds. He said to them, 'I am afraid that you will go intending to pull up the weeds and pull up the wheat along with them. For on the day of the harvest the weeds will be plainly visible, and they will be pulled up and burned." 58. Jesus said, "Blessed is the man who has suffered and found life." 59. Jesus said, "Take heed of the living one while you are alive, lest you die and seek to see him and be unable to do so." 60. They saw a Samaritan carrying a lamb on his way to Judea. He said to his disciples, "Why does that man carry the lamb around?" They said to him, "So that he may kill it and eat it." He said to them, "While it is alive, he will not eat it, but only when he has killed it and it has become a corpse." They said to him, "He cannot do so otherwise." He said to them, "You too, look for a place for yourselves within repose, lest you become a corpse and be eaten." 61. Jesus said, "Two will rest on a bed, the one will die, and other will live." Salome said, "Who are you, man, that you, as though from the one, or, as whose son, that you have come up on my couch and eaten from my table?" Jesus said to her, "I am he who exists from the undivided. I was given some of the things of my Father." Salome said, "I am your disciple." Jesus said to her, "Therefore I say, if he is undivided, he will be filled with light, but if he is divided, he will be filled with darkness." 62. Jesus said, "It is to those who are worthy of my mysteries that I tell my mysteries. Do not let your left hand know what your right hand is doing." 63. Jesus said, "There was a rich man who had much money. He said, I shall put my money to use so that I may sow, reap, plant, and fill my storehouse with produce, with the result that I shall lack nothing." Such were his intentions, but that same night he died. Let him who has ears hear. 64. Jesus said, a man had received visitors, and when he had prepared the dinner, he sent his servant to invite the guests. He went to the first one and said to him, "My master invites you." He said, "I have claims against some merchants. They are coming to me this evening. I must go and give them my orders. I ask to be excused from the dinner." He went to another and said to him, "My master has invited you." He said to him, "I have just bought a house and am required for the day. I shall not have any spare time." He went to another and said to him, "My master invites you." He said to him, "My friend is going to get married, and I am to prepare the banquet. I shall not be able to come. I ask to be excused from the dinner." He went to another and said to him, "My master invites you." He said to him, "I have just bought a farm, and I am on my way to collect the rent. I shall not be able to come. I ask to be excused." The servant returned and said to his master, "Those whom you invited to the dinner have asked to be excused." The master said to his servant, "Go outside to the streets and bring back those whom you happen to meet, so that they may dine. Businessmen and merchants will not enter the places of my Father." 65. He said, "There was a good man who owned a vineyard. He leased it to tenant farmers so that they might work it and he might collect the produce from them. He sent his servant so that the tenants might give him the produce of the vineyard. They seized his servant and beat him, all but killing him. The servant went back and told his master. The master said, 'Perhaps they did not recognize him.' He sent another servant. The tenants beat this one as well. Then the owner sent his son and said, 'Perhaps they will show respect to my son.' Because the tenants knew that it was he who was the heir to the vineyard, they seized him and killed him. Let him who has ears hear. 66. Jesus said, "Show me the stone which the builders have rejected. That one is the cornerstone." 67. Jesus said, "Whoever knows all, but lacks himself, lacks everything." 67b. Jesus said, "Whoever believes that the all itself is deficient is himself completely deficient." A and B are alternative translation. 68. Jesus said, "Blessed are you when you are hated and persecuted. Wherever you have been persecuted they will find no place." 69. Jesus said, "Blessed are they who have been persecuted within themselves. It is they who have truly come to know the Father. Blessed are the hungry, for the belly of him who desires will be filled." 70. Jesus said, "That which you have will save you if you bring it forth from yourselves. That which you do not have within you will kill you if you do not have it within you." 71. Jesus said, "I shall destroy this house, and no one will be able to rebuild it." 72. A man said to him, "Tell my brothers to divide my father's possessions with me." He said to him, "O man, who has made me a divider?" He turned to his disciples and said to them, "I am not a divider, am I?" 73. Jesus said, "The harvest is great but the laborers are few. Beseech the Lord, therefore, to send out laborers to the harvest." 74. He said, "O Lord, there are many around the drinking trough, but there is nothing in the cistern." 75. Jesus said, "Many are standing at the door, but it is the solitary who will enter the bridal chamber." 76. Jesus said, "The kingdom of the Father is like a merchant who had a consignment of merchandise and who discovered a pearl. That merchant was shrewd. He sold the merchandise and bought the pearl alone for himself." You too, seek his unfailing and enduring treasure where no moth comes near to devour and no worm destroys. 77. Jesus said, "It is I who am the light which is above them all. It is I who am the all. From me did the all come forth, and unto me did the all extend. Split a piece of wood, and I am there. Lift up the stone, and you will find me there." 78. Jesus said, "Why have you come out into the desert? To see a reed shaken by the wind, and to see a man clothed in fine garments like your kings and your great men? Upon them are the fine garments, and they are unable to discern the truth." 79. A woman from the crowd said to him, "Blessed are the womb which bore you and the breasts which nourished you." He said to her, "Blessed are those who have heard the word of the Father and have truly kept it. For there will be days when you will say, Blessed are the womb which has not conceived and the breasts which have not given milk." 80. Jesus said, "He who has recognized the world has found the body, but he who has found the body is superior to the world." 81. Jesus said, "Let him who has grown rich be king, and let him who possesses power renounce it." 82. Jesus said, "He who is near me is near the fire, and he who is far from me is far from the kingdom. 83. Jesus said, the images are manifest to man, but the light in them remains concealed in the image of the light of the Father. He will become manifest, but his image will remain concealed by his light. 84. Jesus said, when you see your likeness, you rejoice. But when you see your images which came into being before you, and which neither die nor become manifest, how much you will have to bear. 85. Jesus said, Adam came into being from a great power and a great wealth, but he did not become worthy of you. For had he been worthy, he would not have experienced death. 86. Jesus said, the foxes have their holes and the birds have their nests, but the Son of Man has no place to lay his head and rest. 87. Jesus said, wretched is the body that is dependent upon a body, and wretched is the soul that is dependent on these two. 88. Jesus said, the angels and the prophets will come to you and give you those things you already have. And you too, give them those things which you have, and say to yourselves, when will they come and take what is theirs? 89. Jesus said, why do you wash outside of the cup? Do you not realize that he who made the inside is the same one who made the outside? 90. Jesus said, come unto me, for my yoke is easy and my lordship is mild, and you will find repose for yourselves. 91. They said to him, tell us who you are so that we may believe in you. He said to them, you read the face of the sky and of the earth, but you have not recognized the one who or that which is before you, and you do not know how to read this moment. 92. Jesus said, seek and you will find. Yet, what you asked me about in former times in which I did not tell you then, now I do desire to tell, but you do not inquire after it. 93. Jesus said, do not give what is holy to dogs, lest they throw them on the dung heap. Do not throw the pearls to swine, lest they grind it to bits. 94. Jesus said, he who seeks will find, and he who knocks will be let in. 95. Jesus said, if you have money, do not lend it at interest, but give it to one from whom you will not get it back. 96. Jesus said, the kingdom of the Father is like a certain woman. She took a little leaven, concealed it in some dough, and made it into large loaves. Let him who has ears hear. 97. Jesus said, the kingdom of the Father is like a certain woman who was carrying a jar full of meal. While she was walking on a road, still some distance from home, the handle of the jar broke and the meal emptied out behind her on the road. She did not realize it. She had noticed no accident. When she reached her house, she set the jar down and found it empty. 98. Jesus said, the kingdom of the Father is like a certain man who wanted to kill a powerful man. In his own house he drew his sword and stuck it into the wall in order to find out whether his hand could carry through. Then he slew the powerful man. 99. The disciples said to him, your brothers and your mother are standing outside. He said to them, those here who do the will of my Father are my brothers and my mother. It is they who will enter the kingdom of my Father. 100. They showed Jesus a gold coin and said to him, Caesar's men demand taxes from us. He said to them, give Caesar what belongs to Caesar, give God what belongs to God, and give me what is mine. 101. Jesus said, whoever does not hate his father and his mother as I do cannot become a disciple to me. And whoever does not love his father and his mother as I do cannot become a disciple to me. For my mother gave me falsehood, but my true mother gave me life. 102. Jesus said, woe to the Pharisees, for they are like a dog sleeping in the manger of oxen, for neither does he eat nor does he let the oxen eat. 103. Jesus said, fortunate is the man who knows where the brigands will enter, so that he may get up, muster his domain, and arm himself before they invade. 104. They said to Jesus, come, let us pray today and let us fast. Jesus said, what is the sin that I have committed, or wherein have I been defeated? But when the bridegroom leaves the bridal chamber, then let them fast and pray. 105. Jesus said, he who knows the father and the mother will be called the son of a harlot. 106. Jesus said, when you make the two one, you will become the sons of man, and when you say, mountain, move away, it will move away. 107. Jesus said, the kingdom is like a shepherd who had 100 sheep. One of them, the largest, went astray. He left the 99 and looked for that one until he found it. When he had gone to such trouble, he said to the sheep, I care for you more than the 99. 108. Jesus said, he who will drink from my mouth will become like me. I myself shall become he, and the things that are hidden will be revealed to him. 109. Jesus said, The kingdom is like a man who had a hidden treasure in his field without knowing it, and after he died, he left it to his son. The son did not know about the treasure. He inherited the field and sold it, and the one who bought it went plowing and found the treasure. He began to lend money at interest to whomever he wished. 110. Jesus said, "Whoever finds the world and becomes rich, let him renounce the world." 111. Jesus said, "The heavens and the earth will be rolled up in your presence, and the one who lives from the living one will not see death." Does not Jesus say, "Whoever finds himself is superior to the world"? 112. Jesus said, "Woe to the flesh that depends on the soul. Woe to the soul that depends on the flesh." 113. His disciples said to him, "When will the kingdom come?" Jesus said, "It will not come by waiting for it. It will not be a matter of saying, 'Here it is,' or 'There it is.' Rather, the kingdom of the Father is spread out upon the earth, and men do not see it." 114. Simon Peter said to them, "Let Mary leave us, for women are not worthy of life." Jesus said, "I myself shall lead her in order to make her male, so that she too may become a living spirit resembling you males. For every woman who will make herself male will enter the kingdom of heaven." Introduction to the Dialogue of the Savior. This text has also been taken from the book, the Nag Hammadi Library in English, and is used with the kind permission of E.J. Brill Publishers, Leiden, Holland. It is a Gnostic text, containing much Gnostic speculation. However, such texts are very important, since they contain many of the true sayings of Jesus, which would otherwise have been completely lost. The text is very abstruse and full of holes. I have therefore included only sufficiently complete passages, that is, as selected extracts. The sections in brackets indicate damaged passages in the original text or those which are partially illegible. The numbers before the passages refer to the page numbers in the manuscript. Pages 120-144. The Dialogue of the Savior. 120. The Savior said to his disciples, "Already the time has come, brothers, that we should leave behind our labor and stand in the rest. For he who stands in the rest will rest forever. And I say to you, dwell in heaven always." But when I came, I opened the way. I taught them the passage through which will pass the elect and the solitary ones. 121. Who have learned of the Father, since they have believed the truth. 122. I will teach you, when the time of the dissolution will come, the first power of the darkness will come upon you. Do not be afraid and say, "Behold, the time has come." Truly, fear is the power of darkness. 125. For truth seeks after the wise and the righteous one. As long as your mind is darkness, your light which you wait for will not be. 126. His disciples said, "Lord, who is the one who seeks and who is the one who reveals?" The Lord said, "The one who seeks is also the one who reveals." Matthew said, "Lord, who is the one who speaks and who is the one who hears?" The Lord said, "The one who speaks is also the one who hears, and the one who sees is also the one who reveals." Miriam said, "O Lord, behold, when I am bearing the body, for what reason do I weep, and for what reason do I laugh?" The Lord said, "If you weep because of its deeds you will abide, and the mind laughs." 127. If one does not the darkness, he will not be able to see the light. Therefore I tell you, of the light is the darkness. And if one does not stand in the darkness he will not be able to see the light. Then will all the powers, those that are above and those that are below, in that place where there will be the weeping and the gnashing of teeth at the end of all these things. 128. Said, "Lord, tell us where the soul stands, and where the true mind is." The Lord said to him, "As for the fire of the Spirit, it was in there. Therefore the true mind came to be within them. If a man establishes his soul in the height, then he will be exalted." 129. But I say to you, he who is able, let him deny himself, and repent. And he who knows, let him seek and find and rejoice. 131. Miriam asked, "Brothers, the things about which you asked the Son of, where will you keep them?" The Lord said to her, "Sister, can seek out these things, since he has a place." 132. To keep them in his heart, him to go from and enter into the place of the life, in order that he might not be confined in this impoverished world. Matthew said, "Lord, I wish to see that place of life, that place in which there is no evil, but rather it is the pure light." The Lord said, "Brother Matthew, you cannot see it, as long you wear the flesh." Matthew said, "O Lord, Even if I cannot see it, let me know it. The Lord said, every one of you who has known himself has seen it. Everything that is fitting for him to do, he does it, and he has been doing it in his goodness. 133. He said to them, he who sustains the earth is he who sustains the heaven. When a word comes forth from the greatness, it will go to him who sustains the heaven and the earth. As for those who speak out of joy and truth, you are in their heart. And if he comes from the body of the Father through men, and they do not receive him, he turns again to his place. He who knows not the works of perfection knows nothing. If one does not stand in the darkness, he will not be able to see the light. 134. If one does not understand how the fire came to be, he will burn in it, because he does not know his root. If one does not first understand the water, he does not know anything. For what is the use for him to receive baptism in it? If one does not understand how the wind that blows came to be, he will run with it. If one does not understand how the body that he wears came to be, he will perish with it. And he who does not know the Son, how will he know the Father? And he who will not know the root of all things, all things are hidden from him. He who will not know the root of wickedness is not a stranger to it. He who will not understand how he came will not understand how he will go, and is not a stranger to this world which will perish and which will be humbled. 137. But when you see him who is forever, that is the great vision. Then all said to him, show it to us. He said to them, how do you wish to see it? In a vision which will cease, or in an eternal vision? Again he said, strive to save the one who is able to follow you. Seek him and speak with him, in order that everyone whom you seek may agree with you. For I say to you, truly the living God dwells in you. 138. And you dwell in him. 139. Matthew said, tell me, Lord, how the dead die, and how the living live. 140. The Lord said, you have asked me for a word about that which I has not seen, nor have I heard about it, except from you. But I say to you, that when that which moves man is withdrawn he will be called dead, and when the living one sets free the dead one, he will be called living. 141. Matthew said, why do we not put ourselves to rest at once? The Lord said, you will when you lay down these burdens. Matthew said, in what way does the little one cleave to the great one? The Lord said, when you leave behind you the things that will not be able to follow you, then you will put yourselves to rest. Miriam said, I want to know how all things exist. The Lord said, whoever seeks life knows this, for this is their wealth. For the enjoyment of this world is a lie, and its gold and its silver is error. His disciples said to him, what shall we do in order that our work may be perfect? The Lord said to them, be prepared before the all. Blessed is the man who has found. 142. The interpretation about this thought? The struggle with his eyes. He did not kill nor was he killed, but he came forth victorious. Judas said, tell me, Lord, what is the beginning of the way? He said, love and goodness. For if there had been one of these dwelling with the archons, wickedness would never have come to be. Matthew said, O Lord, you have spoken without pain of the end of the all. The Lord said, everything which I have said to you you have understood and received in faith. If you have known them, they are yours. If not, they are not yours. They said to him, what is the place to which we shall go? The Lord said, the place which you can reach. Stand there. Miriam said, is everything that is established seen in this way? 143. The Lord said, if you understood everything which I said to you, then you will know everything. Miriam said, there is one word that I will say to the Lord concerning the mystery of the truth, this in which we have stood. Moreover, it is to the worldly that we appear. Judas said to Matthew, we wish to know with what kind of garments we will be clothed, when we come forth from the corruption of the flesh. The Lord said, the archons and the governors have garments that are given to them for a time, which do not abide. As for you, however, since you are sons of the truth, it is not with these temporary garments that you will clothe yourselves. Rather, I say to you that you will be blessed when you strip yourselves, for it is still a great thing. 144. Outside, the Lord said, when the Father established the world for himself, he left behind many things from the mother of the all. Because of this he speaks and acts. Other unknown sayings of Jesus. The words are not arranged in any particular order, merely written down as I came to them. Judas said, who then are they who lead us, and when will the kingdom which is in heaven come? Jesus said, I wonder, do the birds in the heavens know of that which is under the earth, and the fish in the sea of that which is in the heavens? Such are they who lead ye. And yet the kingdom is within ye. Every man who knows his inner self will find it, and when it is found, shall ye know yourselves, that ye are sons of the Father, who is perfect, and shall know yourselves, that ye are in God and God in ye, and ye are a God's city. 714 Lift up the stone and there willst thou find me. Cleave the firewood and I am there. 715 He that comes close to me, comes close to the fire. He that is distant from me, is distant from the kingdom. 716 Why do ye marvel at signs? I give ye a great legacy, so great that it is greater than the world that possesses it. 717 Ask for the great things, then shall ye receive the least withal. 718 Be ye approved money changers, rejecting counterfeit coins and retaining only the genuine. 719 There is a turmoil that leads to death, and there is a turmoil that leads to life. 720 Good things must needs come, and blessed is he by whom they come. In like manner evil things must needs come, but woe to him through whom they come. 721 Many will come in my name, clothed without in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ravening wolves. By their fruits shall ye know them. 722 Then must they that see me, and that want to seize my kingdom, endure and suffer adversity, that they may seize it. 723 So must they, that want to see me and own my kingdom, attain these by pain and suffering. 724 Let thine alms be made wet by the sweat of thine hand, until thou knowest to whom it is that thou givest. 725 By that which I find you doing, will you be judged. 726 They draw the threads, yet weave not. They are so busy with nothing. 727 Blessed are they that saw and believed. But threefold blessed are they that have never seen and yet do believe. 728 Do not distress the Holy Spirit that is within ye, and do not put out the light so that it cannot shine. 729 My secret belongs to me and the children of my house. 730 When the master was asked when his kingdom would come, he answered, When the two become one, and the outward as the inward, and the male, as well as the female, is neither male nor female. 731 Jesus peace be with him said, The world is merely a bridge that ye must cross, but beware of building a house upon it. 732 Every man who is greedy for riches is like he who drinks the water of the sea. The more he drinks, the more he thirsts, and he does not cease to drink until he dies. 733 Woe betide the one who seeks the worlds within the world. 734 About scribes the key of knowledge have ye hidden, yourselves ye entered not in, and to them that were coming in, ye opened not. 735 Examine yourself that you may understand who you are. I am the knowledge of the truth. So while you accompany me, although you are uncomprehending, you have in fact already come to know, and you will be called the one who knows himself. For he who has not known himself has known nothing, but he who has known himself has at the same time already achieved knowledge about the depth of the all. 736 He that marvels will become king, and he that became king will find rest. 737 He who seeketh shall not cease before he hath found. But when he hath found, he will be seized by wonder. When he hath wondered, he will become king. But when he hath become king he will find rest. 738 The wise man will receive nourishment from the truth and will become like a tree that grows by the winding stream. 739 Blessed is the wise man who sought after the truth, and when he found it, he rested upon it forever and was unafraid of those who wanted to disturb him. 740 When a blind man and one who sees are both together in darkness, they are no different from one another. When the light comes, then he who sees will see the light, and he who is blind will remain in darkness. 741 I am come to make the lower as the higher, the outer as the inner. 742 Blessed is he who is before he came into being, for he who is, has been and shall be. 743 Mary asked Jesus if there was anyone who would attain sinlessness. Jesus answered, One will be found among thousands, two among tens of thousands. 744 Jesus taught the disciples a dance and a song, part of which went as follows, The whole on high hath part in our dancing. Whoso danceth not, knoweth not what cometh to pass. I would flee, and I would stay. I would adorn, and I would be adorned. I would be united, and I would unite. A house I have not, and I have houses. A temple I have not, and I have temples. A lamp am I to thee that beholdest me, a mirror am I to thee that perceivest me, a door am I to thee that knockest at me, a way am I to thee a wayfarer. If thou dost follow my dance, then see thyself in me that speaks. 745 Thou that dancest, perceive what I do, for thine is this passion of the manhood, which I am about to suffer. For thou couldest not at all have understood what thou sufferest if I had not been sent unto thee, as the word of the Father. Thou hast me as a bed, rest upon me. Who am I? Thou shalt know when I depart. What now I am seen to be, that I am not. Thou shalt see when thou comest. If thou hadst known how to suffer, thou wouldst have been able not to suffer. Learn thou to suffer, and thou shalt be able not to suffer. What thou knowest not, I myself will teach thee. 746 You neither realize your perdition, nor do you reflect on your circumstances, nor have you understood that you dwell in darkness and death. 747 I will give you that which no ear hath heard, no eye hath seen, and that which hath never surfaced in any man's heart. 748 My name is constantly dishonored throughout all nations. Woe to the one who brings dishonor on my name. Whereby is it dishonored? In that ye do not do my will. 749 Love covers a multitude of sins. 750 I am come to gather all nations, tribes and tongues. 751 Even though ye are at my bosom, and do not do the will of my Father, who is in heaven, will I cast you from my bosom. 752 Whatsoever one of you have done in ignorance, without knowing God clearly, will all his sins be forgiven. 753 He that is weak shall be saved by he that is strong. 754 When willst thou reveal thyself, and when shall we see thee? He said, When ye have removed your clothes without shame. 755 The body is the temple of the Spirit, and the Spirit is God's temple. Do not kill, nor eat the flesh of your innocent prey. Always eat therefore, the fruit of the trees, the corn and grasses of the field, milk from the animals and honey from the bees. 756 Remember all that I have said to you. If they have crucified me, then they will also crucify you. But rejoice, for I have conquered the world. 757 If ye do not make that which is below in you to be above, and those things that are on your left side to be on the right, then ye shall not enter my kingdom. 758 If ye do not make the left side to the right and right the left, and those things that are above, as those that are below, and those things that are ahead, as those that are behind, then ye shall not know the kingdom of God. 759 Yet again will I be crucified. 760 Jesus talked about the fruit of the living vine. Days will come when the vines shall each grow forth with 10,000 branches, and on one branch 10,000 shoots, and from each shoot 10,000 bunches, and in each bunch 10,000 grapes, and when each grape is pressed, it shall yield 25 measures of grape juice. And when whosoever of the holy men seizes one of the bunches, then will another cry, I am a better bunch, take me. Judas asked, How shall this fertile growth come about? Jesus said, They shall find out, that come to it. 761 I select you 12, and regard you as disciples worthy of me, and send you out into the world to spread the gospel to the people all over the world, that they shall know that there is one God. To declare, by your constant belief in me, that they who have hearkened and believed, shall be saved, and that they who have not believed, must hearken and bear witness, so that they will have no defense in saying, We were never told. 762 They that are with me, have not understood me. 763 I select those that are worthy. The time in which your sufferings, which are in the human race that was sold to Adam, shall be redeemed. 764 They that are married, shall not be put asunder. And they that are not married, shall not be married. 766 Let the gray-haired old men be taught by little children. They that are 60, shall learn from those that are 6. 767 Where love is least, shall all deeds fall short of perfection. 768 He that only sees himself from the outside, and does not see his inner self, he will himself be poor and make others poor. 769 Peter relates what he has heard of the inferno, and even though the soul be sinful, then it is on his nature to save it, when it has been fittingly punished for the deeds it has committed. But if anyone denies him or is in some way guilty of impiety towards him and thereafter repents, then he will be truly punished for the sins against him, but he will be saved because he converted and lived. Peter continues, but they that do not repent will be destroyed by the punishment of the fire. 770. See the ancient Gospel 47. I am the door of life. He that passeth through me, passeth into life. 771. That is your task, O man, to test my words, just as silver and money is tested by money changers. 772. Preserve the mysteries for me and the children of my house. 773. He that is far from you today, will tomorrow be near to you. 774. But he that gathers once more the single pieces and assembles them, he will, with full comprehension, unfailingly behold the perfect doctrine, the truth. 775. Power and wisdom are the words of God. 776. Clement of Alexandria writes, when Salome inquired when the things concerning which she asked should be known, the Lord said, when ye have trampled on the garment of shame, and when the two become one and the male with the female is neither male nor female. 777. Blessed are they, that for the sake of righteousness are pursued, for they shall be called the sons of God. Blessed are they, that for the sake of righteousness are pursued, for they will become perfected. And blessed are they, that are pursued for the sake of my will, for they shall receive a city, in which they shall never pursued. And blessed are ye, when people hate you, when they exclude you from their fellowship, and when they reject your names as evil, for the sake of the will of the Son of Man. 778. Pray, and I will answer. Believe, and I shall give. 779. Be ye righteous, ye that thirst, come to the water. And all of ye, that have no money, come and buy and drink without money. 780. Ye commit the mistakes of not knowing the true things in the Scriptures. For that reason are ye also ignorant of God's power. 781. Be ye approved money changers. Why do ye not perceive that which is reasonable in the Scriptures? 782. Many prophets and kings wish to see what ye see, and to hear what ye hear. And verily I say to you, they neither saw nor heard. 783. He that created man first, created him as man and woman. 784. Know yourself. If you have seen your brother, then you have seen your God. 785. The Gospel according to the Hebrews. Its fragments translated and annotated with a critical analysis of the external and internal evidence relating to it by Edward Byron Nicholson, M.A. late scholar of Trinity College, Oxford Principal Librarian and Superintendent of the London Institution London C. Kegan Paul and Company, 1 Paternoster Square 1879. For practical purposes I have divided the fragments into numbered chapters. Chapter 1. 1. There was a certain man by name Jesus, and he, of about 30 years, who chose us out. 2. And when he had come to Capharnaum he entered into the house of Simon who was surnamed Peter, and opened his mouth, and said, 3. Passing by the lake of Tiberias I chose out John and James, sons of Zebedee, and Simon, and Andrew, and Thaddeus, and Simon the Zealot, and Judas the Iscariot. 4. And thee Matthew sitting at the receipt of custom I called, and thou didst follow me. 5. I will, therefore, that ye be 12 apostles for a testimony to Israel. Chapter 2. Bethlehem of Judah. Out of Egypt have I called my son, that he shall be called Nazarene. Chapter 3. 1. And in those days, John began baptizing a baptism of repentance in the Jordan River. 2. And there came out unto him Pharisees and were baptized, and all Jerusalem. 3. And John had raiment of camel's hair and a leathern girdle about his loins, and his food was locusts and wild honey, whereof the taste was of the manna, like a cake made with oil honey. Chapter 4. 1. And behold, the mother of the Lord and his brethren said to him, John the Baptist baptizeth for remission of sins, let us go and be baptized by him. 2. But he said to them, Wherein have I sinned that I should go and be baptized by him? Except perchance this very thing that I have said is ignorance. Chapter 5. 1. And when the people had been baptized Jesus also came and was baptized by John. 2. And as he went up the heavens were opened, and he saw the Holy Spirit in shape of a dove descending and entering into him. 3. And a voice out of the heaven, saying, Thou art my beloved Son, In thee I am well pleased, and again, I have this day begotten thee. 4. And straightway a great light shone around the place. And when John saw it, he saith unto him, Who art thou, Lord? 5. And again a voice out of heaven unto him, This is my beloved Son, in whom I am well pleased. 6. Then John fell down before him and said, I pray thee, Lord, baptize thou me. 7. But he prevented him, saying, Let be. For thus it is becoming that all things should be fulfilled. Chapter 6. 1. And it came to pass, when the Lord had come up from the water, the entire fountain of the Holy Spirit descended and rested upon him, and said to him too, My son, in all the prophets did I await thee, that thou mightest come and I might rest in thee. 3. For thou art my rest. Thou art my firstborn son that reignest forever. Chapter 7. In 2. Jerusalem. And be ye never joyful save when ye have looked upon your brother in charity. Our bread of the morrow give us today. Enough for the disciple to be as the Master. I will choose me the good, those good whom my Father in the heavens hath given me. I was a mason, seeking sustenance by my hands. I beseech thee, Jesus, that thou restore me health, that I may not shamefully beg for food. Chapter 8. 1. Behold, thy mother and thy brethren stand without. 2. Who is my mother and brethren? 3. And he stretched out his hand over the disciples, and said, These are my brethren and my mother, that do the wishes of my Father. Chapter 9. I was not sent but unto the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Son of John. Chapter 10. 1. He saith, If thy brother hath sinned in word and hath made thee amends, 7 times in a day receive him. 2. Simon his disciple said unto him, 7 times in a day. 3. The Lord answered and said unto him, I tell thee also, unto 70 times 7, for in the prophets likewise, after that they were anointed by the Holy Spirit, utterance of sin was found. Chapter 11. 1. The other of the rich men said to him, Master, what good thing shall I do and live? 2. He said unto him, Man, perform the law and the prophets. 3. He answered him, I have performed them. 4. He said unto him, Go, sell all that thou hast and divide it to the poor, and come, follow me. 5. But the rich man began to scratch his head, and it pleased him not. And the Lord said unto him, How sayest thou, I have performed the law and the prophets? Seeing that it is written in the law, Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself, and behold, many of thy brethren, sons of Abraham, are clad with dung, dying for hunger, and thy house is full of much goods, and there goeth out therefrom naught at all unto them. 6. And he turned and said to Simon his disciple, sitting by him, Simon, son of John, it is easier for a camel to enter through the eye of a needle than a rich man into the kingdom of the heavens. Hosanna in the heights. Chapter 12. A story of a woman accused before Jesus of many sins, substantially, it would seem, and perhaps almost verbally, as follows. 1. And they went each to his own house, and Jesus went to the Mount of the Olives. 2. And at dawn he came again into the temple, and all the people came to him, and having sat down he taught them. 3. And the scribes and the Pharisees bring a woman taken up for adultery. 4. And having placed her in the midst, they said to him, Teacher, this woman hath been taken up in adultery, in the very act. 5. And in the law Moses commanded us to stone such. What therefore dost thou say? 6. And this they said, trying him, that they may have whereby to accuse him. 7. But Jesus, having bent down, kept writing down with his finger upon the ground. 8. But as they continued asking him, he unbent and said to them, Let the sinless one of you first cast against her the stone. And having bent down again, he kept writing upon the ground. 9. But they, having heard, went out one by one, beginning from the elder ones, and Jesus was left alone, and the woman in the midst. 10. And Jesus, having unbent, said to her, Mistress, where are they? Hath none condemned thee? 11. And she said, None, sir. And Jesus said, Neither will I condemn thee. Go, and from this time no longer sin. Chapter 13. Zacharias son of Joada. 1. Where wilt thou that we prepare for thee the Passover to eat? 2. Have I desired with desire to eat this flesh the Passover with you? Chapter 14. And he denied and swore and cursed the son of a master of them, who had been condemned on account of sedition and murder. The lintel of the temple, of immense size, was broken and fell down. Chapter 15. 1. And when the Lord had given his linen cloth to the servant of the priest, he went to James and appeared unto him. 2. For James had sworn that he would not eat bread from that hour wherein he had drunk the cup of the Lord until he saw him rising again from the dead. 3. Bring a table and bread. 4. And He took up the bread and blessed and broke and afterward gave to James the just and said to him, My brother, eat thy bread, for the Son of Man is risen from them that sleep. Chapter 16. And, when he came to those about Peter, he said to them, Take, feel me, and see that I'm not a bodiless devil. And straightway they touched him and believed. A very doubtful connection. Just now my mother the Holy Spirit took me by one of my hairs and bore me up unto the great mountain Tabor. He that hath marvelled shall reign, and he that hath reigned shall rest. Unless ye cease from sacrificing, the wrath shall not cease from you. Probable or possible fragments. I am not come to take away from the law of Moses, nor to add to the law of Moses am I come. It is blessed rather to give than to receive. There is not thank to you if ye love them that love you. But there is thank to you if ye love enemies and them that hate you. No servant can serve two masters. Serve both God and mammon. Ask great things and little things shall be added to you. And ask heavenly things and earthly things shall be added to you. Not every one that saith unto me, Lord, Lord shall be saved, but he that doeth righteousness. If ye have been gathered with me in my bosom and do not my commandments, I will cast you away and will say unto you, Depart from me. I know you not whence ye are, workers of iniquity. I came not or am not come to call just but sinners. 1. Ye shall be as lambkins in midst of wolves. 2. And Peter answered him and saith, If then the wolves rend the lambkins asunder? 3. Jesus said to Peter, Let not the lambkins after they are dead fear the wolves. And do ye not fear them that kill you and can do naught unto you? 4. But fear him who after ye are dead hath authority over soul and body to cast into Gehenna of fire. Him that confesseth me in face of men, I will confess him in face of my Father. Ye shall find rest. The same day having beholden a man working on the Sabbath, he said to him, Man, if thou knowest what thou dost, blessed art thou, but, if thou knowest not, thou art accursed and a transgressor of the law. Keep the mysteries for me and for the sons of my house. This people honoreth me with the lips, but its heart is far off from me. For what is the profit if one gain the entire world and lose his soul? The good must come, but blessed is he through whom it cometh. In like wise need is that the evil come, but woe to him through whom it cometh, to save that which was perishing. 1. But do ye seek from little to wax great, and not from greater to become less? 2. And, when ye are bidden to the house of a supper, not to lie upon the chief places, lest there come afterward a more honorable than thou, and the Lord of the supper having come up say to thee, Make room lower, and thou be ashamed in the eyes of the guests. 3. But, if thou lie upon the lesser place and there come afterward a lesser than thou, the Lord of the supper will say to thee, Draw in higher, and thou shalt have more glory in the eyes of the guests. Out of entire heart and out of entire mind. For in such as I find you, in such will I also judge you. Do ye become proved bankers? If ye have not kept the little, who shall give you the great? For I say unto you that he who is faithful in least is faithful also in much. Wagged their heads and said, Let him that raised up dead men deliver himself. He called himself Son of God. Let him come down and walk about, let God save him. Saying, Woe unto us! What hath been done today? Woe unto us for our sins, for the desolation of Jerusalem hath drawn nigh. Wherefore do ye not perceive the reasonableness of the Scriptures? I am he concerning whom Moses prophesied, saying, A prophet will the Lord our God raise unto you from your brethren, even as me. Him hear ye in all things, and whosoever heareth not that prophet shall die. He that is near me is near the fire, and he that is far from me is far from the kingdom. The evil one is the tempter. Give not a pretext to the evil one. Extracts from the Dhammapada. The sayings of Buddha. Translated from Dhammapada. Buddha's L. Reord by Sankt Ansgars Forlag, Visdomsburn, Copenhagen 1981. Translation into Danish by Chr. Littner. Those that do good rejoice both in this life and the next. They rejoice in both places. They rejoice seeing the good that they have done, and more joy awaits them in a happy rebirth. 18. Remember, this body is like a fragile clay pot. Make your mind a fortress and conquer Mara, death and evil with the sword of wisdom, and guard your conquest always. 8. Who shall conquer this earth and this realm of death and gods? Who shall seek out the words of the true doctrine as a garland maker would seek out a flower? The disciple shall seek out the words of the true doctrine as a garland maker would seek out a flower. IV 1-2. Like a lovely flower, full of color but lacking fragrance, are the words of those who do not practice what they preach. Like a lovely flower full of color and fragrance are the words of those who practice what they preach. Just as many kinds of garlands may be fashioned from a heap of flowers, so may a mortal creation bring much goodness to this world. The scent of flowers cannot travel against the wind, whether it be sandalwood, tagora, lotus or jasmine, but the fragrance of the good travels against the wind, and a good man pervades all places. IV 8-11 To those that are armed with morality, who live in perseverance and whom the correct knowledge has set free, shall death not find its way. IV 14 Long is the night to those who are awake. Long is the road to those who are weary. Long is the cycle of birth and death to those who know not the true doctrine. V. 1 The fool who perceives that he is a fool, is at least that much the wiser. But the fool who believes that he is wise is indeed foolish. Even though a fool may spend his whole life with a wise man, he can understand the doctrine no more than a spoon can know the taste of soup. Yet the gifted man who spends but a moment with a wise man, can understand the true doctrine, just as the tongue knows the taste of soup. V4-6 Should you meet a wise man who can reveal hidden treasures, who points out your faults and steers you from vice, then put your trust in such a man. Only good can befall the one who follows him. Let him admonish or instruct or restrain you from what is wrong. He will be loved by the good but disliked by the evil. VI 1-2 He sleeps with peace of mind who rejoices in the doctrine. The wise man is ever delighted by the doctrine preached by the noble ones. VI 4 Few of the sons of men reach the other side. The rest merely run along its shores. VI 10 His fever has left him. He has completed his voyage. He has gone beyond sorrow. The fetters of life have fallen from him, and he lives in full freedom. The thoughtful strive always. They have no fixed abode, but leave home like swans from their lake. VII 1-2 His mind is becalmed, and his words and deeds are filled with peace. True wisdom has set him free. Men such as he have found peace. He that is not superstitious, but knows the uncreated and has broken all bonds, renounce temptation and expectation, he is in truth supreme among men. VII 7-8 Everyone fears punishment, everyone fears death. You must put yourself in others' stead and neither kill nor cause to kill. X 1 Mayhap the fool, doing harm, does not know what is in store for him, but he shall be singed by his karma as one that is burned by fire. X 8 Succumb not to poor teachings, and do not occupy yourself with worldliness. Do not give in to false opinion, and be not a friend of this world. XII 1 Blind is this world, few are they that can see. Precious few are they that reach heaven, like the bird that escapes its net. XII 8 The lying man who transgresses but one principle and scoffs at the life to come, is capable of any evil deed. XII 10 Better than absolute rule of this world, better than attaining the realm of the gods, better than being lord of all the worlds, is to enter into the stream. XII 12 He who already experiences the end of his own suffering, I call him a Brahmin, who is without burden or ties. XII 20 He that does not raise his stick against other beings, weak or strong, and who neither kills nor allows to be killed, I call him a Brahmin. XII 23 Extracts from the Bhagavad Gita. The Bhagavad Gita forms part of the Indian national epic, the Mahabharata. The 1943 translation by Shripad Krishna Bhakavar published by the Bilvakunja Publishing House has here been simplified with reference to the Danish edition. Just as the soul has, in this body, childhood and youth and old age, so also there is the taking on of another body. Therein is the wise man not perplexed. 2:13 Know that that which has propagated the all, is indestructible. None can achieve destruction of this indestructible one. 2:17 Jesus said, It is I who am the light which is above them all. It is I who am the all. From me did the all come forth, and unto me did the all extend. Thomas 77 The word which ye hear is not mine, but the Father's which sent me. John 14:24 Just as, laying aside outworn vestments, a person puts on others, new ones. So laying aside outworn bodies, the soul passes on into others, new ones. Weapons cleave it not. Fire burns it not. Neither do the waters drench it, nor does the wind parch it. It is uncleavable. It is unburnable. It is undrenchable, as also unparkable. It is eternal, indestructible, all-pervading, stable and unshakable. It is non-manifest, unthinkable, immutable. 22-25 4. Certain unto the born is death, and certain unto the dead is birth. So for a matter that is inevitable, thou dost not do well to grieve. The initial stage of all creations is not visible to us. Visible is only the middle stage, for we see not whither they go in the final stage. 27-28 Jesus said, The wind bloweth where it listeth, and thou hearest the sound thereof, but canst not tell whence it cometh, and whither it goeth. John 3:8 The soul is eternal, unslayable within everyone's body. Arjuna. 2:30 Liberated from the bondage of new birth, they attain to that place where there is no suffering. 2:51 In serenity he attains salvation from all sorrows. For he whose mind is becalmed, knowledge quickly stabilizes itself. 2:65 In the dark night of all beings, the self-controlling sage bides awake. 2:69 Many are the births, mine is also thine, that have gone by, O Arjuna. All of them I know. But thou knowest them not. Although I am the unborn, and am immutable in essence, and though I am the Lord of all existences, I do become born again, through my own creative potency, having assumed sway over mine own nature. 4. Whensoever there ensues a languishing of righteousness, Arjuna, and upheaval of unrighteousness, then I do create myself. In every world age I incarnate myself for shielding the good, and destroying the evil-doers, and for the fulfillment of the kingdom of righteousness. Whoso in this way understands the true nature of my divine birth and function, he, relinquishing his body, does not come to birth again, he comes to me, O Arjuna. 4:5-9 The man of faith wins comprehension when he is intent upon it and keeps his senses in check. Having obtained comprehension, he, before long, attains the peace supreme. One neither possessing comprehension nor having faith, goes to perdition, his soul being all doubts. Neither this world, nor the next, nor any happiness anywhere falls to the lot of the doubting soul. 4:39-40 Both renunciation of actions and their application make for salvation. But application to actions is better than their renunciation. 5:2 One whose inner self is pure, and who has subdued his self and his senses. He whose self has become one with the inner self of all beings, he, even when doing actions, incurs no contamination. 5:7 Jesus said, Yea, I am in all creatures and all creatures are in me. In all their joys I rejoice, in all their afflictions I am afflicted. Wherefore I say unto you, be ye kind one to another, and to all the creatures of God. Ancient Gospel 38:6 Which of you convinceth me of sin? John 8:46 He that in yoga finds the truth, does not think that his actions are of himself. 5:8 Jesus said, My doctrine is not mine, but is that sent me. If any man do his will, he shall know of the doctrine, whether it be of God, or whether I speak of myself. John 7:16-17 The Son can do nothing of himself, but what he seeth the Father do, for what things soever he doeth, these also doeth the Son likewise. John 5:19 When ye have lifted up the Son of Man, then shall ye know that I am he, and that I do nothing of myself. John 8:28 But those whose blindness is destroyed by the understanding of the self, for them, like a sun, is the understanding lit up as the highest, with thoughts fixed on that, with the soul in tune with that, solely devoted to that, and making that the ultimate goal, they with their defilements entirely shaken off by knowledge attain to a place from which there is no return. 5:16-17 Jesus said, Every one of you, who has known himself has seen it. Everything that is fitting for him to do, he does it, and he has been doing it in his goodness. Dialogue 132 He who has his self steadied in yoga, and who looks upon everything with an even eye. He perceives his self in all beings and all beings in his self. He that perceives me in all places and perceives all in me, I do not get lost to him, nor does he get lost to me. 6:30 Jesus said, Yea, I am in all creatures and all creatures are in me. Ancient Gospel 38:6 God is in all things, and all things are in God. Ancient Gospel 57:10, who looks upon everything with an even eye, as it is above, so it is below, as it is within, so it is without, as on the right hand, so on the left, as it is before, so it is behind, as with the great, so with the small, as with the male, so with the female. When these things shall be seen, then ye shall see the kingdom of God. Ancient Gospel 52:9, when shall the kingdom come? When that which is without shall be as that which is within, and that which is within shall be as that which is without, and the male with the female, neither male nor female, but the two in one. They who have ears to hear, let them hear. Ancient Gospel 66:13, the Yojin who adores me is abiding within all beings, is he who holds on to the oneness. Wheresoever he may be dwelling, he has his dwelling in me. 6:31, he who strives with all his might and is purified of all sin, he will be perfected in the course of many existences and thereafter gain the goal supreme. 6:45, I deem supreme among all Yojins the one who, with his innermost self is engrossed in me, adores me in true faith. 6:47, among thousands of men perhaps only one strives for perfection. And even among those that strive for or who have attained perfection, perhaps only one knows me in truth. 7:3, know, O Arjuna, that I am the ever-enduring seed in all beings. I am reason in the rational, strength in the strong. I am power in the powerful, so far as it is devoid of longing and passion. In all beings I am their desire in so far as it does not run counter to righteousness. 7:10-11, 4. This mind-guna constituted cosmic illusion is hard to overcome. Only those that seek refuge in me alone are able to cross this cosmic illusion. 7:14, 4 sorts of righteous peoples betake themselves unto me, O Arjuna. The one in distress, the one eager to know, the one seeking some end, and the wise man. Of them the wise man, ever steadfast and devoted to the one, excels. 4. Excessively dear am I to the wise, and he is dear to me. All these are men of lofty souls, but I deem the wise man as my very self. For he, with devoted self, has set me alone as his supreme goal. At the end of many lifetimes, he that has one comprehension, betakes himself unto me in the conviction, Vasudeva is the all. Such an exalted soul is exceedingly hard to find. 7:16-19, the deluded mankind do not know me as unborn and immutable. 7:25, I know the beings that have been in the past, and that are now in existence, O Arjuna, as also those that are yet to be. Nobody, however, has any knowledge of me. 7:26, in all beings I am as if in embryo. In all gods I am like the spirit. 8:4, the high-souled ones who have attained the highest degree of perfection do not become liable to any new, transient and woeful existence when they have reached me. 8:15, at the advent of day, all things spring forth from the cosmic nature. At the advent of night they get dissolved into that very same known as the non-manifest. 8:18, but the other entity which is non-manifest and eternal, lies beyond the cosmic nature and, while all beings perish, it perishes not. It is called the non-manifest and the immutable and is said to be the highest goal. They that have reached it no longer return. That is my highest abode. This Spirit Supreme, within whom the beings dwell, and by whom all this is permeated, is to be attained by a single-pointed devotion, O Arjuna. 8:20-22, men lacking credence in this truth, without being able to reach me, return to the path of this death-dominated world. 9:3, just as ever reposed within the ether is the great wind that moves everywhere, even so are all the beings reposed within me. To this hold fast. All the beings return within my cosmic nature at the close of a world age. The same once more, at the beginning of the world age, I send forth into being. 9:6-7, with me as overseer does the cosmic nature generate all that is movable and immovable. By reason of this does this living world keep on variously transforming, O Arjuna. When I assume a human body, I, the Lord of all, am despised by the fools that do not know my higher nature. 9:10-11, Jesus said, if the world hate you, ye know that it hated me before it hated you. John 15:18, but the high-souled ones seek refuge in my divine nature. Single-minded, they adore me, knowing me as the eternal source of all things. 9:13 Ever proclaiming my glory, they strive in firm devotion. Rendering homage unto me with constant application, they worship me with love. 9:14 Others likewise worship me. I that am one, yet possessing multifarious faces, am all-pervading, and they worship me with the sacrifice of understanding. 9:15 I am the Father of this world, the Mother, the Creator as well as Grandsire. 9:17 I am the goal, the Sustainer, the Lord, the Witness, the Abode, the Refuge, the Benefactor, the Origin and Dissolution, the Stay, the Treasure and the Seed imperishable. 9:18 Those who worship me in devotion, they abide in me, and I also in them. 9:29 Believe me that I am in the Father, and the Father in me, or else believe me for the very work's sake. John 14:11 Even if a person of extremely evil conduct were to adore me, and me alone, then he is to be reckoned as a good person, for he has taken the right resolution. Speedily will he become a righteous soul and will eventually attain the peace eternal. O Arjuna, recognize full well that one devoted to me perishes not. 9:30-31 Neither the hosts of heaven nor the great sages know my origin. For I am, in all respects, the beginning of the gods and of the great sages. Whoso amongst the mortals knows me as uncaused and without beginning, and as the supreme Lord of the worlds, he delusion-free is delivered from all sins. Discrimination, knowledge, clarity, tolerance, truth, self-restraint, inward calm, pleasure, sorrow, existence, non-existence, fear and fearlessness, equanimity, satisfaction, austerity, generosity, honor and dishonor. All these diverse dispositions of beings proceed from me alone. 10:2-5 I am the source of all things proceed from me. This is known to the wise who love me with devotion. 10:8 In such persons of constant application who adore me in lovingness, I imbue them with mental absorption the spirit of truth, by virtue of which they come unto me. Out of compassion for those very persons, I cause their ignorance-born darkness to dissipate by the blazing lamp of understanding, in that I make my abode within their very self. 10:10-11 Jesus said, If a man love me, he will keep my words, and my Father will love him, and we will come unto him, and make our abode with him. John 14:23 Whosoever shall receive me receiveth him that sent me. Luke 9:48 He that believeth on me, believeth not on me, but on him that sent me. John 12:44 Arjuna said, Thyself alone dost know thyself through thy own self. O Spirit Supreme, thou that art the originator of beings, the Lord of beings, the God of the gods, and the Lord of the world. 10:15 The eternal God is thy refuge. Doit 33:27 For the Lord your God is God of gods. Doit 10:17 I, Arjuna, am the soul abiding within the heart of all the beings. I am the origin, the midstay is also the end of all the beings. 10:20 I am the glory of the glorious. I am the victory, resolution and virtue of all good people. 10:36 I am the silence of the secrets. I am understanding of those that understand. 10:38 Whatsoever entity that is mighty, beautiful or strong, each such know thou to be born from a phase of my radiant potency. 10:41 I am time, which grown mature, causes the destruction of mankind. 11:32 But through love for me alone may I, in my true essence, be known and seen and entered into, O Arjuna. One who dedicates his actions to me. One who is propagated by me. One who adores me and has no other commitment. One who is charitable towards all beings, Arjuna, he comes unto me. 11:54-55 Wherefore I say unto you, be ye kind one to another, and to all the creatures of God. Ancient Gospel 38:6 If thou dost perform all tasks for my sake, then shalt thou gain the highest perfection. 12:10 They are exceedingly dear to me that honor the ambrosia of righteousness in my words, and who, full of faith, turn all thoughts to me, and adore me. 12:20 Without being divided, it yet seems divided in all beings. It is to be understood as the sustainer of all beings, as their destroyer and creator. It is called the light of all lights on the off side of darkness. It is the knowledge, the object of knowledge, and the goal of knowledge, dwelling in the heart of all. 13:16-17 Jesus said, "Therefore I say, if he is undivided, he will be filled with light." Thomas 61 Whoso perceives that it is the highest Lord that abides in all beings, not liable to destruction when the others meet their destruction, he truly perceives. 13:27 Betaking themselves to this knowledge and being united with me, they are not reborn at the cosmic creation, and are not, at the cosmic dissolution, destroyed. The great Brahman is my womb wherein I implant the seed. From there do all beings proceed, Arjuna. For all the manifestations that spring up in different wombs, Brahman is the primal womb, and I the seed implanting father. 14:2-4 Demoniac men know neither what they should do nor what they should not do. Neither is purity, nor good conduct, nor veracity found amongst them. They declare the world to be void of truth, without any foundation and without God. They say it did not originate from any relationship betwixt one thing and another, but was merely created out of random lust. To such a view firmly clinging, these lost souls of deficient intellect, fierce and evil in their deeds, prevail for the destruction of the world. 16:7-9 The one whose every deed honors him that is the source of all beings, and by whom the whole world is propagated, will find perfection. 18:46 Through devotion he perceives in reality the magnitude and essential nature of my being. And so, knowing me, in my real essence, he subsequently enters therein. 18:55 God resides in the heart of all beings. 18:61 He who proclaims the supreme secret to those that love me, he displays the highest devotion towards me, and shall reach me straight. Of this there is no doubt. None amongst men, save him, displays greater devotion towards me, nor is there going to be, save him, another on earth dearer unto me. 18:68-69 I have given you excerpts from this ancient writing so that you might drink from its supreme wisdom, and also to illustrate that other peoples have learned about the same truth. It would surely be strange if it were known only to one people on earth, this being one of many eternal and preposterous Christian notions. India preserves much of the wisdom and truth that it received from the gods and the prophets, the great sages, thousands of years ago. In this instance, the Bhagavad Gita presents us with a man named Krishna, who, speaking on behalf of the Supreme God, says I when speaking of God, as did YHWH and the prophets of Israel and Jesus from time to time. They are quite justified in referring to themselves in this way, since as they do so, they are one with the Supreme Spirit. I regard the wise man as my very own self. Jesus said, he that hears me, hears him that sent me. Yet in India too, these treasures have to be dug out from layer upon layer of later additions and omissions. Once found in various places in the world, all these gems derive from the same spirit of truth. Many old Amerindians have also learned about the one and only truth and the supreme wisdom. Yet this was deeply despised by spiritually superior Europeans. To think that thousands of Amerindian manuscripts were burnt by fanatical missionaries and monks. They could not tolerate the native religions and gods. Many nations have seen their day. Under diverse names have they been revealed to them, and they have rejoiced in their light. Ancient Gospel 64:10 Many shall say unto me, Lord, Lord, we have been zealous for thy truth. But I shall say unto them, Nay, but, that others may see as ye see, and none other truth beside. Faith without charity is dead. Love is the fulfilling of the law. Ancient Gospel 90:12 About the Ancient Gospel. Various translations of translations have been made of the Ancient Gospel. There is a good German edition containing only a few errors. In itself a translation of an extremely rare English edition from the turn of the century. This English translation from the original Aramaic has been republished twice, though to judge from the copy I obtained, with a considerable number of alterations, additions and omissions. Obviously a malpractice still thriving, even in the 20th century. This is precisely how the scriptures changed during the course of time. Eventually, however, I managed to get hold of an American microfilm of an old, unspoiled copy of the Owsley edition from around 1900, and this is the version which I have used in my book. I am currently preparing it for publication in Danish. Yet, true to form, the enemies of truth, who love the darkness, will do anything to destroy the credibility of the gospel. Typically they will home in on an apparently weak passage and then proclaim with malicious pleasure, The entire ancient gospel is a hoax. But such accusations only show the critics up for what they are. In a sense, the origins of any text are irrelevant. They can never make a text any less true. The truth is immutable. Everything else must give way. Yet the ancient gospel, also known as the Gospel of the Holy 12, is absolutely genuine, and its teaching is not impaired by any weak passages. If you need Bible scholars to determine the authenticity of the doctrine of love, the law of love and the law of righteousness, then your faith is worth nothing. Similarly, you should not need experts to decide whether or not it contains love, life-giving sustenance, wisdom and divine truth. However, anyone who has heard and learnt of the truth, will immediately know that the ancient gospel is genuine, no matter what. For they are thirsting. Other people do not hunger or thirst, they do not think that they lack for anything. Woe unto you that are full, for ye shall hunger. 786 Since the teaching of the ancient gospel never falters, its opponents will not find much to get their teeth into. The very essence of the book, the doctrine of truth, means nothing to them. The words seem empty to them. They are only concerned with line-by-line analysis and establishing a well-documented historical background. In the case of the ancient gospel, it is indeed difficult to uncover a conclusive historical background, since any traces of its origins are all but erased or hard to interpret. This almost puts Bible scholars, philologists and theologians in the same glorious position as the people who heard Jesus' words at first hand. We might ask them one simple question: can they believe the truth or not? There is no way around it. That is just how it is. What good does it do them if they say, "We won't believe these words until there is historical evidence to prove that it was Jesus who said them"? Pointless nonsense. If they cannot believe the words of Jesus now, then they would not even believe them if they heard them from Jesus himself. As you have seen, it makes no difference where it comes from. Jesus gave Vegeta or Pippi Longstocking. The doctrine is always the same. My doctrine is not mine. 787 The Spirit is the same. The Spirit which will replace Adam. But when you build a tall house, you do not start with the top floor. The doctrine cannot be devalued simply because it appears in a book about Pippi Longstocking. Would there be any point in demanding historical evidence for the authenticity of this book as well? This, then, is what theologians would have to say about the ancient gospel. Well, we can't really believe in any of this since we don't know its historical background. We have nothing to prove that the words are genuine. Stuff and nonsense. The contents alone prove that the gospel is genuine. Had they, like the scribes, Pharisees, and high priests, heard Jesus utter his words at that time, then they too would have told Jesus, "Well, we can't really believe this because we need to know the historical background to what you are saying. We have no proof that your words are genuine." They missed the point from the very beginning, and never understood that they should drink because they were thirsty, and eat because they were hungry. They neither thirsted nor hungered. The fact remains that we no longer have the original ancient gospel, that is, the original Aramaic manuscript. This will clearly delight the enemies of the truth and arm them in their attempts to blacken the name of the gospel and reduce it all to nothing. Were it in their power to do so, they would happily destroy all the works of Jesus and the gods, and lead mankind into death. But they forget that no one even has the original manuscripts to the scriptures that their forefathers incorporated into the Bible. These Bible Gospels were taken chiefly from Greek manuscripts dating back to around the year 400. To this day no one can prove that any of these were written by the disciples. So from a purely historical standpoint, the canonical Gospels are no more authentic than the ancient Gospel. Here again it is all just a matter of faith. We only believe in the Scriptures because they contain words of truth. They contain a great deal of truth, indeed, more than meets the eye. Despite the editorial vandalism inflicted on them in the past, they stand as indisputable works of glory. In the preface to the first English edition of the ancient Gospel, Owsley wrote, "This Gospel of the Holy 12 Evangelists of the Christian dispensation is one of most ancient and complete of early Christian fragments, preserved in one of the monasteries of the Buddhist monks in Tibet, where it was hidden by some of the Essene community for safety from the hands of corruptors, and now for the first time translated from the Aramaic." He also writes, "This identifies it as the original Gospel from which the others were more or less closely copied, with numerous variations and important omissions by accident, or design, to suit the corrupt taste of the worldly." Under the heading "To the Reader" he concludes, "The all-pitying love of our Savior embraces not only mankind, but also the lower creatures of God, sharers with us of the one breath of life, and with us on the one road of ascent to that which is higher. Never has the providence with which the All-Merciful watches over the animals unendowed with reason, as well as over reason-endowed man, been more impressively brought home to us than in the saying of Jesus, "Are not 5 sparrows sold for 2 farthings, and not one of them is forgotten before God?" How were it possible to think otherwise, than that the Saviour would have had pity and compassion on the creatures who must bear their pain in silence? Would it not seem to us like a blasphemy if we were to hear it said that Jesus or Mary would have beheld, without pity or succor, the ill treatment of helpless animals? Nay, certainly, when our Saviour brought redemption to a world sunk in selfishness, hard-heartedness and misery, and proclaimed the gospel of an all-embracing love, there was, surely, a share in this redemption for all suffering creatures, since when man opened his heart to this divine love, there was no room left for pitiless hardness towards the other creatures of God, who have, like man, been called into life with the capacity of enjoyment and of suffering. They bear the marks of the Redeemer, who practices this all-pitying love. And how little it is that the minimum of Christian compassion for helpless creatures demands of us only to inflict on them no torture, and to help them when in trouble, or appeal to us for succor, and when, of necessity, we take their life, to let it be a speedy death with the least pain, a gentle sleep. But alas, how little are we penetrated with these divine lessons of mercy and compassion! How many grievous tortures are inflicted on helpless creatures under the pretense of science, or to gratify an unnatural appetite, or cruel lusts, or the promptings of vanity. As an aid to a higher Christianity, these fragments of a fuller gospel are now presented, giving us the feminine tenderness as the masculine strength of the perfect Christ. It will be for the Church of the future, when revising the entire Scriptures, to give it its primary place, the original and complete gospel of the Holy Christ, using the others for a confirmation from 4 other witnesses, that every word may be established to them who are not in a condition to receive the goodness, purity and truth of the former. Like all other inspired writings, but not necessarily infallible in every word, these writings from within the veil must be taken on their own internal evidence of a higher teaching. For inspiration of the Spirit no more necessarily implies infallibility than the divine breath of life inbreathed by man necessarily implies freedom from all accidents, diseases or miseries incidental to mortal life. It is a faithless and perverse generation, as of old, that seeks for signs, and to them saith the Spirit, "There shall no sign be given." For were the very writers of this gospel raised from the dead, and were they to testify to their authorship, they would not believe. Unbelieving critics would still ask for a sign, and the more they were given, the more they would ask in the hardness of their hearts. The sign is the truth. The pure in heart, they shall see it. But this note to the reader is preceded by an explanatory preface of a quite different nature, and it is this, more than anything, that has helped to destroy the credibility of the gospel's origins for many people. The preface is no less than bizarre. Whichever way you look at it, it is hard to make any sense of it at all. Here it is stated that the gospel was communicated to the editors in numerous fragments at different times from Emmanuel Swedenborg, Anna Kingsford, Edward Maitland, and a priest of a former century, giving his name as Placidus, of the Franciscan order, afterwards a Carmelite. By them it was translated from the original, and given to the editors in the flesh. By the divine Spirit was the gospel communicated to the 4 above mentioned, and by them translated, and given to the writers. And not in seance rooms, where too often resort the idle, the frivolous and the curious, attracting spirits similar to themselves, rather than the good, but in dreams and visions of the night, and by direct guidance, has God instructed them by chosen instruments. And now they give it to the world, that some may be wiser unto salvation, while those who reject it, remain in their blindness, till they will to see. This bizarre preface to the gospel would ostensibly be explained by the fact that its editor was an old man, unable to think very clearly. E. Francis Huggy writes on pages 18 of his book The Original Christianity. Mr. Hopgoodhart, who knew him well, and to whom he left the copyright, points out that Mr. O.'s preface was, to say the least, badly expressed, and in many places difficult or impossible to understand, affording in this respect a marked contrast to the gospel itself. The obscurity is not surprising, in view of the fact that Mr. O was by that time, says Mr. Hart, old, deaf, physically feeble, having very bad eyesight, and with his mentality greatly impaired, more or less breaking up with old age. By editors and writers Ousley probably meant none other than himself, Mr. Samuel Hopgood Hart, who published works by the above-mentioned Anna Kingsford and Edward Maitland, knew Ousley well. He has told of how Mr. Ousley had a curious habit of referring to himself in the plural, that is, as if he were several people. Yet still more curious, the 4 people he named were all deceased. Had he been in contact with the dead? Well, according to the books about life after life by Dr. Raymond A. Moody, this would have been a distinct possibility and not particularly unusual at that. But not many people would accept such an explanation. Certain passages of the explanatory preface tend towards the incomprehensible. Badly formulated, they are quite unlike the aforementioned preface to the reader, and are indeed utterly out of keeping with the style and tone of the Gospel itself. And yet, 2 of the people he mentions had at one time been his personal friends. Ousley also writes that a certain Placidus, presenting himself as a Carmelite priest, had shown, and then invited him to read a text, and that this proved to be an original Christian gospel. He does not say where Placidus had acquired the text, but we may discount Ousley's claim that the text was translated into English by 4 independent translators. The gospel is clearly translated by one person only. We may assume that the text had already been translated into English, since Ousley states that he was invited to read the text, and we know for a fact that he had no knowledge of Aramaic. According to Uddy's book The Original Christianity, there is nothing to suggest that any of the people named by Ousley could read Aramaic either. If this were the case, then who did translate it? In the same book, page 19, Udny mentions the possibility that the real translator of the ancient gospel was none other than Francis Bacon. Could it have been translated in connection with Bacon's participation in the King James Bible translation of 1611? The style of language corresponds precisely with that of the 17th century Bible, and is consistent throughout the whole gospel, that is, using an identical style for both old and new subjects. Udny writes that the secondary preface, to the reader, must have been written by this unknown translator, since its language is utterly at odds with the rest of Ousley's preface. Bacon was a keen student of Scripture, not only those in the Bible, but also those of more ancient origin. Indeed, the ancient manuscripts were his main interest, since he was able to read Aramaic. It is of course well known that the Church in those days was a fierce opponent of all unconventional thinkers, and this explains why Bacon concealed his work from the public eye. It is not for me to say whether this is more than a theory. However, the fact still remains that the Gospel was published in a highly professional translation. See W. T. Smedley's book The Mystery of Francis Bacon. Even if Ousley really received the text from someone from the other side, and despite the scientific evidence to prove that such things are impossible, then the gospel is indisputably genuine. Nothing can alter this simple fact. People have also scientifically proved that the out-of-body experiences of the clinically dead could not have happened, and yet they too are a fact. Similarly, skeptics are welcome to scrape up as much scientific evidence as they can to prove that no one could have visited Earth to impart their doctrine as Jesus actually did. Their evidence changes nothing. His doctrine is still genuine. The sign is the truth. Pierre Race compiled his world map from 20 different ancient Oriental maps, as well as one from Columbus, to create a scientific impossibility, an 11,000-year-old map of the entire globe. It is, however, curious that texts discovered in, for example, 1897, 1908 and 1945 see the following sections should prove to contain many unknown passages and sayings of Jesus, which are to be found almost word for word in the ancient gospel. The following question will not be considered by negative critics. What kind of mission were Jesus' servants destined to carry out? What was the nature of the talents that each of them would be endowed with in accordance with their special abilities? Regardless of how this old gospel was brought out of its hiding place in Tibet, G.J. Ousley accomplished his task quite perfectly. He incorporated a very necessary barrier into the gospel, which ensured that its contents remained hidden from scholars and analysts. It was not to emerge and be made known in the name of archaeology, historical scrutiny and scriptural analysis. As in days of old, it was to be the hearts of men alone that told them when they had found the matter of genuine import, the very truth itself. The gospel was to rest on faith alone. The subtlety of this threshold of credibility lies in the fact that once transcended, it would lead the way to the recovery, for the sake of credibility, of all the many other writings concealed by the Church. Not until this barrier were crossed could the gospel be allowed to emerge. It would kill the darkness and allow you to receive nourishment in time. Had this nourishment not been hidden, then there would not have been any reason to expose it to view. The kingdom of the Father is like a certain man who wanted to kill a powerful man. In his own house he drew his sword and stuck it into the wall in order to find out whether his hand could carry through. Then he slew the powerful man. 788. The sword of the Spirit, which is the word of God. 789. Dhammapada III. 8. Remember, this body is like a fragile clay pot. Make your mind a fortress and conquer Mara, death and evil with the sword of wisdom, and guard your conquest always. The sword that strikes all and cuts through everything, yet has no power to kill the good and the innocent. But those that have believed in the words of the ancient gospel without demanding any historical evidence may rejoice in full happiness, for they believe them solely because they are words of truth. Blessed are they that saw and believed. But threefold blessed are they that have never seen and yet do believe. 790. Since, for the present time being, we do not have access to an original manuscript, it will be all the more fascinating to compare the ancient gospel with some quite different scriptural finds. Time and time again we find works to authenticate the ancient gospel, particularly in passages that are not to be found in the Bible. Among them there will be manuscripts discovered much later than the ancient gospel. Throughout this book I have presented all these scriptures as a source of indirect comparison so that you might see how precisely they reflect each other, and how precisely they reflect the truth. Word-for-word comparison is also feasible, and this is what I will try to show you in the next section. A text by Clement from the year 200, Homilies 2, 17, contains the following astounding prophecy. Simon Peter said, and thus, as the true prophet has told us, a false prophet must first come from some deceiver. And then, in like manner, after the removal of the holy place, the true gospel must be secretly sent abroad for the rectification of the heresies that shall be. After this, also, towards the end, Antichrist must first come, and then our Jesus must be revealed to be indeed the Christ. And after this, the eternal light having sprung up, all things of darkness must disappear. Who are you, that you should say these things to us? You do not realize who I am from what I say to you, but you have become like the Jews, for they either love the tree and hate its fruit, or love the fruit and hate the tree. 791. Comparing the texts. I do not expect that the churches or a great many theologians will think very highly of the ancient gospel. They say that they value the biblical doctrines very highly, and yet a doctrine superior to that of the Bible counts for nothing in their eyes, simply because they have no historical evidence to authenticate it. In any case, the author of the ancient gospel was a divine being superior to the Jesus portrayed in the Bible, and this makes the gospel even more valuable. It certainly does not reduce its value. You do not realize who I am from what I say to you. Only Jesus could have spoken the words of the ancient gospel. It truly is the most supreme writing in the world. The fact is that God is the most supreme. Any accusations made by theologians have no place here at all. In the following, you yourself will have the chance to compare the ancient gospel with some quite different sources. The wording of these texts could never have been the product of coincidence, and it is not to be found in the Bible. And to think that what a man wrote down at the end of the 19th century later proved to correspond almost word for word with a manuscript discovered in 1945. This will of course mean nothing to skeptical critics, since it will not be proof of the kind they look for. We might call this proof circumstantial evidence. Before moving on to direct textual comparison, we will just take a look at one crucial detail. In ch. 8:2 of the ancient gospel we find something that stands in marked contrast to the Bible. And, lo, a voice from heaven, saying, This is my beloved Son, in whom I am well pleased. This day have I begotten thee. It was therefore only after being baptized that Jesus was begotten by God. He was not begotten by a virgin, nor conceived of the Holy Ghost, as the modern church would teach us. In the ancient Gospel 8:8 it says, being after the flesh indeed the son of Joseph and Mary, but after the Spirit, the Christ, the Son of God. Nowhere did Jesus, in any scripture, preach the doctrine of virgin birth. Nor did his apostles or disciples. This doctrine did not exist among early Christian communities in the Holy Land, and was altogether quite foreign to Jewish religion and authors of the Old Testament. The passage in Isaiah 7:14 which reads, Behold, a virgin shall conceive, and bear a son, is, in fact, an inaccurate translation. The original manuscript uses the word Alma, young woman, and not Betula, virgin, so that a correct translation would read as follows, Behold, a young woman shall conceive, and bear a son. The church dogma of the Immaculate Conception is therefore based solely on a mistaken translation of one single word in the Old Testament and a couple of verses in the Gospels of Mark and Luke, which have similarly been proved erroneous. In the Gospel according to Matthew, for example, we are first presented with a list of Jesus' ancestors. Immediately afterwards it says that an angel appeared to Joseph in a dream, and said to him, "Joseph, thou son of David, fear not to take unto thee Mary thy wife, for that which is conceived in her is of the Holy Ghost." Modern scriptural analysis considers this explanation to be a later addition, since it makes Jesus' family tree appear illogical and meaningless. The well-known Danish Bible critic, Ditlev Nielsen, writes, when the virgin birth was later smuggled into the scripture, these genealogical tables must have been a stumbling block for the new doctrine, and it is easy to point out the transcribers' attempts to harmonize the scriptures with various corrections and additions. This, of course, took place in the days before there was any standard Bible text. The differences between the various copies were, to quote Origen, 3rd century, manifold, since transcribers added or omitted what suited them. In Luke's genealogical table, Jesus, the son of Joseph, Luke 3:23, the following few words have been inserted, as was supposed, an insertion which makes the whole table seem pointless. It could hardly be of much interest to know that Joseph descended from David if Joseph were not Jesus' real, biological father and merely an adoptive parent. If that were the case, there would not be a single drop of David's blood running in Jesus' veins. Matthew's list of descendants begins with David and works its way down from there. David begat Solomon, and Solomon begat Rehoboam, etc. Nathan begat Jacob, Jacob begat Joseph, and as it says in the original manuscript, Joseph begat Jesus, who was called Christ. And that is how the original Gospel of Matthew will have started, like all the other Gospels, consistently presenting Jesus as the blood relation of Joseph. However, directly below this genealogical table in Matt ch. 1, the account of the virgin birth was inserted to expressly state that Joseph did not beget Jesus. Now, in the interests of consistency, it would have been better simply to have omitted the list of descendants, a list which did not even appear in the oldest Gospel Mark, nor in John either, yet which remained in the old manuscript of Matthew's Gospel. However, the problem was overcome, as in the case of Luke's Gospel in the account of Jesus' spiritual birth in Matt 3:17, which also contradict the concept of parthenogenesis with a careful adaptation and corrective harmonization in the text, so that Joseph begat Jesus was erased and an insertion was made after the name Joseph, reading the husband of Mary, of whom was born Jesus. This insertion severs the blood ties between Jesus and Joseph, but simultaneously makes the whole genealogical table quite pointless, since it is hard to see why anyone would go to the trouble of tracing Joseph's ancestors if he were not actually Jesus' real father. Initially, this kind of editing probably arose from very ordinary notes and comments made in the margin. Later, when the Catholic cult of the Virgin Mary found a use for these forgeries, they were incorporated into the canonical scriptures. The suspicions of modern gospel research surrounding the forgery in Matthew have been unexpectedly substantiated. In the ancient Sinai monastery, 2 English ladies found a vellum manuscript of a Syrian Chronicle of Saints. On closer examination, this manuscript proved to be a so-called palimpsest. The original writing had been effaced so that the parchment could be used for a new text. Vellum was a very valuable commodity in ancient times. By chemical means it was possible to restore the original manuscript, and this proved to contain fragments of a very ancient Syrian gospel. This valuable manuscript, the so-called Sinai Syrian, preserves a whole series of original readings, and, among other things, contains the clearly legible words in Matthew's genealogical table, Joseph begat Jesus. Temporary translation of Den Historisk Jesus, Ditlev Nielsen, pages 99-102, Nordisk Forlag 1933. We may now proceed with a direct comparison of texts. Ancient Gospel 8:2, and, lo, a voice from heaven, saying, This is my beloved Son, in whom I am well pleased. This day have I begotten thee. Gospel of the Ebionites, and a voice from heaven saying, Thou art my beloved Son, in thee I am well pleased. And again, This day have I begotten thee. Codex Cantabrigiensis, Thou art my beloved Son. Upon this day have I begotten thee. Gospel according to the Hebrews, and a voice out of the heaven, saying, Thou art my beloved Son, in thee I am well pleased, and again, I have this day begotten thee. And here, as a prophecy from the book of Psalms in the Bible, I will declare the decree, the Lord hath said unto me, Thou art my Son. This day have I begotten thee. Psalms 2, 7. Ancient Gospel 13, 5. No prophet is accepted in his own home or in his own country, neither doth a physician work cures upon them that know him. Thomas 31. No prophet is accepted in his own village. No physician heals those who know him. Ancient Gospel 88, 5. I stood in the midst of the world, and in the flesh was I seen and heard, and I found all men glutted with their own pleasures, and drunk with their own follies, and none found I hungry or athirst for the wisdom which is of God. My soul grieveth over the sons and daughters of men, because they are blind in their heart, and in their soul are they deaf, and hear not my voice. Thomas 28. I took my place in the midst of the world, and I appeared to them in flesh. I found all of them intoxicated. I found none of them thirsty, and my soul became afflicted for the sons of men, because they are blind in their hearts and do not have sight. For empty they came into the world, and empty too they seek to leave the world. But for the moment they are intoxicated. When they shake off their wine, then they will repent. Ancient Gospel 66, 13. Master, when shall the kingdom come? And he answered and said, When that which is without shall be as that which is within, and that which is within shall be as that which is without, and the male with the female, neither male nor female, but the two in one. They who have ears to hear, let them hear. Thomas 22. Shall we then, as children, enter the kingdom? Jesus said to them, When you make the two one, and when you make the inside like the outside and the outside like the inside, and the above like the below, and when you make the male and the female one and the same, so that the male not be male nor the female female. Gospel of Philip 67. I am come to make the lower as the higher, the outer as the inner. Ancient Gospel 19, 5-6. And wheresoever there are 7 gathered together in my name, there am I in the midst of them. Yea, if only there be 3 or 2. And where there is but one who prayeth in secret, I am with that one. Raise the stone, and there thou shalt find me. Cleave the wood, and there am I. Thomas 77. Split a piece of wood, and I am there. Lift up the stone, and you will find me there. Oxyrhynchus Papyrus 1, X. Wheresoever there are 2, they are not without God, and where there is one alone, I say I am with him. Lift up the stone, and there shalt thou find me. Cleave the wood, and I am there. Ancient Gospel 21, 8. I am come to end the sacrifices and feasts of blood, and if ye cease not offering and eating of flesh and blood, the wrath of God shall not cease from you. Gospel of the Ebionites. I came to destroy the sacrifices, and if ye cease not from sacrificing, the wrath of God will not cease from you. See Apocryphal New Testament pages 10. Ancient Gospel 21, 9. Though ye be gathered together in my bosom, if ye keep not my commandments, I will cast you forth. Gospel Act. Hebrews. If ye have been gathered with me in my bosom and do not my commandments, I will cast you away. Ancient Gospel 26, 9. Except ye fast from the world and its evil ways, ye shall in no wise find the kingdom. And except ye keep the Sabbath and cease your haste to gather riches, ye shall not see the Father Mother in heaven. Thomas 27. If you do not fast as regards the world, you will not find the kingdom. If you do not observe the Sabbath as a Sabbath, you will not see the Father. Oxyrhynchus Papyrus 1, VII. If ye fast not from the world, ye shall not find the kingdom of God, and if ye keep not Sabbath for the whole week, ye shall not see the Father. Ancient Gospel 27, 12. But a city which is built foursquare, enclosed in a circle or on the top of a hill, and stabilized on a rock, can neither fall nor be hidden. Thomas 32. A city being built on a high mountain and fortified cannot fall, nor can it be hidden. Oxyrhynchus Papyrus 1, XII. A city built upon the top of an high mountain and established can neither fall nor be hidden. Ancient Gospel 41, 7. And Jesus beheld a man working on the Sabbath, and he said unto him, Man, if thou knowest what thou dost, thou art blessed, for thou breakest not the law in the Spirit. But if thou knowest not, thou art accursed and a transgressor of the law. Gospel Act. Hebrews. The same day having beholden a man working on the Sabbath, he said to him, Man, if thou knowest what thou dost, blessed art thou, but, if thou knowest not, thou art accursed and a transgressor of the law. Ancient Gospel 19, 7-8, And the Lord said, If thy brother hath sinned in word 7 times a day, and 7 times a day hath made amendment, receive him. Simon said to him, 7 times a day? The Lord answered and said to him, I tell thee also unto 70 times 7, for even in the prophets, after they were anointed by the Holy Spirit, utterance of sin was found. Gospel Act Hebrews 10, 1-3, He saith, If thy brother hath sinned in word and hath made thee amends, 7 times in a day, receive him. Simon his disciple said unto him, 7 times in a day? The Lord answered and said unto him, I tell thee also, unto 70 times 7, for in the prophets likewise, after that they were anointed by the Holy Spirit, utterance of sin was found. Ancient Gospel 19, 10, Lord, I was a mason seeking sustenance by my hands, I beseech thee restore to me my health that I may not beg for food with shame. Gospel Act Hebrews 7, I was a mason, seeking sustenance by my hands, I beseech thee, Jesus, that thou restore me health, that I may not shamefully beg for food. Ancient Gospel 63, 8, Be ye approved money changers of the kingdom, rejecting the bad and the false, and retaining the good and the true. Clement Alex Stromata I, 28177, Be ye as approved money changers, rejecting counterfeit coins and retaining only the genuine. Ancient Gospel 52, 8-9, Again his disciples were with him in a place apart, one of them asked him concerning the kingdom, and he said unto them, As it is above, so it is below. As it is within, so it is without. As on the right hand, so on the left. As it is before, so it is behind. As with the great, so with the small. As with the male, so with the female. When these things shall be seen, then ye shall see the kingdom of God. Acts of Philip 140, If ye do not make that which is below in you to be above, and those things that are on your left side to be on the right, then ye shall not enter my kingdom. Martyrdom of Peter 17, If ye do not make the left side to the right and the right the left, and those things that are above, as those that are below, and those things that are ahead, as those that are behind, then shall ye not know the kingdom of God. Ancient Gospel 69, 6, There are a multitude of errors which are covered by love. Clement 2nd Epistle, 16, Love covers a multitude of sins. Gospel of Philip 78, 11, Love covers a multitude of sins. First Epistle of Peter 4, 8, Charity shall cover the multitude of sins. Ancient Gospel 52, 12, These things are for them that understand, to believe. If they understand not, they are not for them. For to believe is to understand, and to believe not, is not to understand. Dialogue of the Saviour 142, Everything which I have said to you have understood and received in faith. If you have known them, they are yours. If not, they are not yours. Ancient Gospel 64, 7, From the eternal they flow, to the eternal they return. Thomas 49, Blessed are the solitary and elect, for you will find the kingdom. For you are from it, and to it you will return. Ancient Gospel 95, 4, But be of good cheer, for the time will also come when the truth they have hidden shall be manifested, and the light shall shine, and the darknesses shall pass away, and the true kingdom shall be established. Dialogue 142, Is everything that is established seen in this way? The Lord said, I have told you that he who sees is he who reveals. Traces in the Bible. The apostolic epistles of the Bible contain much that cannot be found in the Bible's own Gospels, but which can, however, be found in the ancient Gospel. Here are a few examples. When the apostles refer to a text about Jesus, they do not write about the Gospels, that is the Gospels of Matthew, Mark, Luke and John, but rather the Gospel. In addition, the way in which Peter refers to the Gospel would suggest that he was quoting from a written source. This would mean that the Gospel had been written down while he was still alive. The first epistle general of Peter 1, 24, For all flesh is as grass, and all the glory of man as the flower of grass. The grass withereth, and the flower thereof falleth away, but the word of the Lord endureth forever. And this is the word by which the gospel is preached unto you. These words are not to be found in the Gospels of the Bible, but in the ancient Gospel 9, 5. Jesus says, All flesh is as grass and the flower of the field. The grass withereth and the flower fadeth away, but the word of the eternal endureth forever. Jesus quoted this from Isaiah 40, 6. But what is really interesting is that Peter says that this was preached in the gospel. We shall continue as before. Bear with me. Ancient Gospel 69, 2. As in Adam all die, so in the Christ shall all be made alive. First Epistle of Paul to the Corinthians 15, 22. For as in Adam all die, even so in Christ shall all be made alive. Ancient Gospel 52, 10. For in me there is neither male nor female, but both are one in the all-perfect. The woman is not without the man, nor the man without the woman. First Epistle of Paul to the Corinthians 11, 11. Nevertheless neither is the man without the woman, neither is the woman without the man in the Lord. Ancient Gospel 90, 12. Love is the fulfilling of the law. First Epistle of Paul to the Romans 13, 10. Therefore love is the fulfilling of the law. Ancient Gospel 49, 4. Know ye not that ye are temples of the Holy Spirit? And whoso destroyeth one of these temples, the same shall be himself destroyed. First Epistle of Paul to the Corinthians 3, 16-17. Know ye that ye are the temple of God, and that the Spirit of God dwelleth in you? If any man defile the temple of God, him shall God destroy. Ancient Gospel 80, 6-8. Woe unto the man who receiveth the mysteries, and falleth into sin thereafter. For such there is no place of repentance in this cycle, seeing they have crucified afresh the divine offspring of God and man, and put the Christ within them to an open shame. Such are worse than the beasts, whom ye ignorantly affirm to perish. First Epistle of Paul to the Hebrews 6, 4-6. For it is impossible for those who were once enlightened, and have tasted of the heavenly gift, and were made partakers of the Holy Ghost, and have tasted the good word of God, and the powers of the world to come, if they shall fall away, to renew them again unto repentance. Seeing they crucify to themselves the Son of God afresh, and put him to an open shame. Ancient Gospel 94, 6-7. Seek ye first to be clothed with charity, and the garment of salvation in the robe of righteousness. For what doth it profit if ye have not these? As the sound of brass and tinkling of cymbal are ye, if ye have not love. First Epistle of Paul to the Corinthians 13, 1. Though I speak with the tongues of men and of angels, and have not charity, I am as a sounding brass, or as a tinkling cymbal. Ancient Gospel 17, 1. And when he had called unto him his 12 disciples, he gave them a power against unclean spirits. And further in 17, 4. Then he called in like manner 12 others to be prophets, men of light to be with the apostles, and show unto them the hidden things of God. And then he called 12 who should be pastors. A fourfold 12 did he call. The Epistle of Paul to the Ephesians 4, 11. And he gave some apostles, some prophets, some evangelists, and some pastors and teachers. Ancient Gospel 93, 2. Nevertheless the fruits of the sin must be continued for a season, for as we sow we must reap, for God is not mocked, and they who sow to the flesh shall reap corruption, they who sow to the Spirit shall reap life everlasting. Epistle of Paul to the Galatians 6, 7-8. Be not deceived. God is not mocked, for whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. For he that soweth to his flesh shall of the flesh reap corruption. But he that soweth to the Spirit shall of the Spirit reap everlasting life. Ancient Gospel 19, 10. There is a house made without hands, seek that thou mayest dwell therein. The second Epistle of Paul to the Corinthians 5, 1. For we know that if our earthly house of this tabernacle were dissolved, we have a building of God, an house not made with hands. Ancient Gospel 26, 10-11. Likewise also do ye, when ye mourn for the dead and are sad, for your loss is their gain. Be not as those who mourn before men and make loud lamentation and rend their garments, that they may be seen of men to mourn. For all souls are in the hands of God, and they who have done good, do rest with your ancestors in the bosom of the Eternal. Pray ye rather for their rest and advancement, and consider that they are in the land of rest, which the Eternal hath prepared for them, and have the just reward of their deeds, and murmur not as those without hope. The first Epistle of Paul to the Thessalonians 4, 13. But I would not have you to be ignorant, brethren, concerning them which are asleep, that ye sorrow not, even as others which have no hope. Ancient Gospel 76, 5. Love is the fulfilling of the law. Love is of God, and God is love. Whoso loveth not, knoweth not God. First Epistle of John 4, 8. He that loveth not knoweth not God, for God is love. Ancient Gospel 37, 3. They who have suffered and overcome shall be made pillars in the temple of my God, and they shall go out no more. Revelations 3:12. He that overcometh will I make a pillar in the temple of my God, and he shall go out no more. Ancient Gospel 69:2. Blessed are the dead who die in me, and are made perfect in my image and likeness, for they rest from their labors and their works do follow them. Revelations 14:13. Blessed are the dead which die in the Lord from henceforth, yea, saith the Spirit, that they may rest from their labors, and their works do follow them. These are but a few of the traces left in the Bible, but there are many more besides. It would be far too extensive an investigation to list them all, yet here is just one more intriguing clue on the trail of the ancient gospel. The father of John the Baptist was called Zacharias. The following account of him is given in the ancient gospel 5:15-17. Elizabeth too, when she heard it, took her infant son and went up into a mountain and hid him. And Herod sent his officers to Zacharias in the temple and said to him, Where is thy child? And he answered, I am minister of God and am continually in the temple. I know not where he is. And he sent again, saying, Tell me truly, where is thy son? Dost thou not know thy life is in my hand? And Zacharias answered, The Lord is witness, if thou shed my blood on the innocent. And they slew Zacharias in the temple between the holy place and the altar. And the people knew it, for a voice was heard, Zacharias is slain, and his blood shall not be washed out until the avenger shall come. And after a time the priests cast lots, and the lot fell upon Simeon, and he filled his place. This account of the murder of Zacharias is never mentioned in the canonical Gospels. However, when the Church Fathers removed this passage from the Bible Gospels, they overlooked a remarkable speech made by Jesus when denouncing the scribes in Matthew 23:35, that upon you may come all the righteous blood shed upon the earth, from the blood of righteous Abel unto the blood of Zacharias son of Barachias, whom ye slew between the temple and the altar. The passing mention of the murder of Zacharias in the Gospel according to St. Matthew was inserted later, to correspond with the second book of Chronicles 24:20-21. When the account of the murder of Zacharias was removed from the other Bible Gospels, this section in Matthew became irrelevant. But, as usual, church editors attempted to smooth out the inconsistency and blind us to the contradictions between the two accounts. A brief glance at the book of Chronicles will tell you that it is an altogether different man who is mentioned here. One called Zechariah, son of the priest Jehoiada, and not Zacharias, son of Barachias. The Zechariah of the book of Chronicles was stoned to death in the court of the house of the Lord, while Zechariah, the father of John the Baptist, was killed between the holy place and the altar. Tracing the doctrine of reincarnation, it is quite unrealistic to think that Jesus should not even have mentioned important religious questions such as meat eating and reincarnation. However, we now know that he did precisely that. Traces of his words about reincarnation are in fact scattered through many scriptures in the Bible, for example, despite intense efforts to suppress them. The ancient Gospel 69:8-9, And Salome came unto him, and asked him, saying, Lord, how long shall death hold sway? And he answered, So long as ye men inflict burdens and ye women bring forth, and for this purpose I am come, to end the works of the heedless. And Salome saith unto him, Then I have done well in not bringing forth. And the Lord answered and said, Eat of every pasture which is good, but of that which hath the bitterness of death, eat not. Surprisingly enough, this also appears in the book, The Apocryphal New Testament by M.R. James on pages 10-11. If we look at this book under the Gospel according to the Egyptians, we find the name The Gospel of the 12. Directly below this is a quotation from Clement of Alexandria. Clement Alex, Stromata 111, 9, 64. Salome saith, Until when shall men continue to die? The Lord answers and says, So long as women bear children. To quote the rest of that which was said to Salome, For when she has said, I have done well, then, in not bearing children. The Lord answers and says, Every plant eat thou, but that which hath bitterness eat not. The works of the heedless are none other than the evil they do. When man overcomes evil, then he is not required to be reborn into the world again and therefore continue to die. Until evil is overcome, the power of death will prevail, since, for he that is born, death will be certain. Bhagavad Gita 2:27. Saved from the chains of new birth, they reach a place where there is no suffering. Bhagavad Gita 51. On the very same day that Salome put her question to him, Jesus had said the following to his disciples. Ancient Gospel 69, 2-4. I am the resurrection and the life, I am the good, the beautiful, the true. If a man believe in me he shall not die, but live eternally. As in Adam all die, so in the Christ shall all be made alive. Blessed are the dead who die in me, and are made perfect in my image and likeness. For they rest from their labors and their works do follow them. They have overcome evil, and are made pillars in the temple of my God, and they go out no more, for they rest in the eternal. For them that have done evil there is no rest, but they go out and in, and suffer correction for ages, till they are made perfect. But for them that have done good and attained unto perfection, there is endless rest, and they go into life everlasting. They rest in the eternal. Over them the repeated death and birth have no power. For them the will of the eternal revolves no more, for they have attained unto the center, where is eternal rest, and the center of all things is God. Jesus also speaks of reincarnation in the Gospel of Thomas. Thomas 84, when you see your likeness, you rejoice. But when you see your images which came into being before you, and which neither die nor become manifest, how much you will have to bear. Ancient Gospel 94, 4. The body that ye lay in the grave, or that is consumed by fire, is not the body that shall be, but they who come shall receive other bodies, yet their own. Thomas 19, blessed is he who came into being before he came into being. Every one of the Bible Gospels contain indirect mention of reincarnation in numerous places. Jesus, for example, tells his disciples of how they, with their own eyes, will be able to see when the end draws nigh. He does not say that only their descendants will see the end. He also tells them of how they must endure until the end of the world for salvation. If they had been dead for 2,000 years before the end, then what would be the point of enduring? Why should they keep watch? Matt 24, 13. But he that shall endure unto the end, the same shall be saved. In Luke 21, 29-35 he says, Behold the fig tree, and all the trees, when they now shoot forth, ye see and know of your own selves that summer is now nigh at hand. So likewise ye, when ye see these things come to pass, know ye that the kingdom of God is nigh at hand. Verily I say unto you, this generation shall not pass away, till all be fulfilled. Heaven and earth shall pass away, but my word shall not pass away. And take heed to yourselves, lest at any time your hearts be overcharged with surfeiting, and drunkenness, and cares of this life, and so that day come upon you unawares. For as a snare shall it come on all them that dwell on the face of the whole earth, and be on the face of the earth. In Matthew 5, 5 he says, Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. Here we are clearly looking at a fragment of the doctrine of reincarnation. If they were not to be born again in a later life on earth, then what advantage could there be in inheriting the earth? In Matthew 17, 10-13 it says, Why then say the scribes that Elias must first come? And Jesus answered and said unto them, Elias truly shall first come, and restore all things. But I say unto you, that Elias is come already, and they knew him not, but have done unto him whatsoever they listed. Likewise shall also the Son of Man suffer of them. Then the disciples understood that he spake unto them of John the Baptist. The Gospel according to Matthew is therefore actually saying that Elias was reincarnated as John the Baptist. Even the clergy might have problems explaining that away. It even appears in Malachi's book in the Old Testament ch. 4, 5. Behold, I will send you Elijah the prophet before the coming of the great and dreadful day of the Lord. Similarly, in Luke 9, 7-8, it was said of some that John was risen from the dead, and of others, that Elias had appeared, and of others, that one of the old prophets was risen again. In the Gospel according to John 8:56, Jesus says, Your father Abraham rejoiced to see my day, and he saw it, and was glad. What do you think he meant by this? And who was the mysterious old man mentioned by the Gospel according to Luke, the great apocryphal Gospel of John, and the ancient Gospel in connection with the infant Jesus? And, behold, there was a man in Jerusalem whose name was Simeon. And the same man was just and devout, waiting for the consolation of Israel, and the Holy Ghost was upon him. And it was revealed unto him by the Holy Ghost, that he should not see death, before he had seen the Lord's Christ. And he came by the Spirit into the temple, and when the parents brought in the child Jesus, to do for him after the custom of the law, then took he him up in his arms, and blessed God, and said, Lord, Now lettest thou thy servant depart in peace, according to thy word, for mine eyes have seen thy salvation, which thou hast prepared before the face of all people. In the Gospel according to St. John, Jesus continues by saying, Verily, verily, I say unto you, before Abraham was, I am, meaning that he had lived before Abraham. Jesus, a man of flesh and blood. In the same Gospel, he says, But now ye seek to kill me, a man that hath told you the truth. John 8:40. The Gospel of John is actually telling us that man is reincarnated. No one can get round this. Yet neither the Jews nor the Europeans could tolerate his teachings about reincarnation. The doctrine of reincarnation can also be traced in Clement of Alexandria's Stromata, written circa 200 AD. Clement's words reveal that the doctrine of reincarnation has still not been completely suppressed in his time, despite the fact that he was strongly opposed to this doctrine as, of course, Church Fathers had to be. He still refers to it in several places. Yet Basilides, indeed, proceeds from the assumption that souls have previously sinned in another life, and that they must therefore suffer punishment here, in this life. Stromata IV, 1283. But the other doctrine regarding the question of the transmigration of souls from one body to others, and about the devil, will be refuted in due course. Stromata 4, 1285. It is interesting that Clement felt obliged to credit it with a mention. Basilides was a well-known figure, frequently mentioned in early Christian writings. This doctrine stems from our old gospel. For them that have done evil there is no rest, but they go out and in, and suffer correction for ages, till they are made perfect. Ancient Gospel 69:3. Similarly, Clement often, and this time speaking in its favor, brings in the original Gospel's doctrine about man's need for perfection. Although largely removed from the Bible, there is yet one small trace of this original doctrine in Matt 48, Be ye therefore perfect, even as your Father which is in heaven is perfect. In Oxyrhynchus Papyrus 655, it says, When wilt thou be manifest unto us, and when shall we see thee? He saith, When ye have put off your raiment and are not ashamed. Notice that they did not ask, When wilt thou be manifest to our heirs? And this robbing without being amongst the living would be pretty difficult. In the Gospel according to Matthew, ch. 25, Jesus tells the parable of the bridesmaids. Here again it is clearly the same people who will be present when he returns. Then shall the kingdom of heaven be likened unto 10 virgins, which took their lamps, and went forth to meet the bridegroom. And 5 of them were wise, and 5 were foolish. They that were foolish took their lamps, and took no oil with them. But the wise took oil in their vessels with their lamps. While the bridegroom tarried, they all slumbered and slept. Yes, they are really sleeping now. And at midnight there was a cry made, Behold, the bridegroom cometh. Go ye out to meet him. Then all those virgins arose and trimmed their lamps. And the foolish said unto the wise, Give us of your oil, for our lamps are gone out. But the wise answered, saying, Not so, lest there be not enough for us and you. But go ye rather to them that sell and buy for yourselves. And while they went to buy, the bridegroom came. And they that were ready went in with him to the marriage, and the door was shut. Afterward came also the other virgins, saying, Lord, Lord, open to us. But he answered and said, Verily I say unto you, I know you not. Watch therefore, for ye know neither the day nor the hour wherein the Son of Man cometh. Why should they watch, if they were not still amongst the living, when he finally came? The same applies to his parable about the wheat and the ryegrass, or the cliff where the wheat was sown at the beginning of the world and reaped at the end of the world. The same grasses are steadily growing from beginning to end. It is of course the same people who lie from the beginning of the world to the end of the world, when the cliff would be seen of all. The same people. The removal of the doctrine of reincarnation from Christian scriptures made all the works of the gods and Jesus himself seem pointless and illogical. Common sense will also tell you that many aspects of their works appear to conflict with what is righteous. Without reincarnation, their works and thereby the works of God are unrighteous. Yet God is righteousness itself. And this alone shows that the repeated rebirth of mankind is an indisputable reality. Precisely the fact that we live many times and in many places means that we all receive equal opportunity for learning to recognize the only truth. Church doctrine, however, seeks to make God unrighteous. Here is a little example. We have no say as to which country we are born into, nor in which time. The Church therefore believes that it is only sheer coincidence that determines whether or not we are saved by being born into a Christian or heathen country. Just imagine if you were unlucky enough to have been born before Jesus. And why did he not come into the world until the majority of people had gone through existence? On the basis that righteousness is God himself, it is simple enough to work out that every individual lives several times. Here is yet another example of how, over the course of time, God has been made to look unrighteous in Christian writings. People living today will be reborn over and over again through many generations. It is usual for families and friends to accompany each other through several lifetimes. With this in mind, listen to what Moses, Exodus ch. 20, was told from the thick cloud. I, the Lord your God, am a jealous God. I punish the children for the sins of the fathers to the third and fourth generations of those who hate me. But I keep faith with thousands, with those who love me and keep my commandments. The doctrine of reincarnation had also long been removed from the Old Testament, so that here too it was claimed indirectly that God is grossly unrighteous. Imagine punishing innocent children for the iniquity of their fathers. But this did not worry anyone. As Jesus himself said, "Then shall the truth of God endure the contradictory testimony of sinners, for so it hath always been." You will find many such instances of gross injustice in the Bible. But this is not how it was in the beginning. Children, however, are not always as innocent as they might seem. These children had committed the sins themselves. God is not in any way and not under any circumstances unrighteous, for God is righteousness. This is truth, and truth must be adhered to. But those that do not believe in truth betray it at all times. This is why they do not bear fruit. So, the doctrine of reincarnation, which once appeared in the book of Job, among other places, was removed, and a subtle twist to the meaning of surrounding sentences finished the job. A Bible dictionary will tell you that a section of just the book of Job is missing, a little before chapter 27. Ancient Gospel 37, 6-8, the light shineth from the east even unto the west. Out of the darkness, the sun ariseth and goeth down into darkness again. So is it with man, from the ages unto the ages. When it cometh from the darkness, it is that he hath lived before, and when it goeth down again into darkness, it is that he may rest for a little, and thereafter again exist. So through many changes must ye be made perfect, as it is written in the book of Job, I am a wanderer, changing place after place and house after house, until I come unto the city and mansion which is eternal. Jesus' quotations from the Old Testament in fact never match those of modern Bibles. This may, however, partly be explained by the fact that he was quoting from sources that were at least 1,200 years older than ours. The fact that we must come and go and be perfected through suffering, tribulation and adversity, is still echoed in the book of Psalms, for example in 71, 19-20, O God, who is like unto thee? Thou, which hast viewed me great in sore troubles, shalt quicken me again, and shalt bring me up again from the depths of the earth. In Psalms 91, Lord, thou hast been our refuge from generation to generation. The Old Testament, just like the New, is in fact nothing more than a collection of chronologically arranged extracts from pre-selected writings that were largely distorted to begin with. Who selected these particular scriptures? And what were the criteria? My flock, they eat that which ye have trodden with your feet, and they drink that which ye have fouled with your feet. Ezekiel 34, 19. A closer examination of church doctrine today, devoid of the teachings of reincarnation, reveals that the church either preaches that God is constantly reproducing the sinners, Adam and Eve, that is constantly creating new and sinful souls, and that God later subjects them to an eternal punishment precisely because they are sinners. Surely this is an injustice of quite cosmic dimensions. Or they preach that God creates children free of sin but lets them all grow up to be sinners. But if that were the case, then it would surely make more sense for them to be put to death as quickly as possible so that they could not mature as sinners. This would be the way for everyone to avoid the eternal punishment, and the only sensible thing to do if sinfulness were inevitable. Eternal torment and terror is to be avoided at all costs. These are the only two options according to the Church, and these involve neither reincarnation nor gradual perfection, indeed no wisdom at all. Yet this is how they betray the truth at any given opportunity. To cover up for this, they tell us there is no need to understand. All you have to do is believe. To deny the doctrine of reincarnation is to deny the existence of righteousness. But righteousness is the essence of God. Wisdom is also killed with the same fatal blow. This is why there is no wisdom whatsoever in the Christian church today. The religions of India have however taken a far more sensible course in preserving much of the ancient wisdom that was given to them. Just as the soul has, in this body, childhood and youth and old age, so also there is the taking on of another body. Therein is the wise man not perplexed. B.G. 2:13. The main source in his book about the secret Gospel of Mark, which he traced in 1958 through the discovery of an epistle by Clement of Alexandria, Morton Smith, professor of ancient history at Columbia University, compares the secret Gospel with the canonized Gospels of John and Mark. We might suppose they derived from a common oral tradition, but could an oral tradition account for so long an agreement in order, and for the similarity in content without much similarity in wording of the many little geographical notices? It seems more likely to suppose that behind both Gospels Mark and John lay some common document, perhaps in Aramaic. Differences of translation would then account for the differences of wording, but agreement in content using different translations, probably altered yet further by copyist mistakes. Both Mark and John would have inserted into them at different places the material peculiar to their own Gospels. Also, each may have omitted or reworked parts of the common text. 792. But we both know that it was not just evangelists that omitted or reworked whole sections of the text. In numerous, long passages, the Gospel according to St. Matthew corresponds almost word for word with the Gospel according to St. Mark. This means that all these three canonical Bible Gospels have one single scripture as their main source. When the Gospel according to St. Luke was written down, Luke would also, in all likelihood, have had recourse to various notes, as well as other written passages. These passages also stem from the main source. The Gospel according to Matthew was not written by the disciple called Matthew, nor has scriptural research been able to demonstrate that John wrote the Gospel according to St. John, and has, on the contrary, gone some way towards proving that this was precisely not the case. This means that the Gospel will have been named later, after it was written down. A fact compounded by the existence of at least two Gospels according to John, 2 according to Mark and 2 according to Thomas. It is well known that the oldest Christian community spoke Aramaic. It was in this language, and not ancient Hebrew, that Jesus and his disciples conversed. These two languages were, however, mutually comprehensible, since they were as closely related as, say, Swedish and Danish. Reference books will also tell you that when the Gospels were to be translated into Greek, then the world language, material was selected from the Aramaic manuscripts. This selection of material for the outside world meant that some of the essential doctrines disappeared at such an early stage that they are near impossible to trace today. In effect, this means that the Gospels were not even intact when they emerged from the first Christian communities. Posterity had therefore to make do with what was left from this first selection process. Subsequently, in the campaign to extirpate heresy, the Gospels were further reduced by the erasure of odd sentences, and further distorted by the addition of other sentences. It is therefore quite unrealistic to assume that translations were made exclusively from oral tradition, as so many Bible scholars have opined. Indeed, the widely held theory that ancient peoples did not need to write anything down because they could recite everything from memory, is scarcely credible. Why write things down 50-100 years after they had taken place, and then in a foreign language like Greek? No, the very precision of Jesus' words belies this. Besides which, the scribes also recorded many things that would have been beyond their own comprehension, hardly what they would have done if their source were merely an oral tradition. Then there is the claim that the disciples, like most people at that time, were unable to write. But that really is too much. Since the disciples were so well able to write epistles, why on earth should they not be able to write the Gospels? Not a very watertight theory. Translations were clearly made from one common Aramaic manuscript. Here we must give Professor Morton Smith his due. Now take a peek at what it says in column 427 of G.C. Gadd's Danish Bible Dictionary. For the past century it has commonly, yet not universally, been held that there must have existed a special logos or sayings of Jesus not included in the Bible, which researchers usually refer to as Q. This theory belongs to the so-called two-source hypothesis, which is based on the observation that most of the material in Mark's Gospel is also to be found in the Gospels of both Matthew and Luke, and that the material shared by these two, yet not to be found in Mark's Gospel, largely consists of the words of Jesus. The simplest explanation for this relationship would appear to be that the two other evangelists worked from Mark's Gospel, as well as a now lost source of Elijah, which they admittedly use differently. Moreover, it has been pointed out that there are extensive similarities, even to the smallest detail, between Mark's and Luke's quotations of Jesus. C. 12:43-45 and Luke 11:24-26, and these would easily be explained by their use of the same written source. It also says, however, the Gospel according to St. Mark would also seem to contain evidence that the evangelist had recourse to compilations of Jesus' sayings, particularly 4:21-32 and 9:40-50. And it goes on. There has been such certainty about the existence of such a common source, that there have actually been attempts to reconstruct what it contained, and even the very sequence of its logia. Other scriptural researchers work on the theory of an old gospel which they name the Proto-Mark, a simpler version of the Gospel according to St. Mark. All these researchers are on the right track, but it is naive to assume that evangelists were only working from a single collection of Jesus' sayings. Just think of how many thousands of people listened to him. There were in fact several different collections, big and small, as you should now be able to see from the collection I have included in my book. The experts are also mistaken on a crucial point. Proto-Mark or the Old Gospel was not, as they would claim, a primitive gospel containing sayings detached from their original context. The Gospels did not of course improve with age, indeed they deteriorated. I have this old gospel right in front of me. G.J. Ousley, like many other past editors, may have imposed his own idiosyncrasies on the work in some places, but this is in fact none other than the long-lost Aramaic main source. Carnivores and foragers. That the disciples genuinely refrained from eating meat is a historical fact corroborated by several sources. Clement, for example, writes that the Ebionites, self-willed paupers, regarded meat-eating as sinful and unnatural. Peter himself describes his diet in Homily XII, 6. I use only bread and olives, and rarely pot herbs. Elsewhere Clement affirms that Matthew lived exclusively on vegetarian food. Writing about the apostles, the well-known Bible scholar, Delitzsch, says that their habits were ascetic, and that the disciples satisfied their hunger with corn straight from the blade which they ground between their fingers. According to their own concurrent accounts, Peter, Matthew, and John spent the last part of their days as strict vegetarians. 793. Let us take a look at Paul's epistle in Romans 14:21. It is good neither to eat flesh, nor to drink wine. Now, do not be tempted to believe that we have been allowed to read all the apostolic letters. It took almost 400 years for the clergy to come to any agreement on which of the letters were to be included in the Bible, and some of the writings that were selected were forged anyway. In its fight against the Gnostics, the Church stooped to any means, even the forging of ancient manuscripts. One of Paul's epistles was one such forgery, in which Paul, albeit indirectly, was made to condemn Gnostics. Without referring to the Gnostics by name, he is given to say, in the latter times some shall depart from the faith, giving heed to seducing spirits, and doctrines of devils, speaking lies and hypocrisy, having their conscience seared with a hot iron, forbidding to marry and commanding to abstain from meats, which God hath created to be received with thanksgiving. It goes on to say, drink no longer water, but use a little wine for thy stomach's sake and thine often infirmities. First Epistle to Timothy, ch. 4, 1-4 and ch. 5:23. A comparison between this epistle and the above-mentioned epistle to the Romans should tell you that these are scarcely the words of the gentle Paul. Dr. W. Winch remarks, we are now certain that the first epistle to Timothy is a forgery. The forger actually gives himself away in this caution against the sect of Gnostics, which did not yet even exist at the time of Paul. 794. Let us take another peek, just for fun, in G.C. Gadd's Danish Bible Dictionary. The Pastoral Letters, collective name for the epistles to Timothy and Titus. Further down it says, there is much doubt surrounding the authenticity of the pastoral letters, and the conditions presupposed by the pastoral letters must either have been silently omitted in the Acts of the Apostles, or are fabrications. This means that Paul is not the author of the letters attributed to him. The conditions presupposed by the pastoral letters do not entirely invalidate the assumption that they were written by Paul, but various objections have been raised against the authenticity of his authorship. There have been incontestable claims that the language and style of the pastoral letters is utterly at odds with the other epistles of Paul. Further down it says, finally, it has been claimed that the image of Paul in the pastoral letters is quite different to the one presented in the other letters and the Acts of the Apostles. In the pastoral letters, the apostle has turned orchestrator. Such observations have led a long line of scholars to contest Paul's authorship of the pastoral letters, and today their authenticity is defended only by a minority. Many, however, believe that even if not written by Paul in the first instance, then the pastoral letters do contain excerpts from his personal letters. It goes on to say, since it is highly probable that Paul wrote other letters than those included in the New Testament, then it is not unthinkable that fragments of his letters that have otherwise been lost, are in fact preserved in the pastoral letters. Finally, it says something quite remarkable. It was the pastoral letters, their regulations, points of view and ecclesiastical language that were to further and dominate Christian literature during the first half of the 2nd century. Forged letters as the founding blocks of the church. This explains why Paul is made to function as orchestrator in the letters. Cunning indeed. It is interesting to note that precisely this forged first epistle to Timothy promotes discrimination against women, and this from men who would work righteousness. The first epistle of Paul to Timothy 2:11-12. Let the woman learn in silence with all subjection. But I suffer not a woman to teach, nor to usurp authority over the man, but to be in silence. Since ancient times, this is how the teachings of Jesus have been replaced with the opinions of men. Try reading these 3 epistles yourself and you will see that they have nothing to do with the excellence of his preachings. We may safely assume that forgery was done by men, by opponents of the sound and simple lifestyle of Christian communities whose asceticism was not allowed to find support in the authority of Paul the Apostle. If these 2 letters are forged, then much in the other letters may also be so. This is apparently the case in passages of Paul's epistle to the Corinthians 10:25. You may eat anything sold in the meat market without raising questions of conscience. The comment about conscience is highly suspect. Why was it necessary to emphasize this? And in the epistle to the Romans 14:21, he wrote, it is good neither to eat flesh, nor to drink wine. The ancient gospel is still not deemed fit for inclusion in the Bible, and yet the clergy is willing to use a collection of highly dubious letters. A closer examination of these letters only adds to the suspicion that much of their contents were in fact church dogma, inserted by the early church to secure their power over the laity. Few would have dared challenge the authority of Paul, for fear of losing their very lives. Paul himself produced veritable gems, and these could certainly not have been fabricated by forgers. Even then, 1900 years ago, Paul's wisdom and the fate of his letters had not escaped the attention of Simon Peter. Let us see what he writes in his 2nd epistle 3:15-16. Our beloved brother Paul also according to the wisdom given unto him hath written unto you, as also in his epistles, speaking in them of these things, in which are some things hard to be understood, which they that are unlearned and unstable wrest, as they do also the other scriptures, unto their own destruction. With regard to meat eating, there is much evidence of the fierce struggle between opposing attitudes. We know, for example, that at the church council in Ancyra in 400 AD, it was decided that all religious leaders that lived as strict vegetarians were to be forced to eat meat. If they refused, they would be unfrocked. This example shows that vegetarianism was at that time still common among priests, and many of the church fathers whom the church canonized as saints were also strict vegetarians. 795 Hieronymus was born in 331 or 350, depending on where you look it up, in Dalmatia, and was a student in Rome. The following words are his, preserved for posterity. Just as marital separation was not originally permitted and only later, when the hearts of men turned hard, permitted by Moses, so was flesh-eating also forbidden until the start of the great flood. After the time, we were given the stinking tissues and juices of meat to still our hunger, just as quails were thrown to the growling peoples of the desert. Jesus Christ, who is now come at the end of time, has brought back the ancient law that forbids us to cast off our wives and eat flesh. 796. The fact that Jesus actually traveled to India as only the ancient gospel describes was astoundingly proved in 1926. The Austrian newspaper Der Tag from June 2, 1926 reported the following. The archaeologist, Professor G. Nikolai Roerich, who has returned from a 3-year expedition through the uncharted areas of Asia, has discovered documents in a Buddhist monastery in Tibet that reveal that at the age of 29, Jesus Christ made a voyage from Palestine to India, in order to study the Buddhist religion. The document containing this information is 1500 years old and was discovered in the Hemis monastery in Tibet. The ancient gospel was also preserved in a Buddhist monastery in Tibet. Then there was W. Bauer, who described an interesting discovery made in the then uncharted wilderness of India. In a ruined city built for a Mongolian emperor, an Arabic inscription was found on the main south portal by a destroyed bridge. The translated inscription reads, "Jesus, peace be with him, has says, this world is a bridge. Cross it, but do not build your house upon it. He that does not recognize the truth when he sees it, does also not believe in it." List of quotations: 1 Thomas 6J, 2 Clem, Alex Stromata 1, 28,177 and Ancient Gospel 63, 8J, 3 from Podcast on Danish Radio June 1984 about philosophy. 4 Ancient Gospel 14, 13J, 5 Luke 3, 11, 6 John 5, 26J, 7 Ancient Gospel 88, 2J, 8 Matthew 7, 18J, 9 Luke 16, 10 and N Gosp 21, 10J, 10 Dialogue 134J, 11 Hieronymus Come in Ezek 16, 52J, 12 Ancient Gospel 69, 9J, 13 John 15, 5J, 14 Dialogue 142J, 15 Ancient Gospel 44, 3J, 16 Ancient Gospel 52, 11J, 17 Dialogue 122J, 18 Bhagavad Gita 7, 11, 19 Mat 6, 25J, 20 Mat 6, 31J, 21 Ancient Gospel 30, 2J, 22 Ancient Gospel 30, 6J, 23 John 4, 32J, 24 John 4, 36J, 25 Dialogue 141J, 26 Ancient Gospel 48, 4J, 27 Ancient Gospel 64, 6J, 28 Ancient Gospel 64, 5J, 29 Ancient Gospel 33, 10J, 30 Ancient Gospel 24, 2J, 31 Ancient Gospel 32, 11J, 32 John 8, 12J, 33 Ancient Gospel 48, 3-4J, 34 found in Mourner's Lug. B 1644J, 35 Dialogue 134J, 36 Ancient Gospel 48, 4J, 37 Thomas 18J, 38 Matt 24, 21J, 39 Ancient Gospel 94, 2J, 40 Ancient Gospel 69, 3J, 41 Genesis 3, 17-19, 42 Popova, Ebe Michael, Rhodos 1975, 43 African Rel. Writings, Gildendal 1974, 44 John 8, 21J, 45 Dialogue 133J, 46 African Rel. Writings pages 38, 47 Ancient Gospel 58, 1-2J, 48 Ancient Gospel 75, 17-18J, 49 Psalms 82, 6, 50 Ancient Gospel 35, 13-15J, 51 The Wisdom of Solomon 3, 11, 52 The Wisdom of Solomon 6, 12-19, 53 The Wisdom of Solomon 7, 30-8, 1, 54 The Wisdom of Sirach 14, 20-27, 55 Job 28, 12-22, 56 Clem, Alex Stromata 2, 18, 83, 57 Proverbs 3, 17-18, 58 Daniel 12, 3, 59 The Wisdom of Sirach 15, 1-8, 60 Clem, Alex Stromata I, 8, 21J, 61 Ancient Gospel 88, 5 and Th 28J, 62 John 4, 32J, 63 Luke 6, 25J, 64 Thomas 28J, 65 Luke 6, 26J, 66 Ancient Gospel 49, 12J, 67 John 7, 12J, 68 Dialogue 137-138J, 69 C. Eric van Dijkens Ein Weltenbeelder, 70 The Serious Mystery, Robert K. G. Temple and Eric van Dijkens Bewijzer Thinning Agapel, 71 Ancient Gospel 8, 4, 72 John 4, 24J, 73 Ancient Gospel 51, 17J, 74 Ancient Gospel 87, 12J 75 Ancient Gospel 64, 11J 76 Ancient Gospel 33, 2-3J 77 Ancient Gospel 41, 7J 78 African Religious Writings pages 27 Gildendel 1974 79 C. Eric van Dijken, Ein Weltenbeildern 80 Eric van Dijken Ordensprofit, Bogen 81 John I, 1882 Ancient Gospel 44, 7-8J 83 Ancient Gospel 64, 9-11J 84 Ancient Gospel 66, 1J 85 Ancient Gospel 80, 9J 86 Ancient Gospel 80, 8J 87 Ancient Gospel 67, 11J 88 Ancient Gospel 67, 15J 89 Matt 12, 30J 90 Ancient Gospel 52, 9J 91 Ancient Gospel 76, 5J 92 Ancient Gospel 64, 6J 93 Matt 5, 8J 94 Patrologia Orientalis Tom XII, Fask 3 pages 335J 95 Oxyrhynchus Papyrii, X and Thomas 77 and Inc. Gosp 19, 6J 96 Ancient Gospel 57, 10J 97 Dialogue 134J 98 Thomas 110J 99 Thomas 6J 100 Paul, Letter to the Romans 7, 15-20 101 The Wisdom of Sirach 20, 29 102 Luke 6, 44J 103 The Book of Thomas the Contender Codex 2nd, 7 pages 138J 104 Matt 6, 1J 105 Ancient Gospel 90, 13J 106 Gospel of Vimani, Turfan Fragment M 801J 107 Ancient Gospel 26, 12J 108 Thomas 3J 109 Dhammapada XII, 8 Buddha 110 John 4, 22 111 Thomas 14J 112 Ancient Gospel 52, 12J 113 Mark 7, 6 and Matt 15, 8 114 Ancient Gospel 90, 12J 115 Dhammapada XII, 8 Buddha 116 Ancient Gospel 46, 25 and 69, 2J 117 Gospel of the Nazarenes, Newt Stamilish Apocryphon pages 99J 118 Clem Alex Stromata 2, 23,145 119 Ancient Gospel, Prologue J 120 Ancient Gospel 65, 8J 121 Ancient Gospel 94, 2J 122 Ancient Gospel 26, 10-11J 123 Ancient Gospel 94, 4J 124 Luke 16, 25J 125 Ancient Gospel 43, 7J 126 Ancient Gospel 94, 1-3J 127 Acts of the Apostles 26, 12-20 128 Ancient Gospel 4, 6-7 129 Luke 23, 43J 130 Matt 8, 22 and Luke 9, 60J 131 Luke 6, 31J 132 Popova, ed. Ebe Michael, Denmark, Rodos 1975 133 Matt 23, 24J 134 Matt 23, 27-32J 135 Luke 6, 31J 136 Clement Sec Epistle 13J 137 John 16, 2J 138 Clement Sec Epistle 17J 139 John 14, 6 and Enk Gosp 89, 6J 140 Ancient Gospel, Prologue J 141 John 6, 47J 142 Ancient Gospel 30, 10J 143 Ancient Gospel 69, 5J 144 Genesis 3, 24J 145 Ancient Gospel 44, 15J 146 Revelations 2, 7J 147 Ancient Gospel 31, 1J 148 The Apostolic Church Order J 149 Ancient Gospel 44, 8J 150 John 8, 43-47J 151 Matt 23, 16J 152 John 5, 42J 153 Thomas 4J 154 John 18, 37J 155 Thomas 102J 156 Mark 13, 6J 157 Ancient Gospel 44, 12J 158 Matt 24, 4-5J 159 Matt 24, 24J 160 Ancient Gospel 27, 8J 161 Matt 7, 21J 162 Luke 6, 46J 163 Ancient Gospel 95, 3J 164 Ancient Gospel 30, 9J 165 Oxyrhynchus Pap, 654J 166 Thomas 67J 167 Matt 7, 13J 168 Dialogue 134J 169 Thomas 28J 170 Ancient Gospel 32, 10J 171 John 15, 5J 172 Ancient Gospel 63, 1-8J 173 Matt 18, 3-5J 174 Luke 6, 46J 175 Luke 10, 16J 176 Ancient Gospel 52, 12J 177 Matt 13, 23J 178 Matt 9, 15J 179 Matt 13, 14J 180 Luke 11, 23J 181 Thomas 80J 182 Ancient Gospel 44, 12J 183 Matt 15, 10-11J 184 Thomas 112J 185 John 10, 1J 186 Thomas 60J 187 Ancient Gospel 92, 4J 188 Luke 6, 21J 189 Ancient Gospel 33, 10J 190 Ancient Gospel 52, 9J 191 Ancient Gospel 64, 11J 192 Ancient Gospel 30, 9J 193 Dialogue 142J 194 John 8, 47J 195 Luke 17, 20J 196 Thomas Preface J 197 Thomas 42J 198 Ancient Gospel 17, 15J 199 John 12, 24J 200 Mark 4, 28-29J 201 Ancient Gospel 19, 3J 202 Clem L. Stromata I, 24158J 203 Ancient Gospel 90, 13 204 Mark 9, 37J 205 Ancient Gospel 95, 3J 206 Ancient Gospel 70, 10J 207 Mark 7, 208 Acts of John 95-96J 209 Clem Alex Stromata I, 8, 41J 210 Clem 2nd Epistle 13J 211 Matt 23, 3-31J 212 Ancient Gospel 28, 12J 213 Ancient Gospel 25, 5, Luke 6, 26J 214 John 3, 20J 215 Luke 8, 18J 216 Thomas 61J 217 Ancient Gospel 66, 2-4J 218 John 4, 22J 219 Ancient Gospel 44, 7J 220 Ancient Gospel 70, 11J 221 Ancient Gospel 33, 3J 222 Ancient Gospel 15, 5J 223 Ancient Gospel 93, 1J 224 Ancient Gospel 93, 2J 225 Luke 6, 37J 226 Ancient Gospel 87, 7J 227 Ancient Gospel 46, 10J 228 Ancient Gospel 46, 15J 229 Ancient Gospel 19, 9J 230 Ancient Gospel 38, 2J 231 Ancient Gospel 24, 4J 232 Ancient Gospel 41, 3-4J 233 Ancient Gospel 14, 7J 234 Ancient Gospel 6, 19J 235 Ancient Gospel 47, 1-2J 236 Ancient Gospel 46, 1-21J 237 Ancient Gospel 46, 24J 239 Ancient Gospel 38, 5J 240 Ancient Gospel 47, 4-9J 241 Luke 11, 9-10J, shortened 242 Ancient Gospel 90, 8J 243 Ancient Gospel 30, 3J 244 Clement Hummel XII, 29J 245 Ancient Gospel 38, 4J 246 Ancient Gospel 38, 2J 247 Ancient Gospel 47, 6J 248 Ancient Gospel 27, 9J 249 John 8, 15-16J 250 John 5, 30J 251 John 8, 32J 252 Ancient Gospel 32, 2J 253 Dialogue 134J 254 Ancient Gospel 48, 4J 255 Ancient Gospel 30, 9J 256 Thomas 41J 257 Thomas 83J 258 Ancient Gospel 52, 12J 259 Dialogue 142J 260 John 6, 45 and Isaiah 54, 13 261 Clem Alex Stromata 6, 15,130 262 Luke 8, 18J 263 Matt 13, 13-15J 264 Mark 12, 1-9 and Thomas 65J 265 Matt 21, 41 266 Ancient Gospel 68, 9-13J 267 on John XX 12J 268 Ancient Gospel 70, 11J 269 Ancient Gospel 17, 14J 270 Thomas 102J 271 Revelations 3, 18J 272 Pippi in the South Seas 273 John 15, 18J 274 Ancient Gospel 44, 3-5J 275 John 17, 16-18J 276 Isaiah 27, 6 277 Ancient Gospel 70, 9J 278 Ancient Gospel 70, 10-11J 279 Clem Second Epistle, 13J 280 John 13, 19J 281 John 4, 35-36J 282 Luke 12, 33-34J 283 Ancient Gospel 12, 11J 284 John 5, 24J 285 Ancient Gospel 28, 8J 286 Ancient Gospel 57, 7-10J 287 Thomas 17J 288 Ancient Gospel 37, 1-10 289 Ancient Gospel 41, 10-13J 290 Ancient Gospel 67, 10J 291 Barnabas Letter 7, 11J 292 Matt 7, 14J 293 John 16, 20-21J 294 Mark 9, 49J 295 Luke 21, 19J 296 Dialogue 125J 297 Ancient Gospel 66, 12J 298 Ancient Gospel 93, 2J 299 Ancient Gospel 73, 5J 300 Ancient Gospel 73, 6J 301 Ancient Gospel 32, 6J 302 Thomas 33J 303 Luke 3, 16 and Matt 3, 11 304 Luke 3, 17 and Matt 3, 12 305 Thomas 10J 306 Acts of John 95-96J 307 Luke 6, 48-49J 308 Ancient Gospel 37, 3J 309 Clem Alex Stromata 8, 91 310 Thomas 82J 311 Ancient Gospel 69, 12J 312 Clem Alex Stromata I, 27,172 313 John 6, 45J 314 Isaiah 48, 10 315 Ancient Gospel 95, 4J 316 Matt 19, 30J 317 Thomas 20J 318 Thomas 76J 319 Thomas 109J 320 John 4, 14J 321 John 7, 38J 322 Ancient Gospel 48, 4J 323 Mark 4, 26-29J 324 Ancient Gospel 39, 1-5J 325 Didymus NPS 88, 8 and Origin in Jerem Hummel. 3J 326 John 16, 13-14J 327 Clem Alex Stromata I, 18, 41J 328 Thomas 28J 329 Paul's letter to the Romans 7, 19 330 Luke 13, 6-9J 331 The Gospel of Truth 28, 20J 332 Clem Alex Stromata 4, 6, 41J 333 Dialogue 126J 334 Didymus NPS 99, 9 and Origin in Jerem Hummel. 3J 335 Thomas 82J 336 Ancient Gospel 37, 3J 337 Dialogue 134J 338 Acts of John 95-96J 339 Ancient Gospel 95, 3J 340 Matt 3, 11-12 341 Matt 13, 20-21J 342 John 6, 65J 343 Thomas 69J 344 Dialogue 127J 345 Dialogue 128J 346 John 15, 2J 347 Dialogue 133J 348 Dhammapada 6th, 4 Buddha 349 Clem Alex Stromata 2, 18, 83 350 Proverbs 3, 17 351 Revelations 2, 7J 352 Dialogue 141-142J 353 Thomas 48J 354 Thomas 106J 355 Thomas 108J 356 Matt 5, 19J 357 Bhagavad Gita 13, 16-17 358 Thomas 70J 359 John 8, 24J 360 Thomas 70J 361 Ancient Gospel 67, 15J 362 Ancient Gospel 90, 11J 363 Ancient Gospel 59, 11-12J 364 Ancient Gospel 69, 2-4J 365 Ancient Gospel 94, 2J 366 Ancient Gospel 94, 4J 367 Ancient Gospel 64, 13J 368 John 5, 24J 369 Matt 5, 5J 370 The Great Apocryphal Gospel of John J. Temp. Trans from Latin 371 Bhagavad Gita 9, 6-7 372 Bhagavad Gita 8, 20-22 373 Bhagavad Gita 4, 8 374 Ancient Gospel 44, 7J 375 Bhagavad Gita 9, 3 376 Ancient Gospel 76, 5J 377 Thomas 49J 378 Thomas 50J 379 Thomas 49J 380 John 5, 19J 381 Thomas 3J 382 John 14, 12J 383 John 7, 16-17J 384 John 7, 38J 385 Ancient Gospel 6, 10J 386 Abrev from Enk Gosp 6, 11-13 387 John 8, 40J 388 Thomas 47J 389 Thomas 8J 390 Matt 19, 29-30J 391 Dialogue 141J 392 Thomas 54J 393 Luke 6, 20J 394 Matt 5, 3J 395 Luke 18, 17 Add Mark 10, 15J 396 Luke 18, 16J 397 Clem Hummel XII, 29J 398 Ancient Gospel 44, 8J 399 Ancient Gospel 44, 7-8J 400 Luke 6, 37J 401 Matt 7, 12J 402 Ancient Gospel 90, 15J 403 Ancient Gospel 90, 12J 404 Dietlef Nielsen, Den Historisch Jesus pages 16, Gildendel 1923 405 Bibliothek der Kirchen Verlag Jos K.L. and Friedrich Pustet, M. Chen 1936 406 Ancient Gospel 48, 4J 407 Matt 23, 13J 408 Elaine Pagels, The Gnostic Gospels pages 57 and pages 59, Weidenfeld and Nicholson, London 409 Matt 23, 13J 410 Thomas 102J 411 Thomas 6J 412 Luke 6, 21J 413 Ancient Gospel 28, 8J 414 Thomas 38J 415 John 9, 4J 416 Bhagavad Gita 2, 69J 417 Ancient Gospel 62, 3J 418 Thomas 106J 419 Thomas 101J 420 Acts of John 95-96J 421 Ancient Gospel 90, 9J 422 Thomas 5J 423 Luke 6, 45J 424 Thomas 33J 425 Thomas 113J 426 Thomas 19J 427 Ancient Gospel 21, 1-6J 428 Ancient Gospel 31, 12-15J 429 Ancient Gospel 24, 1-3J 430 Ancient Gospel 76, 6J 431 Pippi Longstocking Astrid Lindgr 432 Clem Hummel XII, 29J 433 Ancient Gospel 56, 10J 434 Ancient Gospel 56, 12-18J 435 Ancient Gospel 34, 7-10J 436 Pippi Longstocking Astrid Lindgren, Gildendel 437 Luke 6, 30-31J 438 Luke 6, 34-35J 439 Gospel according to the HEBR J 440 Ancient Gospel 90, 13J 441 from Manichaelit Gospel of the Mani J 442 Luke 22, 25-27 443 John 13, 13-15J 444 Ancient Gospel 54, 18J 445 Matt 18, 3J 446 John 15, 20J 447 Luke 10, 16J 448 Acts of John 95-96, Elaine Pagels in the Gnostic Gospels pages 74J 449 Acts of John 95-96J 450 Ancient Gospel 35, 15J 451 Ancient Gospel 75, 11-12J 452 Dialogue 125J 453 Mark 4, 27-29J 454 Thomas 3J 455 Dialogue 134J 456 Ancient Gospel 90, 12J 457 Ancient Gospel 69, 6J 458 Ronia the Robber's Daughter, Astrid Lindgren, Methuen Children's Books 459 Matt 7, 20J 460 Luke 8, 18J 461 Luke 6, 39J 462 John 12, 35J 463 Revelations 2, 17 and Ancient Gospel 54, 17J 464 Thomas 19J 465 Ancient Gospel 54, 23J 466 Ancient Gospel 93, 2J 467 Thomas 46J 468 Ancient Gospel 37, 3J 469 Hieronymus Com in Ezek 16, 52J 470 Thomas 82J 471 Revelations 3, 12J 472 First Letter to the Corinthians 3, 12-15 473 Dialogue 122J 474 Ancient Gospel 37, 3J 475 Thomas 58J 476 The Wisdom of Sirach 2, 5 477 Ancient Gospel 73, 6J 478 Luke 6, 21J 479 John 7, 16-17J 480 Thomas 50J 481 Thomas 22J 482 Dialogue 141J 483 John 5 24J 484 Acts of John 95-96J 485 Dialogue 120J 486 The Nag Hammadi Library in English pages 206 487 Ancient Gospel 44 7J 488 Ancient Gospel 44 7J 489 Ancient Gospel 35 15J 490 Actus Versalens 10J 491 Ancient Gospel Prologue J 492 Ancient Gospel 88 5J 493 Clem Alex Stromata I 24,177 494 Thomas 83J 495 Dialogue 126J 496 John 5 19J 497 Revelations 3 21J 498 Thomas 108J 499 Luke 6 40J 500 John 8 28J 501 Jeremiah 15 19 502 Matt 10 17J 503 Didask Sir Opposed 23 and Justin Dialogue with Trifo 35J 504 Revelations 3 18J 505 Clem Alex Stromata I 5 28 506 Revelations 3 5J 507 Psalms 119 46-47 508 Matt 7 6J 509 Thomas 32J 510 Ancient Gospel 64 7J 511 Macarius Egypt Hum XII 17J 512 Thomas 37J 513 Thomas 21J 514 Genesis ch 2-3 515 John 8 21J 516 Ancient Gospel 46 25J 517 Ancient Gospel 64 5J 518 Dialogue 129J 519 Mark 10 15J 520 Thomas 46J 521 John 8 34J From the Danish verse 522 Thomas 24J 523 Gospel of Philip 64 6-10J 524 Bhagavad Gita 10 2-5 525 Bhagavad Gita 18 61 526 Bhagavad Gita 7 10J 527 Bhagavad Gita 10 38 528 Ancient Gospel 66 2-3J 529 Dialogue 137-138J 530 Bhagavad Gita 8 22 531 Dialogue 132J 532 The Book of Thomas the Contender Codex 2nd 7 pages 138J 533 Dialogue 128J 534 Ancient Gospel 52 9J 535 Bhagavad Gita 5 16 536 Bhagavad Gita 6 30 537 Bhagavad Gita 10 8 538 Thomas 77J 539 Bhagavad Gita 8 22 540 Bhagavad Gita 6 45 541 Bhagavad Gita 13 27 542 Bhagavad Gita 14 2 543 Bhagavad Gita 13 16-17 544 Thomas 61J 545 Bhagavad Gita 18 46 546 Ancient Gospel 95 3J 547 Ancient Gospel 26 10J 548 Ancient Gospel 26 11J 549 Ancient Gospel 47 14J 550 Thomas 113J 551 Ancient Gospel 28 10J 552 Ancient Gospel 38 6J 553 Ancient Gospel Prologue J 554 Bhagavad Gita 8 20-22 555 Gospel according to the Hebrew 6 2-3J 556 Bhagavad Gita 7 17-18 557 Ancient Gospel 32 8J 558 Ancient Gospel 16 10J 559 Ancient Gospel 88 12J 560 Revelations 2, 17J 561 Ancient Gospel 54, 17-24J 562 Ancient Gospel 39, 5J 563 Ancient Gospel 73, 6J 564 Thomas, Prologue J 565 Thomas 29J 566 John 4, 35-38J 567 Thomas 88J 568 Ancient Gospel 40, 2J 569 Thomas 67J 570 Thomas 81J 571 Thomas 110J 572 Ancient Gospel 43, 6J 573 Ancient Gospel 17, 11J 574 Thomas 6J 575 Ancient Gospel 66, 3J 576 Ancient Gospel 37, 2J 577 Ancient Gospel 40, 6-7J 578 Ancient Gospel 95, 6-7J 579. The picture may be seen in Eric von Dykens, Ein Weltenbilder 580 Eric von Duyken, Rafa der Vergangenheit 581 4x Apocryphon und Pseudepigraphen des Alten Testaments, Tingen 1898, and Paul Riesler's Ltgesche Schriftgemoral der Bibel, Augsburg 1928 582 Eric von Duyken, Men werden I Bibelter, Strubsvorlag 583 Ancient Gospel 41, 13J 584 Ancient Gospel 64, 8-11J 585 Ancient Gospel 68, 14J 586 Bhagavad Gita 8, 4 587 John 5, 19J 588 Ancient Gospel 52, 9J 589 Thomas 4J 590 Dialogue 134J 591 Thomas 77J 592 Ancient Gospel 52, 9J 593 Ancient Gospel 33, 10J 594 Ancient Gospel 64, 5J 595 Ancient Gospel 64, 5J 596 Ancient Gospel 52, 9J 597 Ancient Gospel 66, 13J 598 Ancient Gospel 64, 4J 599 Luke 6, 25J 600 Matt 5, 6J 601 Thomas 63J 602 Ancient Gospel 17, 15J 603 Thomas 42J 604 Inscription above the entrance to the mosque in Sigri on the island of Mytilene J 605 Ancient Gospel 61, 3J 606 Thomas 18J 607 Bhagavad Gita 11, 32 608 Matt 24, 32-33J 609 Matt 24, 36J 610 Ancient Gospel 44, 12J 611 Justin Dialogue with Trifo J 612 Ancient Gospel 66, 9J 613 Luke 21, 23J 614 Luke 23, 28-29 and Thomas 79J 615 Matt 24, 17-22J 616 Matt 24, 29J 617 Thomas 80J 618 Found in Warner's, cf. Patrologia Orientalis Tom XII, Fask 3, pages 335J 619 Thomas 110J 620 Dialogue 134J 621 Dialogue 134J 622 Thomas 112J 623 Bhagavad Gita 10, 38J 624 Ancient Gospel 64, 4J 625 Thomas 61J 626 Ancient Gospel 68, 13J 627 Ancient Gospel 64, 13J 628 John 10, 9-10J 629 John 10, 1J 630 Dialogue 133J 631 Bhagavad Gita 4, 40, 632 Dialogue 134J 633 Politikens Philosopholexicon pages 313-314 Extracts 634 Matt 12, 31-32J 635 Luke 20, 18J 636 General selection of extracts from pages 250 to 251 inches Vortids Philosophie, Videnska Bogspråk, Politikens 637 Politikens Filosofolexicon pages 121 638 Ancient Gospel 46, 10-21J 639 Ancient Gospel 46, 24J 640 Paul's Letter to the Corinthians 3, 19 641 Dialogue 137-138J 642 John 8, 31-32J 643 Deuteronomy 4, 24 644 Ancient Gospel 7, 5-6 645 Ancient Gospel 25, 5J 646 Ancient Gospel 69, 2J 647 Genesis 2, 17 648 Ancient Gospel 95, 3J 649 Proverbs 4, 18-19 650 The Book of Thomas the Contender Codex 2nd, 7J 651 Ancient Gospel 64, 2-3J 652 Ancient Gospel 64, 6-7J 653 Ancient Gospel 66, 13J 654 Ancient Gospel 88, 3 655 John 12, 36J 656 John 3, 3J 657 Thomas 22J 658 Ancient Gospel 66, 6-8J 659 Ancient Gospel 66, 5-6J 660 Ancient Gospel 76, 20 and 19, 2-4J 661 Ancient Gospel 44, 14J 662 John 8, 42J 663 Ancient Gospel 66, 10-11J 664 Bhagavad Gita 4, 6-8 665 Thomas 57J 666 John 17, 3J 667 Ancient Gospel 52, 11J 668 Ancient Gospel, Prologue J 669 Ancient Gospel 76, 20 and 19, 2-4J 670 Ancient Gospel 88, 2-3J 671 Ancient Gospel 52, 10J 672 Luke 17, 20-21J 673 Thomas 22J 674 Thomas 108J 675 John 14, 23J 676 John 14, 9J 677 Barnabas Letter 7, 11J 678 John 12, 45J 679 Ancient Gospel 8, 4J 680 Ancient Gospel 66, 12J 681 Ancient Gospel 50, 6-8J 682 Ancient Gospel 90, 2-16 683 Ancient Gospel 66, 9J 684 Ancient Gospel 95, 3J 685 Ancient Gospel 65, 8-10J 686 Ancient Gospel 68, 17-20J 687 Revelation 7, 4-8 See also Revelations 14, 1 and 14, 3 688 Ancient Gospel 75, 17-18J 689 Ancient Gospel 88, 3J 690 C. Smith, Pista Sophia, pages 350, Die Koptisch-Gnostische Schriften, Berlin 1954 J 691 Bhagavad Gita 7, 3 692 Ancient Gospel 91, 3J 693 John 14, 2J 694 Luke 12, 34J 695 John 3, 15J 696 John 8, 28J 697 Ancient Gospel 91, 3J 698 Ancient Gospel 44, 8J 699 Ancient Gospel 95, 3-4J 700 Dialogue 142J 701 Oxyrhynchus Pap 654, IIJ 702 Thomas 3J 703 Ancient Gospel 90, 9J 704 Ancient Gospel 90, 16J 705 Ancient Gospel 61, 4-5J 706 Ancient Gospel 16, 8-10J 707 Ancient Gospel 87, 12J 708 Oxyrhynchus Pap. 655J 709 Mat 15, 8-9J 710 Ancient Gospel 88, 8J 711 Ancient Gospel 17, 13J 712 Thomas 3J 713 Dialogue 122J 714 Oxyrhynchus Pap. 654, IIJ 715 Oxyrhynchus Pap I, X from the 1897 find 716 Didymus in PS 88, 8 Enderai Janes Interim Hummel. 3J 717 Macarius Egypt Hum XII, 17J 718 Clem Alex Stromata I, 24158J 719 Clem Alex Stromata I, 28177J 720 Hieronymus Com in Ezek 16, 52J 721 Clem Rum Hummel XII, 29J 722 Didask Seer a Post. 23 and Justin, Dialogue with Trypho 35J 723 Barnabas Epistle 7, 11J 724 Barnabas Epistle 7, 11J 725 6 726 Justin, Dialogue with Trypho 47J 727 Clem Alex Stromata I, 8, 41J 728 Letter to Abgarus, the Toparch of Edessa, 2 and Eusebius Hei. 13, 10J 729 Cyprian de Aleator 3J 730 Clem Alex Stromata 5, 10, 63J 731 Clem 2nd Epistle 12J 732 Arabic inscription Ab. Entrance to the mosque in Sigri on the island of Mytilene. The words are also to be found in Arabic texts from the 700s J 733 found in Warnerus, Centuria Proverbiarum Persicorum Lugden Batlev. 1644, J 734 from the same collection as 733 cf. Patrologia Orientalis Tom XII, Fask. 3. Pages 335 J 735 Oxyrhynchus Pap. 655 J 736 The Book of Thomas the Contender Codex 2nd, 7 pages 138 J 737 Clem Alex Stromata 2, 9, 45 J 738 Clem Alex Stromata 5, 14, 96 J 739 The Book of Thomas the Contender Codes 2nd, 7 pages 140 J 740 The Book of Thomas the Contender pages 140 to 141 J 741 The Gospel of Philip 64, 6-10 J 742 The Gospel of Philip 67, 31, 34 J 743 The Gospel of Philip 64, 10-12 J 744 C. Smith, Pista Sophia pages 350, Die Kuptischnaustischschriften Berlin 1954 J 745 The sentence is taken from the trans in Elaine Pagel's The Gnostic Gospels 746 Acts of John 95-96, Apocryphal New Testaments by M.R. James, Oxford J 747 The Book of Thomas the Contender Codex II, 7 pages 143 J 748 Clem 2nd Epistle 11 J 749 Clem 2nd Epistle 13 J 750 Clem 2nd Epistle 16 J 751 Clem 2nd Epistle 17 J 752 possibly once part of Mat 7, 5 also Gospel Act to the Hebrews and Ancient Gospel 21, 9 J 753 Origen on John, 14 J 754 The Opposed Church Order J 755 Oxyrhynchus Pap. 655 J 756 The Essenian Gospel 757 Papyrus Fragment from 300s 758 Acts of Philip 140 J 759 Martyrdom of Peter 17 J 760 on John XX 12 J 761 Irenaeus against heresies v. 33, 3 J 762 Clem Alex Stromata 6, 6, 48 J 763 Actus Versalens 10 J 764 Gospel of Nazarenes, New Testamentische Apocryphon pages 98j 765 Gospel of Nazarenes, New Testamentische Apocryphon pages 99j 766 Gospel of the Egyptians Clem Alex Stromata 3, 15, 97j 767 Gospel of the Mani, from the Manichaean literature J 768 Gospel of Mani, Turfan fragment M801J 769 Gospel of Mani, Turfan fragment M801J 770 Clem Rum Hum III, 6 Peter Clem Rum quoted from the Clementine Homilies, Edinburgh 1870 771 Clem Rum Hum III, 52J 772 Clem Rum Hum III, 61J 773 Clem Rum Hum XIX, 20J 774 Oxyrhynchus Pap, 1224J 775 Clem Alex Strom I, 13, 57, A Saying of Clem Post quoted from Jesus 776 Clem Alex Stromata I, 26169J 777 Clem Alex Stromata 3, 13, 92J 778 Clem Alex Stromata 4, 6, 41J 779 Clem Alex Stromata 6, 9, 78J 780 Clem L. Admonitory Speech to the Heathens 10, 94 and 8G 48, 2-4 781 Clem Rum Hum II, 51J 782 Clem Rum Hum III, 50J 783 Clem Rum Hum III, 53J 784 Clem Rum Hum III, 54J 785 Clem Alex Stromata 2, 15, 70J 786 Ancient Gospel 25, 5J 787 John 7, 16J 788 Thomas 98J 789 Paul's Epist to the Ephesians 6, 17 790 Letter to King Abgar of Odessa, 2 and Oisbhei, 13, 10J 791 Thomas 43J 792 The Secret Gospel According to Mark, Morgan Smith, Harper & Row, New York, 1973, pages 60 793 Evangelite om det Folkum Live, Strubes Forlag, pages 13 794 Evangelite om det Folkum Live, Strubes, pages 13 795 Evangelite om det Folkum Live, Strubes, pages 14 796 Evangelite om det Folkum Live, Strubes, pages 17